Chapter 1. Buried in lust, my son urges me to marry. Once more, his deep, resonant voice was akin to a bass drum, blending a primal restraint with an alluring seduction. On the soft bed woven from clouds, his silver fur intertwined with her white strands, creating a tapestry of delicate entanglement, rich in longing and passion. Whimper, Inshu, I am frightened, please let me go, she pleaded. At the moment her soft, tender words fell, the ethereal male, seemingly untouched by the world, transformed into a colossal creature spanning several matersa, magnificent, snow-white python adorned with shimmering, diamond-like scales. Its tail, reminiscent of a galaxy, effortlessly coiled around Su Tang's upper body, rendering her immobile. Sweet Tang, it is time you bore me a daughter, the snow-white python proclaimed with an air of triumph. Su Tang, both startled and bashful, found herself inexplicably yearning for something. Yet she was acutely aware that this was merely a dream. She chuckled softly to herself, reflecting on her 100 years of existence in this beastly realm. Having seen and endured much, her capacity for acceptance now soaring. How bold of her to dream of such an indiscreet union with a gigantic serpent. Or perhaps it was the impending approach of her demise that prompted her sons to insist on her agreeing to the marriage alliance with the Hound clan. Suddenly, the ethereal mist dissipated, and Su Tang jolted awake. Outside, her 3 sons had been kneeling for an indeterminate time, pleading earnestly. Mother, the rise and fall of our tribe rests solely in your hands. Dearest mother, we, your sons, act only with your best interests at heart. After all, you have surpassed a century and have yet to experience the joys of companionship. Mother, the son of the Hound clan's chief, Yuli, is said to be simple-minded. I shall strive to cultivate my strength and vanquish their kin, ensuring your swift return. Upon hearing this, Su Tang struck her chest in frustration, nearly choking on her indignation. Had she known this day would come, she would never have taken in these 3 troublesome boys. Decades of toil spent raising them, only to be schemed against in her twilight years. I refuse to go. Whoever wishes to, can go. Su Tang snapped, exasperated. You 3 shameless wretches. I still possess my dignity. Her eldest son, Daju, the strongest among them, possessed green-tier earth abilities and was the chieftain of the Squirrel clan. The second son, Damo, held yellow-tier wood abilities and bore the form of a deer. The youngest, Dagai, wielded yellow-tier wind abilities and was as swift as a chestnut horse. In the realm of spirit beasts, males ranked up to 9 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, earth, and heaven. The Hound clan's chief, Yu Xiao, stood at the pinnacle of the cyan tier, the strongest among the western orcs, and none dared to offend him. Of course, this was merely a privilege afforded to males. The overwhelming majority, 99.9%, of females lack spirit power and innate talent, living solely by the grace of males. Here, the birth rate of females was alarmingly low, and their mortality rate high. Each female was a precious asset within the tribe. During comingafage ceremonies, males would swarm around the females, unless a female was found to be entirely infertile. Such misfortune often relegated them to the fringes, with no male willing to take them as mates, leading either to starvation or a life of degradation. Sadly, during her own comingafage ceremony, Su Tang was assessed and found to possess 0 fertility. Fortunately, her arrival in this era had been early enough to forge a solid friendship with the likes of Fendai. Fendai and her beastly husbands had unconditionally supported Su Tang for decades, sparing her from a fate of disgrace. Thus, following the untimely demise of Fendai's family, Su Tang adopted the 3 children who would have been orphans, nurturing them as her own form of gratitude. Yet, at this moment, it seemed that gratitude had become a curse. Mother, we implore you, our Squirrel clan lacks any suitable females. Moreover, Yu Xiao has consulted the priest, who declared that his son must wed a female born during the celestial event of the dog eating the sun to restore his intellect. After searching through all 18 clans in our western region, you were his only option. Daju, as chieftain, bore the weight not only of his own fate, but that of the entire squirrel clan. He had no choice. 40 years prior, their clan had been invaded by demonic beasts, and it was the Hound clan that had graciously sheltered them. Under Tang's leadership, the Squirrel clan acquired numerous techniques scarce among the impoverished clans of the West, such as salt production, sugar refining, weaving, construction, and pottery. Seeing the Squirrel clan flourish, the Hound clan even established a renowned culinary city, profiting immensely from their collaboration. For 40 years, they had coexisted peacefully, their mutual interests thriving. Who would have thought that, for the sake of his only simple-minded son, Yu Xiao would resort to such shameless coercion? What was even more perplexing was that he would target a woman who was already buried in lust up to her neck. Tang found it incomprehensible and could hardly endure the indignation. Just as she was about to explode, a delicate voice from outside interrupted. "Diju, the priest of the Hound clan has arrived with the matchmaker and gift for the proposal." The matchmaker, known as the flower matron, was the equivalent of a modern-day matchmaker. Upon hearing this, Daju exchanged glances with his brothers, their expressions shifting to one of silent panic. After a moment, Daju swallowed hard and cautiously remarked, "Mother, you see, Yu Xiao is not jesting. Get out. Get out of here. You ungrateful wretches. I have wasted my life raising you." Before Daju could finish his sentence, Tang's furious voice cut him off as she hurled 2 coarse pillows from the bed towards the door without a second thought. Only after they had departed did she find a moment of respite. With a sense of despair, she stared at the tense ceiling. "Heavens, why am I still alive? Please let me die. I confess I once longed for immortality, but now I no longer wish for it. I have lived enough. I am weary of life. There are hardly any parts of me that remain intact. What kinship do I have to offer?" Ding! As she raised her hand to inspect her surroundings, she thought she heard the legendary electronic sound of the system. Tang. Did I mishear, or was that an illusion? Instinctively, she almost reached for a phone by her side. But having resided in this beastly realm for nearly a century and a half, she had long been forced to abandon electronic devices, her mind acutely aware that such things could not exist here. Could it be that her golden opportunity had finally arrived, albeit belatedly? Chapter 2. Only 3 days of life remaining. Hello, host. I'm the Childbirth System Zatsa, here to assist you in navigating this vibrant journey through the beastly realm. Tang jumped up, her legs quivering. What system? Host, the Childbirth System. Her eyes rolled as she swallowed hard. System, did you perhaps arrive decades too late? I am on the brink of death, and you show up now. A childbirth system at that. Is this some sort of jest? The system fell silent, as if harboring unspeakable secrets, before finally clearing its throat and stating, "Host, the system's energy is insufficient. Please expedite childbirth to replenish energy, otherwise the system may fall into eternal slumber and become unusable." Tang. This is utterly ridiculous. In exasperation, she slapped the bed. "I won't give birth. At my age, do you really think I can produce a child? And what do I gain from replenishing your energy? Whether you sleep or not is of no concern to me." System host ZZZZ. It sounded as if a Bluetooth headset was running low on battery. The system is incredibly powerful with sufficient energy, resurrection, and rejuvenation are within reach. Please, host, give birth as soon as possible. Beeping, the system's energy is depleted. Warning, warning, warning. After 3 alarm signals, no matter how much Tang called for the system, cursing it through generations, it remained unresponsive. The so-called Zatsa system had arrived, yet it felt as though it had never come at all. Tang numbly gazed at the gray items displayed in the light screen, along with the zero energy indicator. Although the items were gray and inaccessible, she could discern their identities. There were sanitary pads, safety shorts, shampoo, body wash, and also mouth-watering instant noodles, delectable duck necks, and Cherry's many things she cherished from her past life. Among them, one display was illuminated, the childbirth pill note, for host use only, unlimited, zero energy value. Even a fool would realize that she was now faced with 2 choices. 1. To wait for death while potentially turning against her 3 sons and risking coercion from the Hound clan. 2. To compromise with the system, sacrificing her dignity to bear children. If she could produce enough healthy offspring, she could not only regain her youth, but also exchange goods with the system, allowing her to live freely and comfortably even in this beastly realm. Surely, even a fool would choose the latter. After all, dying now wouldn't guarantee a chance to reincarnate back to the modern world. With a firm resolve, Su Tang's already wrinkled and aged hand slowly reached towards the Shengzi Dan. The Shengzi Dan must be consumed within an hour before mating, otherwise it would lose its efficacy. It does not enhance beauty or improve health, but guarantees a 100 pregnancy rate, so the host is advised not to treat it like candy. As Su Tang's hand grasped a handful of Shengzi Dan, a merciless message flashed across the system screen, startling Su Tang to the point where she nearly dropped everything she held. Godmother, our sons have returned. Suddenly, a loud shout from outside caused Su Tang to drop all the Shengzi Dan, which vanished from sight in an instant. Before she could ponder where the Shengzi Dan had gone, the door was forcefully swung open. 3 tall and robust sons knelt in unison before her bed. Godmother, we have made a decision. We resolutely refuse to succumb to the threats of Yu Shao. From this day forth, no matter how he intimidates us, we will not agree to sacrifice you. Indeed, it's not as if we can't survive elsewhere if we are driven out. With you, Godmother, we will strive harder at worst. We can start anew. After all, 40 years ago, they had done it once before. Back then, the squirrel tribe enjoyed abundant resources, living in comfort, and was on the verge of becoming a model tribe in the Western District. Unfortunately, due to a stroke of bad luck with a beast tide, their home was tragically destroyed. Moreover, the tribe lacked skilled warriors at that time. There wasn't even a single green tier warrior, but now they had green tier warriors and even 2 yellow tier ones. Indeed, it was Damo and Dage. Among other warriors, there were several red tier and orange tier fighters, with the tribe's total population exceeding 500,500 males and 50 females. With such a formidable tribal force, they would not easily be overwhelmed by others. Thus, Daju clenched his fist firmly, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes as he bowed his head to Su Tang. Godmother, previously, I was blinded by my obsession with the tribe's safety. However, no matter how important the safety of my kin is, it pales in comparison to you. Damo nodded. Exactly. We were raised with your care and love. Even the tribe has benefited immensely from you. Surely the tribesmen will understand your position. That pack of bees from the Hound tribe. Once I strengthen my power, the first thing you'll do is smash that old dog Yu Shao's head. Su Tang replied, aside from smashing their heads, do you have any other strategies? Su Tang's overly calm reaction left a rat, a deer, and a horse momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend her response. After a brief pause, they suddenly looked up in unison. Godmother, you're not angry anymore? Su Tang recalled the system and the various treasures it offered, including the Shengzi Dan, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she stammered, Godmother isn't that angry. Actually, her words left the 3 beasts exchanging glances, their expressions filled with bewilderment. Were they worried that Su Tang might be too upset and had lost her wits? Suddenly, the second son Damo crawled a few steps forward, tearfully clutching Su Tang's leg. Godmother, don't be like this. We know we have wronged you. We have been ungrateful and foolish. How can we think of urging you to marry at your age? We were wrong. Seeing this, Daju and Dage also knelt and moved closer. Godmother, if there is blame, let it be on me. I was only focused on the safety of the tribe and forgot that you have been unwavering in your support during my training, allowing me to break through to green tier and become the tribe's sole green tier leader. I'm not human, Daju exclaimed, slapping himself twice in frustration. Su Tang's eyelids twitched, but she did not intervene. After all, it wasn't exactly an insult, he was simply acknowledging the truth. Among the 3 sons, the eldest was sturdy, the second was sweet-tongued, and the third, though foolish, possessed a hint of cleverness. While the first 2 brothers were busy sweet-talking Su Tang or admitting their mistakes, the third brother took his time, carefully observing Su Tang's expression before cautiously probing. Could it be, Godmother, that your sudden calmness means you are willing to go to the Hound tribe for a marriage alliance? Su Tang momentarily froze, her lips twitching uncontrollably. The voices of conversation and weeping in the room came to an abrupt halt. Several pairs of eyes, though unable to stare openly, furtively scrutinized Su Tang. With gritted teeth, Su Tang sighed. It's not entirely out of the question. What? The three brothers jumped up in shock, covering their noses, eyes, and mouths, unable to believe what they had just heard. 5 minutes later, they exited Su Tang's room for the second time. Damo, still shaken, glanced back, lowering his voice. What's going on? Has Godmother lost her mind? Dage retorted, if anyone's gone mad, it's because of you. Damo bristled at this, glaring at him. What? You're not angry? Who let slip that Yuli is a fool? Honestly, pretending to be a big shot. Daju frowned in distress. Enough arguing. What do we do now? Do we listen to Godmother or not? For the first time, he felt the weight of existence pressing down upon him. Earlier, when Godmother had refused, he had worried about the tribe's disintegration or being driven out, facing an uncertain future and a difficult existence. While the males could manage with a bit of persuasion, how could the females and young survive the harshness of the wild? But now that Godmother had truly consented, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. He feared that Godmother might not be willing, but was sacrificing herself for the sake of everyone else. If that were the case, he would feel even lower than a pig or a dog. In truth, they were overthinking it. Su Tang was indeed willing. Rather than facing the reality of her own aging and the multitude of wrinkles that could trap flies, wouldn't it be easier for the Hound tribe to provide her with a beast husband? Even if she became pregnant, there would be an explanation. It would save her from being labeled as an old woman without self-respect, wouldn't it? Resolute in her decision, Su Tang quickly regained her usual lively and slightly lazy demeanor the following day, even pondering whether the Hound tribe would take a full 14 days to come for her. After all, she felt invigorated. She craved instant noodles, hamburgers, spicy strips, and wished for her skin to regain its youthful glow. To this end, Su Tang began climbing mountains daily to exercise. At her age, she couldn't do much else, but improving her stamina was necessary, wasn't it? After all, Yuli was a fool and perhaps wouldn't even know how to consummate, leaving her to fend for herself. However, on the 5th day of her climbing, Su Tang instinctively summoned the system panel to confirm her efforts weren't in vain, only to be shocked by the message indicating her lifespan: 3 days. Especially the glaring 3, which seemed to count down like a ticking time bomb. Su Tang felt a chill run down her spine, and a dreadful premonition settled in her heart. Could it be that she wouldn't even wait the full 14 days? No wonder she had been feeling breathless at night lately. With trembling hands, Su Tang extended her finger to gently tap the number 3. The panel promptly displayed an explanatory message. Host lifespan is limited to 3 days. Please conceive as soon as possible. Upon conception, the countdown to life can be paused. Su Tang. Oh no, this means she must immediately find a man to fulfill her needs, doesn't it? Looking around at the desolate mountains and wilderness, where could she find a man? Feeling despondent, as she mentally reviewed all the tribesmen to see if she could salvage a man to engage with, she noticed a dark, mysterious cave 50 meters away, seemingly beckoning her with some strange allure. Chapter 3. Die without a mate. At 118 years of age, Su Tang was nearly regarded as the ancestral elder of the tribe. Within the Mouse clan, there were hardly any who were older than she. Even her 3 adopted sons had already entered their late middle age, with the youngest, Dagai, being 72 years old this year. However, due to the males possessing spiritual power, they appeared to be only about half their actual age. Once spiritual power ascended to the green tier, it could effectively control the aging process, thereby extending one's lifespan. As she cautiously made her way into the cave with the aid of her walking stick. Su Tang detected a strong scent of blood. Her aged eyes narrowed as she beheld a large, disheveled beastman sprawled on a large stone bed deeper within. The creature had a notably round and large head, with long whiskers, resembling a tiger. Emma. Su Tang gasped in shock, nearly dropping the tree root she had picked up as a weapon. After all, tiger beastmen were a rare sight in the western district. Even the tiger beasts seldom ventured into the western region for prey, as their small, poultry-like inhabitants, mice, ducks, and rabbits, offered scant sustenance. Tiger beastmen held a high status, residing primarily in the eastern district, where the affluent lived, in stark contrast to the poorer western district. With this thought in mind, Su Tang mustered her courage and approached the large tiger lying on the stone bed. her heart racing with trepidation. Who wouldn't be nervous? As an old squirrel, she would likely be devoured whole without a moment's notice. Upon drawing closer, her expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, the great tiger bore a severe wound on its abdomen. The gaping injury nearly the length of her forearm, with pink intestines visible within. The tiger's fur was a mix of golden and white, and a particularly prominent tuft of golden fur on its forehead. The size of a fist added an unexpectedly endearing quality, making one wish to reach out and touch it. This audacious thought emerged from who knows where, and Tang, emboldened, actually reached out to stroke it. Instantly, several lines of text flashed on her interface. Eaming white tiger, purple tier wind element, physically robust, mate recommended. Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Was the system suggesting that she take this enormous white tiger as her mate? Wasn't that a rather significant interspecies leap? The crucial point was that the tiger was currently in beast form, lying helplessly on the stone bed due to its abdominal injury. Tang swallowed hard. Could this truly work? But if she did not find a mate, would she not perish as well? Only 3 days remained. The thought rendered her numb, and her legs buckled, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Time passed in a blur, and when she finally regained her focus and glanced at the stone bed again, the once golden and white tiger had transformed into a robust human form. He was strikingly handsome, with chiseled features that exuded youth and vitality. His muscular chest and long, model-like legs were indeed impressive. Regrettably, his eyes remained tightly shut, and the wound on his abdomen was a vivid crimson, suggesting he might not last much longer. If she were truly desperate, he would be unaware of her intentions, freeing her from any obligations. This thought seemed rather appealing. However, as Tang leaned in closer, her hand resting on his waistband, the great tiger suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pupils shone a brilliant gold, startling Tang into a flustered retreat, causing her to stumble backward in a panic. Fleeing faster than a rabbit, she ran 2 miles before finally pausing, breathless and clutching her chest. Goodness, that nearly scared the life out of this old mouse. Was he truly alive or merely feigning death? That night, Tang tossed and turned, lamenting her dwindling lifespan of only 3 days. In the mortifying incident from earlier, she likely achieved no more than an hour of effective sleep. At dawn, Tang jolted upright in bed, her face pale. The number 3 on the system panel had unmistakably changed to 2. This meant she had less than 48 hours to live. Panic seized her. It was clear that the fear of death was universal. How absurd it was that just days ago, she had declared to the heavens that she was tired of living. Leaping from bed, she hastily donned her simple clothing and shoes, racing towards the cave she had come to know so well over the past 40 years. Every blade of grass and tree was familiar to her. Initially, her kin lived in caves, either natural formations or those they had excavated, until she taught them to fell trees and construct houses using mortise and tenon joints. Leaving the caves abandoned, upon entering the cave, the familiar surroundings greeted her, unchanged from the previous day. Even the large tiger's position on the bed remained unrefined. His chest rose and fell slightly, allowing Tang to confirm he was still alive. However, the wound appeared as gruesome as ever, to the point where she could scarcely bear to look at it again. Yet, she had no choice but to confront it, and she had come prepared with bone needles and thread to stitch the tiger's wound, considering it a form of compensation for her borrowed seeds. Additionally, she had brought along some dried herbs, ground into powder, which were quite valuable outside, though they were manageable for her. After all, her knowledge of natural sciences allowed her to recognize common herbs, and processing them for later use was not burdensome. Occasionally, she sold them to outsiders for a handsome profit. I will now tend to your wound. I cannot guarantee you will survive, but at least you won't die in such a grotesque manner. With that, Tang swiftly threaded the needle, sewing the man's gaping wound shut as if mending a burlap sack. It was said that during a cesarean section, 7 layers needed to be stitched for quicker healing. So she emulated this, layer by layer, until she finally completed the task, utterly exhausted and barely able to stand. She leaned against the stone bed, gasping for breath before reaching into her coarse cloth bag to retrieve a grain cake, generously offering a portion to the great tiger on the bed. Unfortunately, he showed no reaction, his brow furrowed, though it seemed to relax slightly. After finishing her grain cake and sipping some spring water, Tang felt her fatigue lessen considerably. Upon rising, she noticed another grain cake resting on the tiger's chest, untouched. For some reason, a wave of sympathy washed over her. Logically, he was a purple tier wind element tiger beast man, endowed with formidable spiritual power and belonging to a distinguished lineage. Why was he alone, struggling in such a dire state? Had he been pursued by enemies? Or had he failed at tribulation? It was rumored that the higher the tier, the greater the trials encountered during ascension. Certain special tears even attracted heavenly tribulations. Su Tang was unsure which category the tiger beastman fell into, nor did she care to investigate further. Instead, she took the grain cake, crumbled it bit by bit, and added it to her water pouch. Once the grain cake had fully dissolved into a paste-like consistency, Su Tang brought the pouch to the tiger's lips, aiding him in consuming the mixture bit by bit. After completing these tasks, Su Tang exhaled deeply, her demeanor fully relaxed. Well, I have done what I must. Now it is your turn to offer me a little recompense, if you please. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to accommodate your feelings. However, I may be somewhat limited. With that, Su Tang retrieved several fertility pills from the system, swallowing them without water, taking them all in one go. One would suffice, but just to be safe, she consumed a few extra. Chapter 4. Physical labor time slipped away, and night fell. Su Tang found herself in tears. It was so difficult to simply survive. Why was she being subjected to such torment? It must be the fault of that wretched system. Had it not lost its way, she would not have been bound to it a century and a half late. If only she had been in her 20s, just stepping into adulthood, this physical labor would not have daunted her. After a brief respite, Su Tang cautiously approached the great tiger to check on his condition, discovering he had not awakened from her efforts. Rather, he seemed to be in a deeper slumber. After this realization, her anxiety eased completely. That night, she kept vigil over the great tiger, uncomfortably resting on a pile of grass. She thought to herself that if this did not work out, she could always try again. Fortunately, the next morning, the familiar electronic voice of the system filled the air, announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully conceived, with a gestation period of 30 days." Su Tang's eyes shot open in astonishment. Had she really become pregnant so soon? Yes, host, and you are expecting twins. The system has granted an energy reward in advance, which is why I was able to awaken. Upon hearing this, Su Tang summoned the interface, and, indeed, the energy bar had restored to 10. Curious, she inquired, "When will your energy reach 100, and when can I freely purchase items from the showcase?" The system paused before responding, "Host, energy value increases exponentially, starting from an initial value of 100 for every 10 units. Su Tang's mind went blank. It had been far too long since she had dealt with mathematics, and she could not grasp it immediately. In the next moment, she could not help but draw a sharp breath. Exponential growth? Indeed, the next 10 requires 1,000 energy points, and the following 10 needs 10,000 energy points, and so forth. Su Tang began to count on her fingers, despairing. In essence, the first 10 was the square of 10, while the second was the cube of 10, meaning 100 would equate to a staggering 100 billion. Su Tang was utterly despondent, feeling completely devoid of hope. The system hurriedly reassured her, "Do not fear. Host, our ultimate task is to fill the energy bar. As long as my energy value remains above 10, you can use the system normally. Shopping and protection will not be affected. However, if the energy value falls below 10, I will enter a dormant state like before." Su Tang nodded, realizing that it wasn't as terrifying as she had initially thought. Soon, her gaze was drawn to several illuminated display windows, among which was instant noodles that she had not tasted in decades, making her mouth water. There were also small necessities like rice, oil, and salt. As she scrolled down, she spotted a maternity dress and a box of healing elixirs. The healing elixir was the most expensive, requiring 60 energy points, while the maternity dress cost 26 energy points, and the instant noodles were merely 3 energy points. With her hard-earned 100 energy points, she could only illuminate these inexpensive display windows, leaving the others still gray and unattainable. Su Tang pointed to the healing elixir and inquired, "What is this used for?" As the name implies, it is for healing. For instance, it can be used on the beastman behind the host who is injured. You need not worry about its efficacy. The elixirs produced by the system are of a quality identical to that of the childbirth elixirs. The system explained. So it can cure anything? Su Tang pondered morally, thinking she ought to buy the healing elixir for the big tiger, for without him, she would not have earned these energy points. Yet she was conflicted. There were many things she desired, such as the lingerie set priced at 30 energy points, which she fancied, and she also yearned for the 10 energy points Bawang Chaji milk tea. If she refrained from purchasing the healing elixir, the remaining 60 energy points could be spent however she pleased. After struggling for a while, Su Tang ultimately spent 89 energy points to buy 3 items: the healing elixir, the maternity dress, and the instant noodles. Yes, she could not escape the nagging guilt within her for purchasing the healing elixir for the big tiger, who had shared a night of intimacy with her. She then discarded the mushy contents of her water pouch, cleaned it thoroughly, refilled it with spring water, and offered it to the big tiger. Having done this, Su Tang felt that they were even. With a light heart, She caressed her belly, which now held her precious cargo, and returned to the tribe with her belongings. She did not rush to change into the maternity dress. Nor did she hasten to eat the instant noodles. Good things should be savored, and the pleasure would be doubled. Besides, if she changed into the maternity dress now and encountered acquaintances on the way, it would be hard to explain. After all, the maternity dress in the system was akin to a top-tier silk brand, smooth and cool, incomparable to the coarse linen produced by her tribe. Even if it were the tattered linen from their mouse tribe, it would still be the most sought-after item for miles around. Tang felt exhilarated, walking with grace, completely unaware that shortly after her departure, the wound on the big tiger's abdomen, which she had stitched up to resemble a twisted centipede, was rapidly healing at a visible speed. Before long, Su slowly opened his eyes, his golden irises ablaze like the evening glow. The corners of his mouth curled into a sly smile. A female? So kind-hearted and gentle, with good stamina. She must be quite young and beautiful, right? These two little ones have a gestation period of only 30 days. Upon returning home, Tang locked the door and decisively changed into the maternity dress. Comfortably lying on the bed.as for the instant noodles, she planned to eat them after dark when everyone was asleep, to avoid the overpowering aroma that would surely attract her 3 gluttonous sons. The system, unaware that Tang was talking to herself, responded, "Indeed, the host is a mouse tribe beast man. Mice have a gestation period ranging from 20 to 30 days and can conceive 6 to 8 times a year. Such conditions are truly exceptional. I, the system, have finally tied myself to the right person." Tang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you mean you've made mistakes before? Having lived as a squirrel for over a century." She naturally understood the reproductive abilities of the mouse tribe. However, that was merely theoretical. In reality, the fertility of female mice wasn't as robust as one would imagine. Her friend, Fendai, could be considered quite fertile, having given birth to only 3 children, Dezu, Deemo, and Degai, in 20 years of marriage. She had never encountered the legendary tales of giving birth to 8 at once. It was evident that there was a significant gap between beast men and beasts, more like a blend of beasts and humans. Coughing slightly, she thought it best not to dwell on the past. Rest assured, during this period, I will fully activate the system's highest level of protection to safeguard both the host and the fetus. The system assured, these 2 children are not only Tang's lifeline but also mine. Otherwise, if I continue to have 0 performance, I shall be obliterated and vanish forever. Tang pursed her lips. This fellow was still being evasive. One day, she would uncover all its secrets. At this moment, Tang had a greater curiosity. "Tang, all this talk about giving birth, I forgot to ask you, when can I become young again?" Chapter 5. First Pregnancy. 2. Tang had already grasped how to purchase items and understood the benefits of childbirth. However, she was still puzzled about how all this related to becoming young again. Could it be that behind the system's display windows, there existed elixirs that could reverse aging? With this thought, Tang felt it was quite plausible. Thus, her little hands began to swiftly rummage through the marketplace. But this marketplace was akin to Taobao. How could she possibly sift through everything? Soon, her keen eye spotted the search bar. Tang chuckled gleefully, grinning like a mouse that had just pilfered a sack of rice. However, when she searched for the term reverse aging, a blank page appeared, showing that such an elixir did not exist. Tang's face turned sour, glaring at the void. "System, you better not be deceiving me, or I will take you down with me." While saying this, she cradled her belly as a form of coercion. The system, sensing the host's fiery temperament, quickly responded, "No, host, each time you give birth, you are rewarded with years. Generally, a regular child grants you 5 years, while a child with better qualifications grants you 10 years, and so forth. Additionally, you can also exchange energy points for days of lifespan at a 1:1 ratio." Tang began to grasp the meaning. For instance, the 89 energy points she had spent today could indeed be exchanged for 89 days of lifespan. Correct. Indeed. Host, why didn't you mention this earlier? I could have exchanged for lifespan instead of buying a bunch of unnecessary items. Especially that healing elixir. Now that I have children, why bother about their father's well-being? The system silently lamented. "Host, you are currently pregnant, and your life timer has paused. So exchanging for 89 days of lifespan is not particularly meaningful. Once you successfully give birth, you will receive a minimum of 10 years of lifespan for the 2 children, which will also make you 10 years younger. Isn't that more cost-effective than using energy points?" Tang contemplated this carefully and realized it made sense. Instantly, her spirits lifted, and she sprang up from the bed. "Demo, bring some hot water for me." She was about to indulge in instant noodles. Even if instant noodles were not the healthiest for the fetus, eating just one pack shouldn't matter too much, right? Tang thought hopefully. Host, instant noodles are junk food and are prohibited during pregnancy. I suggest you consume pure, natural meats and fruits for better nourishment, the system advised. Tang's eyes widened in surprise, but before she could explode, the system quickly added, considering this is your first time and your deep-seated nostalgia for your hometown, feel free to indulge. I will automatically remove the harmful components from the instant noodles, retaining only the beneficial elements. Tang smiled slyly. Now that sounds more reasonable. At that moment, Mo had already brought in the water in a wooden bucket. Hearing Tang speak, he expressed his confusion. Ganyang, who are you talking to? Tang was taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly. Oh, no one. Just talking to myself. Mo's eyelids twitched. Clearly, Ganyang was not in her right mind. Isn't she getting old? Will she be bullied after marrying into the hunting dog tribe? Tang was oblivious to his thoughts as she accepted the warm water from his hands, feeling it wasn't hot enough. She said, no, it's not hot enough. Go reboil it in a ceramic pot until it bubbles before bringing it to me. Mo placed the warm water at her feet, scratching his head. Isn't it for washing up? Tang shook her head. No, I'm using it to brew tea. Hurry up. Mo, being a yellow level wood type beast man, found it easy to use wood to start a fire, so it was convenient to have him boil water. Unfortunately, the mouse tribe had almost no fire-type beastmen. Otherwise, it would be even easier to use fire. As she closed the door, the voice of Dagai, the third son, came from the kitchen, still boiling. All right, I'll use wind to help you stoke the fire. This way, it will boil faster. Dagai was of the wind element, while the Zu was the most common earth element. From the moment Tang had traversed to this place, she had envied the innate spiritual power of male beastmen. Their natural talents. As the saying goes, being strong is the true strength. She did not wish to be a passive flower sheltered by a male. Perhaps sensing Tang's thoughts, the system contemplated for a moment and said, Host, there is no need to feel disheartened. Male beastmen can cultivate and grow stronger because they are inherently blessed with spiritual foundations. The spiritual foundation is akin to a 9-tiered pagoda, when they circulate their spiritual power to absorb spiritual energy. Filling each layer of the pagoda from the bottom up will elevate their strength by 1 tier. The reason why the vast majority of females cannot cultivate is due to their lack of spiritual foundations. Tang somewhat understood, but she knew that the system would not explain without reason. Unable to resist, she raised her bright eyes, gazing earnestly at the virtual panel in the air, noticing Tang's keen interest. The system became somewhat excited. Indeed, host, if you can give birth to a high-quality fetus and contribute 30 energy points to the system, I can apply to my superiors to implant a spiritual foundation in your body. Implant a spiritual foundation? Tang's eyes widened uncontrollably. Oh, my dear system, does this mean what I think it does? Wouldn't that make me a female with a spiritual foundation? To understand, females with a fertility level above 6 are already able to enjoy the treatment befitting a princess within the tribe. Those with a fertility level of 8 are directly bestowed the title of sacred females of the tribe. Furthermore, females endowed with spiritual abilities alongside high fertility are esteemed as being second only to the tribe's leader, earning the revered title of super sacred female. Even the words of the tribe leader hold less weight than those of a super sacred female. Such individuals are entitled to the privileges of nobility in the holy city, receiving subsidies and exemption from tribal taxes, thereby securing immense prosperity for the tribe. Thus, the power of a super sacred female surpasses that of the tribe leader. However, in the past century, Tang had only heard of one such extraordinary female. Not from their western district 18, but from the northern 4, who seemingly took the form of a purple sable. Tang's mouth, resembling a blossoming chrysanthemum, momentarily gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom that one day she too could be revered as a super sacred female, admired by thousands. After all, for over a century, she had been regarded as a barren female, unwelcomed by males. Even though she had adopted 3 children, those around her continued to gossip maliciously. This situation began to improve only when the tribe faced a beast wave, and her son Dazu ascended to the position of tribe leader. Nowadays, when the tribe's people encounter her, most merely comment on her having raised 3 fine sons. Yet, she bears the surname Su, with the given name Tang. Her identity as Tang extends beyond being merely someone's mother. Reflecting on these thoughts, Tang felt her eyes welling with tears. She slowly clenched her aged hand into a fist, resolutely declaring, I will strive to bear children and guide them to the pinnacle of beast kind. In the blink of an eye, 15 days passed, and Tang's belly had visibly grown, even clad in a maternity dress. The swell was discernible. She could fabricate an excuse about her attire to deceive her three naive sons, but the size of her belly was a challenge to hide. Thus, Tang resolved to venture out for her confinement. As she occasionally gathered herbs in the mountains, often spending half a month or even a month away, accustomed to her children's routines. However, as Tang earnestly spoke while attempting to suck in her belly, her second son Imo was the first to reveal a skeptical expression. "Godmother, you aren't thinking of eloping, are you?" Chapter 6. Going to the mountains to give birth. A mouse enters the tiger's den. Guy swung his arm vigorously, slamming his fist onto the wooden table. "Godmother, you need not flee. We owe nothing to the Hound clan, but if you wish to marry, then marry. If not, we can simply fight it out." This mischievous boy had always been enamored with training and fighting, showing little interest in anything else. Consequently, despite the efforts of the eldest, Dazoo, and the second son, Imo, to find suitable partners for them, Dazoo and his partner Ailin already had 2 children. Although Imo and his partner Duofen were childless, their marital bond remained strong, with both Ailin and Duofen content with just one beastly husband. Whether they were unwilling to seek more partners or simply lacked the courage remained uncertain. As a godmother, Tang did not meddle in the affairs of these young couples. Her primary concern had been the youngest, who showed no interest in companionship, fixated solely on ascension. However, now preoccupied with her own matters, she had little time to spare for Dagai's trivial concerns. With an irritable glare, she retorted, "What have I taught you over the years? A beast must not speak without integrity. Since I, your godmother, have given my word, I shall not flee. Over the years, have you ever seen me fail to fulfill a promise? Why would she escape?" She needed to accumulate 30 energy points to plant the spiritual foundation. At that point, she could be a warrior on the front lines, commanding the winds and rains, no longer cowering behind the base, anxiously awaiting news of her children's battles. Upon hearing this, Imo felt a wave of shame wash over him for doubting his godmother. He lowered his head, murmuring, "I did not." Dazoo patted his brother's shoulder and addressed Tang, then, "Godmother, please be cautious while in the mountains." Dagai flexed his biceps, declaring, "If you find yourself unable to move, call for me at any time. I will be quicker than lightning to come to your aid." With swift legs and wind-based talent, Dagai was indeed remarkably agile. Tang spent a considerable time giving her instructions. Feeling somewhat reluctant to leave her sons behind. In the span of a century, she had seldom been away from them for long periods. This time, she was uncertain if she would return on schedule. Rising, Tang donned her bamboo-woven backpack and swiftly departed, turning her back to her 3 sons as she assured them, "Do not worry. Your godmother will certainly return before the appointed time with the Hound clan." 50 days had passed. She had wasted 5 days, spent 2 days in pregnancy, had a 30-day gestation period, and would require another 10 days for recovery post-birth. Tang was confident that, with the system in place, she would manage her time effectively. She was not concerned about the notion of being a first-time mother. In the beast realm, it was quite acceptable for males to share a partner. Was there truly a need for an abhorrent obsession with virginity? Such nonsense. In the cave, Baisu's injuries had nearly healed. He attempted to call upon his spiritual energy, summoning a gust of wind that swiftly tidied the chaotic cave, revealing a gleam of satisfaction in his golden eyes. He had a premonition that the female would ascend the mountain soon, allowing him to see her again. Initially, he had intended to seek her out after she departed. However, in addition to the wound on his abdomen, he had been afflicted by a troublesome poison, consuming the past half-month in efforts to detoxify himself. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. He had ample time to find his dream female. The gentle voice of the little female resonated within him, her kindness not only healing his wounds but also nourishing him and helping him fend off the cold. Without her assistance, he might not have survived this ordeal. Thus, it was imperative to locate the little female, forge a bond with her, and bring her into his family. Of course, if she was unwilling to leave her home, he would consider alternative methods. Tang remained unaware that the great tiger atop the mountain had neither perished nor departed. It awaited her to unwittingly walk into its clutches. Nonetheless, she was not foolish and deliberately chose to ascend in the opposite direction of the cave, thereby avoiding any encounter with the great tiger she had once tainted. The system chuckled softly, "Host, you need not fear. Males in the beast realm are typically quite tender towards females and would not harbor resentment simply because you were strong or bore his offspring." Having spent nearly a century in the beast realm, Tang understood precisely how males generally treated females. They would go to great lengths to pamper them, just like her daughters-in-law, Ailin and Duofen, who lived in comfort, with her sons shouldering the burdens of household chores and childcare. When it came to food, they would always allow the females and young ones to select the most tender and delicious portions first. contentedly consuming the remnants. If a female expressed a desire for something, they would tirelessly go out of their way to procure it, never perceiving it as a burden. During childbirth, they would kneel and pray to the beast god, martyring their lives for the safety of mother and child. Yet, this was only under normal circumstances. As Su Tang struggled to ascend the mountain, her strength waning, she huffed to herself, "Oh, you truly believe that if a being significantly older than you, perhaps even 100 years, were to violate you, you would feel no aversion? If she were young and encountered a decrepit old man, it would surely be utterly revolting." Naturally, the great tiger was likely not merely in its teens. With the longevity of beast men, maturity was considered at 28, and the great tiger clearly exhibited characteristics of adulthood. With this thought, some of Su Tang's guilt began to dissipate. The system suddenly fell silent, leaving her in prolonged suspense, prompting her to scoff disdainfully. "Ha! What a virtue!" After climbing for a while, Su Tang discovered a suitable cave. The entrance, long uninhabited, had become overgrown with thorns and adorned with delicate, unknown lavender flowers, perfectly concealing her presence from any lurking beasts. Moreover, she had come well prepared, bringing enough provisions for 20 days and potions to mask her scent, allowing her to focus solely on her impending confinement. Furthermore, the system had assured her that the highest level of protective measures was activated, meaning that should they encounter any beasts, it would be the beasts who would find themselves unfortunate. As soon as Su Tang stepped into the cave and set her belongings down, the system began to express its dissatisfaction. "Host, you cannot sustain yourself on these nutrient-deficient biscuits in the latter stages of pregnancy. Listen to me. Hunt some game, gather some fruits. The better you eat, the more nutrients your child will absorb, making it easier to give birth to a child endowed with talent. A talented child means higher energy points, allowing you to achieve your goals more swiftly, does it not?" Su Tang, now advanced in age, felt fatigued after merely a bit of labor, sitting on a stone inside the cave, panting. "What did you say? Hunt game, gather fruits. Look at me. It's not that I would hunt game, but rather the game would hunt me. And I certainly wouldn't gather fruits. Instead, the fruits would be making a free fall onto me." In any case, she had no intention of concerning herself with nutrition. Her priority was merely to endure this pregnancy. As for the next one, once she accrued enough energy points, she could purchase nutritional supplements from the system. The system continued its endless chatter, but Su Tang paid it no heed, resolutely choosing to ignore it. As she prepared to lie down on the bed, the system resigned itself to a lesser alternative. "How about this, host? Could you at least step to the cave entrance for some fresh air? The damp and confined environment of this cave contains certain harmful gases that may not affect a normal person but could be detrimental to the sensitive fetus." Irritated, Su Tang stood up and stomped her foot. "Ah, you are truly bothersome." With a roar, she resignedly stepped out of the cave, her eyes scanning the surroundings in search of a place to sit. After all, Su Tang was inherently lazy. If she could sit, she would never stand, and if she could lie down, she would never sit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent a full 40 years possessing the knowledge of a modern individual, only managing to develop her tribe to a slightly more advanced state. If it were another female protagonist from a different story, she would have long since unified the measurements and brought the world under her rule. Just as Su Tang settled down, a gust of wind blew through, nearly knocking the breath out of her. The loose strands of hair she had casually tied up were scattered by the breeze. Strangely enough, despite her age, her hair was of remarkably high quality, glossy and smooth, a striking contrast to her years, and it was an unusual milky white among the beast men, reminiscent of the clouds at dusk. The gentle breeze caressed her soft hair, releasing a faint fragrance. Across the cave, Baisu was halfway through preparing his hunt when he intended to treat the little female, should she ascend the mountain, to the tenderest loin of the spotted deer. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a delicate aroma, his nose twitching instinctively. In an instant, he moved, finding himself outside the cave. His dazzling golden eyes swept around like radar, soon locking onto Su Tang's direction. Unbeknownst to her, beastmen possessed an acute sense of their own bloodline, and for males of higher spiritual power, this ability was magnified exponentially. Baisu, being of the purple tier, was undoubtedly a formidable presence on this continent. Not only could he detect the scent from the cave, but even from miles away, he could discern the essence of his progeny. Chapter 7. You carry my offspring and yet wish to depart. Realizing he had offspring, Baisu was momentarily stunned, or rather, he was overwhelmed by the familiar scent from his dreams, finding it hard to believe that the little female was carrying his child. Just once, was her fertility truly that formidable? Yet, he was engulfed in a joy that left him somewhat flustered. Clapping his hands against his thighs, he surveyed his surroundings, uncertain of what to bring to express his excitement and gratitude to Su Tang. In this beastly world, females were scarce. Many frail, and with low fertility, making it exceedingly difficult for males to pass on their lineage. To what extent was it difficult? It could be said that among 100 males, only 2 or 3 might have offspring. Particularly, males with higher spiritual power and talent found it even harder to mate with ordinary females due to their more selective genes, leading to a lower rate of inheritance. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, earth, sky. The higher the tier. Especially the last 3 were often recognized as the lineage of extinction. In a mere few hundred years or even thousands, the birth of a new bloodline was a rarity. The older generations could live for over 1,000 years. Yet sometimes, the absence of heirs was not due to a desire to die, but rather out of fear of death. Baisu was of the purple tier, a genuine lineage of extinction, and thus, the moment he sensed Su Tang's pregnancy, the exhilaration he felt was beyond words that he could hardly wait. He was no longer concerned whether Su Tang was beautiful. He simply needed to find the little female quickly, bring her back to his clan, and conduct the bonding ceremony, dedicating himself to her side as they nurtured their offspring together. Surely, the clan would be stirred by this news. With that thought, Baisu's figure darted away like the wind. In the dense forest, filled with towering ancient trees, the rustling of leaves was the only sound, concealing any trace of human presence. Though Baisu moved swiftly, he did not forget to bring along the half-prepared spotted deer. Indeed, his talent lay in both wind and space, making him a dual-element purple-tier tiger beastman. He had only recently broken through to the purple tier, having faced a thunder calamity, and at a critical moment, he had been schemed against, succumbing to a deadly poison. Had he not broken through just before the poison took effect, he would likely have met his Su Tang, languidly leaning against the cave wall. Breathed in the fresh air, her eyes gently closed. The heat was intense, as it was the warm season in the beast world, and the sultry winds made it nearly impossible for her heart to settle. Moreover, since her pregnancy, her body temperature had risen slightly. She secretly resolved to enjoy another 10 minutes of this respite before retreating back to the cool cave for some sleep. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she jolted with alertness. Zatsa, play Suspended for me. Zatsa, host, listening to music also requires energy. Your current energy is insufficient. If I play it, I will fall into a deep sleep. Did you not say to nurture the fetus scientifically? Su Tang retorted confidently. I urgently need musical prenatal education. Does this not count as a form of scientific nurturing? Go on, communicate with your superiors. It's merely a song. Don't be so stingy. Zatsa fell silent, and Su Tang guessed he must be in communication. Thus, she happily hummed the tune of Suspended while awaiting the system's response. It had been 100 or 80 years since she last heard pop music. She used to be an avid listener, never without her headphones, whether on the bus or while doing homework. Before long, Zatsa returned. Apologies, host, I couldn't secure Suspended. Only Planting Flowers is available. Would you like to listen? Su Tang, eyes still closed, rolled her eyes at the non-existent situation. Well, having something is better than nothing. As soon as she finished speaking, the rhythm of the music played in her ears. In truth, it could hardly be classified as music. For it went like this. In what kind of garden do we dig, dig, dig? What kind of seeds do we plant? What kind of flowers do we bloom? Instinctively, Su Tang followed along in a small garden. We dig, 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 planting little seeds to bloom little flowers. In a big garden, we dig, dig, dig. But as she sang, she felt something was off. Was the wind gone? Had it stopped? Su Tang opened her eyes in surprise, only to be startled by a sharply defined, unrealistically handsome face, causing her to leap up in shock. Instantly, her legs turned to jelly, her mouth opened wide, instinctively wanting to scream, yet no sound escaped her lips. As her body began to slide downward, Baisu keenly sensed her unusual behavior, furrowing his brow as he reached out to grasp her arm firmly. His golden eyes shimmered with a chilling depth. Are you the female who saved me that day? Why do you look so old? You appear as if you're on the verge of entering a coffin. Baisu's handsome brow furrowed tightly. Realizing the situation before him was quite different from his fantasies, he even felt an impulse to turn and leave. Yet, the overwhelming sense of bloodline connection kept his feet grounded, as if weighed down by lead. Even if the little female had transformed into an elderly version of herself, his dreamlike companion turned into a withered crone, he could not abandon his bloodline. Aye. Su Tang's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Baisu, uncharacteristically stuttering. How did he find her? Wasn't he a tiger? How could he track her down better than a hunting dog? Sensing Baisu's growing impatience, Su Tang steeled her resolve, grabbing his arm like a sycophant. Tiger brother, I apologize. Everything that day was unavoidable. Please don't kill me. My flesh is tough and unpalatable. Baisu instinctively took a deep breath. He did not know whether he was inhaling the sin of Su Tang's desperation or reacting to her calling him tiger brother. After a moment, he broke free from her grasp. When did I say I wanted to eat you? I just didn't expect the gentle and kind little female from my dreams would look like this. Su Tang, what are you saying? Raucous tiger, can't you speak properly? Internally, she cursed Baisu profusely while maintaining a cheerful facade. That so? I truly apologize for blemishing your eyes. However, let's pretend nothing happened. You don't know me, and I don't know you. It's for the best. Goodbye. Turning, Su Tang neglected the bundle in the cave, eager to leave at the quickest pace possible. How embarrassing, in that fleeting moment of eye contact. She had clearly seen her reflection in the tiger's golden eyes. It was not self-deprecation, she simply felt overshadowed, her mood dampened. She remembered how beautiful she had been in her youth, but now her skin sagged, and her brows drooped. With her current appearance, she could only be described as having kind and gentle features, but the tiger was so handsome, with a strong physique and an imposing presence, undeniably a two-dimensional male idol. Especially with those golden, peach blossom eyes, slightly upturned, every furrow and relaxation exuding charm. Su Tang was a face-con and perfectionist. If someone else tarnished such a handsome figure, she would scold them for 3 days and nights. Yet, having let herself go, forget it, she had her dignity. She wouldn't cling and pester, but just as she elegantly stepped away, Baisu reached out, gripping her nape with a firm yet gentle hold. What is your name? You carry my offspring and wish to leave without clarifying. That seems rather impolite, doesn't it? Chapter 8. A living transformation. Su Tang's breath caught in her throat as she spun around to face the imposing tiger. However, with Baisu grasping the back of her neck, it felt as if she were a mouse being lifted by the scruff of its fur, unable to turn her head freely. Thus, she could not see the expression on Baisu's face at that moment. Her heart raced uncontrollably. How did he know? Her intention had been to make a getaway, pretending her pregnancy was a non-issue. Little did she know that Baisu had already been certain of his impending fatherhood before even laying eyes on her. This child was likely to be the future heir of the White Tiger clan. Thus, it is not merely that Su Tang is somewhat aged, but even if she were a demon beast, she would undoubtedly proceed with utmost caution. Regardless of the adult's demeanor, the child remains innocent. Baisu keenly detected the evasiveness in Su Tang's tone and let out a mocking chuckle. What? Do I gather from your words that you intend to conceal my child from me? Old female, do not blame me for not warning you. My identity is not trivial. Even if you could hide the child, it would hardly be beneficial for you. The bond of blood does not exist solely among the closest kin, particularly for the pure-blood descendants of the 8 great families. Once they live in beast form until the age of 3, they enter the transformation phase. The bloodline power generated during the first transformation is directly transmitted back to the ancestral shrine's beast pillar, forming a new beast mark upon it. This was set by our ancestors to prevent pure bloodlines from falling into obscurity. Any pure-blood descendant of the 8 great families, upon entering the transformation phase, cannot possibly remain concealed. It is laughable that the old female believes she can deceive the heavens and steal the child away. Su Tang was taken aback by his icy tone, and as her neck, such a vulnerable spot, was firmly gripped in his hand, she felt uncomfortable and instinctively transformed into her beast form, shrinking several times in size, easily escaping from Baisu's grasp. Now it was Baisu's turn to stare in disbelief. Unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed, the old female was actually a squirrel, so small. No wonder her reproductive capacity was formidable. She turned out to be a rare female capable of transformation. Regardless of Baisu's thoughts, Su Tang, having changed her form, fled in haste. Her beast form was nimble and agile, far more so than her human form, less affected by age. Swiftly, she dashed through the grass towards the base of a tree, quickly scampering up to the treetop, leaping from one tree to another, climbing for a while, then jumping to yet another tree, achieving the highest efficiency in her escape. As she ran breathlessly, Su Tang recalled something and exclaimed, "Hey, I just remembered. Did you not mention that there was some supreme protection system to safeguard the 3 of us? Why have I seen nothing of it while fleeing for my life this entire time?" Host. The system has yet to detect any dangerous factors posed by the beast husband Baisu towards the host and the fetus, came the reply that Su Tang realized that Baisu bore no murderous intent towards her. Dog system, why not say so earlier? I've run for nothing. Suddenly, she relaxed her body, her foot slipped, and she fell from the treetop to the ground. Squeak. Su Tang squeaked in fright, but the anticipated pain did not arrive. It felt as if something soft and elastic had enveloped her, and soon she noticed her descent had slowed, accompanied by the system's lethargic prompt. crystal deceleration sphere. Host, please descend safely. Su Tang extended her finger, incredulously poking the transparent white membrane twice, marveling, not bad. Now I truly believe this system is not just a mobile company promotion. The system, it retorted, has it always seemed useless in the eyes of the host? Su Tang sensed the system's thoughts, just as it could read her mind. With a cold smile, she affirmed, remove the word useless. The host's first beast husband will arrive in 5 seconds. The host should take care. What? What? Su Tang's astonishment lingered on her lips when her furry mouse body was suddenly cradled in a pair of large hands. Where do you think you're going? Su glanced at his hands, then swiftly closed them, a smirk playing on his lips. In an instant, Su Tang's world turned pitch black. Instinctively, she wriggled, clawed, and shouted, let me out. I'm afraid of the dark, you scoundrel. Su paid no heed, carrying Su Tang into a cave. Inside, he lit a candle, which was not purely white but contained noticeable impurities, yet this was enough to astonish Su. Candles were relatively precious in the beast world, while not rare. They certainly were not something the impoverished beastmen of the West District could afford to use freely. They typically relied on oil lamps. Su noticed the soft bedding on the ground, walked over, and set Su Tang down, warning, little thing, your strength is no match for mine, so it would be wise for you not to attempt to escape again. Feigning ignorance, Su Tang rolled around on the bedding after landing. Cautiously, she curled up next to the pillow. Su chuckled derisively. Don't overthink it. How could I possibly harm you? Not to mention you are pregnant. But even disregarding that, never mind, it doesn't matter. Once you give birth, I have beauty-enhancing pills in my space. If you take a few, you could easily regain your youthful appearance. Consider it a reward for bearing my offspring. Su Tang, ready to retort, paused at the mention of the beauty-enhancing pills. Wait, did he just say beauty-enhancing pills? And he has a space. How advanced! Her expression of anger froze, her fluffy mouse face adorned with large, dark eyes that sparkled like black beans. Her fur was snow white, yet her tail boasted a soft, pale pink hue, large and fluffy. Only a small tuft of crimson fur adorned her crown, with a blink and a raised brow. The crimson tuft danced playfully, appearing particularly lively and adorable. Su observed for a while, sighing inwardly, oh dear, now that I look closely, she isn't so unpalatable after all. Lost in thought, the little creature grew bolder, inching closer to his feet and climbing up his knee. Since he was seated with his legs bent, Su Tang stood on his knee, managing to gaze at him at eye level. Can a mouse speak human language? Are the beauty-enhancing pills really that effective? Will you truly give them to me? Su nodded slightly, regarding the palm-sized Su Tang with keen interest in his golden eyes. Having lived for 28 years in the East District, he had mostly encountered larger creatures like lions, foxes, and even elephants. Suddenly dealing with a tiny being was, to say the least, quite refreshing. With a casual smirk, he replied, if you give me offspring, I shall grant them to you. Not only beauty-enhancing pills, but I possess many other treasures. As he spoke, without knowing how he did it, a treasure chest appeared before Su Tang, dwarfing her significantly. Astonished, Su Tang transformed back into her human form, stretching her neck to peer into the open chest. Chapter 9. Accidentally befriending a wealthy patron. Not realizing how much was inside, she nearly dropped her eyes into the chest. Wow, there are so many treasures. Gleaming crystal beads, rings, various gemstones, and exquisite ornaments were haphazardly piled together, dazzling her senses and transforming her pupils into coin shapes. Instinctively, she reached out, but the chest vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared, leaving no trace behind. TSK, how stingy. Su Tang realized it was Su's doing and scoffed. Su's deep, magnetic voice, laced with a hint of mischief, replied, I told you, if you obediently give birth to my offspring, I will provide for you. He had an abundance of those things and did not care about them at all. However, he had not anticipated Su Tang's love for wealth, finding her surprisingly innocent. Did she truly not know that the bloodline of the White Tiger tribe in her womb was a priceless treasure? Not to mention money. If it were a matter of trading her child, even half of the White Tiger tribe would be willing to pay. Reflecting on this, Su found Su Tang increasingly endearing. It seemed that aside from her age, she had no other shortcomings. Unable to resist, he reached into his space, randomly grabbing a handful of colorful beads and presenting them to the indignant female. Here, consider this an advance deposit. Su Tang raised her eyes, her delight unabashedly shining through. Without a second thought, she eagerly accepted the beads with both hands, her joyful expression causing one to unconsciously overlook her age, instead being captivated by her pure happiness. Su's naturally upturned lips curled even higher. He had never experienced such joy from a few crystal beads before. It was a uniquely novel experience. How beautiful, she exclaimed, holding up a purple crystal bead to inspect closely, although her face bore many wrinkles. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with life, drawing attention away from her ag. It could be said that if one disregarded her visage, those eyes alone were enough to astonish. Baisu raised an eyebrow. His interest piqued further, though his tone remained aloof. What? Have you never seen crystal beads before? Of course I have, Tang replied, pulling out a small beast hide pouch from her bundle, carefully stashing away more than 10 crystal beads. However, the West District is impoverished, and I am but a weak mouse tribe member. The largest denomination I had ever seen before was merely a green crystal bead that it was after Diju had advanced that the first beast he hunted revealed its treasures. In the beast realm, there exist 3 fundamental currencies: gold coins, crystal beads, and crystal rings. Gold coins can be forged from gold or obtained from the remains of lower-tier beasts. Crystal beads, on the other hand, are dropped by beasts of the 6th rank and above. As for crystal rings, they are the most precious, formed from the innate talents of beasts of the 3rd rank upon their demise. Crystal beads of various colors can store the spiritual energy of different levels of beastly essence, while crystal rings preserve the innate skills of their original owners. Thus, both crystal beads and rings are esteemed for their ability to be absorbed and refined, aiding male practitioners in their cultivation. Suddenly, Tang raised her eyes, questioning whether Baisu possessed the spatial talents to conjure items so effortlessly. Spiritual energy is categorized into 9 levels, and talents naturally fall into 9 types: earth, wood, water, fire, metal, wind, thunder, light, and dark. Regardless of their rank or worth, the rarity determines their value, with the scarcity increasing as one progresses. Additionally, there are 4 extraordinarily rare and unique talents: time, space, angelic, and necromantic. Perhaps there are others, but Tang remained oblivious, constrained by her station, which limited her understanding. Baisu responded with a soft hum, leaning on the stone slab with one elbow, lazily cradling his chin, as though overcome with drowsiness. Noticing this, Tang ceased her speech and, once Baisu's eyes were fully closed, she stealthily gathered her bundle and tiptoed towards the exit. However, Baisu, as if possessing eyes in the back of his head, declared, "Old female, I have no intention of repeating myself. If you attempt to flee again, I shall not hesitate to confine you." Tang halted abruptly, tossing her bundle aside indignantly. "Who do you think you're looking down upon? I have no intention of escaping. I'm merely hungry and wish to procure some mountain delicacies. Isn't that what you desire as well?" she added. "Also, referring to me as old female is rather excessive. My surname is Su, my given name is Tang. Please address me as Tang." Taken aback by her sudden outburst and playful tone. Was that playful? Baisu smiled with his lips pressed together. Moments later, he rose to his full height, towering over Tang by 2 heads. "Very well, Tang. What would you like to eat? I shall fetch it for you." After all, it is only natural for a male to prepare delicacies for the female carrying his offspring. Tang, surprised by his willingness, seized the opportunity. In that case, I shall not hold back. I enjoy tender meat, the kind that oozes juices, and it must be cooked thoroughly, no raw food. Additionally, I want vegetables and fruits. Oh, and I dislike sour flavors, so please taste them yourself before bringing them back. Anything sour, bitter, or astringent should be left behind. Baisu interjected, "Understood. No sour, bitter, or astringent items will be brought back. I will taste them first." "Thank you," Tang replied casually. Baisu's eyes brightened at her words. "Shall I start cooking the meat before I leave?" "No need. It will taste better when cooked with the vegetables later," she retorted. Not wishing to reveal her eagerness to sample the spiritual fruits the system had mentioned, they appeared incredibly appetizing and potentially beneficial. Chapter 10. Automatic Affection. Selecting a deep red fruit resembling a snake apple. Tang wiped it on her sleeve, too lazy to wash it, and took a crunchy bite. This was a peak red-tier fruit. The system, almost salivating, inquired, "How does it taste? Any special sensations in your body?" Tang chewed, savoring the pleasantly sweet flavor and rich juiciness. After swallowing, she replied, "It's decent, not as crisp and sweet as an apple, slightly powdery, but still quite good." "What sensations?" the system pressed. "Well, my lower abdomen seems to warm suddenly." She touched her belly, licking the juice from the corner of her mouth, yet felt no other peculiar sensations. The baby's reactions are intensifying. "Wow, your limbs appear a bit sturdier," the system exclaimed excitedly. Tang paused, realizing the implication of its words. "Wait, what? Can you actually see the condition of the baby in my belly?" Host, do you recall the name of my system? What was it? Wasn't it just Zatsa? Correct, it is the Zatsa system. The crucial part of the name, she recalled, a sudden realization hitting her. Monitoring the child's growth is our responsibility, exactly. It's akin to the ultrasounds you were familiar with, rest assured. It won't cause discomfort to either the mother or the child. On the contrary, it offers substantial benefits. Reassured by this information, Tang finished the first fruit, only to hear the system announce that the baby's constitution had improved significantly, urging her to continue eating. Having consumed few fruits over the years due to the barren West District and the weakness of the rodent clan, Tang seized the opportunity without hesitation. In mere moments, she devoured all the spiritual fruits Su had provided. Until she felt full and waved her hand dismissively, the system remained fixated on Tang's belly, brimming with excitement. It appears your offspring indeed possesses excellent genes. Consuming this many spiritual fruits, including a purple tier 1, has caused no discomfort, and the child has absorbed them all. I foresee that in 15 days, you will undoubtedly give birth to a child surpassing your own level, surpassing levels, but your energy value is only 11. The first level requires 100, the second one, 000, and the third 10, 000. Tang felt parched with anticipation. Can it really achieve 30 in just one pregnancy, allowing me to implant a spiritual foundation? Her foremost desires were to regain youth and implant that foundation. As such prospects seemed incredibly promising, the system cautioned, I cannot estimate this yet. We must wait to see the outcome. Rolling her eyes, Tang tossed the fruit pit wrapped in leaves aside and gazed at the piece of meat. Suddenly devoid of appetite, choosing to ignore it, she lay down to rest, having filled her stomach. When Su returned was of no concern to her anymore. However, just as she was on the verge of slumber, sounds echoed from the cave entrance, causing her irritation. This disturbance was quite disruptive to her dreams. Lazily opening her eyes, she beheld Su dragging in the immense carcass of an unknown beast. Blocking the entrance and casting the interior into shadow. Tang merely glanced, confirming it was Su, and lost interest, returning to her previous position. With her eyes closed, she mumbled, such a massive catch? Do you take me for a pig? How can I possibly consume that? Is it really that big? It's rather ordinary, Su replied, having nearly maneuvered the beast into the cave before dropping it. With enthusiasm, he produced a 2-meter-long vine bearing purple gold Bodhi fruits, resembling large purple gemstones the size of eggs. Tang, look, this is truly a treasure. I battled that unicorn for quite some time to obtain it. The purple hue indicated its rank, matching Su's. While the gold signified its attributes, however, judging by Su's eager expression, it seemed the golden attribute posed no hindrance to him. Go ahead and eat. I'm too full to manage. Tang buried her head deep into the pillow, her voice weak and feeble. Su sensed something was amiss. His thick brows knitted tightly together. A casual glance caught the corner of his eye, revealing that while the venison on the stone table remained, all the spirit fruits had vanished. His heart raced. Did you eat all of those fruits? Wasn't it clearly stated upon leaving that she should try a little, and if it made her uncomfortable, she should stop? How could she have consumed them all? A foreboding feeling crept in. Su hurriedly approached her, reaching out to touch her forehead. It seemed the recent battle had drained a significant amount of her spiritual energy, for his skin felt ice-cold. In contrast, Tang felt warm, instinctively pressing closer, transforming into her beast form and emitting soft, whimpering sounds. Su was momentarily taken aback, his heart inexplicably softening. With a swift motion, he scooped up her petite frame, murmuring, Are you a fool? Overindulging in spirit fruits has thrown your internal energy into chaos. If not properly guided, you could very well perish. As he spoke, he slowly brought a finger to her back, seemingly intending to help her regulate her energy. Tang, feeling a bit dazed, shook her head, insisting, I'm fine. I'm just tired. Just let me rest. Indeed, dear host, the spiritual energy from those fruits has not been fully absorbed. You require rest for optimal refinement. Once you awaken, all will be well. Not allow Su to disperse that energy, or your consumption of the spirit fruits will be in vain. Upon hearing this, Tang immediately opened her eyes, struggling to free herself from Su's grasp. Humph. Men only hinder my cultivation speed. Su was genuinely concerned for her well-being. Don't move around. I'm doing this for your own good. I'm really fine. Su remained unconvinced. Tang shouted, I said I'm fine. Su, it's not that I'm greedy for this energy, but your son likes it. Then do as you please, once it's all gone. Don't blame me if your son's talent turns out lacking. From the moment he was born, Su had never been yelled at like this. His face darkened, but after digesting Tang's implication, He paused. Are you saying the child needs to absorb the energy? Yes. Tang was utterly fatigued, her eyelids too heavy to lift. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, her little head drooped, resting against Su's hand. Slipping into a deep slumber, Su stiffened for a moment, and upon realizing what had transpired, he shook his head helplessly. What a delightful little fool. However, no one anticipated that Tang would sleep for a full 3 days. Su was thoroughly alarmed, fearing something had befallen her. He contemplated administering some life-saving medicine but hesitated, concerned that it might exacerbate the situation. Fortunately, aside from her deep slumber, Tang exhibited no adverse symptoms such as fever, chills, or delirium. She slept soundly and peacefully. Su attempted to check on her but found no anomalies. In fact, she appeared quite healthy. Thus, he simply observed her, refraining from taking any rash actions, while Tang remained in her slumber. He did not leave the cave, even for a moment, diligently dismantling the unicorn he had slain, separating the tender meat suitable for Tang from his own, and placing it into a space that would keep the food fresh. As for the precious purple-golden Bodhi fruit, he was sorely tempted, sensing that consuming it would stabilize his recently attained purple-tier energy. Yet, after much contemplation, Su ultimately refrained, feeling that Tang might need it upon waking. Having completed all his tasks, he lay beside Tang, keeping her company as she slept. That night, Tang found the hard ground beneath her uncomfortable, tossing and turning more than usual, upon hearing the commotion. Su opened his eyes, quickly deducing the cause of her discomfort. After a moment of contemplation, he gently lifted her and placed her on his soft, warm belly. The petite form of the female mouse rose and fell in rhythm with his breathing, like a cradle. Remarkably, after a short while, Tang ceased her restless movements, burrowing into a more comfortable position and continuing to sleep soundly. Su, with his large head and elongated tiger eyes, quietly watched over her. Once he was certain Tang had settled into a peaceful slumber, the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, and he closed his eyes in silence. After a while, an arm extended around her, creating a protective barrier to prevent her from inadvertently rolling off. On the 4th day at noon, Tang finally showed signs of awakening. Su, noticing this, immediately began chopping the venison and vegetables with a wind blade. Finding an abandoned ceramic jar in the cave, cleaning it, and starting a fire to stew the ingredients. He quickly filled a water pouch with fresh water. As Tang opened her eyes, she was immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of the stewed vegetables and meat wafting through the cave, setting her taste buds alight. Having slept for 3 to 4 days, she was already famished, and now the hunger was overwhelming, nearly causing her to drool. It smells so good. She stretched and rolled around, only to realize that the surface beneath her felt different, soft yet cool. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered it was a piece of blue ice fur, a valuable pelt from a water beast. Just as she was marveling at this, Su's voice came from above. "Ah, you finally awakened. Did you provide this for me?" "Thank you." Tang's memories slowly returned as she recalled binding herself to the birthing system, having inadvertently cozied up to a great tiger, and now finding herself temporarily cohabiting with him in the mountains. Glancing around, she was further astonished to realize that the great tiger was not as stingy as she had imagined. Su set aside his tasks, moving closer to examine her countenance. Tang had reverted to her human form. After scrutinizing her for a while, Su confirmed she was fine, finally casting aside his worries. "You, female, are quite polite. However, I have stated before that there is no need for thanks. It is only natural for me to care for you while you nurture our offspring." He then hurriedly went to fetch a bowl of meat soup for her, generously adding chunks of meat and vegetables before presenting it to her. "Are you hungry? Eat up. It's freshly made. I added salt and ginger. It tastes delightful." In that moment, Tang felt an odd sense of intimacy, as if they were a married couple. Yet, this fleeting illusion quickly faded as she accepted the ceramic bowl. Lowering her head, she understood well that Su's kindness stemmed from her carrying his offspring. Males in the beast world placed immense value on progeny. Females were scarce and difficult to conceive, and for the sake of offspring, males would endure countless hardships. In their tribe, males without offspring faced ostracism, suspected of lacking masculinity, nothing compared to the sense of achievement a male felt when raising their young. Even ascending to the status of a powerful being seemed secondary in comparison. The warm soup slid down her throat, devoid of any fishy odor. Only the rich essence of the meat and the sweetness of the vegetables remained. Tang felt utterly satisfied, unable to resist finishing the entire bowl of soup, consuming all the meat and vegetables, leaving only a few slices of pale yellow ginger. Su was delighted that she appreciated his culinary skills, boasting, "Isn't it delicious? Actually, this ginger can be eaten too." It wards off the cold. It's a cooking seasoning that originated from your western region. When I first tried it, I was curious about who was clever enough to think of using ginger in cooking. The spirit beast continent is divided into 4 regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, each inhabited by different breeds of beast men and monsters. In the center, surrounded by these 4 regions, lies a grand and prosperous city known as Holy Capital City. Beastmen from all 4 regions gather here to trade scarce resources. Thus, Holy Capital City serves as a central hub of civilization among the 4 regions. Within the Holy Capital, there stands the magnificent Holy Emperor Palace, home to the rulers of the beastmen from all regions, as well as numerous royal members. Moreover, there are beastmen armies guarding the palace and servants catering to the beast emperor and his children. In short, the Holy Capital City and Holy Emperor Palace are akin to the ancient epicenters of royal power. Baisu was born in the eastern region, a veritable affluent area of the spirit beast continent, which naturally broadened his horizons. He frequently traveled to the Holy Capital City, where the White Tiger clan operated several enterprises. As a junior clan leader, he was required to undergo training before taking over. Upon hearing Baisu's words, Su Tang instinctively paused. Is this something that is spread from the western region? Baisu nodded. Indeed, it's a pity I do not know who it is, but someone bold enough to speculate, cautiously experiment, and succeed must be a resourceful little female. If given the chance, I would love to consult her about any other culinary ingredients. Beastmen are not particular about food. Raw is acceptable, and cooked is too. For instance, the hunting dog clan next door to the mouse tribe still maintains the habit of eating raw meat and drinking blood. However, after living alongside Su Tang, the mouse tribe has improved considerably. Otherwise, it would be quite a sight to behold. The eastern region is prosperous and more discerning compared to the other 3 regions. Moreover, Baisu's grandfather had suffered a stomach injury from a poisonous substance in his youth, making it imperative for him to be cautious about his diet. Thus, the dutiful Baisu devoted considerable effort to his culinary skills. Of course, he himself was also an unabashed foodie. Upon hearing this, Su Tang subtly pouted her lips. It was not arrogance on her part, but she suspected that she might very well be the first female Baisu spoke of who had used ginger in cooking. She may not be famous, nor is the Mouse Clan, yet the gourmet food city established in collaboration with the Hunting Dog Clan is renowned throughout the Western District. The spiced ginger dish originated from this culinary haven. May I have another bowl? Su Tang feigned ignorance as she handed her empty bowl to Baisu, her pair of expressive, dark eyes filled with a subtle plea as she gazed at him. How could Baisu resist? He promptly agreed. Of course, there's plenty more. Not just 2 bowls, but even 10 would be no trouble at all. With a cheerful disposition, he rose to serve her. In truth, he rather enjoyed this feeling, so relaxed and free. Unlike in the Eastern District, where, due to his status as a young clan leader, everyone within the clan treated him with utmost reverence, and those outside were overly polite, making it difficult for him to forge genuine friendships. But Su Tang was different. She was oblivious to his identity, which allowed for a more carefree interaction. Moreover, Su Tang was significantly older than him, almost to the extent of being considered a senior. Thus there was no need for her to bow to him. Their age difference was substantial, yet it seemed inconsequential. Baisu shook his head, trying to dismiss such thoughts. Su Tang consumed 3 bowls of meat soup, along with nearly a bowl of meat and a bowl of vegetables, before her hunger finally subsided. Baisu had prepared an ample amount, filling a large ceramic pot to the brim. Once he confirmed that Su Tang was satiated, he quickly polished off the rest. Still feeling peckish, he retrieved a piece of unicorn meat from his space, cooked it over the fire, and enjoyed it, patting his slightly rounded belly with a look of satisfaction. As he rubbed his belly, his gaze unintentionally fell upon Su Tang's face, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes. Little did Su Tang know, she had not slept upon the deep-sea blue shark skin last night, but rather on his belly. Upon noticing Baisu's gaze, Su Tang felt a sudden rush of anxiety. What was going on? Why was he smiling at her in such a peculiar way while touching his belly? Surely, he didn't have thoughts of devouring her. Chapter 12. The big tiger is alluring. To prevent such an unexpected occurrence, Su Tang swiftly transformed, silently conveying to Baisu that she was merely a little squirrel, hardly enough to fill his teeth, so he should think no further. However, upon seeing her transformation, Baisu was utterly thrilled. For in her transformed state, Su Tang appeared soft and petite, her fur possessing a delightful texture, and her adorable demeanor could easily make him overlook their age disparity. He rubbed his hands together and moved closer to scoop Su Tang into his arms, gently stroking her tail as if grooming her. To Su Tang's surprise, she found herself feeling drowsy under his caress. Instantly alert, she reminded herself that she could not doze off again, thinking that Baisu could not hear her dialogue with the system. She feigned a daze and summoned the system. What's the matter? I heard Bestow say I've been asleep for 4 days. Indeed. Host. During these 4 days, the babies in your womb have been absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit fruits. And they have finally completed their absorption. I can now detect that their spiritual foundations are quite stable. With abundant spiritual energy within, they will undoubtedly possess a considerable level of spiritual power at birth. However, as there are still about 10 days until the due date, I cannot ascertain to what extent they will develop. Upon hearing this, Su Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement. A natural spiritual foundation. Was this not the very thing she had always yearned for? It seemed her babies were far more fortunate than she, having no worries regarding their spiritual foundations. Considering this, Su Tang quickly inquired of the system, so does that mean I'm expecting twins? Both children will have spiritual foundations. The 2 babies are growing together, so there is no favoritism. But what if they are twin daughters? Does that not imply that the daughters could also possess natural spiritual foundations? It is not unusual for sons to have spiritual foundations. Nearly all males in the beast world possess them innately unless they are afflicted by rare genetic mutations or have inferior constitutions. But daughters are different. A daughter born with a spiritual foundation would undoubtedly be a little princess, while one without would be an ordinary female. If her fertility were to be lacking, would she not follow in her mother's footsteps? Having experienced the rain herself, Su Tang only wished to shield her daughter from the storm. Host, are you favoring females over males? The system cannot provide gender identification. Moreover, both male and female babies are regarded as treasures by the system. So please adjust your perspective accordingly. With a tone reminiscent of a nurturing dragon, Su Tang was left speechless. This dog system had certainly taken a moral high ground. Was it merely because it seemed that females in the beast world had a tougher time? How could that be construed as favoring females over males? Nonsense. Regardless, knowing that the spirit fruits consumed would be beneficial for the babies and not harmful eased Su Tang's mind. After sleeping for 4 days, effectively alleviating her tension and fatigue, she felt closer to her due date, which was rather pleasing. Thus, when she found herself feeling hungry again just 2 hours later, and Bestow asked her whether she preferred roasted meat or stew, Su Tang opted for fruit. Bestow looked at her with a perplexed expression. How could she only eat vegetables? Wouldn't her nutrition fall short? Su Tang replied, I don't want meat. I crave fruits. I feel unsatisfied with meat, but fruits are delicious and filling. Besides, your cooking skills are rather mediocre. Indeed, having lived in the beast world for a century, her palate had grown weary. Just recently, she had devoured a packet of instant noodles, which had left her utterly enchanted. Clearly, the flavors of technology and refined cuisine surpassed the allure of pure natural ingredients. If only Bestow could prepare her some river snail rice noodles, braised pork, or spicy hot pot, she would not mind indulging in a little. Yet, it was evidently impossible, as a noble from the eastern district, with only salt and ginger as seasonings at his disposal from his space. How could he possibly create a meal that could rival technology and culinary finesse? In contrast, picking fruits was far simpler for Bestow. To Su Tang's surprise, Bestow swiftly produced a fruit she had encountered before, the purple golden Bodhi fruit. From his space, the fruit looked as fresh and succulent as when it was freshly picked, with droplets of dew still clinging to it. Su Tang felt a wave of astonishment. Didn't you say this was a prized fruit? Why haven't you eaten any? Without a moment's hesitation, Bestow replied, I saved it for you. In truth, at that moment, he was uncertain whether Su Tang could consume it. However, after a brief hesitation, his desire for the purple golden Bodhi fruit had gradually faded. Each time he retrieved something from his space and caught sight of it, his thoughts would solely drift to Su Tang and the child. Su Tang couldn't shake the sensation of being tantalized by a big tiger. It felt oddly exhilarating. Su Tang was at a loss for words. Noticing her discomfort, Bestow gently patted her head and smiled. Please don't misunderstand. I meant for your babies to have it. Didn't you say they need to absorb spiritual energy? This fruit is of the purple gold attribute. If you're certain it won't have any adverse effects, you can have it all. After all, it wouldn't benefit me much. With that, he actively plucked all the fruits from the vine and placed them in a larger ceramic bowl. Bestow then carried the bowl to the cave entrance and, with a flourish, conjured a stream of water that swiftly washed the fruits clean before returning to the cave. Su Tang was left in AWE. Dou possessed 3 elemental talents. The Mouse clan also had water elemental abilities, allowing for easy control of water. Yet, she had previously witnessed Bestow's wind elemental talent and his relatively rare spatial talent. Could it be that he was favored by the heavens with 3 talents? The next moment, Bestow shook his head. No, I only have 2 talents. Wind and space. The water was something I stored in my space for convenience, making it easier for drinking and washing while out and about. WOW.SU Tang couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. In the past, she had always admired protagonists in novels who possessed spatial abilities. While space may not be the most powerful asset, it was certainly the most comfortable, catering perfectly to the needs of a homebody. With space, one could engage in procurement and amass wealth in no time. The system, sensing Su Tang's desires, seized the opportunity to motivate her. Host, is it just space? Not a problem at all. Once you give birth to this child, I will immediately apply for a child care pouch from my superiors, which functions similarly to space and even contains a wall mural world. If you find yourself overwhelmed with multiple babies later on, simply place them in the mural world. I will gladly serve as their caretaker. Upon hearing this, Su Tang's brows and eyes relaxed with delight. This truly was a multifunctional system far more humane than anything found in novels. She was quite fond of it, and thus decided to treat the system with a bit more courtesy moving forward. With a crunch, the sound of Su Tang munching on the purple golden bodhi fruit resonated, crisp and clear, as if she were crunching into Bai Su's very mind, until she devoured 8 fruits in one go. Bai Su, seated on a stone bench, hesitated and finally asked, "How does it taste? Is it not delightful? When I fought that unicorn, I knew it had to be good. I hope the little ones will love it too." Chapter 13. Bai Su's family has arrived. The purple golden bodhi fruit is seedless, akin to seedless sun roses, delightful with every 2 bites. Su Tang found herself unable to stop, her lips stained with purple juice. The fruit pulp colored her pale lips, giving her a strangely enchanting appearance, making one want to wipe it off. Bai Su held back his urge, inching closer. Just as he reached out, Su Tang's lips parted to say something, only to suddenly feel a wave of drowsiness. With her eyes closing, she tumbled into Bai Su's awaiting embrace. Bai Su, Tang Tang. With a sudden call, Bai Su instinctively tensed, though he was far better than the first time. Instinctively, he grasped Su Tang's wrist to check her pulse, and as expected, it was identical to a few days prior. It seemed that these fruits possessed an overwhelming spiritual energy, which her frail body could not withstand. Yet, the little ones adored them, and as long as they slumbered for a while, they would absorb the excess spiritual energy, posing no harm to Su Tang. In fact, it might even be beneficial to her deteriorating body. Thus, Bai Su felt no urgency to act. He gently laid Su Tang upon the ice silk blanket, observing her delicate form for a moment, not a trace of disdain, but instead a sense of long-lost affinity reminiscent of his kind grandmother from his youth. After a brief while, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he carefully covered Su Tang with a thin quilt as delicate as gossamer. "Rest well, dear. You have worked hard." Bai Su speculated that this time, Su Tang's slumber would not be brief. Unfamiliar with the western region and lacking interest in venturing out, he casually set up a purple tear barrier at the cave entrance. Then transformed into his beast form, lying down beside Su Tang to guard her. His plush and sturdy paw gently enveloped her side. Su Tang was in a deep sleep, more peaceful than if she had taken sleeping pills. Utterly unaware of her surroundings. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the eastern district, at the Baihu clan's ancestral hall, Bai Mu Ting, a robust man in his 60s and Bai Su's grandfather, had been staring at the beast pillar in the hall for many days. Everyone told him that Bai Su had failed his advancement and had been struck dead by the thunder tribulation, but Bai Mu Ting refused to believe it. Bai Su was his most cherished grandson. A rare genius of the Baihu clan, having broken through to the purple tier at such a young age, possessing dual talents in wind and space, even his father, renowned as a cultivation fanatic in his day, could not match Bai Su's speed. Thus, from a young age, Bai Mu Ting regarded Bai Su as his precious jewel, allowing no one to slight him. He was so eager for Bai Su to succeed that he had already announced to the clan's stewards that, should he pass away one day, Bai Su would inherit the position of clan leader, entirely disregarding his other son, Bai Chi Shan. Bai Su's father was Bai Chi Lin, the only biological uncle within the clan, who outwardly catered to Bai Su's every need, appearing exceedingly favorable. With a creak, the door to the ancestral hall was pushed open, and Bai Chi Shan entered slowly, his unkempt beard framing a face marked by regret and despair. "Father, it is my inadequacy that failed to shield Sewer from the final thunder tribulation," he lamented, his voice choking as he lowered his head, reaching for his severely injured right leg, which was bandaged like a zongzi. This injury had occurred while he attempted to assist Bai Su during his tribulation, only to be struck by lightning. His entire leg was charred, flesh torn, and bones cracked. Had it not been for the clan's healing elixirs, his leg would have been doomed. Now, with proper care, there remained a glimmer of hope for recovery. Gazing at his leg, Bai Chi Shan's expression was shrouded in darkness, complex and turbulent. Moments later, indeed, Bai Mu Ting, upon seeing his injured leg, had reprimanding words stuck in his throat, unable to voice them. He merely turned in frustration, plopping down into a chair. Foolish. Did I not say that I would personally oversee Suer's advancement upon completing my seclusion? Yet you all went behind my back and allowed him to break through early. And to make matters worse, why was there no comprehensive plan in place? You all know how vital Suer is to our Baihu clan. Now look where we are. Suer's life hangs in the balance, and the other 7 great families must be laughing at us from behind. In truth, Baimu Ting was not afraid of ridicule. He was heartbroken. Heaven knows how shocked and saddened he was upon emerging from seclusion to learn that his beloved grandson had been struck by lightning and thrown into a spatial rift. He felt as if he wanted to give up on life, but for the sake of the Baihu clan, he could not perish, at least not before the new clan leader had passed their trial. Even though his lifespan was nearing its limit, he had suddenly secluded himself for a year to cultivate a fleeting method of prolonging life. How could he have imagined that it was his son's fault? His son failed to protect Suer, and the more he thought about it, the more grief-stricken he became, wishing he could take Suer's place in death to spare his father such anguish. With a thud, Bai Qishan knelt on the ground, tears streaming from his bloodshot eyes. Scars from the lightning marred his face and arms, rendering him both haggard and wretched. Seeing this, even Baimu Ting, despite his anger, felt helpless. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and said, "Enough. What use is it to kill you now? Pass the order down. All the fierce tigers of the Baihu clan outside must continue to expand the search radius. We need to see the living or the dead. I refuse to believe that Suer could just vanish into thin air. Furthermore, until Suer's body was found, the Baihu clan would not replace the heir apparent." Whether before or after the unfortunate news, Baimu Ting had never considered allowing his second son, Bai Qishan, to inherit the Baihu clan, for neither his strength nor temperament were suited for the role of clan leader. Yet, he remained oblivious to this fact, harboring resentment towards Baimu Ting for his perceived favoritism. "Father, is Suer truly still alive?" Bai Qishan asked, his voice thick with emotion. Seemingly concerned, but actually trying to remind Baimu Ting to relinquish hope. Baimu Ting scoffed. "What? Are you like those elders in the clan? Unable to bear seeing Suer flourish? Come here. Open your eyes and see clearly. Our family's beast pillar still bears Suer's likeness. This means he must be alive somewhere we do not know. He has not died. My Suer cannot be dead." Upon hearing this, Bai Qishan lowered his head for the second time. "Yes, Father's command. I will send someone to take care of it. Not dead? That is impossible. Besides the thunder tribulation, that lad had also been poisoned with a lethal toxin, and no matter how formidable he was still merely a young man in his 20s, too trusting of others. Just like his father. As for the beast pillar, Bai Qishan hardly cared. After all, this pillar had stood for countless years. It could very well have malfunctioned. The clan had seen instances before where the likeness of deceased members lingered for ages. He clearly trusted himself more than a lifeless stone column. Bai Su opened his eyes, and it was already 7 or 8 days later. His body had yet to fully recover, and after consuming unicorn meat, he felt no hunger, thus sleeping alongside Su Tang for a considerable time. Upon reverting to human form, Bai Su instinctively glanced towards Su Tang's position. To his shock, he nearly stumbled back in alarm. Good heavens, her belly has suddenly become enormous, as if it might burst at any moment. Chapter 14. Overdrawn. She is experienced. Bai Su was unaware that in just 2 days, Su Tang would give birth. So her growing belly was entirely normal. It would have been abnormal if it had not grown. He exaggeratedly stepped back, inadvertently knocking over a ceramic jar on the stone table, which shattered loudly upon hitting the ground. Su Tang furrowed her brow, awakened by the noise. As she opened her eyes, the anxious Bai Su was already in front of her. "Tang, your belly is frighteningly large. Your skin appears almost transparent. Is something wrong? Why don't you come back with me to our clan? There, we have the most experienced midwives who can surely assist you." At that moment, Bai Su suddenly realized that he had no knowledge of childbirth. In fact, he was entirely clueless. How long did a female typically carry a pregnancy? How could one determine maturity? What preparations should be made before childbirth? All these questions left him utterly bewildered. He only knew that not all beast types had the same gestation period. Some were long, while others were short. He had once heard his grandfather mention that his mother had carried him for over a year. Yet, Su Tang, in front of him, had barely been pregnant for a month. And her belly was already so large. What would happen in the remaining 9 months? Concern crept into Bai Su's resolute features, and unrecognized fear taking hold, leaving him feeling helpless, even hesitant to touch Su Tang. He felt as though she had become fragile, like a delicate piece of art, fearing he might break her. Su Tang, just waking, was utterly perplexed. After a moment, she followed Bai Su's gaze and finally became aware of her enormous belly. Realizing with a start just how large it had grown, It was as if a giant winter melon had been stuffed inside her. Fortunately, the voice of her diminutive companion chimed in. Host, do not be afraid. It is normal for late-stage pregnancies to appear this way, especially since the host is carrying twins. Moreover, due to the consumption of numerous spiritual fruits, the development of the children has accelerated, reducing the gestation period to 28 days. In other words, host, you should prepare. Today is the day you will give birth. Tang. What on earth is going on? I take a nap, and now it's time for the fruit to drop. The problem is, I've no experience in childbirth. Su is watching, his toes curling in anxiety. Tang, are you feeling unwell? Your complexion is growing increasingly pale. Tang was trying to recall the childbirth process her friends, Fendai and her daughter-in-law Yulin, had gone through. Oblivious to Su's words. By the time she realized it, she found herself swept into Su's arms. His masculine voice was urgent. Let us go home. After you give birth, if you do not wish to stay with the Baihu clan, I will bring you back. He did not dare to take chances. What if something happened to the children? Indeed, Su's immediate concern was still for his offspring. Yet, to be fair, he did not wish for Su Tang to suffer, although at this moment, he had not yet resolved that he would marry no one else but her for the rest of his life. In the realm of beasts, the established custom dictates that a female may have multiple mates, whereas a male is permitted only one female partner. Any deviation from this norm is deemed a betrayal of the beast god and would invoke divine retribution. Su Tang, being of advanced age, was nearly at the point of being a great-grandmother. Ultimately, Su was merely an ordinary male, unprepared for such an unconventional mental adjustment, just as Su was about to take a step. Su Tang's brow furrowed deeply, her forehead lined with wrinkles, as beads of sweat cascaded down her face. It was too late. Su, I think I might be giving birth. Su? His golden pupils widened in alarm, and he became flustered, more so than Su Tang, who was about to deliver. Su Tang could clearly feel the onset of labor pains, and with great effort, she gasped, You can't just stand there. Bring me hot water, a knife, and the swaddling cloth, everything. The unexpected early labor meant that Su Tang's preparations were woefully insufficient, although she had the serpent scale knife and swaddling cloth. They were inferior to what Su's family could provide. Su nodded, trembling as he gently laid Su Tang back onto the icy blanket. His instinct was to rush home, where the resources were abundant, unlike the meager conditions here. Yet, he realized time was of the essence. Even with his teleportation ability, a feat only achievable at the purple tier, traversing from the West District to the East was still too far to cover in such a short time. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Su Tang's wishes and prepare for a delivery right there. Su Tang cried out in agony. Su hurriedly gathered the items she requested, even thoughtfully retrieving the recovery pill and the youth elixir, one for healing internal injuries and the other for rejuvenation, intending to offer them to Su Tang after the birth to fulfill his promise. Hearing her screams, Su leapt to his feet, frantic as a fly in a hot pan. Tang, does it hurt terribly? How can I assist you? Don't sway. I feel dizzy. Su Tang managed to utter a few words. Aware that Su was a naive youth, utterly unreliable, she desperately called upon the system within her mind. The system's feeble voice revealed its limitations. Host, I understand your pain, but my energy reserves are insufficient. I cannot conjure miracles without the necessary resources. Is there truly no other option? How long must this little tiger cub take to arrive? Su Tang did not wish to press the system unduly, but childbirth was excruciating, a pain level of 10 that no human could endure. She felt as though her lower half might split apart. It could take as little as 10 minutes or as long as 2 hours. The system, filled with sympathy, suggested, Host, should I attempt to negotiate with the higher-ups for a delayed payment? There exists a pain relief pill in the marketplace, costing 100 energy points each, which would render the process entirely painless. Su Tang gritted her teeth, urging, Then why aren't you hurrying? It's merely an advance on payment. She could manage. Someone who has maxed out their credit would not fear owing the system a few energy points. Before long, the system successfully procured a pain relief pill on credit. However, just as Su Tang swallowed it, a warm surge flowed from between her legs. Memories of a long-ago television drama flashed through her mind, where both midwives and doulas encouraged mothers to push with effort. She tried to follow their advice, and soon enough, 2 squirming, bloody little creatures were expelled. The tiny beings were covered in fur, one larger, resembling a ghostly white tiger like Su, and the other smaller, sporting an improbably long pink tail, unmistakably a pink squirrel. Su Tang realized her twins had arrived, mentally exclaiming, What a tremendous loss. The system had been shortchanged. Chapter 15 Su, you should leave. Had she known the Cubs would arrive so swiftly, she would never have squandered 100 energy points. The system, brimming with excitement, chimed, "Congratulations, host, on the successful delivery. 1 green tier ghostly white tiger. Reward, 8,000 energy points, 20 lifespan. 1 red tier pink squirrel. Reward, 3,000 energy points, 10 lifespan. Additionally, to encourage the host to conceive again soon, 2 intermediate maternity skirts and 2 nursing bras have been rewarded." Just as the rewards were granted, Tang felt a lightness in her body, invigorated. Her limbs no longer ached. She could ascend 5 flights of stairs without effort, forgetting about Baisu and the 2 cubs. She instinctively raised her hands to inspect her appearance. Goodness, the wrinkles had significantly diminished, and it was not merely a superficial youthfulness. She felt genuinely revitalized from within, as if she had reverted from 30 to a youthful 88. Baisu, bewildered, scooped up 1 baby, asking, Tang, what should we do now? Tang, jolted back to reality by his voice, propped herself up slightly, instructed him to heat the serpent scale knife and cut the umbilical cord. Then clean and wrap the cubs. It must be said, Tang retained a human perspective. In truth, animal offspring rarely required swaddling. They possessed remarkable adaptability, instinctively exploring the world outside the womb through touch and taste. However, since Tang suggested it, Baisu, lacking experience, obediently followed her instructions. His spatial storage held ample water, which remained warm, allowing him to swiftly cleanse the little ones. The 2 rosy-hued tots instantly captivated Baisu's heart. Wow, our son looks like me, and our daughter resembles you. Tang, I am overwhelmed with joy. You managed to give birth to 2 cubs at once. Such formidable fertility will surely earn you a revered place in the family. Let me see the cubs. Tang felt indifferent towards the White Tiger clan and had no intention of departing the rodent tribe with Baisu at that moment. She was more intrigued by the extraordinary outcome of having birthed a little tiger and a little squirrel as a former human. Unbeknownst to her, these 2 little beings, endowed with exceptional talents, were destined to stir great upheaval at the ancestral hall of the White Tiger clan, beside the beast pillar, by Ting, unable to accept the loss of his grandson, whose white hair had outlived his black, found his will to live dwindling day by day. He understood that with each passing day without finding Baisu, the chances of his survival diminished. Though he had unwavering faith in the family beast pillar, the torment of worry gnawed at him relentlessly. Day by day, he counted and awaited, and in the blink of an eye, a month had slipped by. The tension within by Ting grew ever tighter. Just as he felt it might snap, his dazed gaze caught a sudden glimmer of light emanating from the beast pillar. Startled, Ting thought he must be hallucinating and rubbed his eyes to refocus. Initially, he saw nothing, but after a moment, he realized something inexplicably new adorned the beast pillar. This revelation sent shockwaves through by Ting, and he hurriedly approached, pressing his eyes against the gray beast pillar, his pupils constricting in shock. What on earth is this? Reaching out, he touched the infant beast effigy that had mysteriously appeared beneath Baisu's likeness, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He discovered that there was not 1, but 2 effigies, 1 larger, 1 smaller. Suddenly, an audacious thought burst forth in Ting's mind. Good heavens, could it be? Realizing the possibility, Ting could hardly contain himself. Bolting out of the ancestral hall, someone, gather all the clues amassed over these past days and report them to me in detail. Su-er is alive. My Su-er is absolutely alive. Perhaps not only alive, but has encountered something extraordinary. Instantly, Ting's expression transformed, a blend of tears and smiles, causing all who beheld him to think he had gone mad from the grief of losing Baisu. Back in the cave, Tang had just received her 2 little cubs when they began to whimper, seeking nourishment instinctively. While nursing a child was within her realm of acceptance, nursing a little tiger and a little squirrel was another matter entirely. Jaja, do we have any formula? She cleverly inquired through thought. Host, for the first 3 months, the larger cubs require a special formula designed for beast men, costing 1 energy point per can, accompanied by a durable, unbreakable resin bottle. Anticipating the system would possess formula, lest she deliver several cubs at once, she could mentally adjust, but her body could not accommodate such a feat. To her surprise, it was so affordable. Merely 1 energy point per can, plus a free bottle. Since we are a birthing system, we offer substantial discounts on all aspects of cub care. Very well, let us have 2 cans to start. Excellent. Rest assured, host, they will be packaged to blend seamlessly into this world. How considerate. 100,000 praises for you. In the blink of an eye, 2 cans of formula and a bottle appeared in Tang's nearby bundle, shimmering with white light, visible only to her. Baisu, still in a state of confusion, asked anxiously, Ah, Tang. Shouldn't the cubs be fed now? I've never raised cubs. What do they eat? Meat? Or should I prepare vegetables and fruits like you? Tang replied, they don't eat that. They nurse. Bring me my bundle, and I will teach you how to prepare the milk. All right. Su truly embodies the essence of a feline creature, exhibiting remarkable obedience. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 2 meters, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his muscular arms and thighs flex with grace as he follows Tang's instructions. First, he carefully opens the milk bottle, scalding it with boiling water before filling it with warm water, approximately 50 milliliters, then adding the appropriate amount of beastman milk powder. Tang remains uncertain about how much milk a young tiger might consume. However, she knows that a squirrel typically requires around 10 milliliters. Observing her daughter, petite as a palm and as rosy as a plush toy, she worries whether the child might inherit her unique inability to grow. After a gentle shake, she concludes, all right, bring it here. I shall feed them. Su, intrigued by the milk bottle, eagerly seizes the opportunity to feed their son, leaving the fragile daughter, who seems too delicate to withstand the world. In Tang's care. As he feeds, he exclaims in delight, Tang, guess what I've discovered? Our son appears to be at the green tier, born with such potential, surpassing even my own childhood prowess. And it seems our daughter possesses some spiritual power as well, albeit a modest red tier, which is still quite remarkable. After all, even among the 8 great families of our Eastern District, females with spiritual power are exceedingly rare. Tang, already aware of this revelation, displays less astonishment, focusing intently on feeding their offspring. In a voice tinged with detachment, she states, Su, I am significantly older than you. The previous events were merely an accident. I never intended for you to bear any responsibility, as that would be unjust to you. You may leave. I shall not impede your departure. Her words. Su's heart, aflame with passion, feels as though it has been cruelly wrenched after the helplessness. Tang found herself with no alternative but to proceed as is, planning to have a thorough discussion with Su later. If he were to learn of her impending union with the dog tribe, he would likely relinquish any lingering fantasies about her. I'll name our son. While I fear I may not do justice in naming our daughter, Su cheerfully declared, his gaze softening with a tenderness so profound it seemed capable of conjuring water. One could hardly imagine the joy that would light up the grandfather's face upon seeing these 2 children. He would undoubtedly host a lavish feast that lasted 3 days and nights, inviting the other 7 great families of the Eastern District to join in the celebration. Well, perhaps it was more about showing off than anything else. In truth, it wasn't just the grandfather who wished to flaunt. Su himself was nearly bursting with pride, eager to parade his 2 offspring before the family. Let us name her Gue, Tang suggested. Pink roses symbolize special love, and this being her first pregnancy, the emotions were bound to be extraordinary. Gue, Su pondered, the term resonating with a delightful fragrance even though roses were not known in the beast world. Perhaps they existed but under a different name. However, upon uttering it, he felt an inexplicable delight and nodded vigorously. Yes, that's a lovely name. Gue. Tang closed her eyes, reluctant to mention that she had yet to decide whether their daughter would take his surname. Although most in the beast world bore their father's surname, it would still be possible for Gue to take hers if she chose to do so. Indeed, Tang was prepared for the possibility of not being able to keep both children. She was determined to ensure her daughter remained with her, for life as a female in the beast world was fraught with challenges, and she wished to spare Gue from any potential hardships that might arise from being taken away. Despite the slim chances of such a scenario occurring with Gue's innate abilities, she resolved that if she had to choose, she would certainly keep her daughter if the son is the elder brother. Let us name him by Chong Mei. What a peculiar name. Tang was about to refuse when, unexpectedly, the little tiger in Su's arms, despite its eyes being nearly closed in slumber, suddenly opened them wide and meowed loudly at the mention of the name, its mouth curving into a grin as it searched for its sister. It seemed quite pleased with the name. Su, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "See, our son is very fond of the name I chose." What could Tang say? They were all a bit mad, weren't they? The family of 4 spent the next 6 or 7 days in the cave, enjoying a blissful existence during this infancy stage. Both babies were only able to consume milk and could not eat anything else until they reached a month old, when they could gradually be introduced to solid foods, such as the tenderest pork fillet and easily digestible leafy vegetables. Of course, as a squirrel, Gue's favorite would undoubtedly be nuts and seeds. Bird eggs and chicken eggs were rich in nutrients, and Tang planned to wait a few more days until they grew a bit more, at which point she could try making steamed eggs for them. However, before that moment arrived, A group of unfamiliar uninvited guests appeared outside the cave. Bai Su excitedly called out to the eldest among them. Grandpa. Su Tang felt her legs weaken as she sensed the extraordinary power of this group. The system warned, "Host, be cautious. Bai Mu Ting is a peak purple rank powerhouse, just a hair's breadth away from breaking into the earth rank. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate you. Moreover, I sense he does not seem particularly fond of you." Upon hearing this, Su Tang stepped back warily. Bai Mu Ting's voice rang out. "Who are they?" This cunning old man could clearly see that one child resembled the young Bai Su and the other, aside from color, was an exact replica of Su Tang. They were undoubtedly the fruits of their union. Yet he refused to acknowledge it.as a peak purple rank powerhouse with the purple eye. Bai Mu Ting had discerned Su Tang's age of 118 upon merely setting eyes on her. The system's rewards did not alter Su Tang's established information, and the beauty-enhancing effects of the rejuvenation pill, dazzling to the young, held no significance for an ancient beast of several hundred years. Bai Mu Ting was unwilling to see his exceptionally talented grandson partner with an old female, no matter how remarkable her fertility was. Thus, as Bai Su eagerly prepared to introduce Su Tang and their two offspring to his grandfather, Bai Mu Ting shot a glance at his fierce guardian Bai Wei, and in a seamless display of understanding, Bai Wei swiftly struck Bai Su with a hand chop, causing him to collapse before Su Tang. The 7-day-old little tiger sensed danger and cried out incessantly, while Gue, who had been sleeping on Su Tang's shoulder, awoke. Adorably bewildered by the unfolding chaos, Su Tang's expression hardened as she hastily abandoned any pretense of politeness. "Elder, what do you mean by this?" They had been impolite to her first, knocking Bai Su unconscious, clearly wishing to eliminate any hindrance he posed. Thus, she surmised they had no intention of treating her kindly either. A bitter smile crossed Su Tang's face. She had always urged Bai Su to leave, knowing this would be the outcome. In any era, one's lineage was of paramount importance. Moreover, she was already old enough that her teeth were nearly falling out. Looking at it from another perspective, if the little tiger were to grow up and be with a woman 80 or 90 years his senior, she would find it unacceptable. Even more so if Gue were to marry an old man over 100. "My grandson has encountered an accident and acted irrationally, bullying you in the process. I apologize on his behalf," Bai Mu Ting stated politely, nodding slightly before adding, "Child, I intend to take the children back to the White Tiger clan for their upbringing. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. You can see the disparity between us. It is evident that the children would fare far better under their father's care than yours." In just a few brief sentences, it was clear that the White Tiger clan would not accept Su Tang as a daughter-in-law of such lowly status. Not only would they not accept her, but they also aimed to seize her children. Fueled by fury, Su Tang felt as though her vision was turning crimson, itching to charge at Bai Mu Ting, yet the system intervened. "Host, know your limits. You are currently a powerless weakling without any spiritual energy. Bai Mu Ting could easily subdue you with a mere finger. Su Tang gritted her teeth in frustration. Are you just going to stand by and do nothing? Host, I wish to assist you, but our current energy reserves are insufficient to contend with the likes of Bai Mu Ting. Why throw yourself against a stone wall? It would be wiser to let them take the children for now. And once we have amassed enough strength, we can reclaim them. While Bai Mu Ting may be somewhat unpleasant, I can assure you he harbors no ill intentions towards the children." As Su Tang contemplated this, Bai Mu Ting stepped forward with resolute determination. "Child, whether it be gold, crystal beads, or elixirs and techniques, name your price. I am willing to offer whatever I can, should you agree to relinquish the children." At that moment, a single thought echoed in Su Tang's mind. "You can take your offerings and shove them." Chapter 18. Forget it. He will forget you too. Yet, despite her inner bravado, she felt utterly powerless in reality. She had no standing to challenge the White Tiger clan. Not only was Bai Mu Ting a peak purple rank powerhouse who could easily reduce her to nothing, but she was also incapable of dealing with the silent Bai Qi Shan or the fierce guardian Bai Wei. The system was equally unreliable. Devoid of energy, it was no more useful than a pile of rags. The 11,000 energy points she had earned after giving birth could only buy small items in the system shop. There was no chance of acquiring any powerful weaponry. Thus, after clenching her fist for a long while, she finally spat out bitterly, "I want nothing. But remember this. One day, I will personally storm the White Tiger clan and reclaim my children." Perhaps the White Tiger clan possessed many resources she could use, but she would rather toil and exchange with the system than sell her children. This was the most fundamental principle of motherhood. On the opposite side, Bai Wei scoffed derisively, clearly dismissive of Su Tang's declaration. Bai Qi Shan's expression was dark and inscrutable, his complex gaze drifting over to Chong and Gue several times, unable to articulate the frustration building within him. How truly ironic. Not only had he nearly lost half his life, But Bai Su had emerged unscathed and even fortuitously produced offspring. Originally, there had only been Bai Su, which had already put him out of the picture, now, with the addition of a pair of children. Wouldn't the old man immediately summon the clan stewards and hand over the position of clan leader to Bai Su? Bai Chi Shan seethed with resentment, feeling utterly helpless in his misery. As Bai Mu Ting instructed Bai Wei to pack their belongings, he cast a predatory glance at Su Tang. This mouse tribe female is quite fertile. Perhaps I should take her back with me to bear more offspring. Even if I lack competitiveness, my children would not. In the next moment, his sordid thoughts were interrupted by Bai Mu Ting, who remarked, "Child, I understand your discomfort, but such is the nature of the world. Disappointments are all too common. Consider it a matter of fate between you and Bai Su. Here, take this. You may refuse, but I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed. This box of items will suffice for you to return to your tribe without worry for the rest of your life. Take care of yourself." With that, it was unclear how Bai Wei managed to coax Chong Chong and Gue Gue, yet the two little ones obediently climbed onto his shoulders and nestled into his arms. Briefly crossing paths with Su Tang, their gazes meeting for a fleeting moment. In an instant, Su Tang's heart sank, feeling as though a piece of it had been wrenched away, leaving her feeling hollow. She realized that from the very beginning, despite her initial reluctance to accept these two furry bundles, after a week of nurturing them, she had grown immensely fond of them. Two little cubs, Gue Gue, quiet and beautiful like a little princess. And Chon Chon, lively and energetic with a hearty appetite, occasionally let out a playful howl, their adorableness undeniable. Yet, they must part ways with her, embarking on a journey to the more favorable environment of the White Tiger tribe. Su Tang's eyes brimmed with warmth, caught in a moment of uncertainty, not knowing if this was right or wrong. Suddenly, Chon Chon climbed up to Bai Wei's shoulder and mewed softly at Su Tang. His chubby little paw grasped Bai Wei's collar, the soft, pale pink pads reflecting his innocence, as if he had just realized he was about to leave Su Tang. Gue Gue, who had been perched on Bai Wei's shoulder, instinctively followed suit, both cubs bewildered and reluctant to leave Su Tang, yet an inexplicable force rendered them unable to escape Bai Wei's grasp, their limbs lacking strength. Chon Chon, Gue Gue. Su Tang's heart ached as she couldn't help but cry out. Mew. Eek. The two little ones instinctively responded, as if calling for their mother. Su Tang watched helplessly as tears cascaded down her cheeks, rushing forward only to find Chon Chon lifted by his great-grandfather. By muting. Good child, let us go. We must not make your mother beast uncomfortable. Your great-grandfather will take you to the best place. From now on, you will have no mother beast, only a father beast. A sense of turmoil engulfed Su Tang's heart. But by the time she reached the spot, all that remained were withered branches and fallen leaves. By muting and his group had seemingly vanished into thin air. Su Tang understood this was the instantaneous teleportation of a powerful being. A pinnacle of the purple rank. Capable of traversing hundreds of kilometers in an instant. Time passed, and a gentle breeze carried a whisper to Su Tang's ear, a mix of a sigh and a warning. Child, forget it. Once Bai Su returns to the clan, I shall administer the forgetting elixir, ensuring he forgets everything about this place completely. From now on, he will only remember that he has two children, and the memory of their mother beast will be erased. Su Tang felt an urge to strike out, but she could grasp nothing but the air around her. The thought that Bai Su would forever and completely forget her should have brought her joy. Yet an inexplicable bitterness settled deep within her heart. After resting on the mountain for 2 days, indulging in a monotonous cycle of eating and sleeping, Su Tang finally resolved to return to the tribe. In 2 days, the hunting dog tribe would come to fetch her for marriage. The past was behind her, and the future awaited. She had no time for sorrow, only the need to muster her spirits and continue on her unknown journey. Do not worry, host. As long as we produce excellent offspring, we shall one day seek justice from the White Tiger tribe. Su Tang clenched her teeth, a wave of hatred engulfing her. You better remember your words. Or else remember. Definitely remember. Su Tang cast one last glance at the cave. Bai Su, you truly do not belong here. As for the box of treasures given by muting, Su Tang naturally took it with her. It was rightfully hers, merely a matter of interest owed. Zatsa, unwilling to see Su Tang remain in such a gloomy state, inquired, So, host, how's the nursery pouch? Isn't it quite useful? Bai Su's space could only hold inanimate objects. But the nursery pouch was different. It could accommodate anything besides the host herself. It is indeed satisfactory. Su Tang acknowledged, then warned Zatsa, From this moment on, I do not wish to hear Bai Su's name. I want to begin anew. Understood. As long as the host is happy and does not abandon the childbearing plan, everything is fine. Besides the nursery pouch, do you still owe me something? As Su Tang walked, she glanced at the progress bar, which had reached 30. With 11,000 energy points for childbirth rewards. After expenses, she still had 10,879 left. This amount was insufficient to purchase weapons against the White Tiger tribe, but it could certainly enhance her quality of life. Zatsa replied affirmatively. Rest assured, host. I have already submitted a report regarding the Plant Spirit Foundation, but it may take 10 days to half a month for the higher-ups to approve. Hearing this, Tang felt no urgency. The assurance was enough. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, she thought. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the tribe, where a few rat tribe beastmen were gathered, gossiping while munching on seeds. The tribe was small, primarily composed of rat beastmen, with a few rabbits, cicadeer, horses, and chicken duck goose beastmen. Intermarriage among beastmen was common, provided there was no deep-seated enmity between the clans. After all, females were exceedingly rare. However, such unions typically occurred within the confines of their respective districts. Cross-clan marriages like Tang and by S, spanning multiple tiers, were exceedingly rare over the past century. Have you heard? The tribe leader's godmother, that old lady, has actually agreed to marry into the hunting dog tribe. What? Isn't she over 100 years old? She can still marry. It's said the leader of the hunting dog tribe specifically requested her, claiming her birth date is auspicious and can bring luck to his foolish son. That can't be right. At her age, can she even mate? What if she dies in the bridal chamber right after the wedding? Tang listened intently to their gossip, secretly lamenting the nature of such gossip mongers. It seemed that anyone with a mouth, whether human or beast, behaved the same way, with a smile playing on her lips. She strolled forward slowly. What are you all discussing? Speak louder. I'm hard of hearing. Chapter 19. Returning to the rat tribe, all astonished. Who are you? Upon hearing Tang's voice, an eerie chill swept through the crowd, and they instinctively turned to stare at her. In an instant, they were all rendered speechless. Someone gasped, "Wow, where did this beautiful little female come from? Look, she has a petal mark on her brow. Could she be a revered holy female from some tribe?" In the tribe, females were born precious, and those possessing extraordinary fertility, known as holy females, were revered beyond measure. To distinguish holy females from others, the shaman would mark their brows with sacred flowers, serving as both adornment and a symbol of status. However, the petal on Tang's brow was evidently not of this origin. She stood silently, a faint smile on her lips, observing the performance of these gossip mongers with amusement. The greatest task of beast females throughout their lives was to bear offspring. Beyond that, they merely had to enjoy a life of ease, leading to an abundance of idle chatter. Before reaching the position of tribe leader, Daju was often the subject of gossip, not for her lack of fertility, but for her cunningness, having nurtured her talented offspring with great effort, anticipating their future success. Seeing Tang merely smile without speaking, one short and stout female couldn't help but poke her. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute?" Tang casually glanced at her, her icy gaze causing the latter to instinctively withdraw. Tang then spoke. "I am none other than the shameless old lady you were just discussing. Continue. I'm listening. Let us see what new nonsense you can come up with." Yet, as soon as Tang finished speaking, the crowd fell into stunned silence, their expressions akin to having a mouthful of dung unexpectedly thrust upon them, unable to recover for a long while. After a moment, the crowd erupted. "What? You were old lady? Are you joking? If old lady looked like you, I'd kneel down and lick her feet immediately." "Right. Even in jest, there should be limits. You must be a relative of old lady, overhearing our jokes and trying to support her." Tang's lips twitched, caught between anger at the gossip mongers and delight that her transformation had been remarkably successful. Look at that. No one recognized her at all. They even thought she was a holy female from next door. Silence. After a moment of self-reflection, Tang suddenly raised her voice. "I am indeed Tang. No fakes here. If you do not believe me, come home with me and ask my sons for confirmation. However, I must say this beforehand. Starting today, I do not want to hear anyone gossip about me behind my back. If you have grievances, speak to me directly. If they can be resolved, let us resolve them. If not, we shall fight. Though our squirrel tribe may be small in number, we absolutely will not tolerate jealousy and slander among females, as it reflects poorly on our tribe. Why should women make things difficult for one another? We have already moved beyond a patriarchy, yet here we are, a bunch of women fighting over a rotten cucumber, engaging in petty competition. How meaningless, how unambitious. Wait, are you really old lady?" All the females present, aged between 35 and 55, either stayed at home unwilling to venture out or were too occupied with breeding plans with their beast husbands to roam around. Yet, this also meant that most of them recognized the original Tang. Some having been educated by her in the past for their indiscretions, they immediately recognized Tang's distinctive educational tone and were left astounded. jumping back in disbelief. It's her. It's really her. How is this possible? Has she been possessed by a demon beast? After the initial shock came sheer terror, as each female hurriedly retreated. The females, varying in height and build, clustered together, pushing and shouting, their faces betraying fear towards Tang. As if beneath her captivating beauty lurked a terrifying beast with a gaping maw. Tang rolled her eyes and was about to step forward when, not far off, a group of males approached. Among them were a few searching for their idol wives, while 3 others stood tall and striking, particularly the robust figure in the center, who commanded attention, none other than Dazu. Demo. Into in a matter of moments, the males arrived, noticing the unusual behavior of the females, their expressions towards Tang tinged with caution. Who was she? The question came from the round-faced Dazu. Tang bit her lip, closed her eyes for a moment, and upon reopening them, unleashed a torrent of fury. Dazu, how many times has my adoptive mother told you not to encourage our kin to gather and gossip? It stirs discord within the clan. Why do you refuse to listen? And you lot. Tang pivoted, her demeanor fierce as she seized the initiative. Have you nothing to do? Is the land properly cultivated? Have you watered the vegetables and fruits? With this sweltering heat, a single day without watering could spell disaster for those greens. What will happen to the business of the gourmet city then? I fear the generous dividends from the gourmet city over the years have made you complacent, allowing you to grow fat and careless about storing food for winter, leaving you with the leisure to chatter here. What's this? My Sulautai can form a marriage alliance with the young patriarch of the hunting dog clan. And you envy me, don't you? Very well. Tomorrow I will approach the hunting dog clan's leader and propose to select 2 from among you gossiping females to send as my substitutes for the alliance. I am certain the leader will be more than willing. Tang spoke rapidly, her words firing like a machine gun, catching everyone off guard, leaving even the 3 DOS momentarily stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Waves of shock washing over them. The females, however, reacted quicker than the 3 DOS, stamping their feet in frustration. Sulautai, that's not what we meant. Don't misunderstand. Exactly. We all have families. How could we possibly go to the hunting dog clan for an alliance? Yuri trying to drive us to our doom. Tang swiftly turned her head. Oh, so you don't wish to form an alliance, do you? About a dozen females exchanged glances, then hastily nodded like they were pounding garlic. Indeed, that was the expression, cold and unfeeling, as still as a deep well. Apart from Sulautai, no one else could exhibit such an expression. Appearance can be faked, and voices can be mimicked, but such a gaze is unique to Sulautai. Thus, even if the group found it absurd and hard to believe, they had no choice but to force themselves to accept it. In a fleeting moment, those who had been haughty moments ago shrank back, trembling in fear before Tang. Yet, beasts are prone to folly, clinging to a glimmer of hope. They thought perhaps they could whisper behind her back without being discovered. Little did they anticipate that fate would lead the very subject of their gossip to catch them red-handed. The complex emotions of the few females were evident. While Tang relished the opportunity to reprimand them, she also felt fatigued. With a cold glance at them, she queried, "What are you still doing here? If you don't leave, are you waiting to be sent off for an alliance?" Naturally, they had no desire to be married off, and thus hurriedly made their exit. At that moment, only Tang and her 3 sons remained. She contemplated suitable explanations and responses when suddenly, Dagai grasped her hand. "You wicked female, who told you to impersonate our adoptive mother?" Imo chimed in. "Right, we're not foolish enough to be easily deceived. If you want us to believe you, you must tell us when the last time we wet the bed before we grew up was." Chapter 20. Her sons claim she has blossomed anew. Tang, shocked to death, having seen others inadvertently reveal their flaws, she had never encountered someone who would willingly expose themselves. Wasn't it just a trivial matter of bedwetting, while she might lack other skills? This was her forte. Without a moment's thought, she blurted out, "Dazu, 4 years old. Imo, 8. Dagai, 3. Hey, adoptive mother, look at you. Imo was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously?" Dagai interjected, interrupting with a playful leap, pulling Tang into a dizzying twirl. "Don't forget," she thought. "I may appear youthful, but I am merely 30 in appearance, 88 in body, and can't change the fact that I am 118 in reality." Stop spinning. Tang felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Finally, Dagai ceased, excitement radiating from him. "Adoptive mother. You truly are the adoptive mother. How did you suddenly bloom like a withered tree in spring?" "It is miraculous." Tang closed her eyes, wanting to remind him that the idiom "withering tree blooms in spring" was not meant to be applied this way. However, Imo was also scrutinizing her closely. Once they finished, he clapped his hands, declaring, "Indeed, this is our adoptive mother. I have a good memory. I vaguely recall our adoptive mother looked like this when she was young. Plus, Don't we have a portrait of her youth at home? Let's fetch it for a comparison, and the truth will be revealed. As the clan leader, Dazu was more composed than his two brothers, observing Tang being supported by them as they walked home. He followed at a leisurely pace. After a while, he suddenly said, "Actually, I have a more convenient method to verify if she is indeed our adoptive mother." What? Upon hearing this, Mo and Dagai immediately perked up. Ears at attention. Tang felt a tightening in her chest, an ominous premonition that her three sons were about to stir up trouble. Sure enough, her instincts had never failed her. Under the eager gazes of Mo and Dagai, Dazu stated earnestly, "Have you forgotten? Our adoptive mother has a small silver snake birthmark on her thigh. If she pulls down her waistband just a bit, we can check the birthmark, and it will suffice." Mo let out a bleat of realization. Indeed, that's a clever idea. Dagai also halted, looking down at Tang's waist. "But it seems our adoptive mother isn't wearing pants today." Tang took deep breaths, barely restraining herself from wanting to slap each of them. In the next moment, she shook off her second and third sons and marched purposefully towards the bamboo pole leaning against the opposite wooden house. Grabbing it and advancing with intent, unable to endure any longer, she shouted, "You three little rascals! A day without scolding makes you itch. 2 days without yelling makes you restless. 3 days without punishment makes you rebellious. Come now, if you want to see the birthmark on my leg, I'll first reveal your skulls." As she scolded, she struck precisely at the fleshy areas of their thighs and bottoms, enough to hurt but not injure. The third son, Dagai, immediately jumped up, clutching his backside, dancing as if doing the disco. "Adoptive mother, spare me. I believe you. I truly believe you're our adoptive mother." The second son, Mo, teared up, "Big brother, this is all your fault." The eldest son, Daju, has been stationed at the Green Tier for at least 2 decades, honing his skills in the beast realm. While innate talent is paramount, financial investment for acceleration is also indispensable. Tribes with wealth and power regularly organize hunts for their warriors to slay beasts and procure crystal beads and rings, forms of currency that are immensely useful for training and exchanging for supplies. Unfortunately, the squirrel tribe has few capable warriors who can frequently venture out due to the need to guard and protect. The lack of sufficient crystal beads and rings results in a sluggish pace of training and stunted growth of tribal strength, creating a vicious cycle that has persisted for decades. This stagnation occurs even amidst the profitable food city established by Tang, alongside smaller teams within the tribe contributing to KPIs through salt production, sugar refining, weaving, construction, and pottery. Without these efforts, they would surely become pitiful victims of larger tribes' whims. Yet, despite the profits from these industries, they are merely gold coins, and converting them into hard currency such as crystal beads and rings is quite disadvantageous. Furthermore, these industries do not entirely belong to the squirrel tribe, as the Hound tribe, responsible for maintaining order, claims nearly half of the profits. Without their involvement, the squirrel tribe might not have even developed these industries, and greedy outsiders could have easily seized their patents. It is precisely for these reasons that when the Hound tribe proposed a marriage alliance, Daju found himself in a predicament, as offending the Hound tribe was not an option. Tang sorted through the crystal beads at hand, slowly placing a portion of the treasures given by muting onto the table. This act made the tale of the treasure cave all the more believable. As for what remained, that was certainly her private stash. As a mother, she had responsibilities, but first and foremost, she must ensure her own well-being, right? The spirit of sacrifice, a little, but not excessively so. Chapter 21. Transformed. Is marriage still far away? The three brothers gazed at the objects before them, feeling an unreal, dreamlike sensation. Daju's dark, round face transformed into an oval shape from shock. Damo glanced at the table and then reached out to pull at his younger brother Dagai's cheek. The horse-like face, already elongated, became even more distorted from the tug. "Ah!" Dagai cried out in pain, slapping at Damo's hand several times before finally dislodging it. "What are you doing, second brother?" Damo retorted. "That hurts, clearly. This isn't a dream." Dagai quickly realized, jumping in frustration, "If you want to verify if this is a dream, pull at your own face instead of mine." The room was filled with raucous commotion. Tang maintained her expressionless demeanor, seemingly accustomed to such antics. Once the three brothers had calmed down somewhat, she slowly spoke. "The Hound tribe will come to propose marriage the day after tomorrow. The stepmother is now compelled to act." She continued, "Our tribe is weak. We cannot afford to provoke the Hound tribe." Over the years, Tang had accomplished much for the squirrel tribe, but most of it was through her son Daju's efforts, remaining largely unknown to outsiders, something she preferred. As a female with low reproductive capacity and no spiritual power, it would not serve her well to stand out excessively. Conversely, Daju, stationed at the Green Tier, was far more suited to be the clever one in charge. Upon hearing this, the smile that lingered on Daju's lips vanished. No one understood better than he what Tang represented for the squirrel tribe. She had nurtured and educated the three brothers, helping the weak squirrel tribe become self-sufficient, bold, and forward-thinking achievements far beyond his capabilities. Instead of attributing the tribe's improvement to his leadership, it would be more accurate to say that all credit belonged to Tang. Thus, the thought of Tang leaving the squirrel tribe filled Daju with despair, making it difficult for him to eat or sleep, despite his previous attempts to persuade Tang to agree at this moment. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Stepmother, the squirrel tribe cannot do without you. Tang shook her head at her eldest son's tearful gaze. Daju, you must learn to shoulder the responsibilities of the tribe leader. No one can assist you indefinitely. Furthermore, when the heavens wish to rain, a mother must marry. How can you possibly stop that? Daju felt the pleasant atmosphere of farewell dissipate instantly. He knew well that once his stepmother made a decision, even the strength of 9 oxen could not sway her. Calling her cold-hearted would not be an exaggeration. In his childhood, even feigning pity was ineffective, let alone now. Damo and Dagai did not share the same pessimism regarding Tang's marriage. Damo scratched his head, dismissively stating, Stepmother, your son believes in you. Soon, that Yuli will fall at your feet, and then we can bring him back to our squirrel tribe. After all, most beastmen follow their wives. What if he is a lesser clan leader? Tang chuckled softly. Imo, you hold me in high regard. In my eyes, you are the best. Damo proudly lifted his chin, asserting, Indeed, I believe so too. Dagai nodded in agreement. Exactly. Just as I said, after stepmother departs, if she is happy, then good. If not, she can return home. For stepmother, I, Damo, am willing to fight the Hound tribe to the bitter end. However, the three brothers had unspoken thoughts. They were incredibly optimistic about their stepmother's prospects. Without mentioning her unparalleled charisma, her youthful and stunning beauty, the Hound tribe would be blind to reject her. Enough, Tang declared decisively. Let this be settled. You will keep these ornaments. Stationary, jade ornaments, and if you encounter difficulties, you may trade them for crystal beads and rings or necessary supplies with other tribes. Should I find myself ensnared in the Hound tribe, these items will be crucial for the tribe to endure the harsh winter. Tang had only a superficial understanding of the Hound tribe's circumstances, so she could not ascertain how long her visit would last. Yet, the moment her words fell, her three sons synchronously stepped back, shaking their heads. No, we don't want them. Daju insisted. These fine treasures should be your dowry for the Hound tribe. Damo added, the squirrel tribe lacks nothing. You should take these items for your own security while you are out there. Dagai chimed in. The treasures are all discovered by you, stepmother. According to the rules of the beast realm, whatever is found belongs to the finder. We have already taken so many crystal beads. It feels wrong to take your hidden stash as well. Are you trying to sever ties with us? Tang struggled for a long time but ultimately could not prevail. She had no choice but to put the items away once more and sternly urged her three sons to train. Previously, resources were scarce, requiring 10,000 gold coins for a single low-tier crystal bead, which was unaffordable. Now, each of them possessed at least 4 or 5 crystal beads, all of which were at least of the green tier or higher, significantly enhancing their training effectiveness. Tang was eager to see how much their strength would surge once they absorbed the spiritual energy from the crystal beads. This was far more important than squabbling over a few treasures with her 3 foolish sons. That night, Tang slept soundly, as her bed truly provided peace of mind. As dawn broke, a chorus of cheers erupted outside. Tang rose, dressed, and stepped out. Previously, she had worn the rough undergarments she made herself, and putting on a maternity dress was hardly an improvement. However, now, having spent a substantial amount of 30 energy units on a set of undergarments, she felt significantly more comfortable. Before opening the door, Tang glanced at her energy value in the system. 10879. Outside, her 3 sons wore expressions of sheer excitement. As Tang emerged, the training fanatic Dagai rushed forward. Stepmother, guess what level I am now? Typically, those at higher levels can easily perceive the lower level's capabilities, while it is not always apparent for the reverse. The former Tang would not have been able to discern such distinctions, but now, equipped with the system, she confidently stated, Well done, Dagai. You've reached the intermediate green tier. Your elder brother was still at the initial green tier at your age. As she turned, the system informed Tang that her second son, Damo, had also leveled up. Previously at the intermediate yellow tier, he was now at the peak yellow tier, and with a short period of consolidations. Reaching the green tier was just around the corner. Daju had even directly broken through from the peak green tier to the stable blue tier. The results were astonishingly delightful for Tang. It made her appreciate the joy of financial investment. In the tribe, while there were many coins, There were also some low-tier crystal beads such as red, orange, and yellow, with green tier being rare. The crystal beads she had given to her 3 sons were primarily of the green tier or higher, including several purple tier beads. Hence, after absorbing a substantial amount of spiritual energy from the crystal beads, their strength had surged so rapidly, given that they had rarely invested in financial resources during their training from a young age. Each step had been steady and solid, and their physical attributes had already met the conditions for leveling up. They had merely lacked the abundant spiritual energy to fill their foundations, now that they had absorbed enough. It was only natural for them to level up, or even leap to the next tier. Stepmother's intuition is remarkable. Dog-Eye chuckled gleefully, having not expected to break through the long-stagnant peak yellow tier so easily. And even to leap 2 levels in one go, it seemed his relentless training had truly paid off, and he resolved to work even harder in the future. Damo, who was eloquent, had slightly less talent for training and had always taken a long time to level up. Lagging behind his brother Dog-Eye, this time, he had not held much hope, yet he was thrilled to have leveled up too. Stepmother, thank you. You were too good to us. He excitedly pointed at Daju. Stepmother, now guess what level elder brother is at? He has already begun to envision the splendid spectacle that will unfold tomorrow when the 3 of them escort their godmother to the Hound clan. How delightful it will be to witness the expression on that old Kuyu Zhao's face. Chapter 22. A marriage alliance transformed into a fortunate turn. The West District is impoverished, resembling a slum on the Spirit Beast continent. The only path to cultivation here is through diligence, with the option of spending money on various elixirs, spirit fruits, crystal beads, and rings. More is always better. The orcs of the West District mostly remain at lower levels because they cannot afford to spend. Yet, Yushao stands out as a rare blue tier among them. Earning great respect from all, he takes immense pride in this status, always looking down on others during collaborations with the Rat Clan, never deigning to meet their gaze, but rather sniffing at them. He even shamelessly insists on Su Tang marrying his foolish son. When he discovers that Dazu has also reached the blue tier, his expression is quite something. Mo, growing more impatient with each passing thought, excitedly rubs his slender deer-like hands. Su Tang, equipped with a system akin to a fiery eye of insight, glances at Dazu and nods approvingly. You have indeed not disappointed your godmother. Thus, even if she marries into the Hound clan and never returns, she can rest easy. Su Tang is not merely jesting. Of course, she does not intend to remain in the Hound clan forever. She merely contemplates that with the increasing difficulty of tasks tied to her childbearing system, it may become quite challenging to settle in one tribe. Consider this a preemptive measure for her 3 sons. Dazu is not the quickest to react among the 3, but his feelings for Su Tang are the most complex. Filled with respect, admiration, and attachment, he furrows his brow instinctively at her words, questioning whether their godmother would cease to regard the Rat Clan as her home upon moving to the Hound clan. Hearing Dazu's words, Mo and Dagai's expressions of excitement swiftly fade, and they turn serious to look at Su Tang. Su Tang does not wish to broach such matters too soon. As the future remains uncertain, she quickly diverts her gaze and shakes her head. No, that is not the case at all. I am simply delighted that you have all grown up and made progress, becoming independent and self-sufficient. This is a testament to not having let your mother, my dear sister Fen, die down. She nearly sighs. The children have grown up. It is time for me to seek my true self. On this day, the family of 4 experiences an unprecedented joy. Su Tang uses her energy points to purchase a variety of seasonings, preparing to treat her children to authentic grilled skewers, though she had tried cooking them before. The lack of technology and culinary skill resulted in mediocre flavors. The skewers include both meat and vegetable options, each marinated with different recipes to enrich their taste when grilled. As the preparations near completion, Mo, keen-eyed, rushes off, exclaiming, "Godmother, I will fetch the firestone." Initially, the backward Rat Clan employed the method of friction to create fire. Su Tang's arrival taught them how to preserve embers, utilizing the ancient method of fire sticks. Eventually, with the acquisition of firestones, igniting flames became increasingly convenient. However, for Su Tang, who had enjoyed modern conveniences in the 21st century, she still found firestones to be rather rudimentary. Some firestones lose their effectiveness after a few uses, while others require multiple strikes to produce a spark. Compared to modern matches and lighters, these tools seem utterly inadequate. Seeing this, Su Tang decisively spends 1 energy point to purchase a lighter from the system shop. Glancing at her dwindling balance of 28 energy points, she exits calmly. Mo, come back. Godmother has something wonderful to show you, Su Tang says with a smile, though the Rat Clan members have small eyes. Su Tang is an exception. Once, she was the rare beauty with large, captivating eyes within the tribe, enchanting many young males. Alas, Those foolish males turned away upon discovering her inability to bear children, leaving her to shoulder the burden of raising offspring alone. It must be said that orcs are quite pragmatic. With a flick, Tang presses the lighter, and a flickering red flame dances to life. The three boys are startled, then filled with curiosity, their heads instinctively leaning closer to the lighter. Tang explains with a smile, "This is called a lighter, discovered in a treasure cave. Perhaps it was used by Eastern nobility. Look, with just a press, it ignites effortlessly." Demonstrating, she quickly lights the dry grass Emo had prepared. Dagai, quick to act, gathers small twigs to support the flames, and soon, the fire they once found challenging to kindle blazes beautifully. "Wow, Godmother, this lighter is fantastic," Emo exclaims, genuinely impressed. As the clan leader, Dazoo has always thought from the perspective of his position. His eyes gleam greedily at the lighter, saying, "If our rat clan had 10, oh no, 5 of these lighters, how wonderful it would be. Winter would be much easier for us to ignite fires, and surely no clan member would succumb to the cold. If the lighter were entrusted to the guard team, it would be incredibly convenient for anyone needing to light a fire." Having raised all 3 boys herself, Tang is not oblivious to the thoughts reflected in Dazoo's expression. She smirks subtly and quietly purchases a few more lighters. Looking at her eldest son, Dazoo, she asks, "If I remember correctly, your 83rd birthday is in a couple of days, right?" Dazoo scratches his head. "Godmother remembers our birthdays so clearly every year." Tang smiles, "Of course. After all, you are my sons. By the way, is Yilin returning today after taking the children back to her family? Also, Emo, where is your wife?" "Today is the last day Godmother is home, so let us gather everyone together for a happy meal as a farewell and to celebrate your elder brother Dazoo's birthday, though it is meant to be a joyful occasion." Upon hearing this, Emo and Dagai's eyes redden with emotion. Tang's intention was never to evoke sadness. She merely wished for the family to unite before her departure. Thus, she casually distributes the lighters among them, saying, "Here, these lighters are all for you. Use them as you wish, a final gift from your godmother before she leaves." Tang's words only served to deepen the boy's sorrow. The youngest, Dagai, straightforwardly bursts into tears, his head transforming into that of a beast in his distress. Tang, seeing him with a horse's head yet maintaining a human form, cannot help but chuckle. After their meal, Tang similarly presents gifts to her 2 grandsons. Among her 3 sons, Dazoo and Yilin have the most favorable circumstances, having a son, Dasin, who is 28 and of age, and a daughter, Dalin, who is just 16. As Dasin receives a delicate small crossbow from Tang. He is bewildered yet intrigued, having never seen such advanced technology before. After Tang demonstrates its use, he immediately becomes enamored with it, grinning widely to reveal his sharp rodent teeth. "Thank you, Grandma." The little girl naturally favors beautiful clothing and accessories. When Tang presents Dalin with a Lolita dress and a small crown purchased from the system, the child's wide eyes reflect pure delight. After a moment's astonishment, she rushes forward, embracing Tang, exclaiming, "Grandma, you are like a goddess to Dalin. I will love you forever." Tang, both amused and touched, returns the embrace of the soft little girl. This scene is undoubtedly poignant. And just as Tang opens her mouth to say something to conclude this farewell, a group of aggressive orcs bursts into the yard of the wooden house. At the forefront is someone Tang recognizes, the lackey of that old Ku Yishao, Demu. Behind Demu are a dozen warriors from the Hound clan, for of whom carry a palanquin. "Leader Dazoo, we apologize, but our young clan leader fainted this afternoon. After consulting the shaman and priest, they insisted that we must swiftly marry Miss Su into our clan. Otherwise, the young clan leader's life would be at stake. Our leader is currently attending to the young clan leader and cannot come personally, so he has sent us to escort Miss Su. Please do not waste any time. Otherwise, we risk missing the auspicious hour for the marriage, and we cannot bear the consequences." Among their ranks is a rather ostentatious wedding officiant. She strides forward, her ample backside swaying. Casting a disdainful glance at Dazoo and the others, "Make way, make way. Where is Miss Su? At her age, does she still feel shy about being invited?" Chapter 23. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Do you want it, or not? Wama's attitude is exceedingly flippant and atrocious, inciting immediate outrage among Dazoo and the others. Unable to contain their rising anger, they are on the verge of clashing with the Hound clan when Tang steps forward, her tone icy and composed. "Very well, let us go. Let them hurry off to their next life." However, as Tang steps forward, Wama's expression turns to one of bewilderment. "Our clan leader seeks a celestial woman born on the day of the sun's eclipse. Who are you?" TSK. While you are indeed a pretty little female with ample childbearing potential, our clan leader is particular. A true Miss Su is a Miss Su. Do not think to pull a fast one. It won't work. However, dear maiden, the astute flower matriarch has keen eyes. Your physique undoubtedly possesses the potential for childbearing. If not, why would she consider her unmarried son a being of orange tier strength? Contemplate this proposition and accompany the matriarch back. In the Hunter Dog clan, you shall lead a life far superior to this desolate mouse clan. Although Miss Young's tongue is sharp, she can articulate so much with just a single remark, which leaves Su Tang utterly astounded, not to mention the subsequent attempts to shamelessly promote her son, orange tier strength, with one son of azure tier, one of green tier, and another at the pinnacle of yellow tier. Su Tang could hardly contain her laughter. It was a laugh so natural that it felt akin to stepping on the matriarch's tail, causing her to explode in fury. What are you laughing at? She demanded. Listen here, young maiden, do not let your beauty lead you to believe you are above others. For us females, fertility is of utmost importance. Being attractive does not guarantee reproductive prowess. I have yet to inquire about your fertility, yet I have taken a liking to you, which speaks to my regard for you. How immensely grateful I am for the matriarch's esteem. Su Tang replied leisurely, a smile gracing her features. However, my laughter was not intended to mock you, but rather at the irony of your searching for Su Lao with your eyes wide open while I stand directly before you. Unnoticed. If one were to know, they might assume your eyesight falters. If not, one might suspect you are blind. Dear flower matriarch, at the venerable age of 118, Su Tang found it perfectly reasonable to address the matriarch, who appeared to be only in her 60s or 70s, as dear flower matriarch. She stepped forward boldly, locking gazes with the matriarch, her demeanor exuding a defiant spirit. If I call you matriarch, it is merely out of respect for your status. Would you not agree? The matriarch was instantly infuriated, her chest heaving as she struggled to contain her rage, instinctively raising her hand to strike Su Tang. However, Su Tang had anticipated this move, deftly sidestepping while her companion Deimos stepped forward, seizing the matriarch's gnarled hand. Matriarch, he spoke with ire, you just stated that my adoptive mother is the bride chosen by your clan leader, and she is also the lady of your esteemed young clan leader. How dare you lay a hand on the lady of the young clan leader? You must have the audacity of a bear. Dagai cracked his knuckles, releasing his green tier mid-level pressure, while Daju stood silently beside Su Tang. Emanating his azure tier aura, Damo joined in, and the three brothers unleashed their respective energies, azure tier, green tier mid-level, and pinnacle yellow tier, all at once. The flower matriarch, lacking any spiritual foundation, could not discern their strengths, yet the innate pressure of powerful beings sent shivers down her spine. She stood trembling, her legs quaking uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Hunter Dog clan, particularly the German Shepherd, who possessed green tier initial strength, quickly realized that two of Su Tang's sons surpassed him in rank. One even exuded an aura reminiscent of Yu Shao, causing his complexion to drain of color. What is happening here? He exclaimed in disbelief. He recalled Yu Zhao's earlier claims that among Su Tang's sons, only Daju was formidable, sharing his green tier prowess. Yet, upon arrival, he discovered that was far from the truth. Two sons surpassed him, while the last was at the pinnacle of yellow tier, hardly inferior. This revelation made the German Shepherd question his very existence. Had Yu Shao provided erroneous information? Or had he simply neglected the Mouse clan for too long? What could possibly have transpired within this seemingly insignificant clan? Little did he dream that there were no grand events at play. If one were to speak of significance, it would merely be that Su Tang, after forming a pact with the Hunter Dog clan, had secretly adorned their young clan leader, Yuli, with a green hat and bore him 2 children. Su Tang, leisurely reclining with her arms crossed, addressed the matriarch, "Shall I still be wed to your son? I have no objection, for I have yet to meet either him or Yuli. Marrying either would be the same for me. I just wonder if clan leader Yu Shao would mind." Her tone, light and airy, struck the matriarch like a heavy blow to the head, leaving her dizzy and unsteady. "You cannot be Su Lao Dai. I refuse to believe it." The matriarch shrieked. Su Tang shrugged and turned her gaze to her 3 sons, who immediately stepped forward. "Matriarch, your words are truly laughable. Do you think we would mistake our own mother?" Damo raised an eyebrow, stroking his curved antlers. "Indeed, our adoptive mother may be of advanced age, but she is fortunate enough to have encountered an extraordinary opportunity recently, consuming a legendary rejuvenation elixir, thus regaining her youthful form akin to a blooming maiden. What of it? Do you not prefer a youthful beauty over an ancient crone?" Daju, succinct in his words, inquired, "Is this engagement still valid?" "German Shepherd, our Mouse clan is one of integrity, and since we have already made our promise, even if our adoptive mother has transformed overnight into such a beauty, we have never considered reneging on our vows. It is rather you who are being difficult and picky." With that, he declared, "I hereby insist that you treat my adoptive mother with the utmost respect. If you refuse, henceforth, our mouse clan and the hunter dog clan shall sever ties and no longer be allies. When he was merely of green tier, the hunter dog clan had thought him easy to bully. Now, however, Daju brimmed with confidence, unafraid to confront the hunter dog clan, were it not for their adoptive mother's constant emphasis on integrity. He would have led his brothers directly to the heart of the hunter dog clan to confront Yushao. Chapter 24. Yuli's uncle. After a brief silence, the German shepherd retreated, even pulling the matriarch back with him, before politely bowing to Daju and Su Tang. My apologies, clan leader Daju. Miss Su. It was the matriarch's lack of etiquette that caused this oversight. Humph. Daju grunted, his expression softening slightly, indicating he would not hold a grudge. Seeing this, the German shepherd breathed a sigh of relief, for he had no desire to offend Daju, especially now that he had ascended in strength. In the beast world, power commanded respect, and males instinctively felt admiration towards those of higher rank. Thus, with the matriarch's departure, Su Tang transitioned from an overlooked pawn to the esteemed lady of the young clan leader. As she mounted the bridal sedan, the German shepherd produced an instrument of unknown origin, a simple bamboo flute. With music and merriment, they proceeded to the hunter dog clan, bestowing a semblance of a wedding ceremony upon Su Tang. The journey was smooth, for Su Tang's reputation had preceded her, drawing much curiosity from onlookers, particularly upon entering the territory of the hunter dog clan. Many of the canine clansfolk craned their necks to glimpse Su Tang, eager to verify if the rumors of her age, 118 years, were indeed true. Is it true she is that old? It seems our clan leader has truly spared no effort for the sake of the young clan leader. Isn't it obvious? After all, the clan leader has only one son, but can a mere elderly female truly revive the young clan leader from the brink of death? Who knows? For my part, I would never. Even under threat of death, consider uniting with such an ancient being. The ancient Su Tang, seated calmly within her sedan, veiled by a plant-dyed silk cloth, listened to these remarks with composure. Truthfully, she found it quite amusing that at 118 years, rather than facing the grave, she was being carried to a bridal chamber. It was indeed, as the naysayers had said, a delightful, fantastical, and intoxicating experience. The rituals were astonishingly simple, bowing to the heavens and earth, kneeling before the beast god, exchanging vows as a couple, and being ushered into the new home. What was most outrageous was that Su Tang was not even marrying Yuli himself, but rather his uncle. Yushao had explained that Yuli was currently unwell and unconscious, unable to perform the union ceremony, thus it fell to a family member to take his place. Brothers typically fulfilled this role. Yet Yuli had none. His closest relative was merely an uncle. With the veil obscuring his view, Yushao remained unaware of Su Tang's rejuvenation, for time was of the essence. The German shepherd had whisked her away without uttering a word to Yushao, leaving him oblivious to the developments. Seated at the head of the table, Yushao gazed down at the kneeling Su Tang and declared, Su Tang, we are, in fact, of the same generation. However, for the sake of Yuli, I have no alternative but to proceed in this manner. I hope you do not resent me for this. Today, let Yuqing stand in for my son, Yuli, in the union ceremony. Do not harbor any ill thoughts. For Yuqing is the most formidable male of our Yu family, and he has never taken a mate. Recently, he awakened the bloodline of the divine beast, the celestial Hound. This gem of the Yu family is worth 100-fold more than my son Yuli. Thus, allowing him to stand in has already afforded you ample respect. Upon hearing these words, Su Tang could not help but smirk coldly within, wishing fervently to rise and obliterate that shameless old man with a spray of salt water. Unfortunately, her movements were restrained, leaving her utterly immobile. As for the one who had bound her, need it be said, it was none other than Yuqing, who, as Moon Hal had described, would eagerly gild him in 24K pure gold. Once the ceremony was concluded, Su Tang was swiftly aided to her feet by two female attendants, preparing to be escorted into the bridal chamber. Everything was rather rushed, for night had already fallen. The Yu family, being relatively affluent, had illuminated the surroundings with lanterns and bonfires. Otherwise, this wedding feast would have been conducted in complete darkness. Restricted in her movements, Su Tang could only passively follow along when, unexpectedly, the long-absent Jaja emerged. Host, Jaja has discovered a beast husband more suitable for partnership and childbirth than Su Tang continued her stride, her heart racing with disbelief. What do you mean? You want me to just finish the previous ceremony and immediately switch to another? Host, must you be so harsh with your words? Jaja retorted, though its voice was noticeably diminished. Su Tang let out a cold snort. How else should I put it? Should I compliment you instead? I had previously wondered how one could bear the name Jaja, and now it seems I understand. It truly signifies scum, Jaja replied. Sounding aggrieved, I merely provide the host with better suggestions. After all, Yuqing has awakened the bloodline of a divine beast, possessing peak blue tier strength. If the host were to partner with him, the offspring would undoubtedly inherit superior talents, allowing us to accumulate more energy points and improve our KPI. Awaken the bloodline of a divine beast. Indeed, host. Every beastman has a chance to awaken such a bloodline, which not only accelerates their cultivation but also elevates their potential apex. Tang found herself baffled by this notion and could not resist inquiring further. Isn't the highest tier the celestial level? Can beasts differ in this regard? Not at all, host. Your understanding of the beast world is limited by your survival environment. In truth, there exists a realm even beyond the celestial tier, which we refer to as the divine tier. However, every beastman who breaks through to the divine tier vanishes from the spirit beast continent to avoid causing upheaval in the land. Entering the higher tier divine beast continent, there, one will find an abundance of divine tier beastmen who have awakened their bloodlines, such as the divine red tier and divine green tier, culminating in the unparalleled existence of the dual divine tier. Dual divine tier. Tang's understanding was thoroughly upended, feeling a profound sense of ignorance. In her moment of distraction, she inadvertently gasped. The middle-aged female attendant guiding her caught the sound and smirked disdainfully. At this juncture, do not harbor any illusions that seeking aid from the beast god will prove fruitful. To speak plainly, the situation of the young clan leader is dire. If there is no improvement by dawn tomorrow, Su knew, prepare yourself to be offered as a sacrifice. No sooner had she spoken than they arrived at the bridal chamber. The middle-aged female attendant, showing no courtesy, forcefully shoved Tang inside and swiftly locked the door from the outside. Tang stood against the door, peering through the crack to see a male with a face painted in vibrant hues approaching, quietly inquiring of the middle-aged female, "Is she inside?" "Rest assured, priest. Everything is prepared. We have even arranged for someone to instruct the young clan leader on the bridal rites. There will be no issues. Let us hope Yuli recovers." As the voices of the two grew fainter, Tang turned to see a young beastman on the bed, his skin abnormally flushed, breathing softly. "Is that Yuli?" Tang asked the system. "Indeed, host, and it appears he has been administered some sort of aphrodisiac. As soon as you make contact, the mechanism will be triggered, and conception will occur in an instant." Tang halted, feeling an unsettling sense that the system was losing its moral compass. Is that not inappropriate? Taking advantage of someone in such a state, this scene felt inexplicably familiar. The system shook its head. "No, host. He is not like Baisu. Baisu is injured, while he has been drugged. It stands to reason that the so-called priest is responsible. Believing this will help Yuli restore his lost soul. Tang keenly grasped the key point. What do you mean, lost soul? Beasts possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the spirit soul, awareness soul, and life soul. The 7 spirits are corpse dog, hidden arrow, sparrowine, thief swallow, non-toxic, purification, and stinking lung. The reason Yuli exhibits diminished intelligence is not due to innate deficiency but rather misfortune at birth. As a second soul, the awareness soul, and 6th spirit, the purification spirit, have escaped. If his souls are not retrieved in time, he will not survive past the age of 30. Tang smirked wryly. "So, my second beast husband is not only a fool but also a short-lived one." "Ja," she mused. The host is quite adept at summarizing. Tang found herself unprepared for the current situation, unlike before, when she had only 2 days left to live and had to act without hesitation. Now she could afford to consider her options. She could still live for at least 30 more years, with over 10,000 energy points to sustain her. This made it impossible to replicate the impulsive actions of a beast. She spoke, adopting a negotiating tone with the system. "What if we wait until he feels better?" Ja. "It's up to the host. However, the sooner the host consummates with him, the sooner his soul will return to its rightful place. Please consider carefully." This statement startled Tang instinctively. "What do you mean? You can truly assist him. As I have mentioned, the system is quite powerful, so the host should envision the potential outcomes if the progress bar reaches 100. Tang, unable to resist temptation, immediately turned her gaze to the young wolf-like Yuli, her thoughts racing. Much like Baisu, Yuli was only in his early 20s, youthful and full of vigor. Yet, unlike Baisu, his skin bore a tender hue akin to that of a boiled egg, likely due to his illness, as Moonhowl rarely allowed him outdoors. Now, having consumed the aphrodisiac, his cheeks resembled those of a maiden adorned with blush. His thick, long eyelashes fluttered gently, exuding a hauntingly fragile beauty. His hands lay crossed over his abdomen, clad in bright red wedding attire, with a slightly prominent and enticing Adam's apple peeking from the overlapping collar. Despite his sickly demeanor, his features radiated an untamed wildness. It must be said, Tang was captivated, lamenting that those selected by the birthing system were anything but ordinary. The system, brimming with pride, declared, "Of course. The system's principle of optimal breeding is to seek the very best. Were it not for the host's insufficient level, Zha would not even consider anything below the divine tier, without realizing it. Tang found herself seated at the edge of the bed, her hands unable to resist exploring the contours of Yuli's throat. In the next instant, just as Zha had indicated. Her touch activated a mysterious mechanism. The young man, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a pair of piercingly sharp, elongated orbs, framed by dark circles that made his irises appear as luminous as moonlight. His pupils gleamed with a startling intensity. "Who are you?" Upon speaking, Tang felt the ferocity and wild energy of a wolf. She could not help but swallow hard. "I am," before she could finish. Yuli swiftly seized her arm. Tang, I know you. Father said he would find me a wife named Tang, and he did not deceive me." Tang. "Ding. Congratulations, host. The baby has been conceived." As the system's announcement echoed in her ears, it was already the dead of night. Beside her, Yuli had fallen into a deep slumber, whether from exhaustion or the effects of the aphrodisiac that had strained his already weak body. She could not tell. In any case, Tang found herself momentarily liberated. Glancing up at the ceiling, she pondered, how many would there be this time, host? There is only one. Very well. In truth, Tang was indifferent to the number. All she needed to do now was to nurture the fetus and ensure the child was born. Recalling the earlier events, Tang instinctively shivered. Had his soul returned to its rightful place? Not entirely yet. The system has just located his second soul and sixth spirit. To facilitate the successful gestation of the child, the second soul has been restored, but the fate of the sixth spirit depends on the host's decision, whether to keep it or grant him the chance to live as a normal beast. It was rather respectful of the system to consider the wishes of its bound host. Tang smiled gently. Restore it. How amusing. Keeping it would serve no purpose. Moreover, Yuli was now, in any case, the child's father. It was better for him to live than to perish, and living a normal life would be preferable to remaining in a state of foolishness. Moments later, the system confirmed. Understood. The lost soul and body will require some time to merge. Yuli will likely remain unconscious for about 3 days. The host should prepare accordingly. Tang nodded, relieved that he would not awaken immediately, thereby averting any awkwardness. Yet, she had forgotten that outside, Yuli's father, Moon Howl, and the entire hunting dog clan awaited the outcome of this auspicious union. Should Yuli remain in a deep slumber, her days would undoubtedly become quite difficult. With the dawn came the sound of the wooden lock being unlatched at the door. "Young clan leader, Sunu, it is time for you to rise." The voice of the middle-aged female from yesterday rang loudly within the room. Tang realized the predicament and helplessly rubbed her forehead. Yet, given the circumstances, she could not allow Zha to retract the soul. Could she? Resignedly, Tang rose to her feet. She was not one to evade responsibilities. However, the middle-aged female outside, brimming with arrogance, called out once and received no reply. Swiftly adopting a tone of reprimand. Sunu, your duty is to serve the young clan leader, not to indulge in unrestrained behavior with a man. The young clan leader is weak. You ought to exercise some caution. Hurry now, the sun is already high. Do not force me to enter and bring you shame. With a sudden sound, the middle-aged female, taken aback, widened her eyes in astonishment upon hearing the noise from behind the door. Instinctively, she pushed the door, yet it would not budge. Enraged, she gritted her teeth. "Ah, you bold female, how dare you lock the door? Do not forget, you are merely an unwanted old female of the Mouse clan." Tang, barefoot, found the shoes from the Yu family utterly uncomfortable. Hearing this, she slowly spent 8 energy points from the system to purchase a pair of thick-soled slippers, and then nonchalantly remarked, "I was quite fatigued last night. Let's save the greetings for another day." In the beast world, after a couple marries, they are expected to pay respects to their elders together. Yaman nearly exploded with rage. She had been Yuli's wet nurse. The clan leader's wife was frail and passed away shortly after giving birth to Yuli one winter. The clan leader, too occupied to care for a child, had requested her assistance in raising Yuli, a duty she had fulfilled for over 20 years. Due to this relationship, she had always been highly respected by the clan members. Never had she faced such provocation. She pounded on the door, her voice sharp. "Just wait. I will inform the clan leader, and you shall reap the consequences." Tang crawled back onto the bed, casually digging in her ears as if she had not heard. Instead, she mischievously caressed Yuli's smooth chest, resting her chin on her hands, admiring his handsome features, truly captivating. Moreover, since he was asleep, she could explore freely, unbothered by the fear of losing control as she had the previous night. As for Yama's threats to report her, so what? Was she to be intimidated? Even if Yu Shao arrived, what could he do if she chose not to leave this room? In the living room, Three beastmen had already seated themselves, clearly waiting for Su Tang and Yuli to arrive for greetings. Yu Shao occupied the head of the table, flanked by Yuli's uncle, Yu Qing, and a priest known as Ming Shu, who held significant authority in the hunting dog clan. Yu Zhao's tone was filled with anticipation, yet tinged with concern. Ming Shu, will this method truly be effective? Ming Shu's face was obscured by intricate patterns of ink, giving him an air of solemnity, as if this were the most sacred of attires. His gray eyes slowly lifted. At least for now, Yuli seems unharmed. Without intervention, he would not survive past 30. However, with this method, there remains a glimmer of hope. I have previously mentioned that I cannot guarantee absolute efficacy, but at worst, it will simply result in no change. Hearing this, Yu Shao sighed, resigning himself to the notion that it must be accepted. The usually silent Yu Qing took a sip of tea, finally speaking up. Do not trouble Ming Shu with your wild thoughts. We shall know its effectiveness soon enough. However, as soon as he spoke, Yama stormed in, her fury palpable. Like a cannon, she exaggeratedly recounted Su Tang's actions, her anger evident as she slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. Clan leader, she has shown us no respect whatsoever, having raised Yuli for over 20 years. Treating him as her own child due to his intellectual challenges, Yama found it intolerable that when Yu Shao and Ming Shu intended to arrange a marriage for Yuli with Su Tang, she vehemently opposed it. She believed Su Tang, being an old female, was utterly unworthy of their precious young clan leader. Moreover, her investigations revealed that Su Tang had been assessed as having zero fertility upon reaching adulthood. This was even more unacceptable. Yet, against her protests, Yu Shao insisted on marrying Su Tang into their family. All the pent-up frustration from years of doting on a child, feeling disregarded, culminated in her venting it all onto Su Tang. Yu Shao stood abruptly. How dare she? Ming Shu narrowed his eyes, not particularly angered, but lamenting for Yuli, fearing the worst. Only Yu Qing, after contemplating Yama's relaying of Su Tang's words, smirked knowingly. This female certainly possesses a fiery temperament, quite intriguing. He also belatedly recalled that during the ceremony when he had stood in for Yuli, Su Tang's hands had slipped out of her sleeves, revealing that she did not appear as old as one might assume. Let us go and see for ourselves. No one expected Yu Qing, who typically shunned crowds, to be the first eager one to visit, especially considering he had reluctantly returned from the holy capital only after repeated requests from Yu Shao concerning his nephew's marriage. Yu Shao, preoccupied with his son's feelings, failed to notice Yu Qing's unusual eagerness. Let us hurry. Everything else can wait, but Yuli must not come to harm. Ming Shu remained confident. Do not worry, all will be well. Shortly thereafter, the three men arrived at the door of the bridal chamber. Yama, brimming with self-satisfaction, approached to bang on the door, only to be stopped by Yu Qing's outstretched hand. First, we must show courtesy before resorting to force. Allow me. Yama, indignant, retorted, she, a female with zero fertility. Marrying our young clan leader is a stroke of fortune she could only dream of. She ought to be more humble. It's not unreasonable to expect her to behave accordingly. Yet here she is, acting as if she is the mistress of the hunting dog clan. At these words, Yu Qing involuntarily furrowed his brow, disliking Yama's disrespectful tone, his expression darkening. Yu Shao noticed the change and reprimanded Yama. Leave it be. What Yu Qing means is what I mean. Clan leader, I command you to step aside. Realizing Yu Shao is serious, Yama reluctantly retreated, grumbling under her breath as she glared at the door, undoubtedly cursing Su Tang. Inside, Su Tang was well aware that more visitors had arrived outside, irritably tugging at Yuli's pale face. Your dog clan truly acts like dogs. Fine, let us meet them. As she got out of bed, she heard Yu Qing's melodious voice politely call, Su Nu. Our Yuli's situation is quite special. We, as elders, do not mean to intrude. We simply wish to ascertain Yuli's condition. Rest assured, regardless of your past in the Mouse Clan. Since you have joined our Yu family, we shall no longer hold your previous circumstances against you. From now on, we only hope you and Yuli can live happily together. In stark contrast to Yama's aggressive demeanor, Yu Qing's words were soothing, almost comforting. Were it anyone else, they might have felt immediate gratitude towards him. However, Su Tang was no ordinary individual, having lived long and possessing the memories of gender equality from the 21st century. Backed by a system, Yu Qing's words merely quelled her irritation slightly. Approaching the door, she casually remarked, What? Do you think I harbor any ill intentions towards Yuli? Summoning her for auspiciousness and healing. Yet with such arrogance, Su Tang felt a surge of anger. The most infuriating aspect was still the previous night, when Yu Qing had used magic to confine her, in Su Tang's eyes. All members of the Yu family were equally untrustworthy. Su Nu, you have completely misunderstood our intentions. Besides, whether your feelings for Yuli are sincere or not, a mere glance would clarify everything. Your avoidance only leads us to speculate further. Mingshu stepped forward urgently. Yushao's face darkened. If there had been any patience left in him, it was waning rapidly under the combined urging of Yuqing and Mingshu. Clenching his fists, he resolved that if Su Tang did not open the door soon, he would have to force his way in. Just then, a sound of the bolt being drawn echoed. Su Tang stood behind the door. Her tone languid. Come in, but only Yuqing shall enter. Others are not welcome. She was curious to see just how impressive Yuqing, awakened with the bloodline of a divine beast, truly was. Could he discern that Yuli's soul had returned to its rightful place and was on the verge of recovery? Chapter 27. What a figure. One glance, and it is clear he possesses considerable prowess. It is no wonder Su Tang's curiosity was piqued, coupled with a hint of vengefulness. Moments later, the outside party conferred and agreed. Very well, let Yuqing enter, as long as we can have a look. Yuqing inwardly smiled wryly, feeling awkward as he rubbed his nose. As an uncle, entering his nephew's bride's chamber on the second day of their wedding felt quite inappropriate. Yet, with the dual gazes of Yushao and Mingshu upon him, he had no alternative. With a creak, Yuqing pushed open the door to the chamber he entered, wisely leaving the door ajar. Deliberately avoiding looking at Su Tang, who stood by. Yet for reasons unknown, even without glancing, he could sense Su Tang's graceful figure, and a faint, alluring fragrance wafted toward him, causing him to involuntarily swallow. In contrast to Yuqing's deliberate avoidance. Su Tang boldly and unreservedly scrutinized him. Perhaps due to the system's assertion that he was an excellent seed provider, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as she admired his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His proportions perfectly striking enough to induce a nosebleed. What is this? He certainly appears capable. The key factor was his cold demeanor, exuding an aura of extreme restraint that paradoxically made him all the more enticing. Yuli lay on the bed as Su Tang spoke, her voice laced with a hint of allure. Yuqing felt a stir within him. Had his resolve not been strong enough, he would have surely turned to gaze at Su Tang. Yet he managed to restrain himself, focusing his attention on the bed instead. Internally mocking himself, he realized it had been over a century since he had interacted with a female, and here he was, almost entranced by the voice of an older female, which was rather embarrassing. Smiling softly, Su Tang followed closely behind Yuqing, gently reaching out. Soon, it seemed Yuqing had made up his mind, retracting his hand from Yuli's wrist. All is well, I shall take my leave now. It was a rather comical retreat, almost resembling a hasty escape. Su Tang chuckled lightly, not calling him out, and softly added, Thank you, Yuqing. Please explain things well after you leave. As the moonlight caressed her ears, Yuqing felt an itch, a sound that made her turn away in haste, fearing that should she linger, her ears would transform uncontrollably. The door swung shut once more. And Zatsa emitted an excited shriek, exclaiming, Host, I can't shake the feeling that Yuqing has been successfully enticed by you. Shall we set our sights on him next? The Yuli faced intellectual challenges. Her cultivation remained steadfast, boasting a commendable green stage beginner's prowess. In Zatsa's prior choices, this was considered a superior genetic selection, especially given the scarcity of formidable individuals in the Western District. As for Baisu, his failed ascension left him gravely injured and wandering in the West, a twist of fate not easily come by. Thus, Zatsa felt content with his choice of Yuli, unaware that he would soon encounter Yuqing. He felt as though he detested a once dilapidated gaming account, wishing only to start anew. Su Tang settled by the table, leisurely pouring herself some tea, and denied, When have I ever enticed Yuqing? Do not speak so recklessly. Zatsa, brimming with confidence, asserted, You have, simultaneously feeling a wave of relief. He was quite fond of this host, who was receptive to advice, ambitious, and, most importantly, utterly unpretentious. After all, it is human nature to seek pleasure. Why conceal such desires? Unlike the previous host, who was plagued by severe cleanliness issues and a romantic fixation, after decades of binding, she still pursued her unrequited love, yet to no avail. Consequently, not only was procreation a distant thought, but even the trivial act of igniting passion seemed like an exhausting endeavor, draining the energy bestowed by the novice gift pack. Su Tang bit the edge of her teacup, exclaiming to the system, Something feels amiss. As the saying goes, the lewd see the lewd. You want me to flirt with my current husband's uncle. Have you lost your mind? Zatsa, invigorated, implored, Dear host, please do not burden yourself with guilt. We are in a beastly realm where many orc brothers share wives. What of an uncle? Su Tang was acutely aware of this, yet she harbored a slight psychological barrier. However, memories of Yuqing's impeccably proportioned waist and his abstinent, ethereal features danced in her mind, and she pondered, Perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. Outside, upon emerging, Wuqing was met with a puzzled gaze from Mingshu, who inquired, "What troubles you? Why have you suddenly sprouted beastly ears?" Caught off guard, Wuqing awkwardly reverted his ears, while Yu Xiao, more concerned for his son, paid little heed to his usually dependable younger brother. This young man was exceptionally gifted, disinterested in women, and after reaching adulthood, he had ventured to the sacred capital in pursuit of greater cultivation, serving as a pillar of strength for the hunting dog clan, rarely making public appearances. What's the matter? Nothing unexpected, I hope? Yu Xiao pressed eagerly. Clearing his throat, Wuqing replied, nothing significant, merely a bit fatigued. I expect to be in a deep slumber for the next few days. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao and Mingshu exchanged knowing glances. Men understood such matters well, especially considering Yuli's previously weak constitution and the potent aftereffects of the aphrodisiac. It was not unusual for a healthy male to feel lethargic for 2 or 3 days post-consumption. Ahem, that is good to hear, Yu Xiao said repeatedly, somewhat sheepishly. Mingshu nodded, assuring that all was well, and they would see how Yuli fared upon waking in a couple of days. Wuqing, feeling restless, opted not to engage in their discussion. As the trio proceeded towards the front courtyard, someone rushed over, exclaiming, "Chief, trouble arises. The Mouse clan has stirred unrest upon hearing that Yama has troubled Su Nu." What? Yu Xiao was taken aback, pondering how the Mouse clan, with their meager strength, dared to challenge the hunting dog clan so brazenly. Even if Su Tang had become a daughter-in-law of the Yu family, they should strive to curry favor rather than provoke them. Did they not fear for Su Tang's future? Contemplating this, Yu Xiao's expression darkened as he declared, "Let us see what audacity the Mouse clan possesses." Upon arriving in the hall, they found De Zhu and his companions had wreaked havoc, reducing every item within reach to mere fragments. The guy's voice boomed. "Hurry. Hand over that Yama. What gives her the right to trouble my mother? Though she may not be revered like the sacred female among the Mouse clan, she has always been treated with respect. Why should she endure disrespect from a servant upon marrying into your hunting dog clan?" My third brother is right. Demo's antlers stood erect. Though the Mouse clan is relatively weak and has sought refuge on your hunting dog clan's territory post-migration, weakness does not equate to being bullied. Nor does it imply fear of you. If we do not receive an explanation regarding Yama, we shall sever ties and demand the return of our culinary city. The three brothers had accompanied the wedding procession the previous night, indulging a bit too much at the banquet, and had slept longer than anticipated. To their astonishment, they learned of Yama's troubles with Su Tang and were immediately incensed. Together, they resolved to assert their dignity against the hunting dog clan. As their combined strength posed a credible threat to Yu Xiao surveyed the chaos within his hall, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Without uttering a word, he strode in, seething with rage. "Enough. This is the hunting dog clan's Yu family, not your Mouse clan's marketplace. Anyone who dares to cause a ruckus here, even if related, shall not count on my leniency. Guards, remove these 3 nuisances." De Zhu and his brothers, having absorbed the crystal pearls gifted by Su Tang, experienced a considerable surge in strength, emboldening their reckless behavior, partly to flaunt their newfound power. However, they did not immediately reveal their ranks. Yu Xiao, believing he understood the Mouse clan, dismissed De Zhu and his companions, underestimating them as he assumed they were still unworthy of even sparring with him. With a mere command, a dozen brave warriors from the hunting dog clan rushed into the hall, surrounding De Zhu and his brothers. Their tone grew increasingly hostile. As the saying goes, marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog. Su Tang has married into our hunting dog clan. It is not my son who has intruded upon your territory. What is the meaning of this ruckus? Depart at once, or do not blame me for being ungracious." As he spoke, Yu Xiao stood tall, releasing his intermediate blue stage aura, causing the scattered debris on the floor to tremble slightly. The warriors encircling De Zhu and his brothers looked at Yu Xiao with admiration and respect. The strongest in the western district was their clan's chief. Powerful. At that moment, disdain for De Zhu and his brothers reached its zenith, as everyone chimed in unison, urging, "Yes, leave quickly. Otherwise, you will be thrown out." "Grandson, who do you think you are, commanding my esteemed elder to leave?" De Mo, unable to contain his anger, stepped forward, unleashing his peak yellow stage aura. Instantly, everyone froze, not because the peak yellow stage was inherently formidable, but because they were taken aback that De Mo, at merely over 80 years of age, had achieved such a level. Hadn't he only been at the intermediate yellow stage a few months prior? What absurd cultivation speed allowed for such rapid advancement? Before they could fully grasp De Mo's peak yellow stage, another powerful aura surged forth. Is that intermediate green stage? A warrior gasped, as others' expressions shifted. Even Yu Zhao's eyes flickered momentarily. Yet he quickly regained his composure, deducing that the aura belonged to Dezhu, intermediate green stage, perhaps nearing its zenith. However, just as his gaze settled on Dezhu, a third powerful presence erupted, forming a pure azure beam of light above Dezhu, exuding a richness of spiritual energy so profound that even the blind could see it. It was undoubtedly an unyielding blue stage beginner's aura, yet its purity surpassed that of many other intermediate blue stages. At that moment, Yu Zhao's intermediate blue stage aura was barely a shade deeper than Dezhu's. Upon closer inspection, one could hardly differentiate between the two. Intermediate blue stage, the Mouse clan's leader has reached the blue stage? Does that not place him on par with our clan leader? Good heavens. When did he level up? Not only him, but both his brothers had also advanced. One was at peak yellow stage, and the other at intermediate green stage. What was happening? Had the Mouse clan suddenly prospered, the hall erupted into a cacophony, with numerous warriors gasping in astonishment. Unable to contain their shock, they exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they ultimately fell silent, refraining from further comments. Seeing this, Dezhu felt quite satisfied as he stepped forward, standing directly before Yu Zhao. Now, Chief Yu Zhao, will you still insist on having us three brothers escorted out? Yu Zhao's face darkened, rendering him speechless. He certainly wished to do so. Had Dezhu still been at the green stage, he would have acted without hesitation. However, with Dezhu's ascension to the blue stage, the gap between them had narrowed considerably, prompting Yu Zhao to hesitate. Though the hunting dog clan was strong, there was no need to provoke a blue stage powerhouse to the utmost extent, especially given the business ties between the hunting dog and mouse clans. Reluctantly, Yu Zhao forced a laugh. Ming Shu, understanding Yu Zhao's predicament, swiftly stepped in to mediate. It is all a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. The earlier report was blown out of proportion. The Mouse clan's guests merely broke a few teacups in their moment of anger. What is such a trivial matter? Hasten, someone, quickly tidy up, lest we dampen the guests' spirits. With a wave of his hand, he swiftly dismissed the valiant warriors surrounding them. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the hall was left with only the three members of the Hound clan and the three brothers of the Dazhu family. Humph. Mo let out a cold chuckle and took the lead in sitting down, ostensibly to grant some face to Yu Zhao. Guy, however, refused to take a seat, silently standing beside Mo. His mid-level green rank aura creating an inexplicable sense of oppression, especially for Uncle Ming, whose spiritual power was not high, merely at the peak of orange rank. Yet, Yu Qing surpassed them all, being the strongest present. Having awakened the bloodline of the celestial dog divine beast and reaching the peak of blue rank, however, it seemed he had no intention of intervening, despite Yu Zhao casting him several meaningful glances. He remained expressionless, feigning ignorance. Indeed, it was all a misunderstanding. Yu Zhao sat down, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That was close. He almost made a formidable enemy of the Hound clan today. Nevertheless, Yu Zhao could not fathom why the Dazhu family had experienced such rapid advancements in rank within just a few days. Were they not supposed to take decades to level up? Otherwise, he would not have dared to forcibly claim a marriage nor act so domineeringly towards the Rat clan. Seeing Yu Zhao in a predicament delighted Dezhu immensely, though his face remained impassive as he casually remarked, "Is that so? Brother Yu, are you certain it was a misunderstanding and not a provocation?" Yu Zhao's expression turned awkward for a moment before he chuckled. No. How could it be a provocation? Brother Da is jesting. Speaking of which, my son Yuli has married Lady Su, which means our Hound clan and the Rat clan are now relatives. One referred to him as Brother Yu, while the other as Brother Da. Both tacitly calculated their own interests. After all, since Su Tang was not his biological mother, this arrangement posed no issue. After a while, Dezhu slowly finished a cup of tea and broached the subject of the old hack. Yama. This time, without waiting for Yu Zhao to speak, Uncle Ming stepped forward and assured, "Rest assured, clan leader Dezhu, we of the Hound clan will strictly discipline that old hack, ensuring she never offends Lady Su again." Upon hearing this, Dezhu's expression improved somewhat. However, the guy was less accommodating and uninterested in such grandiose promises. He directly demanded, "Clan leader Yu, please give us a clear answer. How will you punish that old hag who bullied my godmother?" This question had never crossed Yu Zhao's mind. He thought, since Yama was so disliked, why not expel her from the Yu family and never allow her to enter again? Yet, the guy insisted on digging deeper. Yu Zhao looked bewilderedly at Uncle Ming, who also seemed momentarily at a loss. He inquired, "According to your view, how should she be punished?" "Simple. Let her serve as a guard dog for my godmother for 100 days. Every time she sees my godmother, she must bark 3 times. Uncle Ming felt a headache coming on. "But Yama is merely an ordinary woman. She cannot transform into a beast." The guy retorted. "That does not matter. She can crawl on all 4s. A person can act like a dog too. What do you think, Priest Ming, Uncle Ming? You little rascal, how sharp-tongued you are. Seeing this, Yu Xiao felt displeased. This was not merely punishment for Yama, but an affront to their Hound clan. Just as he was about to voice his objections, Yu Qing pressed down on his hand, rendering him unable to protest. Thus, the punishment for Yama was settled. Subsequently, the three brothers of the family departed in high spirits, having heard that Su Tang had been exhausted the previous night and thus did not bid her farewell. After all, they would have many more opportunities to meet in the future. This time, being able to make concessions with the Hound clan was already a considerable satisfaction for them, especially since the Rat clan had many tasks awaiting their attention. Once the three had completely vanished from sight, Yu Xiao heavily set down his teacup and turned to Yu Qing. What is the meaning of this? Why do you not support your own kin but instead bolster the Rat clan? Chapter 29. Kicked off the bed even when reprimanded by Yu Xiao, Yu Qing maintained his composure, neither servile nor arrogant. Brother, have you forgotten the purpose behind Yuli marrying Su Tang? During my prior investigation, I uncovered some promising signs. In such circumstances, we need not let a mere servant cause discord with Su Tang's kin. Yu Qing's face, as serene as a clear autumn moon, conveyed an earnestness that momentarily left both Yu Xiao and Uncle Ming taken aback. Before Yu Xiao could respond, Uncle Ming abruptly stood, excitement radiating from him as he clasped his hands together. I knew it. I knew it would be beneficial. After a brief moment, Yu Xiao was overjoyed. Grabbing Yu Qing's arm, he exclaimed, Yu Qing, are you serious? Yuli can truly recover. Yu Qing felt the immense strength in Yu Xiao's grip, revealing the depth of his brother's yearning for this matter. He felt a twinge of guilt for favoring the Rat clan and Su Tang, even questioning his own motives. Yet, he could not deny the truth. When he took Yuli's pulse, he genuinely felt that his condition had improved significantly. Indeed, brother, rest assured. I will refrain from returning to the holy capital for the next few days. Once Yuli awakens and stabilizes, I shall depart. Of course, that would be splendid. Truly splendid. Yu Xiao could hardly contain his joy, momentarily forgetting the unpleasantness with the Rat clan. However, this did not mean he was unconcerned about Deju's rank advancement. On the contrary, that very night, Yu Xiao began to burn the midnight oil in his cultivation. No, if those ratlings could level up, so could he. That night, Su Tang obediently lay beside Yuli, enjoying a peaceful slumber for the entire night. Occasionally, when one is overly exhausted, a bit of rest is indeed beneficial. However, when she tidied herself and opened the door, only to find Yuma kneeling in the corridor and barking at her, she was utterly bewildered. Is this a joke? I am Su Nu, and I am called Yuya. I will be attending to you and the young clan leader from now on. At that moment, a young woman carrying a tray approached, offering Su Tang a kind smile, with just a few words. She explained the circumstances surrounding Yama's punishment. Only then did Su Tang realize that her three sons had stood up for her and cleverly used Yama as a cautionary tale. She believed that, following this incident, the members of the Hound clan would treat her with a bit more courtesy. A smile spread across Su Tang's lips, warmth blossoming in her heart. Having someone to back her felt delightful. In the following 2 days, no one troubled Su Tang again, whether she wished to snack in the middle of the night or sleep until noon without waking. No one questioned her. Yet, every afternoon, Uncle Ming would visit to check on Yuli. Unlike Yu Qing, Uncle Ming was utterly devoted to his partner and thus had no need to be circumspect around Su Tang. However, after inspecting Yuli, when his gaze fell upon Su Tang's face, he was left utterly astonished. You are indeed Su Nu, the godmother of the Rat clan leader Deju, and you are 118 years old this year? Su Tang, holding her skirt, bowed respectfully to him. Indeed, that is correct. Why are you so surprised, Priest Ming? Uncle Ming shook his head vigorously. No issues, no issues. This is a good thing. Having you here makes me even more confident that your fate can save our young clan leader. The old man scrutinized Su Tang for quite a while, growing increasingly satisfied before finally stroking his long beard and departing. Behind him, Su Tang grinned, wishing she could slap a label on him. Host performance is positive. 10 energy points granted. The system fulfills the host's modest wishes during pregnancy. A happy mood for the expectant mother is essential for ensuring the birth of a healthy and high-quality baby. Deal. Thus, when Uncle Ming reported back to Yu Xiao, his speech became slow and deliberate, his hands and feet unwittingly forming a turtle-like pose. Yu Xiao looked on, perplexed. Priest Ming, what is the matter? Have you been possessed? Uncle Ming stammered. I don't know. He too found it strange how he had suddenly become this way. After a lengthy investigation, the two individuals finally uncovered the turtle talisman affixed to Ming Shu's back. But it took considerable effort to remove it. With a flick of a flame from her fingertips, Yu Xiao promptly incinerated it. Indeed, Yu Xiao possessed the mastery of fire, and such trifling prankish artifacts as the turtle talisman were no match for her true flames. Nevertheless, Yu Xiao was taken aback. Was this indeed a talisman? Mingshu, how did you come into contact with it? Mingshu contemplated briefly, quickly suspecting Su Tang, yet he chose to deflect and not disclose this to Yu Xiao. Thinking it prudent to avoid unnecessary complications, he discerned that Su Tang had not intended him harm. Had she truly meant to strike at him, he would have faced a far graver consequence. However, this incident sowed seeds of caution within Mingshu regarding Su Tang. From the rejuvenating elixir to the turtle talisman before him, he sensed that this female was indeed extraordinary. Henceforth, it would be wise to maintain a respectful distance from her. Yu Xiao felt more joy than suspicion regarding Su Tang's youthful transformation through the elixir. What a stroke of fortune for her. This way, when Yuli awoke, he would be greeted not by a visage lined with wrinkles but by a more youthful and vibrant spouse. As Yu Xiao expressed her sentiments, Mingshu could not help but envision Su Tang's captivating face, radiant and strikingly beautiful. He instinctively nodded in agreement, affirming that their young clan leader was indeed fortunate. On this day, Yuli finally regained consciousness. Su Tang's pregnancy had progressed to 3 or 4 days, if one were to equate her 30 days of gestation to the human norm of 40 weeks. Then the signs would already be discernible. However, Su Tang had no intention of making this known. As a result of her discretion, Yuli awoke to find an unexpected presence in his bed. Without a moment's thought, he kicked Su Tang out, disdainfully exclaiming, "Bold little female, who permitted you to climb into the bed of this young clan leader?" Chapter 30. It was indeed true Su Tang. Very well. Without uttering another word, she began to gather her belongings. Moments later, Yi entered the room and was met with the sight of Yuli, whose temper had evidently transformed. In a flurry, he rushed to explain Su Tang's presence. "Young clan leader, please calm your anger. Allow me to explain. Su Nu is not a scheming female. She is the spouse that the clan leader has specially arranged for you. For these past days when you were in a coma, it was Su Nu who took care of you. And now that you are awake, how splendid. I shall inform the clan leader of this good news immediately." Yuli was utterly stunned, his gaze stiffly shifting towards Su Tang. You are my spouse?" Su Tang, disinterested, continued to pack her belongings, offering no response. Yuli, feeling awkward, sat on the bed, unsure of how to proceed. As he realized he seemed to have lost his memory and had no recollection of the female before him. Yet, he remembered every detail of the family's affairs over the past 20 years. Even acknowledging that he had lived like a fool due to missing a soul and spirit, but he retained no memory of Su Tang. Su Tang was oblivious to this. She only knew that a man who could unceremoniously kick her off the bed was not one she desired to keep. The seed had already taken root. The child's father, what was that worth? Thus, when Yu Xiao and the others arrived with cheerful news, discussing how to celebrate, they were met with the sight of Su Tang rolling up her belongings and preparing to leave. As her son had recovered, Yu Xiao was in high spirits regarding Su Tang. Yet he was momentarily taken aback, instinctively blocking her path with utmost politeness. "Good daughter-in-law, what are you doing? Are you returning to visit the children?" "No need to rush. Yuli has just recovered, and in a couple of days, I will have him accompany you back." Su Tang was compelled to halt, lifting her gaze with a hint of mockery directed at Yu Xiao. "Clan leader Yu Xiao, I fear I cannot accept your term daughter-in-law. Given my age, I am nearly equal to you, and propriety demands a certain decorum." With that, she walked away, entirely disregarding the astonished gazes of those present, including Yu Qing. The latter's eyes, reminiscent of orchids, appeared calm upon seeing Su Tang, but within, a tempest of emotion stirred, a ripple of astonishment in the depths of his heart. He had not anticipated Su Tang to be so young and beautiful. Even though he had learned from Mingshu days ago that she had consumed the rejuvenating elixir, he had never imagined she would possess such a visage. Her features were pure and charming, yet exuded a beguiling allure that captivated the soul. Yu Qing found himself unconsciously fixated on Su Tang's departing figure, his emotions a tangled web of complexity. Yu Xiao maintained a serious and puzzled demeanor, instinctively glancing towards Mingshu, who merely shrugged, indicating his own confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiao regained his composure and swiftly entered the room. Upon seeing Yuli, whose expression seemed normal, he nearly burst into tears, rushing forward to embrace his son's frail frame. "Yuli, my good son, you have finally recovered." "Dad," Yuli called, his tone naturally fluid. He then addressed Yu Qing and Mingshu, demonstrating that he was free from any residual effects. Yu Xiao's joy intensified, leading him to question, "Yuli, I saw Su Nu storming out just as I entered. Did you two have a quarrel?" Yuli bit his lip, uncertain of how to respond, his eyes dimming with a hint of melancholy. Observing this, Yu Xiao could no longer contain his concern. What on earth happened? Speak up. Yu Qing, remaining composed, gestured towards Yuya, who stood at the bedside. You, come here and clarify what transpired. Yuya, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the events in great detail. Consequently, upon hearing that Yuli had unceremoniously kicked Su Tang out of bed as soon as he opened his eyes, Yu Xiao, Mingshu, and Yu Qing were collectively enveloped in a profound silence. Was this not akin to burning bridges? That Yuli was indeed their beloved son. His action struck Yu Xiao as overly callous. After clearing his throat, Yu Xiao sought to impart wisdom. Son, I understand you may feel put off by Su Tang's age over 100 years, several times your own, but we, the Hound clan, are a loyal and honorable lineage. And we must not forget kindness or act ungratefully. Now that the deed is done, and she has saved your life, why not make the best of it? Besides, you just saw her. While she may be older, she is not lacking in beauty. Furthermore, I have heard that females like her, who have consumed the rejuvenating elixir, are likely to remain youthful forever, which means you could have a partner who is eternally young and beautiful. What a perfect arrangement. Yu Xiao's lengthy discourse was met with only one sentence that resonated in Yuli's mind. The deed was done. How was it done? When did it happen? He had no recollection whatsoever. Dad, Yuli panicked, unable to control his gaze directed downward. Yu Xiao and the others remained oblivious. As one who had been through such experiences, Yu Xiao believed this was nothing to fret over. Well, let it be for now. The most important thing is that you have recovered. Son, as you ascend to higher levels of cultivation, you will encounter all manner of females. If you truly do not wish to be with her, you may find a way later on. At present, Yuli had not truly formed a bond with Su Tang. It was Yu Qing who had performed the ritual with her. Moreover, the essence of bonding lay in the marking. Without a mark, it did not signify a vow to the beast god, a pledge of lifelong fidelity. She should have returned to the Mouse clan. Once you feel better, go retrieve her to avoid giving outsiders anything to gossip about. Yu Xiao's words were resolute, disregarding Yuli's state of confusion. Meanwhile, Yu Qing remained silent throughout, as he too realized that the bonding ceremony between Yuli and Su Tang had significant flaws and had not been completed in the true sense. Then, unexpectedly, Yu Qing rose, a wave of inexplicable agitation washing over him. Damn it, what am I even thinking? He chided himself. Indeed, worldly matters were the most distracting to one's peace of mind. He should not linger in the clan any longer. Since Yuli had recovered, he ought to return to the holy capital for seclusion. Yu Qing's peculiar reaction left Yu Xiao and the others baffled. After a while, Yu Xiao believed his son had taken in the information and left alongside Ming Shu. Time passed, and Yuli took a deep breath, slowly lifting the covers to examine himself. After an undetermined duration, he pulled the covers back over his head, his expression a blend of despair and disbelief as he muttered to himself. I actually did that. I actually did. Of course, it was not a significant matter. He was not one to abstain from indulging. The crux lay in how to articulate this. He could not recall a single feeling from that experience. Heaven above, how could this be? Chapter 31. Survival in the Wilderness. Su Tang hastily ran into the forest, the scorching sun beating down as if it intended to melt her. Suddenly, she found herself regretting her decision. It was unbearably hot and painful, yet the thought of returning to face Yuli's disdain was equally unappealing. What was wrong with him? She had never encountered such an unfeeling beast. Had she known that his soul would be so different upon its restoration? Lacking even a trace of the sweetness and gentleness he had exhibited as a fool, she would not have bothered to help him reclaim his spirit. Fuming, she kicked at the wild grass by the roadside as a notification chimed in. Host, you are hungry and need to eat soon. Otherwise, the baby in your belly may suffer from malnutrition. Su Tang, feeling weak and lethargic in the sweltering heat, replied weakly, I know. I'll find something to eat. But in the wilderness, what could she possibly find to eat? Aside from wild grasses, there were only leaves and tree bark. If fortune favored her, she might encounter spiritual fruits or minor demon beasts, yet she lacked the ability to gather them. The more Su Tang pondered, the more she believed that utilizing her energy points to purchase sustenance from the system was her most prudent choice at present. The inferior system remarked, Host, the items in the system can at most be considered meal replacements. Consuming them occasionally is acceptable, but overindulgence would not benefit the baby. Hearing this, Su Tang sat down on the ground. Feeling utterly despondent, if this isn't feasible and that isn't viable, what am I to do? I am not a male with spiritual power, while they can move mountains and fill seas. What can I accomplish? After a moment of silence, the inferior system began to actively brainstorm and rummage through its treasury, ultimately illuminating the screen with a suitable suggestion. Host, good news. The shop has treasure-seeking butterflies. We can purchase a few with energy points, and by following them, we might discover rare treasures. Are they expensive? Tang instinctively inquired. The system glanced and replied, not too pricey, 10 energy points each. However, the quality of the treasures found depends on luck. There are also butterflies of different colors that correspond to various levels of treasures, but those cost 100 energy points each. The system felt Tang might hesitate to buy, so it refrained from elaborating. It's all based on luck. Besides, the baby she carries is of a lower level. Overindulging might lead to nutritional excess. Tang found this acceptable. However, she remained seated on the ground, lazily fanning herself. This won't do. It's not merely a matter of finding or not finding something. It's far too hot for me to move, the system noted. I observed that the shop has a powerful sunshade. Using it would make the surroundings as cool as an air-conditioned room. How much is it? Since this did not pertain to investing in the baby, the price was somewhat elevated. I'll buy it. Before the system could state the price, Tang firmly declared, truly, our host spares not a single thought for herself. Naturally, one may raise sons and daughters with frugality, but one must indulge oneself for the sake of health. The system realized it was not fully aware. Thus, Tang spent a mere 110 energy points, purchasing the powerful sunshade first, then savoring a refreshing iced milk tea, finally feeling revitalized. No problem. I feel as though I could walk for an entire day now. The system, feeling dispirited, replied, all right, I'll order the treasure-seeking butterflies for the host. Please ensure to follow them closely. Wait, I have a thought. Please, host, share. What if, hypothetically, the butterfly isn't very bright and leads me to a treasure guarded by an extraordinarily powerful beast? What should I do? Let us try first. Each treasure-seeking butterfly can only locate one type of treasure. The scenario you mentioned has a low probability of occurring. Primarily, these are random treasure-seeking butterflies. While they are termed random, they certainly do not guarantee great rewards to avoid losses. Tang stroked her belly, feeling somewhat hungry. All right then, do I just need to follow it? As soon as Tang finished speaking, a large, multicolored butterfly appeared before her, approximately 5 to 6 times the size of an ordinary butterfly. She had worried that it might be too small and fly too quickly for her to keep up. However, the system was user-friendly. The small butterfly's speed completely depended on Tang's pace. If she moved quickly, it would too. If she slowed down, it would match her speed. Flapping its wings, it was both amiable and visually appealing, bringing her much joy. Unbeknownst to her, Tang followed the treasure-seeking butterfly for several hundred meters until it paused before a plant. Remaining still, the plant had broad, upward-facing leaves, a thick, fleshy trunk resembling an arm, and bore a yellowish-brown hue, reminiscent of konjac leaves. The system aptly reminded her, host, this is it, the heavenly water konjac. An apex yellow-grade ingredient. Its leaves are toxic, but the roots are safe to consume. Tang stood before the heavenly water konjac, and the treasure-seeking butterfly transformed into a burst of light, vanishing from sight. Is this heavenly water konjac edible raw? I vaguely recall that cooking konjac can be quite troublesome, and given my current hunger, I hardly have the time to prepare it. You don't need to cook it. Consuming it raw is more nutritious. Quickly purchase gloves and a digging tool to extract it. Seeing that the exposed part of the konjac was taller than her, she felt a wave of reluctance. How long will this take to dig out? Host, you must hurry. I can detect that the baby is beginning to show signs of low blood sugar. Resigned, Tang replied, all right, I'll dig. She then spent a modest amount of energy points to acquire gloves and a hoe. Indeed, any investment made in the child came at a low cost, and Tang smirked. Thankfully, during her previous social practice, she had undergone training in excavation, so she appeared quite adept at it. Before long, she had dug a large hole near the plant. Feeling she was close to the roots of the heavenly water konjac. Tang discarded the hoe and began to excavate with her hands. As she dug, she was astonished to discover an enormous root beneath the soil, round and substantial, likely not smaller than a winter melon. Tang marveled. This truly is a beastly world. Everything is supersized. After at least an hour of labor, she finally unearthed the heavenly water konjac. When she attempted to lift it, she found it impossible to do so with all her strength. Host, please cut it into pieces and wash it by the river for it to be palatable. Tang nodded. Cutting was essential, and washing was inevitable. Moreover, she disliked the skin of any food item, so she planned to peel it before consuming. With no other option, she purchased a watermelon knife from the shop, which cost only 1 energy point, akin to being complimentary. Once prepared, Tang utilized a baby care bag to transport the konjac to the riverside, peeling and washing it thoroughly. The flesh of the heavenly water konjac was white and slightly firm. Holding a sizable piece in her hand, she hesitated, contemplating whether to take a bite. Zsa, I've heard that eating konjac raw can cause a tingling sensation. Will this heavenly water konjac be the same? I am unsure. I can only confirm that this item is nutritious with no side effects. As for its taste, I cannot guarantee. So, even if it were unpalatable, she was compelled to consume it, the bias of the birthing system towards the child. Neglecting the adult was truly absurd. Resolutely, Tang bit down, imagining she was eating an apple, and took a hearty bite. Prepared for an unpleasant experience, she chewed a few times and was pleasantly surprised. Oh, it's not so bad after all. The texture resembled that of a yam, a summer favorite among Southerners. Before she realized it, she had finished the piece in her hand. The system was quite pleased. Host, eat a bit more. The baby's condition is improving. If you consume 7 or 8 more pieces, the baby will stabilize, and then we can find something else to eat. Tang looked at the tray filled with pieces of heavenly water konjac, each roughly the size of a bowl, incredulously asking, 7 or 8 pieces? This single piece is equivalent to a bowl of rice. How could I possibly consume that much? Moreover, you're suggesting I eat more after that. Quickly eat, and I'll explain as you do, the system urged eagerly. Only by consuming more heavenly ingredients can the baby's talents begin to enhance during pregnancy. The higher the baby's innate talents at birth, the more energy points gained, leading to more substantial rewards. Otherwise, when will I ever complete the 100 billion KPI? With both hands, Tang grasped a piece of heavenly water konjac, chewing vigorously until her jaws ached. She learned from the system that almost all the energy she consumed would be absorbed by the baby. Hence, if she did not eat enough, she would never feel full. In the blink of an eye, she finished 7 or 8 pieces of heavenly water konjac. Aside from her sore jaws, she felt no other discomfort. Host, that's enough with the heavenly water konjac. Continuing to eat yields diminishing returns. Let us buy another treasure-seeking butterfly to search for something else. Fine. Let us buy. Even the most delectable treats would be rendered unappetizing if consumed in excess. Not to mention, the heavenly water konjac certainly wasn't a culinary delight. It was quite tough on the teeth. All right, host, keep pace with the treasure-seeking butterfly, the system instructed. The remaining pieces of heavenly water konjac were stored in the baby care bag. While it was not a particularly delightful food item, having it on hand for emergencies was still prudent. Blaming her previous lack of experience during her first pregnancy, she regretted not stockpiling supplies ahead of time. Otherwise, she would not have found herself scavenging for food in such a desperate state. This time, the treasure-seeking butterfly flew a bit farther, only slowing down as they traversed through dense woods and entered a bamboo grove then circled around a noticeably darker, thicker bamboo than its companions. Tang halted, puzzled. What is this, Zsa? Is this bamboo a spiritual plant? She inspected it from every angle, perceiving little difference from ordinary bamboo, save for its height and girth. Host, purchase a silver pipe from the shop that can conduct water. I suspect there is something valuable within the bamboo. Tang promptly complied. While the birthing system might exhibit some favoritism, its capabilities were undeniable. As expected, when she inserted the silver pipe into the bamboo, a light purple liquid began to flow from it, resembling grape juice. Upon witnessing this, the system emitted an excited sound. Host, this is a treasure. Bamboo sap. It's a purple-grade spiritual liquid, beneficial for longevity and transformation. Upon hearing the phrase extend life and enhance vitality, Tang wasted no time. She immediately took a deep breath from the silver pipe's end and exclaimed, Why don't you, host, get a cup so we can collect more and drink together? Tang had intended to do just that, but before she could procure a cup, she suddenly heard Zatsa's alarmed voice beside her. Host, be careful. What's wrong? She asked, only to be met with a piercing scream that shattered the air. As she turned her head, she came face to face with a gigantic python. Its head was as large as 2 basketballs, its body as thick as a barrel, with deep, gluttonous crimson eyes fixated on Tang. Emanating a predatory stance. In an instant, Tang was paralyzed with fear. Zatsa quickly interjected, This must be the beast guarding the bamboo essence. Host, run. Of course, Tang wished to flee, but her legs felt as if they had betrayed her. At that terrifying moment, a long-buried memory flashed through her mind, recognizing this python as the very creature that had slain her dear friend, Fendai, and her family. The thought of her beloved friend dying so tragically, leaving 3 helpless cubs without care, extinguished Tang's desire to escape. Threatening Zatsa, she declared, I will not leave. I must avenge Fendai. Your defenses, use the energy points. Give me strength to slay this vile serpent. Are you certain, host? Zatsa asked. I am certain. Deducting 10,000 energy points from the host, you will acquire a powerful shotgun, particularly effective against beasts, especially demon beasts. Just aim and shoot. The system will erect a protective shield for you. Understood. Tang, who had been fascinated by real-life CS in her previous life, had barely handled a real gun, but was well acquainted with simulated ones. Aiming was no issue for her. She confidently hoisted the long-barreled shotgun, which was longer and thicker than her own arm, and without hesitation, aimed directly at the python's head and fired. Naturally, the massive python was quite agile. Her first shot missed and instead provoked the creature further. With a thunderous roar, it bellowed, "Foolish rodent, do you think such antics can spare you from your fate? I have awaited the ripening of this bamboo essence for years, and you dare to make a claim? Let us see if you possess the strength. You little mouse looks enticing. Once I capture you, you shall return to my lair as my prized possession." Tang nearly retched at the thought. Her eyes fixed in fury on the claw-shaped scar adorning the python. It was a reminder of an earlier encounter. Years ago, in a moment of boredom, she had crafted a weapon from the bones of demon beasts, which she had given to Fun Dai's beast husband. Little did she know that it would be the last time he would ever use it. The reason she recognized this vile serpent, beyond her hazy memories, was that unique scar. With that thought, her hatred flared. "Vile serpent, today is your end. You killed Fun Dai's family. If she knows, she would wish for my vengeance. Who is Fun Dai?" After a moment of confusion, Chuyin vaguely recalled the name. "Oh, I remember now. Decades ago, I did indeed feast upon a few stinking rodents, one of which I sought to keep as my possessions. But she refused and met a gruesome end." Listening to his arrogant laughter, Tang gritted her teeth, refusing to waste another moment with Chuyin. She took aim and unleashed a barrage of indiscriminate fire. Chuyin had never encountered such a weapon before. Ignorantly, he assumed Tang was merely posturing, until the bullets from the shotgun struck him. His once impenetrable scales crumbled to dust, leaving a gaping wound in their wake. In disbelief, Chuyin gaped. How is this possible? Tang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, Zatsa, this weapon is incredible. Just average. Host. Fire another shot at its head, and even the highest deities won't be able to save it." All right. Tang was eager, never having imagined she would one day avenge her friend's family. With the shotgun in hand, she felt a surge of exhilaration. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. Chuyin, wounded, attempted to evade. But Tang's aim was precise, and his head burst open. "Host, I sense a dreadful aura approaching us rapidly. Stop showing off and collect the bamboo essence quickly." Tang, filled with admiration for Zatsa, promptly heeded its advice. Yet just as she finished gathering all the bamboo essence into a jar, a voice like thunder suddenly enveloped the bamboo grove. "Vile rodent, you have killed my son. I shall have your life in return." This voice held immense authority, crashing down upon her. Tang's legs quaked uncontrollably. "Host, this is bad. The father of the little serpent, the great serpent, has arrived. The weapon in your hand is only sufficient to deal with green tier beasts. You cannot defeat the great serpent." Tang bellowed in frustration. "Then stop wasting time and give me a better weapon." "Host, it's not that I refuse to upgrade, but we lack the energy points. The best course of action now is to flee. Do not worry. While we cannot contend with the blue-tier great serpent, you are currently in a state of protection, and the shield has automatically upgraded to the highest level, invulnerable to blades and bullets. The great serpent cannot harm you." Amidst her frantic escape, Tang found a modicum of solace in Zatsa's words. Her human form was too conspicuous, so she transformed into a squirrel, swiftly scaling the tallest tree. Leaping and darting with astonishing speed. As she ran, she gulped down the bamboo essence she had just collected. Zatsa, astonished, remarked, "Host, are you that hungry? Even while fleeing, you still think of eating." Tang casually tossed the jar back into her pouch, savoring the taste, knowing that if she were caught later, it would be someone else's gain. Zatsa pondered, "Is there something wrong with your thought process?" Chuhai, the father beast, soon arrived at the site of the battle between Tang and his son. Gazing at the gruesome sight of his son, with a shattered head and body split in two, Chuhai's golden vertical pupil shimmered with apocalyptic rage, intent on tearing Tang to shreds. Recklessly, he unleashed his blue-tier mid-level prowess, swiftly whipping his tail to pursue Tang. The sheer force of destruction left a trail of splintered trees in his wake, causing Tang to tremble and fade. The sphere radiated in intense heat, scorching a substantial portion of Chuhai's indomitable serpent scales after the explosion. The essence of light. What connection does this little female mouse have with you that you feel compelled to protect her? Chuhai clenched his back teeth, indignantly inquiring. The white dog stood upright, its 2 forelimbs resembling a pair of tongs, swiftly unleashing a blinding laser. With a cold snort, it declared, "You have no right to know. Dare to touch her, and you shall meet your demise here today." Chuhai sensed the formidable strength of the white dog at the pinnacle of the blue tier, instinctively filled with dread. Yet it was not enough to drive him to kneel and surrender. He retorted defiantly, "I possess mid-level blue tier strength, wielding the essence of lightning, though I may fall slightly short of you. My lightning power is inherently stronger. If you wish to slay me, it won't be so simple." After much bluster, the white dog remained unfazed, replying coolly, "Then let us see." As the words left its mouth, it summoned a shrieking beam of laser from its paw, directing it toward Chuhai. Anticipating this, Chuhai had already prepared a countermeasure. However, as the laser beam detached from the white dog's massive claw, it unexpectedly split into dozens of streams, racing toward him at breakneck speed. This laser, akin to the light sphere before, carried a terrifying energy and temperature. Should it make contact, it would tear flesh and skin. Or worse, slice him into segments. Chuhai's expression turned grave. Sensing the imminent danger. In a critical moment, his body shrank dramatically, burrowing into the earth like an earthworm to evade the lethal laser beams. Nevertheless, one of the beams, due to an unfavorable angle, struck the ground with ferocity, carving a significant chunk of solid earth and vegetation away, sending it hurtling toward the distant cliff. The tremendous force caused the mountain to tremble. Even so, the energy of the laser did not dissipate, gouging a ravine into the mountainside. Su Tang instinctively gasped, pondering whether the very spot where Chuhai had burrowed might now be his tomb. Severed into pieces, Zatsa, perceiving her thoughts, spoke up, "Host, you are being naive. After all, he is of mid-level blue tier strength. He is not that weak. Moreover, even if injured, as long as it is not a fatal blow, they can utilize their healing arts to recover, the only difference being the time taken. As expected, no sooner had Zatsa finished speaking than the white dog nimbly jumped into the pit to investigate. Soon fixating on a hole the size of an arm, furrowing its brow in annoyance, he fled. So timid, yet he had the audacity to boast. The white dog, with its snow-white paws, strolled leisurely across the yellow earth. The stark contrast making Su Tang increasingly enamored, especially as its features bore resemblance to a raccoon, pointed ears, valiant eyes, and a regal nose, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Big dog, put me down." "Who are you?" Su Tang called out. Upon hearing her call, the white dog turned. Just as another low voice emerged from the forest, Su Tang, where are you?" Hearing this voice, the white dog paused momentarily. Soon, the call became more pronounced as it approached them. After a brief hesitation, the white dog flicked its tail and set Su Tang down before swiftly disappearing without a trace, with her feet firmly on the ground. Su Tang felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her gaze fell upon a few soft white hairs in the pit, filled with questions. Why did it run away? Was it off to pursue the great seductress? Zatsa unexpectedly remained silent, then calmly reminded her, "Host, turn around and see who has arrived." Instinctively shifting back to her human form, Su Tang turned, her eyes widening in surprise upon recognizing the familiar figure not far off. Chapter 34. Little Wolf Dog. Little Milk Dog? She had not anticipated that Yuli would come looking for her. After locking eyes with the young dog, their expressions momentarily awkward, he eventually scratched the back of his head and stepped forward. "Su Tang, are you all right? My father sent me to bring you back home." The once pristine forest now lay in ruins, resembling a landscape of shattered remnants after the battle. Su Tang stood still, conveying that if the clan leader of the Moon Howlers had not instructed him, he would not have come searching for her. Her words, Yuli felt an inexplicable panic surge within him. Stepping forward to grasp her wrist, "No, it's not like that." "What is it like then?" Su Tang replied coolly, unforgetting how Yuli had kicked her out of bed upon waking. Yuli opened his mouth, realizing he was at a loss for words, and in a sudden motion, he bent down and swept Su Tang into his arms. "Was there a battle here just now? It's too dangerous. I should take you to a safe place." Caught off guard by Yuli's actions, Su Tang struggled in his embrace. "What are you doing? Put me down. I want to let go unless you agree to come home with me," Yuli insisted. Su Tang, the little dog, has considerable strength at the initial green tier in the water element. With not a shred of spiritual power, Su Tang found escape impossible from his grasp. Before long, they had distanced themselves from the chaotic forest, entering a realm filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers. Yuli, cradling the soft figure in his arms, found the sensation remarkably pleasant, even beginning to hesitate about putting her down. Yet, seeing the dark expression on Su Tang's face, he reluctantly set her gently on the grass. Standing before her, he lowered his head, shuffling his feet across the grass. "I seem to have lost my memory, which is why I can't recall what happened between us." Su Tang's eyes widened, Finding it difficult to assess the situation, calling out to Zatsa, she asked. What is going on? Is this some sort of melodrama you need to explain? I cannot explain, host. The system is also unaware of Yuli's selective amnesia after regaining his soul, Zatsa responded, pushing back. Tang rolled her eyes in exasperation. Then what should we do now? That entirely depends on the host's choice, whether to return with Yuli or to leave without looking back. As Tang contemplated. She was suddenly enveloped in a firm embrace. Yuli's resolute voice resonated above her. But I have decided. I want you. I was wrong before. From now on, I will treat you as my one and only partner. I don't care about your age, nor do I mind that you are of the mouse tribe. Let us live our lives together like a normal couple, shall we? With that, he unexpectedly took her hand and bit down on it, not a kiss, but a genuine bite, causing Tang to recoil sharply. What are you doing? That hurts. Yuli laughed, his eyes crinkling with joy. Sealing the bond, don't you understand? Tang? Sealing the bond signifies true marriage. The previous ceremony was merely an act. Taking a deep breath, Tang felt a tingling numbness where he had bitten her, mirroring the tumultuous emotions within her heart, having lived in the beast realm for over a century. She certainly understood the significance of a bond seal. Her astonishment stemmed from Yuli's sudden transformation. Could it be that he had taken something that affected his senses? However, after that incident, Yuli grew increasingly bold. Directly shaking Tang in his arms, I don't care. Tang, you already bear my mark. From this moment forward, you are mine, and I am yours. As he spoke, he inadvertently recalled the reality of their marital status. His demeanor turning bashful as he lowered his head, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Tang was left in a state of bewilderment, remembering how Yuli had appeared while under the influence of an aphrodisiac. He seemed to embody a similar innocence, yet he had been exceedingly domineering that night, nearly compelling her to surrender. So, what was with his sudden shifts between being a little milk dog and a little wolf dog? Host, this may be a consequence of his long-term loss of soul, Zatsa elucidated, then inquired, what's wrong? Don't you like it? It should be quite pleasant to experience a variety of flavors every night. Tang. System, why do I feel like you are steering the conversation in an inappropriate direction? What kind of vehicle does the host refer to? A high-speed train or a maglev train? Tang fell silent, uncertain, yet certain it was akin to a vehicle traveling at an extraordinary speed. What could she do? After that bite, Yuli had effectively gifted her a marriage certificate, clearly visible on her wrist. Moreover, in a twist of fate, he had inadvertently become Tang's first beast husband. Since Baisu had not marked her, even if they were to have offspring, it could not be counted as such. Regarding this, Tang felt little concern. The White Tiger tribe had been oppressive, seizing her treasures and compelling Baisu to consume a forgetfulness potion. Their actions had been so ruthless that she bore no remorse for withholding Baisu's position as her first beast husband. Could you loosen your grip a bit? Don't be so clingy. Yuli clung to Tang like a koala. Tang found herself at her wit's end. At her words, Yuli finally straightened up, furrowing his brows. Then I'll carry you back. That works too. Tang. Just yesterday, you were the aloof little wolf dog. Today, you have transformed into the clingy little milk dog. How does that work? Still adjusting to the sudden shifts, Tang decided to give Yuli something to do. I'm hungry. Why don't you go into the forest and gather some fruit for me? Or perhaps hunt some edible beast meat. What does Tang like to eat? Yuli inquired, his eyes bright with curiosity. Though the pronunciation was similar, Tang miraculously discerned that he was calling her Tang rather than Tang. Of course, she did not mind. Instead, she reached out to affectionately pat Yuli's head. Anything is fine, but if you're picking fruit, make sure to choose the sweetest ones, after consuming the bamboo essence. Her nutritional needs were sufficiently met, and she did not feel hungry. Upon hearing this, Yuli felt a surge of joy and went on her way. Tang sighed and settled down, exclaiming, oh my. I'm so tired. I need a moment to rest. Just so, wasn't the host envious of the male's cultivation abilities? Just now, I observed that the spirit base I applied for on behalf of the host has arrived. Seizing this opportunity, I should hasten to implant it into the host's body, allowing her to level up and defeat monsters like the males. Tang gasped in delight. That's truly wonderful. Following Zha's instructions, she relaxed her entire body and slowly closed her eyes. In that fleeting moment, not far from Tang's position, a snow-white large dog emerged from the thorns, after lingering for about half an hour. It ultimately departed without looking back. She had finally become a true companion to Yuli. He ought to be happy for them, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, a profound bitterness welled up within. More unbearable than the sting of a failed upgrade. Yuqin shook his head, Perplexed as to why this was the case, he walked a considerable distance before transforming into his human form. Clad in flowing white garments that seemed ethereal, his features exquisite and unblemished. In his broad palm lay a green crystal pearl and a similarly verdant crystal ring, trophies from Su Tang's defeat of Chuyin. As for Chu Hai, he had naturally fled. Their serpent clan was renowned for their exceptional escape skills. Given that he was only slightly stronger than Chu Hai, it was entirely normal for him to lose track of him with a moment's lapse in vigilance. Pondering this, Yu Qing's gaze shifted to his palm, and he muttered helplessly, "Well then, I shall find an opportunity to let Yuli have these later." Chapter 35, Left Hand Wood, Right Hand Light Host. Please relax your body as much as possible and focus your energy in your dantian. The information states that the implantation of the spirit base in females may cause slight discomfort, akin to the sensation of an IUD, and there is a chance of acclimatization issues. However, the host has had good fortune today, having received the bamboo essence for muscle and marrow cleansing, which has improved her constitution. So she should not experience any adverse effects. Su Tang straightened her chest and raised her head, sitting cross-legged on the grass like a yoga practitioner. Surrounding her was an invisibility barrier set by the system. Jia Jia mentioned that the entire process would take approximately half an hour. Though it was a brief duration, she would be in a somewhat weakened state. To ensure absolute safety for herself and her child, the invisibility barrier was established so that neither wild beasts nor birds of prey could detect her presence. Is there a paper document? Su Tang inquired. It wasn't that she mistrusted the system. Rather, it was a habit formed during her school years. Notifications or assignments required thorough study of the text several times to ensure no detail was overlooked, providing her with a sense of reassurance. Jia Jia was evidently generous. Would the host like to see the documents? Certainly, I can provide printed copies, but it would be best to review them quickly, as Yuli will return from hunting in no more than an hour. Great. Su Tang decided to take a look, eager to ascertain any potential side effects. Soon, several sheets of paper appeared beside her. Without further ado, she crossed her legs and began to study them intently. It was evident that Jia Jia's superior was a meticulous individual. The text was impeccably articulated, even reminiscent of a military decree. As for side effects, they were minimal, essentially what Jia Jia had described as acclimatization issues. Due to the complicated approval procedures, if Su Tang were to experience discomfort after the implantation, requesting its removal would incur a hefty energy cost, and there would be no opportunity for a second implantation. After securing the paper documents in a safe spot within her childcare bag, Su Tang glanced at her dwindling energy reserves, just over 500. Engrames.to extract the base requires 9,999 energy points. Rest assured, even if I do experience acclimatization issues, I won't have it removed. Let's see who can outlast whom. Jia Jia. It thoroughly enjoys the tenacity of this particular host, especially how resolute she is with herself. A host capable of achieving great things. Have you made your decision? Then please sign the consent form on the holographic panel, and we shall commence immediately. Absolutely. With a flourish, Su Tang signed her name, then relaxed her entire being and closed her eyes. Before her, a white expanse enveloped her, rendering everything invisible, as though she were encased within a cloud. Initially, she felt no discomfort. After a while, however, a tingling sensation arose in her navel, subtle yet reminiscent of localized anesthesia. Once the tingling faded, Su Tang instinctively glanced down to discover a nascent 9-layered crystal tower forming within her body. The crystal tower slowly rotated, its elegant eaves and corners forming an octagonal structure that was symmetrical and intricately designed. At the pinnacle, a luminous pearl glimmered. Jia Jia had mentioned that this represented her inner core. Each layer contained smaller inner cores, and the more brilliant and vibrant the light emitted, the greater her strength would be. Wow, so this is the spirit base. It's rather fascinating. Su Tang gazed in awe for a while before reluctantly opening her eyes. Jia Jia proclaimed, "Okay, congratulations, host, on successfully implanting the spirit base. You may now attempt to channel the spirit base in your dantian, allowing it to rotate and reveal your innate abilities." Among the 9 innate abilities of beast men, Su Tang favored wood, water, fire, and light the most. The wood system could foster plant growth, enabling one to produce ripened fruits and vegetables in the blink of an eye, a true boon for any food lover. It also possessed a degree of healing capabilities. Water, on the other hand, provided convenience and hygiene, akin to having a faucet installed on one's body, allowing for effortless washing and even the ability to breathe underwater without fear. Fire was self-explanatory. It facilitated fire starting and could be utilized for both offense and defense, offering a distinct advantage in combat. The light system was relatively rare, and rarity conferred value. Furthermore, The light system possessed superior healing abilities compared to water. With most rescue teams and various clans comprising light-type beastmen, akin to battlefield medics, earning considerable respect, having recently witnessed the formidable prowess of a light-type large white dog and a thunder-type massive serpent in battle. Tang became increasingly aware that the strength of the light system extended beyond mere healing. With proper cultivation, it could be a force of cataclysmic destruction, rivaling even fire, metal, and thunder systems. If only I could be one among wood, water, fire, or light, Tang murmured. Filled with hope, following Jaja's guidance, she soon felt a tingling sensation in her palm, as if something were about to burst forth. Raising her hand, she beheld a glowing orb in her right palm, akin to a small light bulb, and couldn't suppress a gasp of delight. Ah, this is fantastic, Jaja. I am of the light system. Congratulations, host. Your wishes have been fulfilled. Henceforth, even after extinguishing lights, whatever you desire will be easily within reach. Tang retorted, is the dog system jesting with me? Suddenly, she clenched her fingers tightly, retracting the light orb, ready to sternly admonish Jaja. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a tingling in her left palm as well. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find grass sprouting from her palm. It was a stalk of an unknown plant, possessing only branches but no leaves. Jaja evidently noticed too, expressing mild astonishment. Ah, it appears that the host possesses not just one innate ability, but dual innate abilities of wood and light. Tang's mouth fell agape, momentarily stunned, before she burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. How splendid. I love both wood and light. One cultivates the land, while the other heals, perfectly suited for me. However, Jaja suggested that Tang seemed particularly well suited for combat. As soon as the system finished speaking, the holographic panel displayed an image of Tang wielding a tube gun against Chuyin. Exuding a fierce aura, her movements sharp and decisive, truly a sight to behold. Jaja exclaimed, did you see that? One shout of Sister Tang is mighty, and it's done. Tang waved her hand dismissively, displaying both humility and a hint of swagger. Oh, it's nothing, really. Speaking of which, you've inspired me. No matter how formidable an innate ability may be, in the face of gunfire, it becomes irrelevant. Therefore, with my dual wood and light abilities, I can ensure sustenance while alleviating ailments. And coupled with these world-shattering weapons from the system, my self-assessment now boils down to 3 words. Do you know what they are? What? Invincible. Jaja replied, indeed, no one can rival such audacity. After a playful exchange, Yuli returned, a beast hide bag tied around his waist, several prey draped over his shoulder. He seldom hunted and had little knowledge of what made for good eating, having caught a few small creatures that weren't particularly large. He returned somewhat dazed. Huh, didn't Tang say she'd wait for me here? Where is she? Chapter 36. In other aspects, she flourishes as well. I'm right here. Tang hurriedly instructed Jaja to lower the barrier and waved at Yuli. He blinked in surprise, curious about where Tang had emerged from, as she had not been present moments earlier. Had he simply overlooked her? Nonetheless, he was not one to dwell on trivial matters. Quickly dismissing it from his mind, with Tang's contagiously radiant smile, he approached, carrying his haul. Tang, take a look. These are all edible. We have rabbit, wild chicken, field mouse, and pigeon. As for fruits, there's lime, red snake fruit, and peach, all sweet and juicy. Oh, and this wood coconut. Don't be deceived by its thick exterior. Once cracked open, it's filled with juice, exceptionally refreshing, perfect for quenching thirst in the summer. Observing the moonlit scene, Yuli first placed the rabbit and other prey upon the grass, then drew open the beast hide pouch at her waist, reminiscent of Doraemon's magical pouch. From it, a plethora of fruits, varying in size and in a dazzling array of colors, rolled forth, many of which were spirit fruits. While their ranks might not be particularly high, she had not emphasized to Yuli her desire for superior spirit fruits. Thus, after about an hour, Yuli had gathered such a bounty, presenting it as a treasure in an effort to win her favor. Tang felt a warm glow in her heart and instinctively bestowed upon Yuli a sweet and genuine smile. You are truly remarkable. I appreciate your efforts. Having consumed a rejuvenating elixir, her appearance was quite pleasing. If she were to smile at Yuli like this at the age of 118, would he not think he had seen a ghost? Yuli, enchanted by Tang's smile, bashfully scratched the back of his head and then took a rabbit in one hand and a wild chicken in the other, heading towards the riverbank. Tang. Take a moment to rest. I will prepare the prey by the river, and soon enough, we shall feast. Tang wished to remind him that her name was a reference to a blossoming pear tree, not a confectionery delight. Seeing his obliviousness, she decided to let it pass. As a practitioner of water magic, he needed only to dispatch the prey and strip away its fur, the subsequent cleaning was both swift and effortless. Before long, Sudong had constructed a stone pit and gathered kindling to start a fire, just as Yuli returned with the prepared game. Upon seeing the flames Sudong had conjured, he was taken aback. Tang, where did you procure the fire? Though fire starters or flint were not particularly precious, it was impressive that Sudong had managed to ignite a blaze so quickly. To him, females were typically delicate and clumsy, and it was rare to encounter someone as clever and skillful as Sudong. Here, I was fortunate to find it in the forest, Sudong replied, producing a lighter for Yuli to examine. Meanwhile, she set about roasting the wild rabbit. Now that she possessed energy reserves, she had an array of barbecue seasonings at her disposal: Sichuan pepper, cumin, and Orleans sauce, making it easy to prepare a dish that was both flavorful and aromatic. Indeed, when the enticing aroma of the meat, a blend of technological prowess and culinary expertise, wafted into Yuli's nostrils, he visibly perked up, abandoning the lighter to join Sudong. His deep, dark, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with excitement. Sudong was surprised to discover that Yuli's sclerae were a soft blue during the day, a gentle and refreshing hue that seemed to alleviate the summer heat with just one glance. "What are you making, Tang? It smells divine," Yuli inquired, peering curiously. Sudong flipped the rabbit, its skin already a golden brown from roasting, evenly coated with sauce and sprinkled with fragrant spices. The difference between this method of seasoning while roasting and adding spices post-cooking was nothing short of remarkable. Moreover, a final dusting of chili powder or cumin, along with some scallions, would complete the dish. Seeing the enticing golden color and the crispy exterior, Yuli could no longer contain his saliva. Sudong chuckled, deeming the rabbit sufficiently cooked, and removed it from the fire, tearing off a hind leg for herself while offering the rest to Yuli. "Here, you should eat." It is evident that she possesses knowledge of the intricate details. Yet she has no intention of divulging them. If she chooses not to speak, so be it. However, she insists on maintaining a facade of ignorance. Tang found herself engulfed in depression. Yet she soon became preoccupied with other matters that demanded her attention. For Yuli commenced disrobing in her presence. Tang widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Tang, did we not undress to sleep together last night? It felt rather pleasant. Let us continue this way tonight." Tang, momentarily dumbfounded, snapped back to reality only to find herself effortlessly lifted into the air by Yuli. As her surroundings spun wildly, she eventually found her gaze fixed upon a masculine chest radiating potent hormones. A pair of dry, broad hands cautiously explored her form. "This area has some flesh. Let me see where else there is a bit more." Despite her futile struggles, Tang resigned herself to the situation, thinking that having a squirrel as a pet was hardly disgraceful. After a brief moment, she cried out, "Zatsa, help. Please be mindful of the impact, and refrain from summoning me during such inappropriate moments. Hurry, what of the child? Remain calm. The fetus conceived is stable, and such trivial matters pose no risk. On the contrary, engaging more with your beast husband during this period could enhance the emotional intelligence of the baby. Furthermore, you can harness his energy for cultivation, which will significantly accelerate your advancement." Upon hearing the first part, Tang was taken aback. The latter part jolted her from her despair. "What? I can cultivate even at this time? 100 energy points, with a discount, shall grant you a spiritual cultivation technique. Do you wish for it?" Yes, she shouted. "Very well. 100 energy points deducted. Your remaining balance is 438 energy points. Strive diligently to ensure this pregnancy returns to 30. Upon hearing the number 438, Tang felt impoverished. After glancing at Yuli, she gritted her teeth and decided to go all in. What could possibly happen? For the next few days, Tang found herself busily engaged. During the day, she utilized the crystal beads stored in the child care bag for cultivation, which proved the effectiveness of the spiritual cultivation technique. After having implanted the spiritual foundation, she had acquired the dual elemental talents of wood and light. But the spiritual energy within her foundation had yet to flourish, barely reaching the lowest red tier. However, after one night, the red spiritual energy surged forth, elevating her to the red tier. Thus, she resolved to press on, striving to reach the orange tier. The red tier was too weak. Among males, those of the red tier were merely reserves. Only by surpassing the orange tier could one join the rescue team or the guard team, gaining a position of respect while showcasing one's strength. Women must empower themselves. Tang was not willing to be weak despite possessing the childbirth system as her golden finger. After 3 days of meticulous time management, absorbing spiritual energy during the day and practicing cultivation at night, by the morning of the 4th day, Tang finally broke through to the orange tier, and the overflow of spiritual energy showed no signs of abating. her foundation spinning at an astonishing speed. Staring in disbelief, she realized that within 10 minutes, her spiritual energy had filled half of the orange tier. Am I at the intermediate orange tier? Tang could hardly believe it. Indeed, you are the most diligent and hard-working genius I have ever witnessed. Tang was all too familiar with the system's tendencies. The next step would surely involve matchmaking and urging her to give birth. To preempt the system, she quickly interjected, "Be quiet. Even if the beast god himself arrives, he must wait until I have given birth to this child and settled matters with Yuli before we discuss the next one." Very well. The system's tone was noticeably more subdued. After Tang completed her morning routine, she found that Yuli had not yet returned. Their days of sharing a bed had allowed her to gain insight into Yuli's habits. Regardless of how late he slept, he always rose at the third crow of the rooster to practice on the mountain. Zatsa, in essence, spiritual cultivation is merely borrowing the energy of others. I almost forgot to ask, will this adversely affect Yuli? But just as Tang finished her thought, a large dog burst through the door, its fur a gradient of white, gray, and black, tall and imposing, with bright black and white eyes. Wonderful. Tang, I have broken through. I have finally reached the intermediate green tier. With that declaration, the dog transformed into a human and embraced Tang, planting several fervent kisses on her fair cheek. Father was right. You are indeed my little lucky star. Tang rolled her eyes internally, feeling a sense of relief that she no longer needed to inquire about her earlier question. Little patriarch. We have guests at home. The patriarch requests that you and the young lady join him to meet them, reported Yuli from the doorway. During these past few days, Tang and Yuli had enjoyed a honeymoon phase. So even though Tang seemed perpetually anchored to the bed, the hunting dog clan members had no objections. In fact, Yu Xiao had subtly advised Yuli to tread carefully, lest he frighten away the wife he had painstakingly married. Tang was unaware of Yuli's reaction, but she was indeed exhausted. Upon hearing Yuya's words, she readily agreed. All right, tell the patriarch that Yuli and I shall be there shortly. She was quite an old soul. Calling Yu Xiao father was simply beyond her capabilities, as it felt rather peculiar. Fortunately, no one seemed to mind. Yuli had just returned from the mountain, his clothing still disheveled. He needed to change before they could meet the guests. As Tang sat waiting, her hand unconsciously rested on her abdomen, realizing that after 7 or 8 days, her belly would soon begin to swell. All right, let us go. Yuli emerged, affectionately taking Tang's hand. Oblivious to her subtle gesture. In truth, who could have anticipated that even for a tribal holy female with a fertility level of 8 or above, conceiving was never guaranteed after merely 3 or 5 attempts? Moreover, everyone had already assumed that Tang was an old female with 0 fertility. Chapter 38. Who was causing a ruckus? Speak clearly. Upon entering the main hall, Tang's attention was immediately drawn to a delicate figure dressed in a pale yellow cotton dress that reached just above her knees. The young female, not particularly tall, perhaps less than 5 feet and 3 inches, had somewhat short and plump limbs. Nonetheless, her features were quite pleasant, with large, round eyes that exuded cuteness, and atop her head, a pair of light yellow folded ears. So it was a member of the folded ear cat clan. With that realization, Tang's curiosity waned, and she turned her gaze to the middle-aged man seated beside Yu Xiao. The two conversed amiably, as if they were longtime friends, exchanging pleasantries while sipping tea and sharing laughter. Upon noticing Tang and Yuli entering together, Yu Xiao halted his conversation to introduce them. Yun, this is my son and daughter-in-law. The middle-aged yellow cat named Gu Yun cast a fleeting glance at Tang, his gaze laden with significance. Yu Xiao, back in the day when we arranged the betrothal, how we longed for our children to be together. Yet now, his words carried a weight of implication, especially as he shot a glance at Tang. Seated below him, Gu Yin opened her watercolored eyes, 3 parts inquisitive, 6 parts scrutinizing, and 1 part barely concealed disdain as she eyed Tang. However, Tang paid little heed to the father-daughter duo, calmly taking a seat at the upper left. Yuli naturally settled beside her. This action indeed surprised Gu Yun and his daughter. Yun remarked. Yu Xiao, I hear you refer to her as your daughter-in-law. That implies a marriage, not a betrothal. Yes. Yu Xiao's smile faltered for a moment before he nodded. Yes, it is a marriage. I have only 1 son. Yuli, how could I allow him to marry into another clan? In truth, the hunting dog clan was one of the most powerful in the western region and had no need to marry into other tribes unless it was a female from a prominent family in the eastern or northern regions. Yu Xiao had no intentions of forcing his son into such a situation. Ian frowned slightly upon hearing this. Then it seems the Mouse clan is indeed a minor clan, unaware that only the clan head may occupy the upper seat. If Gu Yun's previous remarks were veiled insinuations, this was clearly an outright challenge. Before Yuli could explain, Tang shook her head, signaling that there was no need, raising her eyes to Gu Yun. Her tone was calm yet laced with sarcasm. "Oh, is that so? I merely occupy a seat, and good clan leader takes such offense. However, as a guest, you should not be so presumptuous. The Yu clan leader has not objected. Yet you stand here making demands. Your clan's rules seem rather lacking, don't you think? How dare you, Mouse clan? Do not forget that mice and cats are inherently predator and prey," Gu Yun exclaimed. His face flushed with anger. "Do not think you can run rampant before me." Gu Yun's fury was palpable, and he was on the verge of exerting his pressure to intimidate this audacious old female of the Mouse clan. "Humph, do not think I am unaware of your true nature, a defective product, trash. I truly do not understand how you could accept such a creature as his daughter-in-law." Tang remained unperturbed. Her composure a stark contrast to Gu Yun's explosive temperament. "Rampant. I am 118 years old. A mere child like you appears to be only in your 90s. Who is truly running rampant here? If you wish to invoke the cat and mouse dynamic, you are sorely mistaken. Once, there was a mouse named Jerry who managed to outwit your ancestor Tom time and again. Lack of experience leads to foolishness. Refrain from speaking unless you wish to reveal your ignorance." With a resounding crash, Gu Yun stood abruptly, slamming his teacup down with force, his trembling finger pointing accusatorily at Tang. "Very well. I see you are tired of living." With red-rimmed eyes, he glared at Yu Xiao. "Yu Xiao, do you not intend to discipline your rebellious daughter-in-law? If you are unwilling to teach her a lesson, then I shall take it upon myself to do so." As the words fell, the formidable power at the pinnacle of the verdant steps was laid bare, causing the wooden ridge to tremble incessantly. "Brother Gu Yun, temper your anger." Yu Xiao rose, extending his hand to restrain Gu Yun. His greater concern was that Gu Yun, in a fit of rage, might recklessly unleash his power and inadvertently demolish his family's grand residence, a structure that had been excruciatingly difficult to construct. He had previously acquiesced to numerous inequitable conditions imposed by the rodent clan to procure the blueprint for this mansion, along with the dazzling yet awe-inspiring construction techniques that accompanied it. Contemplating this, Yu Xiao instinctively cast a sidelong glance at Tang, pondering whether she had any connection to these matters. Previously, he had never entertained such thoughts, merely attributing the cleverness of the Dezhou brothers to their wits. However, since the last incident where the three men disregarded everything to support Tang, he had begun to question why a mere adoptive mother warranted such esteem, indeed, to the point of implicit backing. Was it gratitude for nurturing, a bond of mother and child? Yet, most beastmen were inherently independent, each tending to their own affairs, devoid of profound emotional ties, much like his relationship with Yu Qing, where they were brothers yet seldom saw each other, only convening for family matters. Furthermore, as kin, whether it be Yu Qing or anyone else, as long as their strength reached a certain level, they would become a source of family pride, receiving support and reliance. Where individual merit and family stature were intricately intertwined. "You are unwilling, very well. In that case, for your sake, should she kneel and apologize to me, I shall refrain from striking a defenseless female." Gu Yun continued to tremble, his hand shaking uncontrollably. Tang could hardly contain her laughter. "What, you want me to kneel and apologize? It seems you've had a bit too much to drink this early in the morning." Speaking nonsense, Yuli hurriedly stood between Tang and Gu Yun, fearful that a confrontation would ensue. He also pulled at Tang, realizing that such crude language was unbecoming, especially since she was a guest. However, Tang was unperturbed by such considerations. In this beastly world, what need was there for subtlety? Besides, it was evident that she had been provoked first, with her hands being tugged by Yuli. Tang spat aside, declaring, "If you want me to let it go, that's not impossible, but first, let him kneel and apologize to me this very moment." In a turn of events, Gu Yun's head visibly began to smoke. Clutching his chest as if he might suffer a heart attack from the indignation, observing this, Yu Xiao feigned reprimand. "Yuli, tend to your wife. Father, I just recently reconciled with Tang after upsetting her. It took great effort to win her back. How can I manage her?" Yuli shot a desperate glance at Tang, then looked pitifully at Gu Uncle. "How about you let it slide?" Considering how difficult it is for me to find a wife, Gu Yun's countenance darkened to that of a charred pot, his chest heaving dramatically. As tensions escalated, Gu Yin could no longer remain passive. She had come to cultivate goodwill, not to forge enmities. "Father, what are you doing? We are guests of the Hound clan. Must we quarrel with an outsider?" With a firm tug, Gu Yin pulled Gu Yun aside. Lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper, "Do not forget our ultimate goal." The father-daughter duo exchanged furtive glances, whispering conspiratorially. Tang raised an eyebrow. while these words might evade the ears of Yushao and his son. She possessed a system that rendered whisperings effortlessly decipherable. After hearing the trivialities relayed, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Su Tang's mouth. It seemed the Gu family's visit was anything but simple. Before long, the obstinate Gu Yun was calmed down by his daughter's persuasion. He even turned away, refusing to look ahead, thus preventing himself from losing his temper. Ge Yin Yin approached gracefully. I apologize. Uncle Yui. My father is accustomed to being the sole authority at home. Even after my elevation to saintess, I still adhere to his commands without daring to defy him. Her words were laden with artistry, simultaneously emphasizing her status as a highly fertile saintess while casting Su Tang in a negative light, depicting her as rebellious and lacking in maternal capacity. Su Tang chuckled softly. You enjoy being a mere noodle. Unable to stand tall, yet you criticize others for having opinions, do you? Gu Yin Yin, caught off guard by Su Tang's retort, refrained from countering, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she glanced at Yushao and Yuli. Uncle Yu, brotherly, I did not mean it that way. Su Tang closed her eyes briefly, her hands itched with a desire for action. Yet Gu Yin Yin appeared oblivious to her own green tea demeanor, reveling instead in her performance. Uncle Yu, you saw me grow up. How could I possibly be unreasonable? Brotherly, before we came of age, we must have met 5 times, right? I have always remembered your handsome face. And I intentionally avoided excessive interaction with other males, all to honor our engagement once we matured. I never anticipated you would take the lead first. Upon reaching this point, she naturally raised a hand to wipe away her tears. Her acting remarkably smooth. Su Tang, initially vexed, found her emotions stabilizing at this juncture, neither sorrowful nor joyful, neither arrogant nor anxious, merely calm and composed, with a gentle tug in Yuli's embrace, who mistook her movements as a sign of impending aggression. He refused to release her. Tang, do not cause a ruckus. Trust me, I have completely forgotten her and hold no thoughts of her. Su Tang burst into laughter. What are you doing? I'm simply thirsty and preparing to return to my seat for some tea. Really? You are not about to hit anyone? Su Tang glanced upward at the beam. Truly not. Am I such an unreasonable person? Her features were lively, her eyes sparkling, and her expressions playful yet helpless. Yuli recalled how she would often vent her frustrations by nipping at his shoulder or thigh when she was in his embrace. Suddenly, he found himself questioning her rationale. There was none. Absolutely none. Hence, he should not expect her to possess any sense of propriety. Yet Yuli was somewhat attuned to Su Tang's nature, capable of discerning her truths from her fabrications. Once assured that she was not throwing a smokescreen, Yuli gradually relaxed his grip, even scampering ahead to pour her tea. Once she returned to her seat, he dutifully presented it before her. Here, it is cooled down. Drink up. It won't tea scald you. This scene reignited the simmering anger within the restrained Gu Yun, while even the typically composed Gu Yin Yin felt a flicker of ire. Ultimately, she suppressed her feelings and feigned a sympathetic smile at Yushao. Uncle Yu, I heard on my way here that brotherly married the female born on the day of the solar eclipse merely to bring good fortune. It was unexpected to see him treat her with such kindness. However, that is to be expected. Brotherly has always been a responsible male, caring for any female younger than him. Now that he has wed senior Su, it is only natural for him to fulfill his duties as a husband. Her words were brief, yet laced with nauseating flattery, good fortune, responsibility, seniority, each a veiled jab. Even Yushao felt a twinge of awkwardness at her insinuations. While Gu Yin Yin's statements were factual, it was inappropriate to voice them directly in front of Su Tang. Moreover, since Su Tang's marriage to Yuli, his health had significantly improved, now resembling that of a normal individual. Yushao felt immense gratitude towards Su Tang for this. Yushao attempted to smooth over the tension, but Su Tang clearly denied him the opportunity. With an elegant gesture, she set down her teacup. Her demeanor languid and expression indifferent. Yin Yin, you claim to be a saintess, correct? Ah, yes. My dear niece, how did you become a saintess? Yushao echoed in astonishment. He had been so absorbed in the altercation between Su Tang and Gu Yun that he had momentarily overlooked this significant detail. Su Tang's reminder took Yushao back. To be elected as a saintess, one must possess a fertility level of at least 8 ranks or higher. It is the pinnacle of the 8th rank. Gu Yin Yin, still youthful, could not conceal her pride as she spoke. Simultaneously, she subtly tilted her chin towards Su Tang, making her intent clear. I possess the fertility level of the 8th rank pinnacle. You are not worthy of comparison. Internally, she seethed with resentment. No wonder her father remarked that the Hound clan's members were courageous yet lacking in cunning. They were indeed slow on the uptake, reacting only now to her blatant hints. Humph! Would they not treat her with more respect? Were it not for that paragon of a man, she would not lower herself to visit the Hound clan. The 8th rank pinnacle, that is quite impressive. In the entire Western District, there are hardly any females of such caliber, Yu Shao remarked, his eyes gleaming with desire, not of a romantic nature, but as a family leader. He longed for a female within his clan possessing a fertility level exceeding 8 ranks. Even if she were a foreign female from another clan marrying into the Hound clan, it would suffice to secure her position as a saintess. Elevating the family as prestige, this was, in essence, akin to the extraordinary gifts of promising youths like Yu Qing, a matter of great interest to outsiders. Hearing this, Gu Yinyan lowered her head, seemingly bashful as if she had received praise. Uncle Yu, you flatter me. I am not particularly remarkable. There are those far superior to me, such as Sister Zi Yun from the northern 4th district. She is one of the few in a century to possess both spiritual talent and a 9th rank fertility level. While I am merely an 8th rank, still far from her. With a mouth that seemed eager to humble herself to the ground, Su Tang merely wanted to chuckle inwardly. After all, her hearing was perfectly fine. Even if she had accidentally gotten water in her ears while bathing yesterday, she could still discern Gu Yinyan's unabashed boasting. Otherwise, why would she not cite examples of others but insist on mentioning Zi Xia from the northern 4th district? Those with understanding knew that was a once-in-a-century exception. Compared to others, feeling ashamed was inevitable. However, in comparison to her, not only was there no shame, but one would also have to praise. That is truly remarkable. Only then can one be worthy of comparison with Zi Xia. Otherwise, one is simply unqualified. Upon hearing this, Yu Shao instinctively wished to comfort Gu Yanyan, but was unfortunately preempted by Su Tang. In Su Tang's eyes sparkled a profound curiosity, a thirst for knowledge, as she inquired, Yanyan Mei Si I have a question, and I wonder if you could enlighten me. The adage of not striking a smiling face held true, especially when one was addressed as beauty. Gu Yanyan made every effort to maintain her image of grace and understanding, replying, of course, Su Qianbei, please go ahead. Su Tang gracefully disregarded the stinging title. Smiling warmly as she confessed, I must admit my ignorance. At my age, I have indeed never encountered a living 8th-tier fertility saintess. Therefore, I am curious. Does an 8th-tier fertility imply that one can conceive with just a mere touch? Upon uttering this inquiry, Su Tang keenly observed Gu Yinyan's face momentarily stiffened. If one can conceive with just one encounter, what tier would that be? Gu Yinyan hesitated for a moment before responding. It's not quite so simple. Even at 8th tier or 9th tier peak fertility, it merely indicates a higher probability of conception. As for how many encounters it takes to conceive, that depends on luck and the quality of the male partner. I don't really understand such matters. Why would Su Qianbei inquire about something only a mated female would know? I am utterly embarrassed. Gu Yinyan pouted, burying her face in her hands. Her light yellow folded ears flushed a deep crimson. This display of shyness, along with her body's reaction, was indeed quite remarkable. I see now. Su Tang responded with a sudden clarity. The rest of the attendees exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the purpose behind her abrupt interjection. Meanwhile, Gu Yun felt immensely proud of his daughter's performance. Though he had several daughters, none possessed the talent and intellect of Yin Yin. Consequently, he paid little heed to Su Tang. No longer feeling vexed, slowly stroking his beard, he remarked to Yu Shao, indeed, brother Yu, had my daughter Yin Yin not been married yet, she would be the perfect daughter-in-law for the Yu family. Alas, what a pity. Yu Shao paused for a moment, casting a glance at his son, his eyes reflecting a sense of regret. However, given the circumstances, he refrained from expressing his thoughts in Su Tang's presence, merely rubbing his nose and stating, fate is a curious thing. Perhaps your Yin Yin and my Yuli are simply destined to be star-crossed lovers. In truth, Yu Shao is well aware of Yuli's prior reputation for being dim-witted. No one from the Gu family had ever broached the subject of a betrothal. Now that he was married and seemingly recovered, the topic arose. It was questionable whether it was a deliberate act. After all, everyone knew the rules. A male could only bond with one female. As he pondered this, Yu Shao could not help but scrutinize his son closely. He had assumed that his son had yet to formally bond with Su Tang. But upon closer inspection, he was astounded. When did they seal their bond? Brother Yu, our Gu family is also one that adheres to rules. Given that we had a prior engagement and my daughter possesses such remarkable fertility, there is a saying, the fat water should not flow to outsiders. Would you not agree? As Gu Yun spoke, a calculating glint flashed in his eyes. Yu Shao, regaining his composure, blinked in surprise. Oh, what does brother Gu imply? Now that Yuli has a partner, does the Yu family not have any eligible suitors left? After all, my daughter boasts an 8th-tier fertility and is a saintess of the Cat clan. If we raise our standards a bit, she would be more than sufficient to match with the nobility of the Eastern District. Upon hearing this, Yu Shao's expression shifted, and he immediately understood. He could not help but widen his eyes in realization. I see. Dear Yin Yin, are you suggesting that you have taken a liking to my brother Yu Qing? Look at what brother you has said. Men should marry, and women should wed. You often expressed your concern for Yu Qing, lamenting that he is not too young anymore and should be anxious about continuing the lineage, correct? Yin's smile was one of cunning. This is precisely the opportunity. Is it not the case that you, brother Yu, have no one more suitable than my daughter Yin Yin? Yu Shao hesitated. Indeed, there was no one better. He instinctively considered the possibility. His gaze once again falling upon Gu Yinyin as he appraised her. To be frank, Gu Yinyin was charming and voluptuous, with formidable fertility, and as a member of the esteemed cat clan. She was an exceptional candidate for a union across all fronts. Just as Yu Shao was about to express his consideration, Su Tang interjected once more. This time, it was not merely a casual remark, but rather a languid declaration. Stroking her abdomen as she proclaimed with an air of nonchalance, Yuli, look at me. I seem to have forgotten to tell you the good news concerning our Yu family. At her words. All present instantly turned their attention toward her. Ge Yin Yin, holding her breath in anticipation of Yu Shao's response, felt her heart race wildly, her previously suspended emotions now swirling chaotically. Her expression flickered with indignation. Yu Shao, slightly taken aback, pressed further. Good news. What good news? Su Tang remained unfazed, treating the revelation as a trivial matter. Oh, I'm pregnant. It's Yuli's child. What? The moment Su Tang's words echoed in the air. Yu Shao was so startled that he could no longer remain seated. Springing to his feet, Gu Yin and Gu Yun stood there in disbelief, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Yuli, overwhelmed with immense joy, suddenly knelt before Su Tang, exclaiming, Tang, you can't be joking. When did this happen? How could it be so soon? I had no idea. In that instant, for pairs of eyes, including those of the two servants at the door who were serving tea, fixated intently on Su Tang. Some were filled with hopeful anticipation, while others struggled to accept the news. Su Tang responded leisurely. I am not joking. Can one joke about such matters? If you don't believe me, just call for the witch to verify. Her tone was calm and unflustered, demonstrating a certainty that allowed her to remain relaxed without needing to assert authority. Yu Shao could hardly contain his excitement, waving his hand and calling out, Bring the witch here. Oh, and don't forget to summon the dark priest as well. He was not willing to trust only the witch. Both the witch and the dark priest must confirm Su Tang's pregnancy for it to be credible. Yu Shao stood there, agitated and pacing, utterly unable to believe the reality of the situation. It was simply too incredible. Su Tang had only just married into the Yu family, and if she truly was pregnant, how extraordinary must her fertility be? Yet everyone knew that Su Tang had undergone a fertility test in her youth, which had evidently shown zero fertility. Meanwhile, Su Tang gazed innocently at Gu Yinyin, asking, Yin may see I. You see, this is what I wanted to ask you. Does 8th-tier fertility mean one can conceive at first touch? If not, then my pregnancy must have occurred after just one day with Yuli. Does that imply my fertility is even more formidable than your 8th tier? At this, Gu Yinyin clenched her fist tightly, her expression nearly splitting apart in shock. Even Gu Yun, who had maintained an air of superiority throughout, could no longer contain his bewilderment, akin to a firework that bursts into the sky only to fizzle out unexpectedly. The atmosphere in the hall revealed two stark extremes. The Yu family father and son wore expressions of sheer joy, nearly ready to elevate Su Tang to a pedestal, while the Gu family father and daughter appeared ashen. Their previous pride in Gu Yinyin's 8th-tier status obliterated by Su Tang's revelation. How could they not be stunned? How could they not be dumbfounded? Before long, the witch and the dark priest arrived together. Clearly, they had heard the news beforehand, as they immediately surrounded Su Tang upon entering. The dark priest, his hands trembling with excitement, exclaimed, Madam, you truly are carrying the child of the young patriarch. Until now, the Yu household members, aside from Yuya, had never truly addressed Su Tang as Madam. Even if they refrained from saying it aloud, they did not acknowledge her in their hearts, viewing her as a zero-fertility female who had brought disgrace to their young patriarch. Yet at this moment, even the dark priest, a figure of considerable standing within the hunting dog clan, began to show Su Tang respect, addressing her with the honorific U. Su Tang nodded. Dark priest, I can check my own pulse. I am certain of it. Let me see. The witch, who had remained silent until now, radiated a healer's compassion as she stepped forward and spoke. Since we are all here, shall we celebrate together? Su Tang naturally complied, extending her wrist to her. However, the witch not only checked her pulse but also examined Su Tang's tongue, inhaled her scent, and even measured her waist. After a while, she joyfully concluded, Patriarch, indeed, the young lady is pregnant. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhao's joy nearly erupted from his face as he turned to the dark priest. The dark priest, having already performed his customary gestures, solemnly scanned Su Tang's celestial position and instantly beamed. Indeed, she is exactly 8 days pregnant. Su Tang was curious. Was he, the dark priest, primarily responsible for divination? How could he deduce the duration of her pregnancy? However, Su Tang's reaction evidently did not capture the attention of those present. The ecstatic Yu family father and son exchanged glances, and Yuli suddenly turned around, lifting Su Tang high into the air with a joyful shout. Wonderful! Tang, you are truly amazing. We're going to have a child. Yu Xiao, Ming Shu, and Wu Mo, upon witnessing this, were all grinning from ear to ear, completely oblivious to the presence of the Goof family father and daughter. Moments later, Yu Xiao suddenly adopted a stern expression, chiding Yuli. Enough. Tang has only just conceived. We don't even know if the child is stable. Do not disturb her. Simultaneously, he addressed Su Tang with utmost warmth, emphasizing that pregnancy is a significant matter, and she should feel free to voice any needs. Anything the Yu family had would be promptly delivered to her quarters. All right. Su Tang gently nodded. Ge Yun and Gu Yin felt as though they were enveloped by an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Yet, Yu Zhao's subsequent remarks only intensified this feeling. He stated, Brother Gu Yun, I sincerely apologize, but as you can see, Yuli's wife is pregnant, and this is my only grandchild. I must celebrate it grandly for several days. As for the matters you brought up, we shall discuss them further when Yu Qing returns. Oh, right, since you are here, why not stay a couple more days? It would be perfect to share a celebratory drink together. Gu Yun and Gu Yin, especially the latter, could hardly contain their outrage. How can this be? That insufferable hunter clan is truly excessive. Are they not publicly humiliating her, a dignified 8th-rank saintess? Observing that his daughter was on the verge of an outburst, Gu Yun seized her arm, saying, Yin, your uncle Yu has a point. After all, he is merely Yu Qing's brother, not his parents. If a celebratory feast is to be held upon Yu Qing's return, it would be better for us to wait and address him directly. Having lived for nearly a century, one would expect him to possess some cunning. It was evident that Gu Yun not only had his own agenda but also an extraordinary sense of shamelessness. Dismissing the rudeness of his earlier behavior as inconsequential, he even had the audacity to follow Yu Zhao's lead and remain for Su Tang's celebratory feast. Su Tang found herself admiring this, feeling no compulsion to expel anyone. As long as the Gu family father and daughter did not feel embarrassed, why should she stop them from being the subjects of conversation? However, regarding Yu Qing, Su Tang was uncertain if he would be interested in Gu Yin. At that moment, Yu Qing was on his way to the sacred capital, albeit at a remarkably slow pace, even though he could have utilized the 4th-rank light element skill, Wings of Light, to reach the sacred capital in mere hours. He stubbornly chose to walk, leading him to linger near Qiqing Mountain, not far from the Hunter clan, for several days. As he walked, his hand instinctively reached into his bosom, retrieving a multitude of spoils that rightfully belonged to Su Tang: crystal beads, crystal rings, gazing silently at them for a prolonged period. Finally, he clenched his fingers tightly and whistled sharply. Instantaneously, a white bird descended from the vast sky, obediently hovering in the air a short distance before Yu Qing. With a soft sigh, Yu Qing handed the crystal beads and rings to the white bird, Snow Parrot, instructing, please deliver these 2 items back to the Hunter clan and hand them to Yuli. The Snow Parrot nodded its small head in acknowledgement. It was Yu Qing's spirit companion, small in size but possessing remarkable abilities. Typically used as a messenger, it could also transform into a rock if needed. A magnificent mount for flight. However, before the Snow Parrot could take off, another similar bird landed on a nearby thorny bush, chirping a couple of notes. Yu Qing quickly recognized it as his elder brother's flying beast. Extending his hand, he retrieved a note from the creature's ankle. These flying beasts were intelligent and remarkably loyal once they recognized their master, making them excellent for delivering messages. Upon opening the note, Su Tang's name leapt out at him. Yuli's wife, Su Tang, is pregnant. Return swiftly. For reasons unknown, a profound bitterness welled up within Yu Qing upon reading those words. Pregnant? How swiftly things had progressed. Just a few days prior, they had officially become partners, and only days ago, he had shamefully entertained the notion of simply bringing Su Tang to the sacred capital, as her relationship with Yuli was merely a formality, half of which he had facilitated. But at this moment, Yu Qing's lips curled into a sorrowful smile, his heart a tumult of emotions, as though a spice jar had been overturned. Under Yu Zhao's directives, the preparations for the celebratory feast were in full swing within the Yu family. Invitations, resembling falling snowflakes, were distributed, even more elaborate than those for Yuli's wedding. This was Su Tang's first experience witnessing such a celebration for an unborn child, and one might assume that the illustrious family had fallen upon hard times. Resorting to gathering gifts to sustain themselves, considering that the wedding feast had only occurred a few days prior. Yuli, bemused, was simultaneously peeling fruit for Tang, who was reclining in a rocking chair. Shaking his head, "Well, since my father is so rarely this jubilant, if he wishes to hold a celebration, let him do so." Tang raised an eyebrow, non-committal, taking a bite of a purplish-red fruit, her face immediately contorting in distaste. Noticing her reaction, Yuli swiftly offered her a bamboo cup for rinsing, and Tang stuck out her tongue to spit out the fruit, finally relaxing her features, glancing at the remaining fruit in her hand. She grimaced, finding it both sour and astringent, truly unpalatable. Yuli took the fruit from her and, without hesitation, tossed it into the bamboo cup, exclaiming, "My fault for not tasting it beforehand. I made our Tang suffer. From now on, every fruit I peel, I shall taste a bit first to ensure it's fit for you." Tang remained silent, suddenly gazing at Yuli with a smile that was neither fully amused nor fully serious. The latter felt rather uncomfortable under her scrutiny, his face flushing with a mix of embarrassment and guilt. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Tang's lips curled playfully. "Yuli, is it because of the baby in my belly that you are being so kind to me?" "How could that be?" Yuli, upon hearing this, panicked. Tang, you are my wife. If I do not treat you well, who else shall I treat well? It is only natural for a male to care for a female and pamper her. Why do you have to say such things? Is it because of that fruit? Then wait here. I shall go back to the mountain and pick some fresh fruits. I will be more careful this time, ensuring that not a single unpalatable fruit reaches your lips," he declared, rushing off with an eagerness that belied his status as the esteemed young patriarch of the hunter clan. Tang, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. "That's not what I meant. Please, don't be in such a hurry. She did not intend to be so harsh with the father of her child." "Then what do you mean?" Yuli pressed, his black and white eyes shimmering with a hint of red. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Tang inquired, "Can you write?" Tang, he faltered, struggling to differentiate between the two characters. Why had he not grasped this distinction until now? Had he simply not been paying attention, or had he never truly cared to discern? To be honest, Tang felt a twinge of concern. Yet, to voice it now would seem overly sentimental. "I can." Yuli nodded. Tang gestured towards the inner room, "Then go fetch the 4 treasures of the study. I shall write my name for you to see." Chapter 42. For her return on the course. Yellowing paper, Tang meticulously inscribed her name, deliberately emphasizing the character for Tang, turning to Yuli. "Did you see? It's the Tang from Haitong, not the Tang from Maitan." Yuli's expressive eyes flickered for a moment before he suddenly embraced Tang. His voice tender, "You are my honey, after all. It no matter what I do for you. I find it utterly delightful." Tang thought to herself, what a corny declaration. Yet, astonishingly, it brought her a peculiar sense of joy. Outside the door, Yiya and Yama were present. The former remained resolutely focused, adhering to the principle of not listening, looking, or commenting, seemingly accustomed to it. However, Yama was not so stoic. Each time she knelt and witnessed the child she had lovingly raised, lavishing attention on Tang. Her heart ached. She longed to scold Tang like an elder. Alas, she could only bark like a dog now, as speaking otherwise would mean she could no longer remain in the Yu family. She was a cursed female, her fertility barely at the first level, a meager existence. Having had more than 10 beast husbands, all of whom had mysteriously perished, she found no male willing to bond with her thereafter. Thus, she had no choice but to fend for herself. With these thoughts, Yama let out a couple of disgruntled barks before clamping her mouth shut in frustration. Despite this, her demeanor incited Yuli's displeasure, prompting him to release Tang and hastily exit the room, intending to call Yama away. However, just as he stepped over the threshold, he encountered his father, Yu Xiao, approaching with great enthusiasm, accompanied by others. Yu Xiao's face was beaming with joy, having initially presumed that Yu Qing had merely been delayed for 2 days, believing he would not return so soon. Yet, not long after dispatching the message bird, Yu Qing had already returned. Naturally, Yu Xiao was elated, declaring, "Yuli, I told you your influence was significant. Your second uncle rarely returns to the clan, yet he is quite concerned about your affairs. Just now, he went to the sacred capital and has come back already." Upon hearing these words, Yu Qing lowered his gaze, remaining silent. He dared not voice his thoughts, nor did he feel it appropriate to do so. In truth, his return was not primarily for Yuli. Deep down, he was acutely aware of this and had resolved that this would be the final occasion, a sincere congratulation for Yuli and her lifelong companion. After that, he would retreat to the capital for seclusion, shutting himself off from the outside world, wholly devoted to his cultivation. However, it was evident that his body was more honest than his mind. As his sidelong glances repeatedly flickered towards the interior of the room, seated at the table was a delicate figure clad in pink, Her chin appeared subtly rounder than when he had last departed. It seemed Yuli had taken good care of her. Yu Xiao chattered away, urging Yuli to learn from Yu Qing and bolster her strength, remarking that once she bore offspring, she would be considered an adult and could no longer act willfully. Yuli, in high spirits, responded with smiles to every suggestion. Throughout the discourse, Yu Qing remained reticent, ultimately presenting Yuli with a spirit ring containing numerous precious materials of commendable rank as a congratulatory gift. He recalled the time he had accompanied her, faintly remembering her foraging for food in the forest. Unbeknownst to Yuli, who was blissfully innocent, resembling a naive young lad, she accepted the spirit ring with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, second uncle. You are truly wonderful. This is precisely what I needed. You have no idea, ever since Tang became pregnant, she has developed a craving for those spiritual fruits and herbs. Unfortunately, we have only been storing dried meat and fruits. And when we venture to the mountains to gather, the selection is often limited and may not suit her palate, which has left me quite distressed." Yu Qing abruptly turned his back to the door, letting out a soft, dismissive sound through his nostrils. As long as you find it useful, do let me know when you run out. I can procure more from the capital. Of course, in that case. Second uncle, after your long journey, you should rest, Yuli replied. Yu Qing nodded, hastily moving forward as if pursued by unseen specters. The Yu family, both father and son, exchanged puzzled glances. Shortly thereafter, Su Tang emerged from the room, her melodious laughter ringing out. "Oh, it's Uncle Yu. I did not expect to see you again so soon. By the way, Yuli, have you informed Uncle Yu that we have a esteemed guest visiting, specifically for him?" Why had Su Tang appeared so promptly? Firstly, she was seated near the entrance, affording her a clear view of the outside. Secondly, the gossip had reached her ears. It was none other than Yu Qing who had rescued her from Zhu Hai in the bamboo grove that day. Su Tang cast a playful glance at him, a teasing smile gracing her lips. This fellow, it seemed, harbored a rather shy yet fervent disposition. "Why have you come out? Are you not tired? Perhaps you should return to bed?" Yuli remarked, oblivious to any unusual tension, protectively wrapping an arm around Su Tang's waist. Su Tang shook her head, prompting Yuli to continue, addressing Yu Qing. "Indeed, second uncle, I wonder if you have heard. The chief of the cat clan, Gu Yun, and his daughter have come, knowing you are still unmarried, to seek your hand in marriage. In the beast realm, it was quite common for either males to propose to females or vice versa. And no one would find it abrupt. Females had no need for reticence, and the likelihood of a successful proposal from a female was, in fact, higher." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's ears flushed crimson, followed by a surge of anger. "What proposal? I do not even know them." Yu Xiao, with earnest concern, tugged at him. "Yu Qing, you cannot reject them outright without even meeting them. Let me tell you, Gu Yun's youngest daughter, Yin Yin, possesses an 8th-tier fertility potential. Such advantageous conditions are indeed alluring. Consider it. Do not let your remarkable talents go unheeded." Yu Qing had always shunned romantic entanglements and appeared disinterested in legacy. Thus, Yu Xiao could not compel him, especially given that Yu Qing, at the peak of the blue tier, could simply depart at will, rendering any attempts to restrain him futile. Consequently, he could only coax him gently. Regrettably, for reasons unknown, Yu Qing, who usually dismissed such conversations, today exhibited an unusual coldness in his tone. "Brother, I have long declared that I have no need for a female. Hurry and send them away, or I shall never return to this home again." With that, he spun on his heel and strode away, showing no regard for Yu Xiao or Yuli's feelings, almost as if to flee in disgrace. Su Tang observed his retreating figure, lost in thought, recalling the disapproving tones of her companion. "Oh dear. Host, I cannot shake the feeling that this Yu Qing harbors deep affections for you. Listen to what he just said. Each word seems deliberately crafted for your ears." Feigning ignorance, Su Tang covered her ears, dismissing the commentary. "Zatsa, you ought to be called the progeny system, rather than the matchmaking system, for you are truly wasting your talents." Yuli, oblivious to Su Tang's conversation with the system, eagerly approached with a cup of milk. The wooden cup brimmed with white milk, speckled with tiny floating ice cubes. Tang, come quickly. Look, is this the chilled milk you desired?" Chapter 43, Can't Stand Me? That's just perfect. Yuli, endowed with the water element's innate mastery, found the art of ice making exceedingly effortless. With Su Tang's body temperature elevated due to her pregnancy and the sweltering weather, she had developed a penchant for chilled milk or fruit juices. For the past few days, Yuli had been diligently preparing various concoctions for her, utilizing the fruits harvested from the mountains without reservation, regardless of their quality, blending them into juice and chilling them. As he settled down, he watched Su Tang sip the cold milk, a sense of inexplicable satisfaction washing over him. "Slow down, there is plenty more." Yuli gently chided, his fingers toying with the spirit ring. I haven't mentioned it, but second uncle gifted us a substantial amount of precious materials to celebrate our future offspring, all of excellent quality, at least blue-tier.its, all contained within this spirit ring. So we need not worry about the child's nourishment. Tang, upon gazing at the unadorned silver ring, suddenly spat out her milk in surprise. Rather than showing disapproval, Yuli swiftly captured the milk on his face with his mouth, then offered her a cloth to wipe it away, perplexed. What is the matter? Second uncle is an elder. It is only fitting for him to contribute for such a joyous occasion. Accepting the cloth, Tang covered her mouth, concealing her subtle expression from Yuli. An elder, fitting. If only he knew that Zatsa had been tirelessly matchmaking her and Yu Qing, would he still maintain such a perspective? By the time Tang regained her composure, she had drained the cup of chilled milk. Delicious. It seems this child takes after me, craving the cold. Tang licked her lips, yet such a seemingly natural gesture deepened Yuli's gaze. He extended his arm, drawing her onto his lap, his thumb brushing against her chin. Perhaps it was the case that Tang not only appeared youthful but had also reverted to childhood habits. Relishing milk aids in growth. Why not indulge? Yuli mused. In modern times, both adults and children consume milk for calcium, yet this reasoning seemed difficult to convey to Yuli. Tang pondered. Yuli's warm thumb gradually traced the outline of her lips, lingering upon the remnants of milk that had yet to be wiped clean. A sly smile crept upon his face as he remarked, Does milk promote growth? Then I shall have some as well. With that, he pressed his thumb against Tang's rosy lips, slowly leaning in for a kiss. The gesture was tender, akin to caressing something fragile. His thin lips meticulously explored hers, which were soft and full, as if savoring the most sacred of delights. After a moment, he gently urged Tang to part her lips. Dazed and bewildered, Tang found it challenging to anchor herself in reality. Yet she recognized that the one teasing and tormenting her was not the playful Yuli of the day, but rather the wolf cub that emerged at night. Tang sighed softly. Yuli rose effortlessly, cradling her in his arms, his grip neither too tight nor too loose on her waist, his gentle words teasing her ears. Have you had your fill with fruits and milk? If so, perhaps it is my turn now. The return of Yu Qing signified that the celebration feast was soon to commence. After all, those from the capital had returned. Surely nearby friends and relatives would follow suit. Those who had yet to arrive clearly did not intend to come. Such individuals would be discreetly noted by Yu Xiao, ensuring that in the future, they would receive their due recompense. However, such cases were rare. After all, the Dog clan was a prominent family in the western region, and Yu Xiao was the clan leader. Who would dare to offend him? Thus, the Yu family's celebration banquet was bustling with guests, their gifts piling high like a mountain in the storeroom. Unlike the modern era, the beast realm did not boast an array of dazzling gifts. Instead, most were relatively simple offerings, such as a complete, well-hued fur pelt, dried meat from large beasts, or a few crystal beads or a crystal ring. Those who could afford such crystal beads or rings were considered quite affluent. Yu Xiao was more than pleased, his smile broadening as he wandered about with a ceramic cup filled with fruit wine, behaving as a lively host welcoming esteemed guests. This is grape wine. Yes, indeed, it's a creation of my son's wife, Yuli, and this ice is crafted from the water element's mastery. Try a sip. The refreshing chill is indescribable. Today, at the Yu family celebration, we aim to ensure that everyone eats and drinks to their heart's content. You shall not leave empty-handed. Hosting this banquet is purely a joyous occasion for Yu Xiao, and it carries an implication of announcing the continuation of the Yu family in the Western District. There was never any intention to take advantage of anyone. Did you not notice? Today, whether in terms of the banquet spread or the beverages, everything is exceedingly lavish, especially the rare wine, which typically only graces the events at the gourmet city, where it is offered in mere tastings, allowing the organizers to profit handsomely. Unlike today, where one can freely indulge to their heart's content. In an instant, the already vibrant atmosphere became even more exuberant. All males, regardless of age, drank the wine without reservation. Even some accompanying females joined in, despite their concerns about intoxication, as there were males nearby to keep them company. After a few rounds, everyone naturally began to praise Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao, the Yu family has truly struck fortune lately. Not only has Yuli recovered from her illness, but she also swiftly bore a child. Indeed, the Yu family is flourishing, which is undoubtedly a testament to your adept leadership. You shout out, I heard it was the underworld priestess who predicted the marriage with a female from the rat tribe. The underworld priestess is indeed formidable. Her reputation as a seer is well-deserved. Of course, the rat tribe is known for its strong reproductive capabilities. It seems that upon our return, we should also consider seeking out a few females from the rat tribe for marriage. Perhaps we too can embrace grandchildren early, just like Yu Xiao. Ha! Upon hearing this, Yu Xiao beamed with delight, unable to contain himself as he approached Su Tang and Yuli, cheerfully introducing Su Tang to everyone. Tang, please rise and greet everyone. We shall all be distant relatives and neighbors from now on, so I hope everyone will take good care of her. Su Tang, upon seeing the myriad of gazes directed her way from the beasts, felt quite helpless. I'm not a social butterfly. Isn't this scene a bit awkward? Thankfully, Yuli, with his perceptive nature, took over the introductions. Before long, he and Yu Xiao mingled seamlessly with the guests, leaving Su Tang and the opposite Yu Qing feeling somewhat out of place. Uncle Yu Qing, allow me to toast you, Su Tang said after a moment's contemplation, raising her cup. This was primarily due to the disconcerting gaze of Gu Yin nearby, which had been irking her for quite some time. It had begun when the guests started praising her fertility. Su Tang's principle was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but if one does offend me, I shall eradicate the root of the issue. Thus, she decided to start with Gu Yin, who clearly looked down upon her yet could not take action. Yu Qing, who had been drinking alone in silence, was taken aback by Su Tang's voice. Shouldn't a pregnant female refrain from alcohol? Chapter 44. Her silent turmoil. Su Tang was momentarily stunned by the question. The wine she held was merely grape juice that had fermented slightly longer. It possessed only a faint hint of alcohol. Moreover, even if it were wine, it mattered not, for the system filtered out harmful substances and impurities from her diet during pregnancy, retaining only the essence. Su Tang had simply not anticipated that Yu Qing would be so concerned about her pregnancy. Uncle Yu Qing, I merely wish to express my gratitude for the treasures you gifted me. This small cup is but a token of my appreciation, Su Tang continued, her clear eyes sparkling. Yu Qing swiftly averted his gaze, stating, if I say you should not drink, then you must not. At least in the Eastern District. Once a female is pregnant, they tend to avoid such things. Was this a critique of her ignorance regarding prenatal care? Su Tang, resigned, switched to a cup of milk. Is it permissible to substitute milk for wine? Yes, Yu Qing replied, not elaborating further. However, just as they clinked their cups, Gu Yin approached, cup in hand, exuding confidence. Yu Qing, you usually disregard the younger generation. Today is quite the surprise. May I join in your merriment? Who wants to join you? Su Tang instantly lost interest, smiling faintly. Besides, you are the younger generation. I am not. Given my age, I should be on par with Uncle Yu Qing, but I address him as such only because of my relationship with Yuli. As she spoke, her long, thick eyelashes fluttered like butterflies in flight, and her delicate, fair face easily outshone Gu Yin's slightly broader visage. Additionally, due to Gu Yin's feline heritage, her naturally yellow skin provided her no advantage standing next to Su Tang. Even in height, she fell half a head shorter, her stocky limbs accentuating Su Tang's tall and graceful demeanor. Yu Qing's downcast eyes dared not rise to meet Su Tang's, fearful that his heart would be further stirred. You all enjoy yourselves. I have some matters to attend to. Moments later, he drained his cup of dark red wine and took his leave. That wine was evidently the cup Su Tang had offered him. As for Gu Yin, she had been present when Yu Qing and Su Tang were conversing amiably. Upon her arrival, he departed, making her disdain unmistakably clear. Ge Yin stiffly held her cup. Her previously gentle demeanor now barely maintained, her fingers turning pale with exertion. Su Tang silently chuckled, preparing to leave as well. Feeling fatigued from her pregnancy, she decided to let Gu Yin continue to invite others to drink while she took a moment to rest. Later, there would be a bonfire gathering. Beasts inevitably inherit some ancient, primitive customs. Rather than dining formally at a table, they prefer to gather around a fire, roasting meat until it glistens, while singing and dancing. Of course, in Su Tang's view, their songs and dances were somewhat grating to the ears and eyes. The more Gu Yin observed Su Tang's calm demeanor, the angrier she became, unable to resist a slip as her composure faltered. You must be so pleased with yourself, having stolen my Yuli, but let me assure you, I will definitely win over Yu Qing. The males of the green tier and above are all qualified to be addressed as honored ones. Isn't that why they say the green tier is a watershed moment? There are few strong individuals in the Western District's green tier, and when they step out, they are treated like stars. Yet even in other districts, anyone who hears green tier will show respect and offer preferential treatment. Su Tang had already turned away but found herself compelled to turn back upon hearing those words. She regarded Gu Yin with a leisurely gaze. Yin, did you just claim that I stole your Yuli? Are you certain your mind is clear while making such a statement? Everyone has refrained from exposing you and your father because they do not wish to create an unpleasant scene. But do you truly believe everyone else is a fool? Su Tang's gaze was piercing, as if she could see through Gu Yanyan's facade. Ge Yanyan was momentarily taken aback, then retorted weakly. What are you saying? I don't understand. The fact remains that my engagement with Yuli was established first. Your arrival is simply an encroachment upon my territory. Su Tang smiled, nodding slightly. Indeed, Yanyan. You have matured for several months, possessing an 8th-tier fertility rating, and were chosen as a holy female. Yet you only bring up the engagement after the intended partner has married. Those who know may wonder if you simply forgot. While those who do not might mistakenly think that our Yuli is unworthy of the rat tribe's holy female. Though her words were couched in politeness, the underlying sarcasm pierced deeper than any hysterical outburst. The onlookers who overheard Su Tang's remarks could not help but cast skeptical, disdainful glances at Gu Yanyan. The latter, feeling humiliated and furious, clenched her fists, her long nails digging into her palms as she exclaimed. You're talking nonsense. That's not true. It's clearly you who are shameless, taking advantage of the underworld priestess's prediction to usurp my Yuli. Shameless? Su Tang laughed. Her features radiant. If Gu Yanyan believed she would feel inferior about her age. She was sorely mistaken. As those around her fell under the spell of her dazzling smile, Su Tang sweetly chimed in. Perhaps Yanyan has not encountered the term double standards. Just moments ago, you professed your admiration for Yu Qing, vowing to pursue him relentlessly. Yet, when it comes to someone of similar age, Yu Qing is a desirable catch in your eyes, while I am deemed shameless. Perhaps you should explain why you favor males over females. Why you disdain the humble while idolizing the wealthy, and why you overlook my husband Yuli's mere green-tier status while eagerly throwing yourself at Yu Qing. The term double standard seems tailor-made for you. Fitting perfectly. You. How dare you speak such nonsense? I shall tear your mouth apart. Gu Yanyan could no longer maintain her composure, furious as she lunged towards Su Tang. However, Su Tang easily sidestepped, leisurely cradling her belly. I advise you, Yanyan, to remain calm. Do not be so agitated. Should you inadvertently harm the child within me, not only would my husband Yuli be displeased, but I fear even Uncle Yu Qing might direct his ire toward you. The significance of a descendant, so hard-won in a prominent family, could not be overstated. Just then, Gu Yanyan, in her fury and humiliation, was momentarily oblivious, yet a level-headed beast nearby swiftly intervened, pulling her back. With a knowing look, he remarked, Yanyan, the young matriarch is correct. According to clan rules, even as a guest, you should not provoke a pregnant female, especially one who is the young matriarch. Ge Yanyan's face flushed red. A mix of shame and anger. Let go of me. What does she count as the young matriarch? She is merely an old female here to bring fortune. Yuli and I have been childhood sweethearts. Of course, he prefers me. Moreover, I am still a holy female. How dare you show disrespect to a holy female? Be careful. I shall inform the Beast God Temple, and the Beast God will surely punish you. The Beast God is regarded as a divine entity among all the creatures of the Spirit Beast continent, and no one dares to challenge his authority. Upon hearing this, the beast holding Gu Yanyan reluctantly released her. Consequently, Gu Yanyan lifted her short, stout neck anew, rubbing her sore wrist, akin to a proud peacock that has just triumphed. With her eyes slightly narrowed in disdain, she cast a contemptuous glance at Su Tang, silently proclaiming, Behold, I am the holy matriarch. What does your pregnancy signify? It is the holy matriarch who reigns supreme. In the face of her foolishness, Su Tang remained unfazed, her heart tranquil and undisturbed. She raised her gaze towards Yuli, who had just finished socializing with Yu Xiao, approaching her with a smile. Husband, Yanyan claims you two were childhood sweethearts. Is it true that I, having taken her position as the young clan leader's wife, am the cause of her distress? Su Tang relished the persona of a spirited individual, yet it did not confine her character to a singular, monotonous identity. In this moment, her watery eyes shimmered with a hint of vulnerability, exuding an indescribable charm as she gazed beseechingly at Yuli. His clear, azure eyes instantly mirrored the tumultuous waves of the sea, vibrant and resplendent. Chapter 45. A touch of jealousy, even the onlookers couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Su Tang, exclaiming, Well done, host. Tread your own path, leaving others with no choice but to follow. After all, who could blame her for provoking me? My greatest flaw is my unwillingness to suffer loss. Who is she? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuli's response was cool and indifferent, not even sparing a glance for Gu Yanyan. In the next moment, he affectionately wrapped his arm around Su Tang's waist, his demeanor shifting to one of tenderness. As sweet as honey. You've been standing for quite a while. You must be tired. Come, let me escort you back to rest. With that, he carefully led Su Tang away, treating the surrounding onlookers as mere air. In an instant, the crowd was left in shock. Gu Yanyan appeared utterly dumbfounded. Once she regained her composure, she was met with a cacophony of chatter and speculation. What happened? Weren't they childhood sweethearts? This is the first time I've witnessed such a nonchalant attitude towards a childhood acquaintance. Honestly, the current young clan leader's wife is quite remarkable. What's wrong with being older? She brings good fortune and is highly fertile. I've heard that it was her arrival that cured the young clan leader's ailment. And now they are quickly expecting an heir. What a double blessing. Have you seen how ecstatic even clan leader Yu Xiao is? Indeed. What does an 8th tier fertility matter? What of the holy matriarch? Engagements are equally unreliable. When the young clan leader was ill, she showed no concern, but now that he is well, she is eager to acknowledge their bond, directly targeting Elder Yu Qing. Does she think we are blind to her intentions? Observing Gu Yanyan, who appeared both robust and endearing, they were surprised by her cunning nature. Let us move on. No need to look any further. Even if she is the holy matriarch, who would dare bring such a disruptive female home? Most of the guests were members of the hunting dog clan, naturally disapproving of the feline clan's presence, especially given the tumult they had stirred. The last comment came from an irritable elder, whose son had been led astray by the flashy and restless females. Thus, she harbored a natural disdain for Gu Yanyan, who shared similar traits. Stung by these remarks, Gu Yanyan's expression darkened, her body trembling with rage. Ever since her fertility was assessed at 8th tier and she was crowned as the holy matriarch, she had never been subjected to such disdain, whether among the feline clan or as a guest in other tribes. She had always been met with praise. The accolades of her fellow beasts and the adoration of the males surrounded her. Why was it different in the hunting dog clan? At this moment, Gu Yanyan's heart brimmed with resentment and distortion as she fixed her gaze on the departing figures of Su Tang and Yuli, her eyes flickering with malice, having taken a brief nap. Su Tang soon found herself at the evening bonfire gathering. In the intervening hours, Gu Yanyan had not reappeared. It remained uncertain whether she had accepted her fate or was off pursuing Yu Qing once more. Of course, based on Su Tang's understanding of such girls, it was certain that she would not possess the self-awareness to retreat swiftly. It was likely that she was scheming in some dark corner. No matter, Su Tang felt no fear. If she came, it would merely be a dull game for her to play. Tang, it's quite dark tonight, and having a fire can be dangerous. If you don't wish to go, I can tell my father. He won't insist, Yuli said, resting one arm beneath Su Tang's neck. Sensing her intent to rise, Su Tang shook her head. It's fine. After sleeping all afternoon, my limbs have stiffened. It's just right for me to get up and take a stroll. Besides, it would be unwise to delay my labor. Upon hearing this, Yuli did not press further. He had heard tales of females suffering during childbirth, and it was a plight he could hardly bear to contemplate. With this thought, he firmly grasped Su Tang's hand before departing, declaring, after this child, we shall not have any more. Why not? Su Tang was taken aback. This was not the norm. Did not males yearn for offspring, and the more, the merrier? She halted to look at Yuli. I have a premonition that this child will be a singleton. For now. She had no intention of having more children with Yuli, but to hear such words from a male who was typically obsessed with offspring was hard to believe. Yuli stepped closer, enveloping Su Tang in his embrace. His voice took on a misty quality, because you will experience pain, and there is danger involved. Tang, I am not like other males who only care about progeny. In my heart and eyes, you come first, and then the child. One could not deny that Su Tang felt a twinge of emotion. She had traversed into a world where her role seemed to be solely that of a childbearing machine. Yet she was not merely that. Typically, it was enough to have a favored partner, but now her companion prioritized her well-being over the prospect of children, which brought her a sense of comfort. As for the future, she was disinclined to dwell on it. Hand in hand, they strolled from the Yu residence towards the square. The bonfire gathering required an open space for the fire to burn. Thus the interior of the Yu home was unsuitable. Although referred to as a square, it was essentially a clearing paved with stones. In this era, there was no cement, leaving the ground uneven. However, in a prominent clan like the hunting dogs, there were many wood and metal elemental beings. The wood elementals could fell trees to create planks, while the metal elementals could smooth large stones. Their innate talents guided them to find metals with high content. And after a thorough process of polishing and construction, the square turned out quite presentable. Even under the sun's rays, the square sparkled with vibrant colors, making it quite a sight to behold. Surrounding the square, aside from one side paved with stones for entry and exit, the other 3 sides were adorned with flowering trees. Beasts possessed a sense of aesthetics, and to enhance the scenery of the square, they had transplanted numerous trees, such as peach blossoms, osmanthus, and magnolias. At present, in the heat of the season, various flowering trees bloomed in a splendid display, taking advantage of the fact that some guests had yet to arrive. Small groups of females gathered in the flower grove, admiring and picking the vibrant blooms. Some even adorned themselves with flowers atop their heads, accompanied by one or two males who playfully engaged with them. Eager to take on any laborious tasks, such as climbing to higher branches to pluck the most exquisite flowers for their beloved females, this scene left Su Tang with a sense of wistfulness. She mused that, aside from the lack of rights concerning childbirth, females in this beastly world appeared to enjoy greater happiness than modern women. At the very least, they did not bear the burden of child-rearing, financial responsibilities, and household chores all on their own. Tang, what flower do you like? I'll go pick it for you, Yuli inquired softly, noticing Su Tang's gaze lingering in the flower growth. Su Tang was not truly interested in flowers and was about to decline when she spotted a female with black and white hair, bashfully touching the pink bloom atop her head and asking her male companion, "Do I look pretty like this?" To pose such a question, one must be concerned about their appearance. However, it was rather unfortunate that this female's hair resembled a yin-yang pattern, and her face appeared sallow, as though she had been malnourished for quite some time. Her features were unremarkable, particularly her small eyes and somewhat oversized mouth. Altogether, she was quite ordinary. Thus, it was easy for her male partner to be drawn to more attractive females. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently landed on Gu Yanyan, who was less than 2 meters away, stretching on tiptoe to reach a branch. Her beast skin attire was already short and strapless, and as she reached, she exposed a tan midriff. Although it was not the type of waist Su Tang favored in the beastly realm, such a slightly fleshy appearance was precisely what males adored. The impression of ample collagen was so tempting that she almost wished to touch it. The surrounding males were undoubtedly captivated, and had it not been for their own females present, they would have rushed over to assist Gu Yanyan in picking flowers. Witnessing this, the questioning female's jealousy boiled over. She stormed forward, grabbing her male partner's ear fiercely, demanding, "I'm speaking to you. Why aren't you answering? Where are your eyes wandering? Ouch, that hurts. Let go." The male yelped, finally retracting his gaze. The female, however, was relentless, narrowing her dangerous eyes as she shot a disdainful glance at Gu Yanyan. "See, I knew you were staring. What is so appealing about her? Come on, tell me what makes her more beautiful than me." In the eyes of the black and white dog female, Gu Yanyan's provocative demeanor was utterly distasteful. It was akin to those females who, despite standing to urinate, insisted on pretending to squat in front of the males, putting on a show. No, my dear wife is the most beautiful. Naturally, the male dared not speak the truth. After all, what could possibly be more beautiful? It is undeniably evident that there exists no comparison whatsoever, especially concerning personalities. Observing someone arguing for their own sake, Gu Yanyan felt not a trace of embarrassment. Instead, she harbored a secret pride. Resolutely plucking a flower, she inhaled its fragrance, and then approached Su Tang and Yuli, implying with her words, "Brother Yuli, flowers require tender care. Otherwise, they risk becoming mere blooms set amidst dung. What do you think?" The implication of her words left the identities of the flower and the dung ambiguous. Whether Yuli comprehended her meaning was uncertain, but he uttered a response that instantly astonished Su Tang. What is wrong with dung? Perhaps a flower nestled in dung receives even better nourishment, prolonging its bloom. Su Tang, taken aback, was left speechless. After Yuli spoke, he disregarded Gu Yanyan, redirecting his attention to Su Tang to inquire which flower she favored. Su Tang, in a fit of inexplicable mirth, felt an impulse to tug at Yuli's neck and plant a kiss on his lips, exclaiming, "I, indeed, desire wealth." Yuli blinked, pondering for a moment, before realizing what she meant by wealth. With a resigned smile, he ruffled Su Tang's hair, saying, "Very well, this evening I shall present you with all my gold coins, crystals, and gems as my dowry. It is only the suitor who bears a dowry. Otherwise, it is merely a betrothal gift." By saying this, Yuli naturally conveyed his willingness to offer everything for Su Tang. Meanwhile, Gu Yanyan's face turned a shade of green once more, as Su Tang and Yuli turned away. Unable to restrain herself, she crushed the tender, dripping flower buds in her fingers. "Humph, foul rodent, do not rejoice too soon. Once I wed Lord Yuqing, you shall become my elder. Let us see how arrogant you can be then." Gu Yanyan held an unwavering confidence regarding this marriage proposal. Despite having faced countless rejections from Yuqing in recent days, she firmly believed that her status as an 8th-tier fertile holy female would inevitably secure Yuqing's affection. Success was merely a matter of time. Little did she know, Yuqing presently stood upon the elevated platform of the square, observing their farce with keen eyes. Upon witnessing Gu Yanyan crush the flower buds and display a resentful expression towards Su Tang's back, his fox-like eyes narrowed dangerously. Yuqing instinctively felt that the night would not unfold peacefully. As it turned out, his intuition was not mistaken. When the bonfire celebration reached its zenith, Yuli was hoisted by his kin into the center of several fire pits, with everyone cheering and shouting, expressing their admiration and support for him. In the beast realm, tradition dictates that the successor of the clan leader, upon producing offspring, proves their qualification to lead. Should there come a day when Yu Shao wishes to step down or, heaven forbid, encounters an unfortunate accident, the community would unhesitatingly rally behind Yuli as their new leader. It could be seen as a confirmation gathering for the heir. In any case, the members of the Hound clan were elated, even enthusiastically attempting to usher Su Tang forward to join Yuli in this special tribute. However, she declined, citing her discomfort. The roars and barks of the beastmen echoed throughout the venue, deafening and overwhelming. Unable to bear it any longer, Su Tang stepped away from the crowd. To her dismay, just as she exited the square, she felt an uncomfortable beam of golden light envelop her. Something felt amiss. When she realized she needed to call out to Yuli, she discovered that, aside from opening her mouth, she could produce no sound whatsoever. She had been ambushed. This was Su Tang's immediate assumption. The response from the system confirmed this suspicion. Indeed, host, it seems to be a skill belonging to the golden type beastmen, and if I recall correctly, Gu Yanyan's father is a golden type. Su Tang chuckled bitterly, realizing she had been too ostentatious, provoking Gu Yanyan's malicious intent to eliminate her. The system clenched its fist, asserting that this was not the host's fault. How could the host harbor any ill intentions? It was clearly Gu Yanyan, whose jealousy and possessiveness were overpowering, believing all men should orbit around her. After all, she was an 8th-tier fertile holy female. Nonsense. In the presence of our birthing system, even an 8th-tier fertility is inconsequential. Su Tang acknowledged that her earlier provocation towards the system had been intentional. Yet, she had not anticipated that the system, in its own way, would surpass her in audacity, disregarding the so-called holy female entirely. Enough with the idle chatter. Find a way to break free from Gu Yan's control. Su Tang realized that even though she had consciously stopped moving, the scenery around her continued to shift. This meant she was unable to control her own actions. What to do? Surely, the Gu father and daughter did not intend to manipulate her into an accident, did they? Such a method was simple yet brutal, effective yet malicious. In the end, people would assume it was her own despair, never suspecting the Gu family. As if to validate Su Tang's wild thoughts, her legs continued to move forward against her will. The initial floral trees soon transformed into a forest of stone. When she finally encountered a steep slope, her pace shifted from a slow walk to a frantic run, as if possessed, racing up the hill at breakneck speed. Su Tang could easily imagine that if she were to tumble down the slope at this speed, the consequences could be dire. At best, a miscarriage, or at worst, death. System, if you do not intervene soon, be prepared to bind the next host. At this critical moment, Su Tang could only rely on the system. She thought to herself, I at least consider myself a competent host, right? Would they truly abandon me so ruthlessly? Do not fret, host. I am already working to Gu Yan's skill control. The system replied. Point 32. Huh. The system's surprised tone was particularly evident. In her panic, Su Tang failed to catch the details, mistakenly thinking it was one, and felt joy at the prospect of regaining control of her body. However, unexpectedly, she stepped into thin air, feeling an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, as if bungee jumping into a thicket of sharp stones below. It's over. This is truly the end, she lamented, vowing never to trust such an unreliable system again. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly felt a heavy grip on her arms and chest. Su Tang's body was firmly embraced by a pair of strong, sturdy arms, halting her descent and even lifting her slowly upwards. With a lingering sense of dread, she looked up to find Yu Qing's concerned and anxious face. She instinctively grasped the fabric of his back, crying out, Uncle Yu Qing, am I possessed by a ghost? Chapter 47. From now on, I will protect you. The unreliable system was certainly less dependable than the beast man. Su Tang inwardly scoffed, though her expression remained composed as she nestled against Yu Qing, her demeanor one of alarm. Yu Qing instinctively tightened his embrace, reassuring her, do not worry, I will not let anything happen to you. A gentle aura enveloped the two as they ascended and landed steadily atop the hill. Su Tang distinctly felt the restraints on her body vanish. Suddenly, they both realized something, stepping back while their fingertips still retained the warmth of each other's touch. The atmosphere grew slightly tense, a blend of awkwardness and subtlety. After a moment, as Su Tang was about to speak, she noticed Yu Qing's palm gradually revealing a glow. I saw you leave the square and chased after you to give you this. I did not expect someone to harm you from the shadows, but it inadvertently saved your life. Su Tang had already known from the system that the large white dog she fought against in the forest that day was Yu Qing. Considering this, it was clear he had not merely saved her life. Lowering her gaze, she scrutinized the green crystal and ring in his hand, her heart leaping with excitement. Is this truly for me? She exclaimed. The crystal was not a surprise, as she had received plenty from Baisu's grandfather. However, the rings were a rare treasure, comparable to modern-day diamonds. Only the third-tier beasts, upon death, could randomly drop such rings. Furthermore, if a beast man or magical beast dies with implanted rings, those rings remain intact and can be reused. The rings stored a variety of extraordinary skills, which could be activated when embedded in corresponding parts of the body. Akin to equipment buffs in a game, with effects that defy logic, Tang was unsure where Yuqing had procured the ring, but seeing its vibrant green hue and the faint shadow of a serpent within, she could guess it was likely related to the Chuyin family. Just then, Yuqing began to explain, "This is a trophy from the magical beast Chuyin that you killed that day. He was only of the green tier and should not have possessed a ring. This one was likely granted by an elder and implanted through external means." Yuqing uncle was indeed the hero who defeated the giant serpent that day? Tang feigned surprise, her large eyes filled with admiration. Faced with the beloved female, even the slightest of her actions stirred his heart, how much more so with Tang's gaze of reverence. Yuqing felt a flutter in his heart but forcibly redirected his focus elsewhere, replying nonchalantly, "This is your possession. I merely returned it to you." Tang bit her lip, acknowledging that Yuqing uncle had also contributed that day. And thus, it was only right to offer him the crystal and ring. Besides, as a female lacking cultivation abilities, she had no use for such items. She was not being generous. She merely intended to play the long game. Furthermore, until she achieved some success in her cultivation, Tang did not wish to reveal her innate talent. Given her recent high frequency of birthing, if word got out about her talent, it would invite trouble rather than fortune. Rather than risk it, she preferred to bide her time, waiting until she had sufficient ability for self-preservation before revealing her strength. Take it. It is a memento of your first hunt. Of course, Yuqing would never desire it. He could not bear to do so. As a distinguished figure of the blue tier with an awakened beast bloodline, he was not lacking in crystal beads and rings. Tang gazed at the crystal beads and the shadowy beast form of Chuyin within the crystal rings. After a moment's contemplation, she reached out and accepted them. "Well then, I thank you, Uncle Yuqing. To be frank, this lascivious serpent holds a unique significance for me. Back when I was still among the Mouse clan, I had a particularly close sister named Fendai. Lacking reproductive abilities, it was she and her beast husband who often supported me, preventing me from falling into the fate of becoming a consort in exchange for food. Unfortunately, Fendai's family was torn apart by the lascivious serpent Chuyin, leading to their tragic demise. I am truly glad to have the opportunity to avenge them. When the time comes, I shall take the crystal beads and rings of the lascivious serpent Chuyin to Fendai's grave to pay my respects." As Tang spoke these words, her expression remained calm, as if recounting the experiences of another. Yet, with each passing moment, Yuqing's brows furrowed deeper, his heart aching for Tang's arduous past and the barely perceptible sadness hidden beneath her tranquil demeanor. Each time she referred to the lascivious serpent, he felt an overwhelming impulse to rush to the Chu family's lair and exact a brutal vengeance upon them. The very term lascivious was enough to convey the vile nature of Chuyin, suggesting he may have taken advantage of Tang as well. "Beast, should I set forth tomorrow to slay the fleeing Chu Hai and then return to the holy capital?" The chill of murderous intent was palpable in Yuqing's voice. Instinctively, Tang stepped forward and grasped his arm. Do not act impulsively. It was merely some verbal teasing on his part, and I ended up killing him. She added, "As for me, a female without any innate power, to have slain Chuyin. Do you not find that surprising, Uncle Yuqing?" Yuqing could not help but suspect that Tang's question was a preemptive strike to avoid future complications. Suddenly, her soft, warm hand grasped his arm, sending a tingling sensation through him. Looking down, he beheld her delicate, slender fingers, which inexplicably caused him to swallow hard, his voice growing husky. "Uncle Ming mentioned that before you married into the Hound clan, you had a fortuitous encounter." Thus, he assumed that Tang's formidable weapon, capable of effortlessly slaying green-tier beasts, was a result of that encounter. Upon hearing this, Tang was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised that she did not need to explain herself. She followed suit, saying, "Indeed, but such things are rare and fleeting. Moreover, they are typically rendered useless after a single use. I still envy you, Uncle Yuqing, for your cultivation prowess. In a world as brutal as ours, lacking any ability makes one an easy target for bullying, especially for females with little strength." There was no pretense in her words. They were genuine sentiments. For for the first 118 years. She had lived precisely in this manner without the aid of any system or golden finger. Yueqing could hardly bear to witness Su Tang's poignant despondence and blurted out, "No, I will protect you from now on." Su Tang abruptly lifted her head to look at him, a mix of astonishment and shock evident in her expression. Yueqing, too, could no longer resist staring into her radiant eyes, and in that moment, he felt an indescribable enchantment that seemed to pull his very soul into hers. For a long while, they simply gazed at one another, the atmosphere around them gradually thickening with a sense of ambiguity. Ultimately, it was Yueqing who forcibly averted his gaze, clearing his throat to mask the moment. "What I mean is, you are the new bride of our Hound clan. And from now on, you will be one of us, a respected figure of the Hound clan. I shall do everything in my power to ensure the safety of our kin." This was akin to what transpired today. Yueqing likely believed that such words would allow him to deceive himself and relieve Su Tang of any undue burdens. Little did he know, it was akin to hiding a treasure in plain sight. Chapter 48. Both alluring and majestic, Su Tang smiled sweetly, feigning ignorance. As one lives longer, understanding the hearts of others becomes increasingly effortless, much like the proverbial old fox, yet correspondingly, one's own heart may become numb. Thus, even when she sensed Yueqing's burgeoning feelings for her, Su Tang did not experience overwhelming emotions, nor did she feel any thrill from it. Her current task was to ensure the safe delivery of her child. And all else could wait. The following day, news spread that the Gu family father and daughter had been expelled from the Hound clan by Yushao, with a proclamation that henceforth, the members of the Cat clan, namely the Gu family, were forbidden from stepping even a foot onto the territory of the Hound clan, with death being the consequence for transgressors. Su Tang understood that this was undoubtedly the result of Yueqing and Yushao discussing the events of the previous night. She surmised that the Gu father and daughter were still unaware of the severity of the situation, genuinely believing that Gu Yanyan, as an 8th-tier holy female, would always enjoy a green light in all endeavors. After leisurely finishing her breakfast, she intended to visit the front hall to greet Yushao, but unexpectedly encountered Gu Yunfei in the air, carrying Gu Yanyan on his back. The father and daughter glared at Yushao, seething with anger, and spat threats. "Yushao, you have gone too far. Once I return to the Cat clan, I will certainly reveal all your misdeeds." Yushao, hands behind his back, regarded them with unwavering composure. "Go ahead. I shall await the moment when the leader of the Cat clan learns of how you two have plotted against pregnant females. Do you dare to protect yourselves? Females are precious, and pregnant females are akin to treasures. What you are doing not only prevents you from remaining in the Hound clan, but you will also be reviled and driven away by other clans." Originally, Yushao had not intended to be so ruthless. He merely planned to expel the Gu family. Who could have anticipated that they would bring this upon themselves? They harbored vengeful thoughts toward the Hound clan. Did they? Then he could not be blamed for being merciless. He would pen several letters to widely disseminate the heinous deeds committed by the Gu father and daughter to all clans in the Western District. At that point, it would not just be Su Tang, the genuine mouse, whom everyone would seek to exterminate, but rather the Gu father and daughter who would face the consequences of their actions. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Undoubtedly, Su Tang had gone into premature labor once more. The spiritual fruits given by Yueqing were extraordinarily effective, and her intermittent exchanges with Yuli had led to a smooth rupture of the amniotic sac. Just that morning, Su Tang had instructed Yuli to inform her 3 mouse sons to come visit her in the Hound clan. Little did she expect that in the afternoon, the amniotic fluid would gush forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Yuli stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "Tang Tang, did you just wet yourself?" Su Tang retorted, "You wet yourself. Your whole family wet themselves." Fortunately, Yuya's reaction was swift. Like the wind, she dashed outside, shouting, "Oh no! The lady is going into labor. Quick, summon the midwife to assist her." The midwife and the priest were among the more transcendent professions in the Beastman tribe. The former was a healer, while the latter was a fortune teller, one controlling relatively precious medicinal resources within the clan, and the other determining the overall direction of the clan's operations. For instance, before a hunting party set out, they would consult the priest to determine the most auspicious time to depart. With Yuya's urgent call, the entire Yu family descended into a state of tension. Even Yushao was pacing outside the house, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Inside, Yuli remained steadfastly by Su Tang's side, initially intending to depart for the Mouse clan. But with Su Tang unexpectedly going into labor, he had no choice but to send Yueqing in his stead. Coincidentally, Yueqing's 4th-tier skill, Wings of Light, made it seem as though he had sprouted transparent wings on his back, allowing him to fly swiftly, completing the round trip to the Mouse clan in just 1 hour. However, had he not been clamoring to leave earlier. Unbeknownst to him, he had lingered until this moment. Tang had taken her usual pain relief elixir, but the midwife had mentioned that this child would not come quickly, as it was relatively large. Naturally, given that Tang's second pregnancy was accompanied by excellent nutrition, comfortable living conditions, youthful vitality, and the endowment of spiritual power, her circumstances were vastly better compared to her first pregnancy. Even before the child had been born, she understood that this baby would undoubtedly surpass the previous two in both health and innate abilities. In the Mouse Clan, an unidentified flying object suddenly appeared in the sky, prompting the guards at the beacon tower to heighten their vigilance. As the unknown object drew closer, they raised their voices in warning. This is the territory of the Mouse Clan. Avian clans, please divert your flight path. Yet, no matter how loudly they shouted, Yueqing maintained his course, even increasing his speed as he approached. In his flight, Yueqing appeared in his pure beast form. His long, snow-white body adorned with wings of light that refracted the clouds, exuding an indescribable splendor. Moreover, due to the awakening of the celestial dog bloodline, his appearance was both enchanting and majestic, possessing a sense of divine pressure that diminished the natural clumsiness of canines. For a moment, he resembled a celestial beast descended from the heavens. The guards at the beacon tower, taken aback, widened their eyes, staring at him in awe, too stunned to act. "Who are you?" one of the Mouse Clan guards stammered, his tongue tripping over itself. After all, having lived for decades, this was the first time he had encountered such a formidable canine. As he gazed at Yueqing, the guard suddenly realized, you are from the Dog Clan? But why can the Dog Clan fly in the sky? Your wings." The guard, an orange tear, was naturally inexperienced and easily astonished. Yueqing raised an eyebrow, surveying the tall beacon tower of the Mouse Clan. Noting the 4 thick bamboo tubes protruding into the sky, the bases of which were piled high with dry leaves. Unable to restrain himself, he pointed with his paw and inquired, "What is this for?" The guard, feeling the overwhelming aura of strength emanating from Yueqing, was unable to suppress his fear and nodded vigorously. "This is a beacon. If enemies invade, we light the leaves to send up thick smoke," alerting the chieftain and the clansmen. Upon hearing this, Yueqing's eyes brightened slightly in admiration for the ingenious method conceived by the ratfolk orc, initially intending to swiftly convey the message and depart. She promptly altered her decision, landing on the beacon tower and transforming into her human form. With a tone that was both distant and polite, she introduced herself. "I am Yueqing of the Hound Clan, and I have come primarily to inform you that the ratfolk chieftain, Lady Tang, is soon to give birth. Are you on lookout here? Are there perhaps several other lookout posts that mirror this one?" Upon hearing this, the beast guard, realizing the visitor was a friend rather than a foe, instantly relaxed, lowering his guard and responding earnestly, "Indeed, that is correct. Our rat folk were invaded by monstrous beasts decades ago, resulting in the tragic loss of many kin and the destruction of numerous families. Thus, our chieftain devised this warning system primarily to guard against sudden beast attacks within the territory inhabited by our rat folk. We have established 8 beacon towers, divided into 4 cardinal directions. I am stationed at the North 1 beacon." Slightly exasperated, Yueqing shook her head, reflecting on how easily the guard divulged their secrets with just a few casual words. She mused that the mind behind this strategy was undoubtedly astute, yet the rat folk seemed overly naive in their vigilance. Satisfied with her curiosity, she refrained from further inquiries about the beacon tower and instead reiterated the imminent childbirth of Tang. The beast guard suddenly enlightened. "I am aware of this. Our chieftain's adoptive mother is indeed surnamed Su, and she was recently married to the Hound Clan as part of a political alliance. However, pregnancy, giving birth, surely, esteemed Yueqing, you jest. My grandmother told me that the chieftain's adoptive mother had a fertility test score of 0 in her youth. How could it be that she would give birth less than a month after her marriage?" This news was simply astonishing. Not only did the bumbling Tyson find it hard to believe, but it was likely that the entire rat folk community had never associated pregnancy with Tang. Yueqing's eyes narrowed dangerously, her expression stern. "I appear to be jesting." As she spoke, she unleashed her formidable blue-tier peak pressure, compelling Tyson to recognize her true stature. The overwhelming aura of a blue-tier peak nearly sent Tyson tumbling from the beacon tower. Grasping the half-human high wooden railing, Tyson stammered, "Esteemed one, I shall escort you to our chieftain immediately." Although he spoke, his mind was a blank canvas. In their understanding, a peak blue tier was already immensely powerful. They had never encountered a legendary figure even mightier than the blue tier. As was the case with Yueqing, suddenly, in his flustered state, Tyson misstepped on a stair. Had it not been for Yiqing's swift intervention, he might have tumbled severely at that moment. Daju was surveying the nearby fields when he received word of an esteemed guest arrival. What esteemed guest? Our rat folk have little contact with outsiders. As Daju made his way home, he pondered that in truth, the rat folk had a diverse array of industries: salt production, sugar refining, weaving, construction, and pottery. Their goods were not only favored by the beast folk of the Western District, but were also frequently utilized by those in the Southern, Northern, and even Eastern districts. However, most of these dealings were facilitated by the Hound clan. In a world where strength reigned supreme, without the prestige of Wuxia to instill fear, they might have been annihilated before they could even grow. Now that he too had achieved blue-tier strength, Daju thought he would gradually find ways to reclaim control over their industries, as the core technologies resided within the rat folk, with the Hound clan merely serving as intermediaries. As he stepped through the door, a cool yet commanding voice reached Daju's ears. "Chieftain Daju, I trust you are well." Daju blinked in surprise, gazing at Yiqing, who was leisurely seated and sipping tea. He had not immediately recognized her, as she had merely observed during the incident at the Yu family when they sought justice for Su Tang. After a moment of realization, he exclaimed, "Ah, you are the brother of Yue Xiao from the Hound clan?" "Indeed," Yiqing replied with calm courtesy, not allowing herself to appear dismissive despite Daju's significantly lower strength. There was an imperceptible warmth in her demeanor, subtly different from her earlier exchange with Tyson. With a few words, Yiqing conveyed her purpose, and as Daju's expression transformed into one of utter shock, she gracefully rose. "If Chieftain Daju has no pressing matters at hand, shall we proceed? I fear that if we delay, Lady Su may have already given birth." Daju, momentarily dazed, stared at Yiqing, overwhelmed, his mind racing. "Oh heavens! Is my adoptive mother truly so formidable? Just recently, I heard she was expecting. I thought she might not be able to endure, or, if she did, that it wouldn't be so soon." To think that in just over 10 days suddenly, Daju snapped back to reality, panic rising within him. "Oh no. I had intended to visit my adoptive mother in the next few days. With autumn approaching, there has been a surge of clan matters. I missed her celebration." Damo and Dage returned and immediately went into seclusion. As her son, missing such a momentous occasion, will my adoptive mother be angry with us three? The usually composed chieftain was now as restless as a child. Yiqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the atmosphere surrounding Su Tang's family. "Then, Chieftain Daju, do not delay any longer. As long as we arrive before Tang, before Lady Su gives birth, she is unlikely to be upset." Unintentionally, he once again let slip the familiar title, quickly correcting himself. In his flustered state, Daju nodded, clutching his hands tightly. "Indeed. I must accompany the esteemed one. However, might you wait a moment? I shall check on my two brothers. If they happen to finish their seclusion, we can all go together." Childbirth is a life-and-death ordeal for females, especially for an adoptive mother of 118 years. Deep down, Daju sincerely hoped his brothers could join him, both for companionship and to lend support to Su Tang, just as they had previously. Yiqing nodded calmly. "Chieftain, please proceed." Upon hearing this, Daju's face lit up with delight, and he hurriedly set off to find his brothers. Damo and Dage typically favored seclusion in nearby caves to cultivate and gain insights. The last time their adoptive mother gifted them crystals, they had not yet exhausted their supply, allowing them to gradually absorb and comprehend, enhancing their training efficiency. Yet, merely 10 days had passed, and Daju could not guarantee that his brothers would emerge. However, fortune favored him. As he swiftly approached his second brother Damo's cave, he was greeted by a soaring green beam of light erupting skyward, followed by the familiar sound of deer calls. "Yo, yo, yo." Daju's expression brightened, and he waved his hand to dispel the cave's barrier. Rushing inside, second brother, Damo, who had just broken through, was astonished. "Elder brother, what brings you here?" Did you see? I've broken through. I never expected this. With my poor talent, I thought I would remain at the peak of yellow tier for life. Yet here I am." A glimmer of envy flashed in Daju's eyes as he patted Damo's shoulder. "Well done, second brother. You are now at green tier, with 2 green tier and 1 blue tier among the 3 brothers. None would dare overlook them." Daju, tasked with managing clan affairs, could not devote himself entirely to cultivation like his brothers. Yet, he bore no sorrow. His adoptive mother had once said, "To wear the crown, one must bear its weight." The clan bestowed upon him respect and love as their chieftain, and it was his duty to strengthen the clan and provide for its members. "Yes, elder brother, I relish this powerful feeling." Now we can better support our adoptive mother and show those arrogant hounds not to underestimate her. Damo, transformed into his human form, declared, clenching his fists. You have grown. Daju smiled in acknowledgement. Just then, an unusual tremor emanated from nearby. The two brothers exchanged glances, swiftly emerging from the cave, and were not surprised to see another mountain erupting with a dark green beam of light. Ah, this can't be. Damo's exclamation was cut short as a magnificent steed raced towards them at lightning speed, transforming into a familiar figure, flexing his arms with a goofy grin. Elder brother, second brother, look at me. Am I not much stronger now? The third brother, Dage, was a burly figure, far stronger than most from a young age due to his beast form being a peak yellow tier warhorse. In simple terms, his genetics were superior to his two brothers. Thus, his rapid breakthrough to peak green tier significantly narrowed the gap with Daju, leaving the latter in disbelief. Third brother, you broke through. Upon hearing this, Dage opened his mouth wide and blew, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that uprooted a nearby tree, sending its vines spiraling. Satisfied, Dage finally ceased. What do you think? Is my peak green tier tornado not much more impressive than my previous small whirlwind? Daju felt as though another arrow had pierced his heart. His brothers were simply too formidable. The whirlwind was overwhelming. Damo took a moment to process the situation. It wasn't disbelief that his younger brother was surpassing him, but rather the shock of seeing his brother leap forward while he had only taken a small step. This realization was somewhat disheartening. However, the pang of sadness dissipated almost immediately. Damo mimicked the demeanor of his elder brother Daju, confidently patting Dagai's broad shoulders, proclaiming, "Little brother, you have grown." Daju interjected, "All right, now that we've all emerged from our seclusion, let us visit the Hound clan together to see our godmother." Upon hearing this, a deer and a horse grew tense, questioning the urgency of the matter. Was it that their godmother had once again been bullied by those from the Hound clan? As they spoke, their readiness for confrontation was palpable. Daju shook his head. "Let us proceed. I shall explain everything on the way. Typically, those of the green tier possess the ability of flight, and the journey from the Mouse clan to the Hound clan would take several hours on foot. However, flying was considerably faster, taking just over 40 minutes, and for someone as powerful as Yueqing, it could be accomplished in as little as 20 minutes. Daju had initially thought that even if Damo could fly, he would have to carry him. To his surprise, both Damo and Dagai had advanced, one to the junior level of green tier, and the other to the pinnacle of green tier, both capable of flying independently. Yueqing, not one for excessive chatter, took flight first, his wings unfurling gracefully into the air, with the other three trailing behind, forced to keep pace. Damo, having just entered the green tier and newly acquired his flying abilities, felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation at the prospect of soaring through the skies. Noticing Damo's unease, Daju and Dagai flanked him, offering guidance on flight techniques. After a considerable time, Damo finally managed to stabilize himself in the air, only to glance up and see Yueqing had become nothing more than a fleeting blur. What level of spiritual energy did he possess to seem so extraordinarily powerful? Damo felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Just moments ago, he had reveled in his own advancement to the green tier, believing it to be an impressive feat, especially within the confines of the Mouse clan where only his elder brother Daju and younger brother Dagai could compare. Yet, witnessing true strength in this moment shattered Damo's inflated confidence. Daju, observing this, muttered, "If I am not mistaken, that should be the blue tier. The aura he exudes is beyond what one of the green tier could possess." Even Yueshao, at the pinnacle of the green tier, does not exude the same overwhelming presence. Furthermore, as a resident of the Western District, he had heard tales of the Hound clan's prodigious talents, particularly a revered figure whose rapid advancements in cultivation and awakening of the celestial Hound bloodline granted them the potential to ascend to the celestial tier or even the divine tier. In a moment of realization, Daju understood. It was none other than Yueqing. "What? The blue tier?" Damo exclaimed in shock, losing his balance and plummeting towards the ground with a terrified scream piercing the sky. Seeing this, Daju and Dagai were momentarily paralyzed with fear, their faces pale as they shouted, "Damo!" However, both brothers, lacking sufficient power, found themselves unable to dive down in time to save him, just as calamity seemed imminent. A streak of white, reminiscent of a shooting star, dashed past them, and moments later, a magnificent dog with transparent wings ascended beneath Damo, who was still reeling from his close call. Upon seeing his beloved elder brother and younger brother, Damo's expression crumpled. "I was so scared." I almost became a mere puddle of flesh. Daju and Dagai, visibly relieved, patted their chests in solace. Daju lowered his head in respectful gratitude to Yueqing. Thank you, esteemed Yueqing. Without turning back, Yueqing replied, I shall carry him. You three need to speed up, or you truly will not catch up. While they might not catch up, Yueqing was determined not to fall behind himself. He worried about whether he could protect Damo if he was unable to keep pace with the others. All right. Daju nodded vigorously, hastily pulling Dagai along as they soared towards the Hound clan. Daju felt an unease in his heart. He could not fathom why a being of Yueqing's caliber would willingly carry his younger brother. Typically, such powerful figures were aloof and lacked the patience to engage with mere mortals. What Daju did not realize was that this entire situation was due to Su Tang's influence. When he later discovered that Su Tang had borne Yueqing's child, his shock would be monumental, akin to the heavens collapsing. But that was a tale for another time. For now, Su Tang was diligently laboring to bring Yuli into the world amidst the heavy atmosphere of the birthing room. Having been forewarned by Zatsa, Su Tang anticipated that this labor might take some time, but she had not expected it to be this arduous. It had already been nearly 2 hours. Fortunately, the pain-reducing elixir she had taken dulled her discomfort, and Zatsa assured her that any blood loss would be compensated once the child was born. Otherwise, she would not wish to bear the child at all. The host, insisting on her perseverance, informed her that without system intervention for a natural birth, the rewards would be even greater, and there would be a 100 chance of receiving a mystery gift box to Su Tang protested weakly. What do you mean by without system intervention? Does the pain-reducing elixir not count? The elixir does not count. Only the use of labor-inducing techniques, cesarean procedures, or forceps qualifies, the system clarified. Engaging in this dialogue, Su Tang found the experience bearable, although Yuli was clearly not as composed. His once crystalline gaze had turned blood red, his hands gripping Su Tang's tightly, radiating tension and fear, yet he refrained from squeezing too hard, afraid of hurting her. He whispered soothingly, Tang, do not fear, it will soon be over. I will remain by your side. Turning to the midwife, his blood-red eyes suddenly became fierce. How much longer must we wait? If you cannot assist, summon someone who can. Young master, young mistress appears to be experiencing difficulty in labor, and her energy is severely depleted. We should administer a spirit-enhancing elixir or fruit. Otherwise, I fear. Yuli's eyes widened in fury. What are you afraid of? Just assist her. If anything happens to Tang, I will hold you accountable. In that moment, Yuli was not only furious, but utterly unreasonable, even losing his usual patience and respect for the midwife. Simultaneously, he rummaged through the spatial ring given by Yueqing, desperately searching for any suitable spirit fruit for Su Tang. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside, and Yaya entered, announcing, Young master, the young mistress's 3 sons have arrived. Upon saying this, she felt the absurdity of her own words. She had clearly seen Daju, Damo, and Dagai. Were they not all of considerable age? Did that mean their young mistress was, in a certain sense, their mother? This realization struck her with unexpected humor, yet she dared not laugh. For the young master was on the brink of madness due to the distress of his beloved. Yuli, tense and on edge, took a moment to comprehend the situation but clearly had no intention of responding. He continued searching through the spatial ring, carelessly tossing aside precious spirit fruits in his frustration at not finding anything to replenish energy. Yaya shook her head, preparing to leave, but Su Tang spoke up. I am fine. Please go tell them not to worry. Compared to the yet-to-be-seen child, Su Tang felt a deeper bond with the 3 children she had raised. Of course, this did not imply that she loved her biological child any less. She simply did not wish for Daju and the others to be overly concerned, as she believed her condition would improve soon. Yaya, upon seeing Su Tang's haggard visage, felt her heart ache. During these days of attending to Su Tang, they had grown as close as sisters. Unbeknownst to Yaya, she soon returned with a seemingly precious white jade gourd in hand. What is this? Su Tang inquired with curiosity. Yaya explained, this is a Ning Yuan Dan. Upon hearing that the young mistress was in labor, Master Yueqing did not hesitate to offer it for you to take. Given the elder's astonished expression, it must be quite a rare item. However, the priority is your delivery. I will fetch you some water. Please, young mistress, do take it. Su Tang was taken aback by Yueqing's kindness, and as she heard the words Ning Yuan Dan, Yuli stopped his frantic search. Looking up in shock, yeah, what did you say? Ning Yuan Dan. Yeah, quickly poured the water and nodded vigorously. Yes, I heard it called that. Once the decision was made, Yuli let out a sigh of relief and settled back into his original position. Watching Su Tang smile with effort, "Well, this is nothing to worry about. I am familiar with the Ning Yuan Dan. It is a ground-level elixir prepared by my second uncle to break through to the blue tier. Its efficacy is extraordinary. Even those who are on the brink of death can have their lives prolonged for a century. Therefore, to use such a miraculous elixir on a female in the throes of childbirth is indeed a gross waste." Su Tang found herself at a loss for words after his explanation. With the debt she owed to Chu Hai, Gu Yun, and now this, it meant she was indebted to Yu Qing 3 times over? The little dragon, Jia Jia, began to sing. "Host, if this doesn't count as love." Su Tang, step back. The annoying system interjected, as if it had not been the one orchestrating everything. Yet, to give credit where it's due, the Ning Yuan Dan was indeed remarkably effective. After consuming it, Su Tang felt invigorated. A familiar sensation washed over her. With a gentle exertion, the joyful cries of Wuma filled her ears. It's out. It's finally born. Young madam, young patriarch. It's a little female with a brown curly fur beast form. Simultaneously, the system's congratulatory chimes echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully giving birth to your third offspring at a pinnacle level yellow tier. Dual attribute wood and water, brown puppy, female, with peak 9th tier fertility. Reward, energy value 10,000, lifespan 30. Additionally, to encourage the host to conceive again soon, a box of instant noodles, 10 milk tea vouchers, 3 family buckets from KFC, and a pair of Beastman Martin boots have been awarded. Due to the host's successful natural delivery, an extra high-tier blind box gift pack and a natural delivery recovery capsule, immediate effect, have also been granted. The host can choose to open the blind box at any time later. Having just given birth, Su Tang felt a wave of weakness wash over her. As the electronic voice concluded, the recovery capsule burst open, scattering like specks of light across her body, instantly dissipating all discomfort. Renewed, she felt a surge of energy. There was no need to wait. She would open the blind box right now, Jia Jia remarked. "Is this the legendary host who goes all out?" Ding ding ding. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn 2,000 points of cultivation experience. Su Tang exclaimed. "What is this? Such a waste. I thought it would be a rare treasure. At the very least, I could have received another box of ham sausages and a few marinated eggs. Eating instant noodles without ham sausages and marinated eggs? A poor review," Jia Jia replied. The devoted host is also quite the foodie. It kindly suggested, "Why not try enhancing your cultivation experience?" Su Tang, feeling as limp as a frostbitten eggplant, reluctantly agreed. "Fine, let us enhance it." Jia Jia sighed at the heavens in resignation, then diligently waved its wand-like object, casting spells on the light curtain. After a considerable time, the clear, melodious voice of the little dragon chimed. "All right, Master." Su Tang initially held little hope for this, but was taken aback when Jia Jia completed the incantation. The spiritual energy in her dantian surged at a visible rate, ultimately stabilizing at 1/3 of the yellow tier. This meant her strength had instantly elevated to the preliminary yellow tier. At this revelation, Su Tang could no longer maintain her composure. She abruptly propped herself up, startlingly energetic. Yuli cradled the little brown curly-haired cub, which seemed as small as a chocolate morsel, fitting snugly in the palm of his hand. With deep brown eyelids and fur matching its body, Yuli was overwhelmed with excitement. "Tang Tang, you've given me a daughter. Aren't you thrilled?" "Woof woof, I'm so excited too." "Did you hear what Wu Ma just said? Our daughter has peak 9th tier fertility. She is already a candidate for a saintly female upon birth." "Woof woof, Tang Tang, you're incredible." In his exuberance, Yuli couldn't help but let out a beastly yelp. He remained oblivious to the fact that Su Tang was not only astonished by the cub's potential but also by her own newfound strength and the energy value that had soared past 30. Furthermore, her age had dramatically decreased from 88 to 58. Oh wow. At this rate, after another 1 or 2 pregnancies, I could revert to being a little lowly, she thought, feeling a surge of excitement at that moment. The cries of the beast cubs had already stirred those outside the room. Yu Shao could no longer contain himself and began knocking on the door. "Have they been born? Is it true?" "Tang Tang, I'm so anxious. Can I take the child out to show him?" Yuli, brimming with pride and joy, could hardly wait to flaunt his cub. Su Tang, still processing her advancement, nodded in agreement. "Go on, but take care not to let the cub catch a chill." This way, she could promptly use some of her energy value to exchange for a series of necessities like baby bottles, milk powder, and blankets from the system. Recalling this, Su Tang felt a surge of anger. Damn by Mu Ting, that old coot. When he hastily took Chong Chong and Gue Gue away from me. I didn't even have time to prepare anything for the children. Not to mention, the beastman-specific milk powder from the system is definitely more nutritious than regular cow or goat milk. What a pity for my first and second cubs, at that time, in the white tiger tribe. The two cubs were inexplicably restless today. When mealtime arrived, they refused to eat properly, instead idly pawing at their food. The rabbit clan caretaker, tasked with their care, attempted to feed them tender meat strips directly, only to be met with rejection from little squirrel Gue Gue and a fierce growl from little tiger Chong Chong. The caretaker, taken aback by such treatment, felt a bit flustered. Typically, the two cubs were very gentle and obedient. Especially Gue Gue, who adored curling up and napping, often hoarding little nuts to munch on after waking. Chong Chong was very protective of Gue Gue, often sneaking into the kitchen to bring back nuts for her. However, today, both cubs were particularly irritable, ignoring the caretaker and growling at her, displaying an unusually volatile temperament. Bestow, noticing this, set down his utensils and inquired, "What is going on? Is there something wrong with their food?" Chapter 52. She became a ghost in Bestow's heart. He would typically have meals with the cubs unless there were matters outside that delayed him. However, the adults and children naturally consumed different foods. The rabbit clan caretaker had been hired at a high price by his grandfather a month prior to specifically care for Chong Chong and Gue Gue's dietary needs. Given that the Bai household lacked a proper matriarch, Bestow's grandmother had no cultivation talent and passed away at over 160 years of age, while his mother had succumbed to grief after the unexpected death of his father. Thus, Bestow had essentially been raised by Bai Ting. The White Tiger tribe was a large clan, comprising thousands of individuals. Whether it was Bai Ting as the patriarch or Bestow as the young patriarch, both were quite busy to prevent Chong Chong and Gue from being neglected. They had specifically hired a caretaker with a royal nursery qualification. Even so, Bestow and Bai Ting tried their best not to both be away at the same time, ensuring one of them could oversee the cubs along with the caretaker. Only when it was absolutely unavoidable would they allow Bai Wei to step in. Strangely, while neither he nor his grandfather had any particular grievances with his second uncle Bai Shan, they instinctively hesitated to let him interact too much with the cubs. The caretaker bowed her head and shook it. "Young patriarch, there is nothing wrong with the food. It is the same as usual. However, today the two cubs are particularly restless. It likely has something to do with their mother." Bestow raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" He had no memories of the cub's mother, but was certain that Chong Chong and Gue were his children. The family beast pillar could not deceive him, and he felt a strong bloodline connection to both cubs. His grandfather had said that the cub's mother had passed away shortly after giving birth, and in his overwhelming grief, her memory had faded from his mind. But if that were the case, why did the caretaker claim that the cub's emotions were affected by their mother? Was there something he was unaware of? The caretaker knew little of the Bai family's circumstances. Her primary responsibility was to care for the cubs, and she did not pry into other matters. This was the first rule taught in royal nursery training. After a moment of contemplation, the caretaker replied, "Young patriarch, the cubs are pieces of flesh from their mother, and as the saying goes, mother and child share a heart, especially before the cubs reach the stage of transformation. They are easily influenced by their mother. Of course, when the mother is present, the influence is stronger. When she is absent, it diminishes. Such a situation as today, causing the cubs to be restless and even triggering their beastly instincts to lash out, could indicate that their mother is encountering life-threatening danger." Before hearing this, Bestow had been filled with confusion and curiosity. After listening, a sense of shock began to swell within him. What did encountering life-threatening danger mean? And how was he to interpret this? Wasn't it said that the cub's mother had already passed away? Bestow's heart grew unsettled, but due to over 20 years of trust and respect for Bai Ting, he was reluctant to doubt his own grandfather. Thus, after a few changes in expression, he scolded the caretaker, "Don't speak carelessly. My children's mother is no longer in this world." The caretaker instinctively knelt down, apologizing. "I'm sorry, young patriarch. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn to remind you of your sorrow. In fact, there are many other reasons for the cub's emotional distress as well. Stand up. Bring the cub's food over. I will inspect it myself." The rabbit clan is also one of the impoverished beasts of the West District. A female beast like her, who has graduated from the royal nursery, is essentially no different from the servants of the Eastern nobility. However, with the credential from the royal nursery, her status is slightly more esteemed than that of an ordinary servant. Upon hearing this, the female beast hastily complied, and the two cubs began rummaging through boxes, causing chaos all around. Suddenly, one of them sprouted wings and flew up to the beam of the room. Had it not been for Baisu catching the little creature with a gust of wind just in time, it would surely have fallen and hurt itself. With the little one confined in his arms, Baisu sighed in exasperation, "You little rascal, I can't help but wonder what sort of anomaly your mother must be, to have granted you green tear strength right from birth." The exceptional talent of the cubs was indeed a headache, as it made their care particularly demanding. Baisu resolved to speak with his grandfather later about finding another female beast. Along with Bai Wei, the three of them would have to take on the responsibility of watching the cubs together. As the light and shadow shifted in Baisu's vision, the female beast suggested, "Young master, although I do not understand why the cubs are acting this way, I do know of a way to soothe them. Speak. It is milk. The first milk they drink upon birth carries the scent of their mother, and a few sips will calm them." The female beast believed this to be the simplest solution, as most of the East District's nursing females were hired, much like her role in the nursery. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Baisu's expression turned peculiar. Baisu, unable to restrain himself, rubbed his forehead again. "Female beast, is there any other way? The first milk they drank was given by their mother, and I cannot find it now. The mother is deceased. Where can I possibly look for it?" Although Baisu had begun to entertain the notion that perhaps the mother of the cubs was still alive, searching for her would be akin to finding a distant water source to quench immediate thirst. The female beast was taken aback, but then suggested another method. "Baisu, what about drinking my essence blood?" "Yes, young master, you are the father of the cubs, so it would have a similar effect. However, since your level is considerably higher, once they drink your essence blood, they may sleep for several days before awakening. There are no side effects, I presume. Rest assured, young master, it will not only have no side effects but will also accelerate the cub's cultivation." Without further contemplation, Baisu summoned a dagger from his bedroom with a whirl of wind and, without blinking, made a cut on his wrist. An hour later, he finally managed to soothe the two little ones to sleep. When Bai Ting returned and learned of this incident, he glanced at Baisu's wrist with concern. "Why are you so impulsive? You can't just give away your blood so recklessly." Baisu, unfazed, let his golden eyes shimmer with shifting light. "What else can I do?" The female beast said that aside from my essence blood, the only other option is the first milk given by their mother. Grandfather mentioned that the female is dead. If I don't cut my hand, how can I dig her up to find the milk? Bai Ting cleared his throat awkwardly. "Well, it truly cannot be found." While he said this, his mind wandered to the curious case of the lowly mice in the West District. Where did they procure such miraculous milk powder? The cubs thrived on it, far surpassing any nursing females he could procure, regardless of the price. Now, because of the milk issue, his precious grandson had to offer his essence blood. Should he send Bai Wei on a trip to procure more? Just as he pondered this, Baisu suddenly inquired, "Grandfather, although I do not remember her, she did give birth to my offspring, and thus has contributed to our Bai family's legacy. Where lies her grave? I wish to take the cubs to pay my respects. I sit in our ancestral cemetery." Bai Ting was momentarily taken aback by the question. Chapter 53. The birth of the saintess. As Bai Ting struggled to concoct a lie to placate Baisu, it was evident that Baisu was no fool. He could discern the veracity of Bai Ting's words from numerous details. For instance, why was it that he already had children yet remained single? Females who bore heirs for the family were typically held in high esteem, such as his grandmother and mother, who were honored with plaques in the ancestral hall even after death. Why, then, was the mother of his children not similarly revered? With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Baisu's subtle rebellion into adulthood was just beginning. Meanwhile, the jubilant cheers of the Hound clan resonated loudly, especially when Yu Xiao learned that a female cub had been born. He immediately bowed 3 times to the heavens, exclaiming, "A girl! A girl! It has been many years since our Hound clan has welcomed a female cub. We have been inundated with nothing but troublesome boys, which has left me, their chieftain, at my wits' end in finding wives for them, particularly with Yu Qing and Yuli displaying remarkable talents. Yu Xiao is unconcerned about the future of the Hound clan lacking successors. Thus, the thought of a sweet, adorable girl and her future beauty upon transformation made him beam with delight. He instructed the returning German shepherd, "You obtained a considerable amount of fabric and brown sugar in the holy capital. Did you not? Choose the finest fabric and 10 pounds of brown sugar as a gift for Yuli's wife." The German shepherd was utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how the chieftain, who had been indifferent towards Su In before, suddenly became so indulgent. Fabric was precious to beast men, especially fine cotton or silk. He had expended a significant amount of gold coins, along with a few crystal pearls, rings, and salt, just to acquire a handful of fine cotton and silk. His initial intention was to keep 2 pieces for the chieftain's household and reward the rest to the valiant warriors. The brown sugar was no different. It was meant as a reward for the families of the warriors. Though the Mouse clan could produce fabric, it was mostly coarse linen and burlap, inferior to the quality produced in the East District. Typically, it circulated only within the West and South districts at a slightly lower price. Focusing on thin profit margins. 10 pounds. Is that not excessive? While he was astonished, Yushao had no authority to intervene. However, 10 pounds of brown sugar was a considerable amount. If he gifted Su in 10 pounds, there would be little left for others. This particular brown sugar was not ordinary. It was premium brown sugar infused with purple tier royal bee honey. Consuming it would strengthen males, enhance beauty and fertility in females, and significantly boost immunity in cubs, making it an exceptional tonic. The German Shepherd was puzzled. Even if Su-in had contributed by giving birth, was such a lavish reward truly necessary? He had been away for some time and was unaware of the recent changes within the Yu family. Is it really too much? Yu Xiao hesitated under the scrutiny of the German Shepherd, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the tiny granddaughter cradled in his arms. The little one had her eyes closed, her nose a delicate pink, and her lips a rosy hue. Her brows and eyes were beautiful, and her fur was thick and lustrous. She looked remarkably healthy for a newborn. Suddenly, the little one seemed to sense her kin's presence and nuzzled her small head against Yu Xiao's palm. Caught off guard, Yu Xiao froze momentarily. Once he regained his composure, he exclaimed joyfully, "Absolutely. We must provide. It is but 2 pieces of fabric and 10 pounds of brown sugar. Given that Tango has brought us such an adorable darling, I would sell my possessions to ensure she is well cared for." Hearing this, the German Shepherd could only swallow his objections. After all, he had married before Yuli and had several children of his own. So the novelty of offspring had worn off for him at that moment. The midwife who assisted Su Tang's delivery stepped forward, holding a silver scepter adorned with a unique design at its tip was a silver sunflower, with a smooth red gemstone embedded at its center, resembling a magical wand from a children's tale. As she approached with the scepter raised, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They were no strangers to this staff. It was the sacred scepter bestowed by the midwife to females with a fertility level of 6 or above to grant them the beast goddess mark. This signified that the midwife had detected a high-level fertile female. Such a revelation was exhilarating for every beast clan, especially the males. The German Shepherd's eyes sparkled as he stepped forward. "Esteemed midwife, has a high-level fertile female emerged from our clan?" His eagerness stemmed from the credible news he received during his trip to the holy capital. The sacred female ceremony was soon to commence. This grand event was open to all females across the spirit beast continent, as long as they possessed a fertility level of 8 or above. Any female who could represent her clan and triumph in the competition would not only absolve her clan from taxes and receive substantial material support, but could also enter into a royal marriage, an opportunity too grand to fathom. Regrettably, he had only one daughter who had come of age, and her fertility level was merely 5. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly seized the chance. As he lamented, his eyes still sparkled with hope, for to him, it mattered not if it were his daughter. Any female from the Hound clan would be a tremendous blessing. At that moment, countless eyes were riveted on the midwife, holding their breath in anticipation of her words. Only Yuli's heart fluttered with excitement, knowing full well that the 9-tier pinnacle fertile female the midwife was about to announce was none other than his precious daughter. Ladies and gentlemen, please refrain from your excitement for a moment. Prepare yourselves, for I am about to announce the extraordinary news that our Greyhound clan has not witnessed in over a century: the existence of a female with peak 9th-tier fertility. Wu Ma declared loudly as her words resonated. A collective gasp filled the crowd. Not only the German shepherds, but also the 3 silent Das, who had been present for half the day, could not help but display expressions of astonishment, tinged with a hint of jealousy. What? The Greyhound clan has produced a female of peak 9th-tier fertility. Previously, the clan boasted only 2 high-tier fertile females, one at the pinnacle of 7th tier and another at the initial stage of 8th tier, both of whom were already extraordinarily rare. If a third were to emerge, especially one of 9th tier, would that not solidify their dominance in the western region? The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes clouded with deep concern, fearing that the news of this 9th-tier fertility would spread, drawing countless beasts to the Greyhound clan, leading to an unparalleled prosperity. Little did they know that Wu Ma's next words would be. As we all know, a female with 8th-tier initial fertility can be designated as a sacred female. However, the daughter born to our esteemed clan leader's wife possesses a genuine 9th-tier peak fertility, meaning that our Greyhound clan has birthed the one and only sacred princess of the western region. We are grateful for the blessings of the beast god, Cayman. Chapter 54. Drawing a distinction with him? Upon finishing her declaration, Wuma humbly prostrated herself before the east. Witnessing this, the others were momentarily bewildered. Before instinctively kneeling behind her, it took a while for them to comprehend the implication of Wuma's words. Desgai exclaimed, leaping up with excitement, his head elongating into a horse-like form. She said, "Sacred princess, does that not mean she is our mother's daughter?" Daz Mo, with a foolish grin, exclaimed, "Indeed, she is our mother's daughter." Daz Zu, filled with pride, stated, "A 9th-tier peak fertility. She carries half of our rat clan's bloodline. Haha." As the clan leader, Daz Zu's primary concern was the honor of his lineage. Thus, his elation stemmed from the fact that once this news spread, it would signify that the sacred princess of 9th-tier fertility was born of their rat clan females, serving as a living testament to their prowess. This would undoubtedly enhance the reputation of the rat clan, attracting more admiration for their females. In due time, whether for marriage or alliances, their clan would ascend to new heights. The more Daz Zu pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Suddenly, he raised his hands in reverence, as if offering homage to the beast god, and earnestly asked, "You shall, may I hold the sacred princess sister?" His words jolted Daz Mo and Daz Guy into realization. Indeed, our mother's daughter is our sister. Sister? Truly, she is our sister. These filthy dogs, whom I usually despise and long to kick. Why does our sister seem so irresistibly adorable? You shall, Yu Qing, Yuli, Uncle Ming. Hold on, is this how you speak politely? In the past, rivalries among males of our respective clans would undoubtedly lead to conflict over such a statement. However, today, Yu Shao was jubilant, and the entire Greyhound clan shared in this joy, recognizing it as a moment of pride for their lineage, a child whose beast form is a little puppy. They would not stoop to squabbling with the diminutive rat folk. With a haughty huff, Yu Shao revealed no intention to hide his delight and prepared to let Daz Zu embrace the cub. However, he wore a serious expression as he warned, "Be careful. If you drop my granddaughter, you shall pay dearly." Daz Mo rolled his eyes, responding, "Yu Shao, this is your granddaughter, but also the beloved sister of the three of us. How could we ever let her fall?" Yu Shao considered this and reluctantly released his grip. Yuli bore no animosity towards Daz Zu and his brothers, as they were children raised by Su Tang. Although they were older, he would have no qualms about acting as a stepfather if they wished. For now, both sides seemed content with the status quo. As the brown puppy was cradled, Daz Zu and his brothers circled around, awestruck. "Wow, she is so tiny. I never realized females are born so much smaller than males. Her fur is so soft, like a brown cloud. Could this be what mother referred to as cotton candy? Truly, she resembles her mother, with beautiful features, and she smells delightful. Unlike those filthy. The cub does not take after her father." Dazgai nearly let slip his thoughts, but caught himself just in time, for he had noticed Yu Shao's imposing figure approaching, clearly eager to snatch her away. "Father, Tang asked you to give the cub a nickname." Yuli quickly interjected to divert attention. In his view, they were all one family, and there was no need for discord. Indeed, upon hearing that he would name the granddaughter of the 9th-tier peak fertility, all traces of anger dissipated from Yu Zhao's expression. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Really? Is Tang willing to let me name the child?" "Of course, you are the child's grandfather. It is only fitting for you to give her a nickname." Tang has never been stingy in this regard, Yuli affirmed. Yu Shao nodded. "That makes sense. What about the formal name? Have you and your wife decided?" He felt no displeasure at not being allowed to name her formally. After all, Su Tang had given birth to a female with 9th-tier peak fertility. Even if he were told to leave, he would not object. "Not yet. Father should first choose a nickname," Yuli replied, clearly having a plan in mind. His gaze instinctively flickered towards Yu Qing, who seemed invisible in the background. Everyone else, whether surprised or exhilarated, like his father, the three brothers Daz Zu, Uncle Ming, Wu Ma, and others, could only observe the second uncle, who remained expressionless, as if all this joy had no bearing on him. Yet, Yuli understood that he was not truly indifferent. He had simply grown accustomed to concealing his emotions. Otherwise, he would not have given Su Tang the precious condensing essence pill he had prepared for so long. This pill was crucial for Yu Qing's success in breaking through from the peak of blue tier to purple tier. With the condensing essence pill, the success rate of entering purple tier would soar to 80%. Without it, however, that success rate would plummet to 50%. Should a breakthrough fail, Yu Qing might forever remain stuck at the peak of blue tier or even lower. Thus, this condensing essence pill was not only valuable but also pivotal for Yu Qing's future cultivation. Yet, when Su Tang found herself in dire straits, he had offered it without a second thought, demonstrating the weight of her importance in his heart. How about Mion? Yusha suddenly interjected, breaking the reverie of Yuli. Mion, Yuli softly echoed, glancing at the little bundle beside him. The small creature was neither crying nor fussing. Even as the three brothers passed her around, she remained utterly unbothered, peacefully asleep as if she were desperately in need of rest after her time in her mother's womb. Yuli's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but recall the countless times he had implored Su Tang without regard for day or night. Had he inadvertently disturbed the child's slumber during those moments? He scratched the back of his head awkwardly before nodding. All right, then Mion it is. It sounds lovely and suits the little female's softness. Yusha clapped his hands joyfully. Excellent, my dear little cotton-padded jacket, as he spoke. He rubbed his hands together, clearly eager to hold the child again. He felt envious that Dazu's three brothers had cradled her for so long while he had only had a brief moment. Yuli watched his father, who seemed to have shed decades of age in his delight, shaking his head as he approached Yuqing. Second uncle, my father has decided on a nickname for the cub, Mion, according to Tang and me. Since my father named the nickname, it would be appropriate for you to choose the formal name. Point 1 Condensing Essence pill held more value than all that he and his father had given. So it was only fair that he named her. Yuqing turned, stunned. What did you say? You want me to name her? Indeed, we all believe you are the most deserving. Rest assured, it is truly Tang's agreement. She is very grateful for your life-saving help. In the realm of spirit beasts, nearly all males were deeply committed to cultivation, and this fixation mirrored their intense desire for offspring. Therefore, losing a condensing essence pill, which could delay or affect a powerful warrior's progress, was akin to a matter of life and death. Thus, Yuli chose the phrase life-saving help from his perspective. However, when it reached Yuqing's ears, it felt as though Su Tang was severing ties with him. Indeed, was this not what she implied? Was she using the naming of the child to settle the debts of gratitude from previous times? Chapter 55. Unveiling the secret of little Jinyan. After a considerable silence, Yuqing suppressed the icy sensation in his heart and forced a smile. Very well. If this is what she wishes to see, then I shall fulfill it. Yuqing, what do you think? Yuqing's entire being felt numb, as if his mind had ceased to function, instinctively uttering a name. It was a name inspired by the earlier remarks of the three members of the rat clan, who had likened the child's fur to brown clouds. Jinyan, does that not perfectly relate to clouds? Yuqing. He repeated the name slowly twice. Yuli nodded in approval, clearly satisfied, as expected of my second uncle. Having been influenced by the elegance of the holy capital, even a casual mention results in such a poetic name. However, I cannot decide alone. Let me go inside and consult Tang. She will surely love it. Yuli, where are you going? At this moment, Yusha could be considered successful as he joyfully cradled his granddaughter and approached. Yuli then recounted the matter of naming the child Yuqing and seeking Su Tang's opinion. Yusha was taken aback that the couple did not choose the child's name themselves, but instead bestowed this honor upon Yuqing, a notion that pleasantly surprised him. After a moment's reflection, he understood and felt immensely gratified, his regard for Su Tang soaring. Yuli, Tang is truly a remarkable female, irrespective of age or lineage. From now on, she shall be our esteemed lady of the hunting dog clan. You must treat her well, and never cause her displeasure by pursuing affairs outside our bond, lest your father take issue with you. A daughter-in-law of such character is indeed a rare find. As difficult to locate as one would be to find a lantern in the dark, Yusha felt increasingly fortunate for having heeded Uncle Ming's advice in the past, for otherwise, none of these blessings would have materialized. Yuli cast a glance at Yuqing, amused yet speechless. Father, when have I ever engaged in such frivolities? Had it not been for Tang's arrival, I would surely have been like second uncle, solely devoted to my cultivation, entirely disinterested in any female. Upon hearing this, Yusha felt an urge to reprimand him, while Yuqing's eyes flickered with unspoken thoughts. Could he truly maintain such tranquility? Focus solely on cultivation. Satisfied after hearing this, Yusha nodded. Very well, as long as you recognize Tang's worth. As for the name, she is currently fatigued, so there is no rush. We can inquire later. This seemed agreeable. Yuli surmised that Su Tang had likely fallen asleep and decided against disturbing her. Unbeknownst to them, both father and son instinctively turned their attention to the little Jinyan. The fluffy little creature's tummy rose and fell with each breath, an enchanting sight that captivated them both. After watching for a while, Yuli couldn't resist reaching out, and Yusha reluctantly complied. For he was merely the grandfather, while the child's true father was present. Yuli held the child. An overwhelming sense of bliss enveloped him. a sensation so peculiar that it made him feel as though he would willingly give anything in exchange for it. When he glanced at the cold, moonlit Yuqing, even the brilliance of the rising sun seemed unable to dispel the air of solitude surrounding him. An impulse surged within Yuli as he swiftly approached and gently placed little Jin Yun into Yuqing's arms. "Second uncle, you have yet to hold your own grandniece. Do give it a try." Yuqing felt a sudden softness in his arms, startled, almost dropping the child. Yuli, anticipating such an accident, quickly adjusted the child as position. And once Yuqing regained his composure, he returned the child to him. "Well, isn't she adorable?" Unable to suppress his emotions, Yuqing's heart swelled with a myriad of complex feelings. Truth be told, he had never intended to grow close to Yuli or her child. He neither desired nor wished to. The reasons for this were clear in his mind. Yet, at that moment, as his gaze unconsciously fell upon the child's features, 5 or 6 parts resembling her mother, even the softness of her form reminiscent of Yuli, Yuqing found himself inexplicably changing his mind. By the time he realized it, the tiny bundle was securely nestled in his embrace, emitting small, muffled sounds as she nestled against his side, seemingly drawn to the warmth there. In an instant, his eyes softened to a degree that seemed capable of shedding tears, and within the depths of his usually calm gaze, a fleeting flicker of primal desire emerged. Observing this, Yuli felt a swell of pride, subtly nodding to Yu Xiao as if to say, "See, if second uncle holds Jin Yun more often, one day he too will yearn for companionship and progeny." Yu Xiao, filled with admiration, thought to himself, "Son, you truly are remarkable." If the father and son could foresee the future and realize that the chosen lineage of their clan's heir would be Su Tang, they might very well decide to keep Yuqing from ever holding little Jin Yun again, should the hunting dog clan face extinction. However, many developments in life are beyond human control. Wait, just as Yuli felt it was time to reclaim little Jin Yun, Yuqing suddenly trembled, his expression shifting from calm to one of astonishment. The transformation was entirely incongruous with his usual demeanor. Father and son were instantly alarmed. "Yuqing, what is the matter?" They observed his intense gaze fixed unwaveringly on little Jin Yun, which only heightened their anxiety. "Brother, dismiss everyone. It should only be the 3 of us in the study," Yuqing commanded without hesitation. Yu Xiao's heart raced, and Yuli felt equally distressed, their eyes darting nervously toward the precious child in Yuqing's arms. Yet, no matter how they looked at it, Yuli was convinced that his daughter was perfectly fine and could not possibly be in any danger. Could it be that second uncle has become too consumed by his cultivation? Yu Xiao understood his brother well, though he too was puzzled. He complied with the request. They temporarily sent Uncle Ming and the others away while Wu Ma and Yu Yu remained to care for Su Tang. Yu Xiao was too weary to engage in conflict with the 3 brothers from the Mouse clan, so he kindly arranged for them to explore the surroundings, whether it was the Yu family or the Hunting Dog clan. Those who had the opportunity to observe the surroundings for the first time were quite excited, and thus, they remained oblivious to the unusual tension among the 3. Once the door was closed, ensuring that no eavesdroppers lurked nearby, the father and son stared at Yuqing in bewilderment. In his arms, Yuqing still held little Jin Yun, securely and tenderly, close to his heart. Yuli felt an unfamiliar discomfort arise within him. But he reminded himself that second uncle was an elder, and it was precisely due to his loyalty that little Jin Yun had been able to arrive safely into the world. He could not allow jealousy to fester against second uncle. Yuqing, however, harbored no such concerns as he lowered his gaze to little Jin Yun and suddenly closed his eyes, releasing a surge of his peak blue tier spiritual energy. This was an emanation of spiritual energy, not a pressure, and thus, Yu Xiao and his son did not feel discomfort. Rather, they felt as if they were floating, yearning to breathe in more of it. Moments later, he withdrew his energy and abruptly opened his eyes, his lips parting to utter a few words. Indeed, that was no illusion. This statement, though seemingly casual, only deepened the confusion for Yu Xiao and his son. Yu Xiao was growing impatient, while Yuli could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Second uncle, what on earth is going on? If you keep this up, my father and I will surely lose our minds." Having had little prior interaction with second uncle, he was unaware of his typically fiery temperament. It was no wonder he had not found a suitable mate all these years. Who could possibly endure such a disposition? Chapter 56. For the sake of little Jin Yun, Yuqing's complete focus rested on little Jin Yun, indifferent to the reactions of Yu Xiao and his son, and, of course, he was unconcerned. After arriving at his conclusion, he directly addressed the 2. Brother, Yuli, Wuma just mentioned that little Jin Yun possesses peak 9th tier reproductive capabilities, correct? The father and son, anticipating something profound, could not help but roll their eyes. Second uncle, while this news is indeed surprising, Did we not just ascertain that fact? Yu Qing's eyes remained as calm as a still lake, unfazed by Yuli's implied reproach. Instead, he offered a slight smile. Indeed, as a female with peak 9th-tier reproductive capability, little Jin Yun is already destined for great heights. However, what if I told you she also possesses a considerable aptitude for spiritual energy? The father and son were flabbergasted, completely taken aback, staring dumbfoundedly at Yu Qing's lips, as if what he had said were the ravings of a dream. After a prolonged silence, they still struggled to comprehend. What, Yu Qing, have you perhaps not rested well last night? Yuli, decisive, stepped forward to reclaim his precious daughter, concerned that second uncle's unusual behavior might escalate and endanger little Jin Yun. Yu Qing understood the magnitude of this revelation for Yu Xiao and his son. So he did not hold a grudge against Yuli's impudence. He simply sat down, took a sip of water, and continued, "My prowess, brother, are you not aware? This is not a matter of certainty. When have I ever brought forth concerns for you?" This statement served as a revelation, jolting Yu Xiao from his daze. He abruptly lifted his head. "Are you implying that little Jin Yun not only possesses extraordinary reproductive capabilities but also rare spiritual aptitude?" Upon uttering this question, Yu Xiao felt as though he were losing his mind, even inadvertently biting his tongue, the metallic taste flooding his mouth with discomfort. Yu Qing remained as steady as ever. Peak yellow tier. The sharp pang in Yu Xiao's heart intensified as those 4 words fell from Yu Qing's lips. His eyes widened in disbelief. Yuli, cradling little Jin Yun, became rigid, akin to a desiccated corpse not yet dried by the winds. Yu Qing raised an eyebrow, evidently pleased with their reactions. "Now that's more like it. It wouldn't do for me to be the only one astounded." He then parted his lips again to drop another bombshell. Peak yellow tier, dual elemental essence. However, it is a pity that the specific elemental attributes will only reveal themselves once she takes her true form. Thud. Yu Xiao collapsed onto the floor. Yuli nearly followed suit. But fearing for the little one's well-being, he forced himself to remain upright, though his face contorted in confusion, fluctuating between human and beast forms. Time eluded them as they gradually came to accept the extraordinary fact that little Jin Yun was not merely a female with peak 9th-tier reproductive capabilities but also possessed the rare talent of dual elemental essence at peak yellow tier. This meant that their Yu family had not just given birth to a saintly female but an extraordinary one. Even in the Eastern District, she would be a paragon of nobility, fervently pursued by countless formidable males. Heavens! Yuli, what sort of miraculous child is your wife carrying? It's simply terrifying. At the end, the uncontrollable Moon Xiao found it hard to believe, yet upon recalling Su Tang's spirited yet gentle and lovable nature, coupled with her perceptiveness, it all seemed quite reasonable. After all, one ought to consider who her husband is. Moon Xiao, who was it that callously kicked someone off the bed just a few days ago? Moon Qing, disregarding Moon Li's boasting, addressed Moon Xiao, saying, "Elder brother, the spiritual talent of little Jin Yun is not easily discernible by the average person. At least those below the pinnacle of the blue tier would not notice. Even I initially overlooked it. It was only after I held her and experienced physical contact, along with the subtle kinship perception, that I became aware. My point is, we should only publicly announce little Jin Yun's fertility. As for her spiritual talent, it is better to keep it under wraps for now. After all, she is still quite young, and possessing such gifts could lead to premature demise." This was the very reason he wanted Moon Xiao to dismiss others and confide in him discreetly. Moreover, if possible, he wished to keep little Jin Yun close, imparting all his lifelong knowledge of cultivation to her. This child, as both the heir of the Moon family and the child of Su Tang, was a sweet burden he could not refuse. Of course, Moon Qing recognized the difficulty of this. Moon Xiao and his son, especially Moon Li, might not easily allow that. He merely contemplated this, thinking to gently persuade them in the future. At that moment, Moon Qing was unaware that soon he would serendipitously meet Su Tang. Understood. Upon reflection, Moon Xiao realized that Moon Qing's intentions were solely for little Jin Yun's benefit and readily agreed. Naturally, Moon Li had no objections. He certainly did not wish for his daughter to be overly mythologized at such a tender age, as that would rob her of a carefree childhood. Talents come with hardships. Just like his second uncle and himself. As for his little girl, he hoped that her cultivation would merely strengthen her body, preferring her to remain by his and Su Tang's side, enjoying a joyful and relaxed upbringing until adulthood. "I cannot keep this from Tang. I must inform her." Having reached an agreement, Moon Li cradled the child and stepped outside. At that moment, the furrowed brow of Moon Xiao was replaced with excitement and joy. After all, who would not be elated with the addition of such a young life? Even the formidable Eastern District White Tiger Clan and Lion Clan would likely take days to recover from the delight of such news. Reflecting on this, Moon Xiao suddenly raised his voice, calling out to Moon Li's retreating figure. Son, hurry up. Have another child with Tang Tang. What if it's a male? Our hunting dog clan would be complete. He mused that Su Tang must possess some hidden power, as evidenced by her impressive first offspring, a remarkable female cub. Therefore, even if a male were born, the quality would undoubtedly be exceptional. He was utterly filled with anticipation. Almost wishing to personally deliver his son, Moon Li, after cleansing him of any doubts. Once Moon Li had distanced himself, he turned and resumed his seat, watching Moon Li's graceful movements as he sipped tea, and could not help but express his regret. Moon Xing, my dear brother, if only you could mate with a female like Su Tang. The offspring would surely be extraordinarily gifted. Our hunting dog clan's future star. Moon Xing, with his eyes downcast, seemed at some moment to possess a brilliance in his gaze that was captivating. Chapter 57. A deity Wooden tea trade places as Moon Li pushed the door open. Su Tang had just awakened from a refreshing nap. Her fatigue alleviated, she was better able to absorb the cultivation experience gained from her blind box. Upon opening her eyes, Zha quickly relayed the happenings outside. A smile crept onto Su Tang's lips. The Moon family displayed a modicum of intelligence by not recklessly proclaiming her daughter's talents. The child was still young, and such a heavy aura could hinder her development. Even male cultivation does not commence at birth. It typically waits until around 1 year of age when the cub's understanding of the world becomes clearer, allowing for effective guidance. Of course, those born with high talent levels might grasp cultivation intuitively before reaching 1 year. Not to mention her daughter, Su Tang had no intention of prematurely revealing her own spiritual talent. Tang, your father has given our daughter the nickname Mian, soft and gentle, while your second uncle has named her Wei Jinyun. What do you think? If you dislike it, I can have them changed immediately, Moon Li said with a cheerful demeanor, his clear, sparkling eyes fixed on Su Tang as he gently placed little Jinyun in her arms. The sight of mother and child together felt even more poignant. Even though Su Tang was in human form and little Jinyun in beast form, the resemblance was unmistakable. Instinctively, Su Tang reached out to envelop the child. Feeling the soft, silky fur of little Jinyun, reminiscent of the finest cotton, yet radiating warmth like a small furnace, with the little one nestled in the blankets, Su Tang felt the temperature rise significantly. Sitting up slightly, Su Tang shook her head, saying, "No need. I find both names quite lovely. The child has been out of your arms for quite some time now. She must be hungry. Please check my vine box. There's milk powder inside that she could have." Milk powder? Moon Li echoed, unfamiliar with the term. Su Tang casually fabricated a tale. Isn't it common knowledge that I had a fortuitous encounter before? What I found was not just a beauty-enhancing elixir, but rather a spiritual ring belonging to a reclusive powerhouse, filled with many treasures. This milk powder is also from that ring, specifically designed for nurturing cubs. Far superior in nutrition to cow or goat milk. Understanding dawned on Moon Li. Su Tang's benevolence surely meant that this great being had left the ring behind in anticipation of someone like her. He listened without a hint of skepticism and even provided Su Tang with a splendid justification. Su Tang nearly laughed, thinking, what powerful being. Just Zha, a being without form, filled with fantasies and obsessed with matchmaking. Host, as long as you are willing to have children, you may disparage me as you wish, Zha chimed playfully. Su Tang sighed, rolling her eyes. Upon glancing up, she noticed Moon Li's gaze fixed curiously on her chest. Seemingly perplexed as to why she didn't nurse the child herself. What are you looking at, Ollie? Su Tang asked gently, a smile gracing her lips. Moon Li was momentarily taken aback by the way she addressed him. Shaking his head vigorously, it's nothing. Nothing at all. He thought perhaps Su Tang simply didn't enjoy nursing the child herself. After all, some females felt that it might ruin their perfect figure. And the suckling strength of cubs could often leave them bruised and bleeding in tender areas, which was quite painful. He had overheard other males complain that a female's desire for mating diminishes significantly during nursing. With this in mind, Moon Li quickly dismissed his concerns and eagerly followed Su Tang's instructions to find the milk powder. Surely the host isn't considering nursing the child herself? Zha inquired. What's wrong with that? This is only the first child, and the environment is comfortable. I've never had children before, but I've heard that breastfed babies have better immunity than those fed with formula. Su Tang spoke with a hint of eagerness. Zha replied softly, that is general human formula. It cannot compare to our system's exclusive formula for beast men. So, you don't recommend breastfeeding? Not exactly. It's just that it may not hold much significance. And primarily, the host should focus on having more children and increasing their numbers. Understanding dawned on Su Tang. They were concerned that breastfeeding would delay her baby-making endeavors. Just then, Moonli returned with the milk powder and bottle. Tang immediately shifted her focus, setting aside her conversation with Jia Jia to instruct Moonli on how to prepare the milk. Soon, the room was filled with the enticing aroma of milk, tantalizing the taste buds of all present. Initially apprehensive about the milk powder, Moonli was now devoid of any doubts that in fact, as he gazed at the transparent container filled with white liquid, he felt an overwhelming urge to take a sip himself. Tang. This milk powder smells divine, Moonli exclaimed as he sat by the bed, licking his lips. Tang glanced at him, taking the bottle from his hands. If you like it, you can also prepare a cup for yourself. It's no trouble. After all, the great being left plenty behind. Ever since she gave birth to Mion, her energy value had surpassed 10,000. Not to mention, with each can of milk powder costing only 1 energy value. Even if Moonli indulged, it wouldn't significantly impact her. Lowering her head, she gently traced the nipple around Mion's lips, waiting for the child to open her mouth before inserting the nipple. Initially, the little one showed little interest in feeding, having been born for at least 2 hours. It seemed she possessed a laid-back and non-greedy temperament. However, moments later, the little one tentatively took a sip and was utterly captivated by the delightful taste of the beastman's formula milk. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 30 milliliters of milk had been completely consumed. Moonli watched as his daughter finished, looking as though she still craved more. With her eyes closed and mouth open, she was searching for more, prompting him to grab the bottle and prepare to feed her again. Tang stopped him, saying that that's enough. She just came into the world today. It's not advisable for her to eat too much, as it could lead to indigestion. Yuli appeared deep in thought. Remaining motionless, he firmly believed that Tang would undoubtedly take excellent care of their little one, for females are inherently more nurturing than males. Yet, it seemed as though his posterior was glued to the bedside with 502 glue. As he alternately gazed at Tang and their daughter, the smile on his face never wavering. Tang, feeling somewhat helpless under his scrutiny, reminded Yuli that it was time to eat. At this, Yuli abruptly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Oh, my apologies, Tang. What would you like to eat? I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare it at present." Tang was dutifully observing the traditions of postpartum confinement. Of course, as a member of the Mouse clan, her gestation lasted only a month, making her confinement a mere 3 to 5 days. Moreover, having utilized a recovery capsule for natural childbirth, she was as fit as if she had never given birth. "Do we have any hot soup? I would love to have some," Tang said. Yuli nodded, lifted his foot, and headed outside, assuring her, "All right, Tang, wait for me. I shall return shortly." However, no sooner had Yuli left than Tang retrieved the KFC family bucket that was a reward from the system within the childcare bag. "Goodness, what soup could possibly compare to our hearty burger?" Tang lamented, confessing her long-standing craving for such indulgence, and she also exchanged for a cup of passion fruit-flavored fruit tea. The burger was substantial, the chicken tender and bouncy. Should she grow weary of it, the passion fruit provided a refreshing respite. Truly, this life was one that even a deity would envy. Chapter 58. She wishes to meet Yuqing. The reason she abstained from instant noodles was primarily due to her concern that the strong flavors would be detected by Yuli. The midwife who assisted her during childbirth had been stern, cautioning Yuli that she should avoid overly seasoned foods, suggesting that she consume only tender meats and broths. Naturally, Tang was not inclined to comply. After all, why had she gone through childbirth if not to enjoy delectable food and a comfortable life? Yet, she truly did not anticipate that Yuli would return half an hour later, bearing a bowl of fish soup that exuded an enticing aroma. The fish soup, merely by scent, was incredibly sweet and fresh, devoid of any fishy odor. Tang wrinkled her nose in temptation. "Yuli, did the household acquire a new chef? How's this fish soup so aromatic?" In the spirit beast continent, not only males but females were generally not skilled in the culinary arts. Consuming raw meat was the norm, with cooked dishes being prepared only on rare occasions driven by good moods or a desire for variety. Yet, Tang could not accustom herself to a life of consuming raw flesh, so she had diligently worked to ensure her food was thoroughly cooked. Over time, she had developed a rather mediocre culinary skill, yet it still paled in comparison to the fish soup in Yuli's hands. Yuli suddenly stammered, "Oh, it seems so, but Tang, don't dwell on it. Just enjoy the fish soup." Not only did the little female find it fragrant, but he too found it delightful. It was positively delectable. The fish, in fact, was sourced from a freshwater lake located at the foot of the distant Qingyu Mountain, a creature known for its broad head, large mouth, and short limbs, whose cries resembled the whimpering of a young cub. It was said that their intelligence surpassed that of ordinary fish, and thus, while not particularly powerful, they were regarded as the leaders among their kind. It was uncertain how much effort Uncle had expended to catch one and bring it back. Tang keenly sensed that something was amiss with Yuli. Just as she was poised to savor the fish soup, she abruptly set it down. You seem off. This fish soup is rather extraordinary. Isn't it? If you don't clarify, I want to drink it today. Tang despised the feeling of being kept in the dark, especially by someone she shared her bed with. Seeing that Tang was genuinely upset, Yuli quickly capitulated. Tang, please don't be angry. It was Uncle who asked me not to speak of it. He mentioned he had urgent matters to attend to in the holy capital and was unsure how to congratulate us. So he caught this fish to make the soup. It is said that this species is quite nourishing. Upon hearing this, Tang felt an instant headache. Again with Yuqing. What is he? She resolved to meet Yuqing. Not for any particular purpose, but simply to express her gratitude in person for the matter regarding the. Moreover, he had recognized Mion's talent, whereas her own cultivation was purely self-taught, relying largely on the system. Mion, however, could not follow such a path, so she needed to seek guidance from Yuqing. Is Uncle Yuqing already gone? Tang inquired of Yuli, who shook his head in response. Not yet. He is discussing some matters with my father and should be here early tomorrow. I wish to meet Uncle Yuqing and personally thank him, Tang stated plainly, harboring no intentions of concealing her thoughts from Yuli. Yet, as Yuli stood up to attend to the matter without a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. Yuli was too innocent, resembling a naive younger brother. She truly did not wish to hurt him. Rest assured, among beastmen, having multiple partners is customary, and it is not as fragile as you might think. The system interjected. Tang felt a twinge of annoyance and retorted. Be quiet. Even if I were to choose Yuqing, it need not be at this moment. At the very least, give Yuli some time to adjust. Knock. Yi entered, addressing her. Madam, Yuqing has requested that it is inconvenient to meet indoors. He inquires if you could move to the garden. Tang's body had recovered sufficiently, and she had no issue getting out of bed. However, Yuya's words struck her as somewhat odd. Moreover, as she casually glanced at Yuya's features, she felt an inexplicable sense that today, Yuya appeared markedly different from usual. In the past, Yuya had displayed a detached demeanor, lacking the vivacity of youth, and speaking little, though possessing fine features. She often came across as rather somber. Today, however, Yuya's eyes sparkled, and her movements exuded a subtle allure. Yuya, do you have something to celebrate today? Tang inquired, casually changing her attire. Yuya's eyes briefly narrowed before she lowered her head and smiled. Madam, your observation is indeed astute. Yes, my brother has become engaged, and our family is filled with joy. In the beast world, slaves were treated similarly to ancient times, often consisting of kin who had erred or captives taken during battles. Most families could not afford slaves, but clan leaders or wealthier households could manage to keep a few. Particularly, pregnant females and nurturing females were the most sought-after slaves in the beast realm. Tang paused, momentarily taken aback, and then smiled brightly. Is that so? Congratulations to you all. As she spoke, she produced 2 crystal beads and several rabbit fur trinkets, handing them to Yuya. Here, consider this my gift. When your brother weds, do ensure to invite me to the feast. The kindness Tang extended towards Yuya was striking. Yuya appeared both astonished and honored. Tang smiled but said nothing further, simply placing the crystals and trinkets into Yuya's hands. Just then, a notification sound from the system interrupted her thoughts. Ding. Host, the system has received a temporary notice and will undergo an upgrade for 1 week. Do you have any issues regarding this? Tang realized for the first time that the system could have downtime. Feeling instinctively anxious, she asked, if you upgrade, will I be unable to use anything? What if I encounter danger during this week? Host, you have just given birth. As long as you remain within the territory of the hunting dog clan and do not wander, with your beast husband Yuli looking after you, there should be no significant issues. Furthermore, while I will be upgrading, I will not be able to respond immediately, but the marketplace and childcare bag will remain functional. Upon hearing this, Tang felt a bit reassured. So I can still use energy points to purchase items. Indeed, the system confirmed. Then go ahead and upgrade. The sooner, the better. Understood. Host, do look forward to our upgrade. It will undoubtedly be more refined and user-friendly. With that, the system fell silent, leaving Tang to follow Yuya into the back garden of the Yu residence. The back garden was modest in size, roughly the area of half a football field, with an array of green and yellow foliage. Some plants remained evergreen, while many would wither and fade come autumn, only to rejuvenate in the following spring. As Su Tang surveyed the area, she found it odd. Yuya, didn't you say Uncle Yuqing called for me? Where is he? Turning to Yuya, she was suddenly struck by dizziness. Yuya's triumphant face began to blur and multiply before her eyes. First one, then two, and then three. Before long, she found herself clutching her forehead as she slowly slid down to that moment. Yuya's visage morphed into something sinister, exuding an unexplainable coldness. So, Su Tang, a mere little mouse clan member, dares to harm my son. And you conspired with that wretched dog to injure my beast husband. I, the enchantress, shall ensure you both pay a bloody price. With that proclamation, a cloud of black mist surged forth, and as it dissipated, both the possessed Yuya and Su Tang vanished without a trace. Uncle Yuqing had neglected to mention that in the spirit beast continent, not only divine beasts but even beast men could transform. Beasts like the enchantress, who had existed for millennia, could also seize control of a beast man, temporarily assuming human form. Chapter 59. Trouble strikes again. Having earnestly arranged to meet with Yuqing, Yuli returned to the house, pacing within, but could not find Su Tang anywhere. The only thing he discovered was Mian, curled up in a ball, appearing somewhat shivery and alone on the bed. Yuli hastily picked up the child and stepped outside, only to encounter Yama, who was aimlessly wandering about before slowly making her way back. Furrowing his brow, Yuli asked, "Where have you been? Where is Tang Tang?" "Woof," Yama barked once, her demeanor indifferent. She had never held any fondness for Su Tang, so why would she care about her whereabouts? Moreover, she was still disgruntled over the punishment meted out to Yu Xiao, and having been rendered mute for days. She felt stifled. Why should she divulge anything when Yuli inquired? Observing her reluctance, Yuli's brow furrowed even tighter. "Speak." Yama responded with a series of barks, stubborn as a mule. Yuli, with a sense of helplessness, released one of his hands and pointed at Grandma's nose, exclaiming, "Nurse, oh nurse, I truly wish to offer you a chance for redemption, yet you refuse, concerned about Su Tang's safety." He dismissed Grandma with a wave and strode purposefully toward the front courtyard. The radiant light of the second-tier skill, which had the ability to locate others, danced around him. Yuli intended to summon Yuqing for assistance. Naturally, the hunting dog tribe possessed commendable tracking skills, yet they paled in comparison to his uncle's prowess. Moreover, managing Mian alone proved inconvenient at this moment. In the hall, only Yuqing was present. Initially, he sat languidly, devoid of energy, but upon sensing an approaching presence, he immediately straightened and became alert. This was likely the extent of his resolve. He was unwilling to endure the bitter taste of unrequited affection and planned to return to the holy capital at dawn. Coincidentally, the sacred female ceremony was also set to commence, necessitating his early preparations. When the time came for the hunting dog tribe's sacred females to participate, he would need to arrange for a dedicated tutor to instruct them in etiquette and the 4 essential skills required for the super sacred female selection process: talent, culinary skills, husbandry, and nurturing abilities. Talent was further subdivided into categories such as music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and dance, while a sacred female need not master each art. She was expected to excel in at least one. Culinary skills were relatively straightforward, primarily concerning the palatability of the dishes prepared. Husbandry encompassed 2 aspects: the enjoyment derived from intimate relations and the loyalty of the beast husbands, with a sacred female permitted to bring a maximum of 5 beast husbands to compete. Nurturing abilities, as one might expect, included both the capability of raising offspring and the enhancement of fertility. In due course, the organizing body of the ceremony, the Sacred Female Palace, would distribute a special potion to all qualifying sacred females. A month of continuous consumption would yield a notable improvement in fertility, specifically in terms of fertility enhancement value. The higher this value, the more stable the female's conception rate, thereby qualifying her for a union with the royal family to bear excellent heirs. The sacred female ceremony occurred every 3 years, and each event was a sensational affair that stirred excitement among all tribes. The hunting dog tribe had over 20 females entering adulthood this month, likely yielding at least 2 qualified candidates, especially with the existing sacred female. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yuqing couldn't help but envision Su Tang's lovely visage. She was remarkably capable, having birthed the pinnacle 9th-tier offspring, Xiao Jinyun, which undoubtedly indicated her high fertility. The assessment of her once being rated as 0 fertility might have been erroneous. Yet, deep down, Yuqing harbored an unwillingness for Su Tang to undergo re-evaluation and subsequently represent either the hunting dog tribe or the rat tribe at this so-called sacred female ceremony. For if that were the case, she would no longer be a pearl tarnished by dust, but rather a radiant gem. Entering the imperial city was akin to plunging into an unfathomable sea. He yearned to serve her, yet was that not an extravagant desire. However, this was merely Yueching's selfish contemplation. As the tribe leader, Yu Shao was solely focused on strengthening the tribe and enhancing its influence. Certainly not inclined to such indecision. Even her adopted son, Daju, was evidently harboring considerable ambition. With a sigh of discontent, Yueching pondered this as Yuli's tall figure burst into the room, exclaiming, "Uncle, something terrible has happened. Tang is missing." Yueching instinctively stood up, his heart racing, only to question if his reaction was too conspicuous. He then steadied himself against the chair and slowly sat back down. "What do you mean? Missing? Be clear." Yuli recounted his fruitless search in a few hurried words and then urged, "Uncle, I cannot be without Tang. Please use your locating spell to help me find her, or take care of Mian for a moment while I search." He reached out to hand Mian over to Yueching. Though fond of Mian and secretly plotting to whisk the little one away, Yueching's immediate concern was for Su Tang. "No, you take care of Mian." He conjured a flicker of light in his hand, which soon coalesced into a multitude of glowing specks that darted away like fireflies, scattering until they were barely visible. Yuli withdrew his gaze from the retreating lights and pressed, "Uncle, how long until we see results?" At that moment, he couldn't help but feel envious of his uncle's mastery of light magic. Being attuned to water, his abilities were limited to creating ice and traversing through water effortlessly, leaving him with merely offensive and defensive water magic, far less versatile than his uncle's light-based skills. Do not fret, it will be swift. Just as Yuli finished speaking, a dim light flickered into his view. In an instant, he beheld the scene from 10 seconds prior to Su Tang's disappearance. Suddenly, Yueching could no longer contain himself. He sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "She is in danger." This revelation sent Yuli into a deeper panic. Grasping Yueching's arm, "What is happening? Uncle, do not frighten me. There is no time for explanations. The adversary is formidable, and you cannot confront them. Stay home with Mian and await my return." With only this hasty instruction, Yueching transformed into his beast form and soared into the sky. His light magic not only pinpointed Su Tang's location but also sensed the strength of her captor within the tracking vision. A powerful beast revealed its presence, an ancient creature, its strength rivaling that of a purple-tier beast man. It even possessed the ability to teleport, whereas Yueching, at the pinnacle of blue tier, could only rely on flight. Nevertheless, his celestial dog bloodline allowed him to fly with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the edge of Qingyu Mountain after a 20-minute flight, Yueching keenly detected the alluring scent of the beast, lingering in a thicket of thorny marshland. He dove down and took 2 minutes to land amidst the muddy swamp, wrinkling his brow at the unpleasant terrain, which many land beasts despised, though a certain breed thrived in such conditions, serpents. As Yueching approached a thicket pressed down by heavy weight, his suspicions were confirmed. The enchanting beast had indeed captured Su Tang. "You have arrived rather tardily. I shall afford you a mere half an hour. Should you delay further, this delicate little female in my grasp may very well meet a fate most unfortunate." The enchanting beast taunted, her laughter laced with a chilling, serpentine allure. "Perhaps I shall cleave her in twain. Or perhaps she will find herself in my belly, reduced to a mere indistinct form. What a pity it would be for such a lovely female to meet such a fate." Yueching's gaze fell upon Su Tang. Bound by the serpent's tail, unconscious and with her face flushed, clearly deprived of AI in an instant, veins pulsed angrily on his forehead and hand. "Vile beast, should you dare to harm her in the slightest, I shall not forgive you." "Ah, are you agitated? Are you enraged?" The enchanting beast, with her crescent moon face and twisted human snake visage, smirked. "Yet when you harmed my beloved, Chu Hai, did you ever consider how I might feel?" Yueching's brow furrowed with anger. "So you are the beast who consorts with Chu Hai." At Yueching's disrespectful words, the enchanting beast's slit pupils glinted with menace. "Consort? How amusing. You beast men indulge in unrestrained unions with multiple males. Do we, the beast folk, not have the right to choose our lovers? If you were not so infatuated with this lowly rat female, would you have risked such danger to rescue her? You beast men are truly repugnant. Enough of this nonsense. You awaited me here with intent. Your target is me, is it not? Release her, and I shall come with you." Yueching said, his expression devoid of emotion. A creature of 10,000 years was equivalent to a purple-tier beast. And the enchanting beast was a colossal serpent. Her strength was not to be underestimated. He could ensure Su Tang's safety first, then devise a plan to extricate himself. Yet, the enchanting beast was no fool. "Release her? How naive of you. One killed my son, and the other harmed my beloved. I cannot spare either of you. Today, you shall both accompany my son, Chuyin, into the afterlife." With that, she transformed entirely into her serpentine form. Her lower half coiled atop the thorns while the upper half arched menacingly, revealing blood-red eyes the size of bronze bells. Her body was adorned with impenetrable crimson scales, exuding a ferocity that surpassed even that of Chu Hai. Yuqing dared not underestimate her. He raised his right arm, summoning a sword of light from thin air. Grasping the holy sword, he cast a disdainful glance at the enchanting beast. "There is no need for further words. Let us battle. Prepare to pay with your life." The enchanting beast unleashed her full might, opening her cavernous maw and lunging at Yuqing. Simultaneously, her tail soared into the air and abruptly released, executing a feigned attack to distract him. Hoping to witness the demise of his beloved female before his very eyes, an eye for an eye. With an alluring and triumphant demeanor, she relentlessly launched her attacks while eagerly anticipating the results. Meanwhile, Su Tang awoke amidst a rapid descent, her eyes opening to a hellish sensation of weightlessness. Unable to suppress a scream, she found that the cacophony of wind around her rendered her voice insignificant. Just as she regained her composure and opened the system shop to seek a means of self-rescue with her energy points, a familiar orb of light enveloped her entire being, lifting her much like the previous encounter with Chuyin. However, this time, fortune did not favor her. Mere moments after stabilizing her ascent, the enchanting adversary discerned her presence. A serpent's tail, propelled by fierce winds, swept toward her, shattering the light bubble and sending her crashing into the mire below. Fortunately, she had not fallen far, and despite being hurled away, the light bubble mitigated much of the serpent's force. The soft swamp cushioned her fall, leaving Su Tang dazed and disoriented, yet miraculously alive. Internally cursing, Su Tang lamented the vindictiveness of serpents. After all, she had reduced Chuyin to mere fragments. Yet here was another seeking vengeance, struggling to rise from the muck. She wiped her face, splattering mud everywhere. It was fair to say that every orifice, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, was besmirched by the foul sludge. Despite her dismal state, the enchanting foe had no intention of sparing her, repeatedly sending her serpent tail crashing down. Nevertheless, the agile Yuqing discerned the threat in advance and intervened. Having reached the pinnacle of the blue tier, he was on the cusp of ascending to purple tier, his strength now nearly on par with the enchanting serpent. His unique holy light swordsmanship bore a hint of the divine aura, naturally countering demonic entities. Unfaltering, he could easily hold his ground against the enchanting foe, amidst the chaotic interplay of light and shadow. Yuqing occasionally launched devastating laser orbs at the enchantress. Without the protection of the light bubble, these lasers were painfully blinding to Su Tang, akin to the searing glare of arc welding. Yet she dared not close her eyes, fearful that a moment's inattention could result in her being struck down by the serpent's tail. With her body hunched, Su Tang maneuvered toward a thicket of thorns, reducing her visibility as a target. Crouching like a convict, she glanced at the fierce battle occurring in the sky, then at the system shop, rummaging through her options, before once again observing the clash between Yuqing and the enchantress. She refused to believe that there was not a single weapon capable of dealing with the enchantress. The tumult of combat reverberated around her, the sounds like thunderclaps pounding in her ears, making concentration nearly impossible. Her hands and feet trembled slightly, yet she understood that faltering now would surely seal her fate, particularly since the wretched Chuyin had just leveled up. She could not afford to rely on voice-activated purchases. It was a matter of self-reliance. After what felt like an eternity of searching, she finally spotted a bundle of explosives valued at several thousand energy points. By the heavens, explosives! This will undoubtedly do the trick. Placing her palm on the explosive pack, she exclaimed in excitement and without hesitation spent 5,000 energy points to procure a massive, military green bundle the size of a backpack. Immediately, she went still, silently observing the battlefield, awaiting her chance. The enchantress was undeniably formidable. Despite her massive form, her agility was not to be underestimated, particularly the lethal combination of her tail and head attacks, working in perfect harmony like a pair of hands. Su Tang was astonished by how Yuqing, appearing so diminutive, could hold his own against the enchantress for so long. It was no exaggeration to say that the lights above her shone like a concert, rendering her as insignificant as an ant below. As time passed, Su Tang inadvertently caught sight of Chuyin's crystal orb and ring within her baby pouch. A spark ignited in her mind. And disregarding the potential exposure of her innate powers, she summoned a slender vine from her left palm and sent the crystal orb and ring soaring towards the sky. Simultaneously, she spent 5 energy points to purchase a powerful loudspeaker, shouting, "Mother of Chuyin, cease your assault. Look closely. What is this? Does it not seem familiar?" Yes, This is your son, the treasure you could not bear to see perish in such a gruesome manner. Fueled by her anger from being plunged into the mire and her intent to provoke the enchantress, Tang unleashed the harshest insults she could muster. The combatants in the sky, a serpent and a dog, were evidently taken aback by the penetrating clarity of her voice, especially as she presented a vine. Could it be that they were mistaken, and she was not of the mouse clan, but rather a vine demon? Pondering this, the enchantress soon spotted her son's crystal orb and ring with a maternal instinct. She recognized them instantly, knowing full well that her son was irrevocably gone. Suddenly, a more intense rage ignited in the enchantress's eyes as she turned, using her tail to fend off Yuqing while her head and upper body darted towards the vine. Tang, unable to discern the situation above, instinctively withdrew a distance. Come on, try to catch me. Mother of Chuyin, you keep insisting on avenging your son. Open your eyes and see. This is your son's spirit essence. Today, you have thoroughly offended me, and I shall obliterate your son's essence, consigning him to the depths of hell. You dare, the enchantress hissed, her voice dripping with venom. You better hope I do not capture you, or I shall imprison you, allowing 1,000 of the foulest beasts to ravage you until death is a sweet release. Insulting me, Tang retorted, hands on her hips, her expression unwavering. How unfortunate. Your son uttered similar words before meeting his end at my hands. And what of your beloved beast husband, Chu Hai? What has become of him now? I fear he has long since become a cripple, unable to rise, reduced to allowing you, a mere female, to seek vengeance for him. At these words, the enchantress's fury became uncontrollable, her tail retracting as she pursued Tang's vine. Yuqing's eyes gleamed with understanding and a touch of exasperation, as if he comprehended why before long. A sudden thunderous sound erupted from a spot in the center of the serpent's body, creating a gaping hole. Yuqing emerged unscathed, his pristine white robes untouched by a speck of dirt. As he gracefully approached Tang with delicate steps, a flicker of fire swiftly ignited within the bloodied wound. In the next moment, Tang, sensing something amiss, hastily covered her ears. Boom, bang. The explosive charge successfully detonated within the alluring beast, overwhelmed by shock. Tang was then flooded with joy, unable to restrain herself as she rushed into Yuqing's embrace, exclaiming, "We won, Uncle Yuqing. We truly won." Yuqing's lips curled into a gentle smile as he embraced her waist, his demeanor more open and natural than ever before. Tang, keenly aware of the distinction in his hold, instinctively struggled, yet Yuqing held her firmly, not allowing her to escape. Unable to resist, she squirmed slightly and playfully protested, "Don't do that, Uncle Yuqing," lowering his head. He spoke with a warm, amused tone, his lips brushing against her ear. "You are 118 years old, and I am 188. There is no need for such formalities." Tang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and as she tried to retreat, Yuqing tightened his grip around her. At that moment, her round, expressive eyes widened in shock as she noticed the once fainted alluring beast stirring back to consciousness. Its lower body was a gruesome sight, bloodied and unrecognizable, yet its head inexplicably retained movement. Tang's pupils trembled as she attempted to warn Yuqing, but it was too late. The beast's crimson eyes burned with an intense fury, filled with resentment, rage, hatred, and sorrow. Just as she grasped the significance of its gaze, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the ground beneath them, warping the very fabric of time and space. Yuqing finally sensed the impending danger and shouted, "Not good. That vile creature is about to self-destruct." Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of consecutive explosions resonated, shaking the earth to its core. Tang was left devoid of thoughts, her eyes closing as she collapsed in Yuqing's arms. In that critical moment, she felt him using his own body to shield her from the onslaught of energy. The two were hurled away like mere paper, vanishing into the thick forest in an instant. Chapter 62. Something is amiss. Spiritual essence, a vital force inherent to all beings in the spirit beast continent, possesses immense destructive power when self-detonated. Especially for a millennium-old beast, the devastation equates to that of a small missile. Thus, even though Qingyu Mountain lies over 100 miles from the hunting dog clan, the energy fluctuations still reached them to some extent. Yuli awaited anxiously at the threshold of his home. Already troubled, and upon sensing the aura of destruction, his anxiety intensified. He had a strong premonition that this phenomenon was somehow related to Yuqing and Tang. Unable to remain idle, he turned and entered the estate, only to encounter his father, Yushao, emerging with his hands clasped behind his back. Yuli cast a reluctant glance at the infant in his arms and extended his hand. "Father, I cannot remain idle. I must search for Tang. Did you not sense the terrifying energy fluctuations just now?" Yushao willingly took the child, knowing she was his beloved granddaughter. Moreover, the little one was obedient and soft, not difficult to care for. Yet, he frowned, deeply concerned about the unusual disturbance. Such anomalies would only prompt those of green tier and above to investigate. The lower tiered or those without cultivation talent had long quivered in fear, hiding away, unwilling to draw any attention. Just then, as Yu Xiao finished speaking, a large gray dog dashed into the estate in a frantic manner. Uncle Ming. Both Yu Xiao and Yuli recognized the gray hound and exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Ming patted his chest, still shaken, before swiftly closing the door with a loud bang, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, we are safe. Both Yu Xiao and Yuli were aware of Uncle Ming's abilities. Although his talent was not high, he belonged to a mutated species with some degree of spiritual insight. In such unexpected events, he always managed to grasp the specifics promptly. What has transpired? The father and son exchanged glances, their penetrating gazes fixed on Uncle Ming. Uncle Ming blinked. You didn't feel it? Just moments ago, a beast over 1,000 years old self-destructed not far from our hunting dog clan. Woof. I do not know if it was driven to madness or pursued. But regardless, we cannot provoke such an ancient beast. The clan leader instructed us to be cautious and low-key these days to avoid the collateral damage of divine beings clashing. A millennium-old beast? Self-destructing its spiritual essence. Yu Xiao could hardly contain his shock, despite having harbored suspicions. Uncle Ming nodded gravely. Indeed. As he glanced at Yuli, who appeared eager to rush out, he warned, Yuli, you must not venture out at this time. If you encounter that beast's companions or enemies, your frail form would be utterly insufficient. A millennium-old beast is of purple tier, with each cultivation stage presenting a chasm of difference. Yuli currently hadn't even reached blue tier. Upon hearing this, Yuli's brows knitted in distress, and he cried out, that won't do. Tang has not yet returned. I cannot allow her to remain missing. Yu Xiao stepped forward, worry etched on his face. Did you not say your second uncle has gone to find her? Father, she is my wife. Whether my second uncle finds her or not, I am anxious. My child, I understand your concern for Tang. I share it as well, but this is an extraordinary situation. I cannot allow you to take such risks on her behalf. Besides, your second uncle has already gone. If even he, at the pinnacle of blue tier, cannot bring Tang back, what use would you be? However, Yuli persisted, but before he could utter another word, Uncle Ming struck from behind, rendering him unconscious with a swift blow. Yu Xiao blinked in confusion. Uncle Ming, what are you doing? Uncle Ming supported the frail Yuli, saying, the young clan leader has grown under my watch. I cannot allow him to walk into danger. People are inherently selfish in the face of life and death. One always prioritizes their own kin. Moreover, those who cultivate are clear-minded. If even Yu Qing, the strongest of the hunting dog clan, cannot handle the situation, how would it differ for others but to walk to their doom? While Yu Xiao held a fondness for Su Tang, he could not bear to see his son in peril. Uncle Ming, does the clan leader not possess the message bird? We could send a message to the esteemed elder to inquire about the search for Tang. Additionally, we should ask about the circumstances surrounding the ancient beast's self-detonation. He knew a millennium-old beast had self-destructed, but the reasons behind it were still unclear. Yu Xiao pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded, sighing, indeed, there is no better suggestion than yours at this moment. Meanwhile, the Dezhou trio, having departed the hunting dog clan, sensed the extraordinary fluctuations from the beast's self-detonation, with the intent to gather information. They regrouped and promptly turned back toward the hunting dog clan. As a result, Su Tang's disappearance could no longer be concealed. In no time, the Dezhou brothers were leaping about the Yu family estate, leading to yet another clash between the two parties, needless to say. Ugh, how painful. Su Tang regained consciousness 3 days later, acutely aware that every inch of her body felt foreign, slowly opening her eyes. She was greeted by a vast expanse of blue. Not only was the sky blue, but her arms and legs lay helplessly within a beautiful sea of azure flowers. Moving slightly, she discovered she was amidst a field of blossoms. However, the cerulean flowers, so pure in hue, were indeed a rarity. Yu Qing, Su Tang instinctively called out, but there was no response. Attempting to contact the system yielded no results. It remained unreachable. However, the system was upgrading, unable to foresee her encounter with the mad beast. This was not the system's fault. Rather, it was her unfortunate luck. Damn it, Su Tang exclaimed angrily. Yet, she felt a sense of gratitude for still being alive after facing a millennium-old beast. After nearly 10 minutes, she managed to piece together her somewhat functional limbs. As she sat up, her peripheral vision caught sight of a larger indentation nearby. Shifting her gaze, she saw none other than Yu Qing, who had also suffered misfortune. In truth, Yuqing could have chosen to avoid this fate, but in saving her, he now lay sprawled, his fair skin marred and bloodied. Just like hers. As the old saying goes, beautiful things can be perilous. The blue flowers were indeed stunning, yet their branches were laden with thorns. The two had rolled into them, akin to feeding a cactus, their skin ablaze with pain. Nevertheless, even in such agony, Tang exerted herself to crawl toward Yuqing. Grasping his arm and shaking him, "Yuqing, wake up. If you don't wake up, I swear I'll eat you." His upper body was bare, and the lower half of his trousers had been shredded by unseen sharp objects. Blood droplets dotted his smooth, pale skin, creating a chaotic yet oddly beautiful contrast. Chapter 63. It is what it is, there is no reason behind it. Just as Tang felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Overwhelmed with guilt, Yuqing coughed a couple of times, awakening from his unconscious state. Instinctively, his right hand flailed beside him, calling out, "Tang Tang, Tang Tang." Seeing his frantic search for her, Tang's heart skipped a beat. Clearing her throat, she replied, "I'm right here. I'm not dead." Suddenly awakening, Yuqing's perception mirrored that of Tang's, a sea of blue, both exquisite and enchanting. Yet, he paid little heed to these thoughts. Abruptly, he sat up and enveloped Tang tightly in his embrace. The force of which rendered her breathless, evoking an instinctual awareness that, were it not for the constraints of science, she might have been melded into his very being. "Loosen up," Tang lamented, after struggling free from his grip. She found herself in a bemused state, realizing that she had narrowly escaped death at the hands of a seductive creature, only to be nearly suffocated by him instead. Upon hearing her words, a fleeting glimmer danced in Yuqing's eyes. He sensed a change in Tang. Her demeanor towards him appeared more casual. This was undoubtedly a positive transformation. The corners of his lips formed a subtle smile as he propped himself up with his hands. Intending to assist Tang, "These thorny flowers can be perilous. We must vacate this place." Tang nodded in agreement. "All right." However, she overlooked the fact that Yuqing was also injured. During the explosion of the seductive creature's spiritual essence, he had shielded her completely, absorbing the brunt of the devastating energy with his formidable physique, likely suffering more than she had. Unexpectedly pulled by Tang, he lost his balance and tumbled back down, landing atop her with one elbow inadvertently pressing against her chest. Tang winced in pain, prompting Yuqing to swiftly move away, his expression awkward as he turned his head. "I apologize, it was not my intention." "I understand," Tang replied softly, only to notice that the air around them was now thick with swirling blue pollen, a consequence of their earlier commotion. Not only that, but the skin and hair of Yuqing, as well as her own arms and clothing, were also coated in a powder that resembled blue chalk dust. Initially, neither of them perceived anything amiss, but as time passed, an insatiable itch began to gnaw at them. Instinctively, Tang reached to scratch, only to be restrained by Yuqing. "Do not touch. This pollen may be toxic. Our wounds are bleeding, and the poison has likely seeped in." Tang's expression was one of confusion. "Toxic? What kind of toxin?" "I do not know," Yuqing replied, shaking his head as he scrutinized a prominent scratch on the back of his hand. "I fear that not only the pollen is poisonous, these thorns also contain some unknown, albeit mild, toxin. Tang Tang, we cannot delay any longer. We must leave immediately." "All right." Upon hearing this, Tang's legs regained their strength, and she sprang up with renewed vigor. Yuqing observed her with a neutral expression, yet his eyes betrayed a tenderness and adoration. This charming little female was the first he had encountered in nearly 2 centuries. The urge to pamper her was overwhelming. Thus, he rose from his half-kneeling position, turned around, and squatted down, presenting his back to Tang. "I shall carry you." "Yuqing, are you sure your injuries are manageable?" "I can endure. However, we are unaware of the toxicity of this pollen and thorns. For safety's sake, I will carry you and move swiftly." Tang bit her lip, finding his reasoning quite compelling. What else was there to say? Without hesitation, she leapt onto his back, controlling her weight as she did so. Yuqing smiled down, his strong arms securely encircling her, his wrists perfectly positioned to cradle her delicate form as he navigated through the branches of the blue flowers. His steps were steady. Tang felt slightly dizzy from the mesmerizing sight of the endless blue blossoms, squinting her eyes as she mused about how long it would take for them to escape. Meanwhile, an inexplicable discomfort intensified within her: dizziness, racing heartbeat, and an overwhelming heat and agitation. She felt as though her face was ablaze. Initially, she attributed her discomfort to illness and refrained from disturbing Yuqing. However, as time passed, she noticed that his pace began to falter, becoming increasingly erratic, as if he were a drunken man weaving through the floral expanse. Tang propped herself up and focused intently. The sight that greeted her was startling. That Yueqing's neck and the area behind his ears were flushed a deep crimson, having dealt with the annoyances of the past. She licked her lips and ventured to speak. Yuqing, I feel as though we may have fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. The words were difficult to utter, but under the influence of the aphrodisiac, her voice emerged as a sultry whisper. The softness of her tone, the seductive timbre, and the breathy gasp seemed to suggest something to Yueqing. Abruptly, Yueqing came to a halt, his disordered steps ceasing. Sutong's heart raced. Don't be alarmed. Do you have any antidote for this aphrodisiac in your spiritual ring? She reasoned that someone of Yueqing's caliber would certainly possess a variety of supplies for such occasions. He tilted his head slightly, revealing his striking profile, adorned with long, fluttering eyelashes. That I do. However, it seems I misplaced them during the previous encounter. Sutong exclaimed in exasperation. Then why didn't you say so earlier? She tried to regain her composure. Never mind, just set me down. Let me check my spiritual ring. Her spiritual ring, of course, referred to the system. Previously, she had spent 5,005 energy points to acquire explosives to deal with the seductive creature, leaving her with 5432. Surely, she had enough to purchase an antidote for the aphrodisiac. To her dismay, however, she discovered that the system's shop did not offer such an antidote. The only available item was a detoxifying pill priced at 100 energy points, purportedly effective against any toxin. Resolutely, she purchased 2 pills, one for herself and one for Yueqing. After consuming the detoxifying pills, they sat back to back, enduring the agonizing wait for the pills to take effect. Yet, inexplicably, 10 minutes passed without any alleviation of the discomfort caused by the aphrodisiac. Rather, it intensified. In their seated position, their backs pressed together, they sought to maintain some semblance of rationality. Yet, the detoxifying pills proved utterly ineffective. It was precisely because Yueqing, having been devoid of desire for so long, could no longer suppress his feelings upon encountering the female he had secretly admired for ages. In an instant, he turned and pinned Sutong down. His pearly white teeth trembled slightly as he murmured, Tang. Sutong, of course, felt a surge of anxiety, having previously resolved to give Yuli some time before engaging with Yueqing, but plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances. Thus, she mentally berated herself for her fickleness and reached out to embrace Yueqing's flushed neck. Sutong's soft lips parted as she let out a gentle, playful laugh. All right, let me grab something first. Chapter 64. The romance of the elder. Perhaps everyone assumed Sutong was retrieving a fertility pill. However, that was not the case. In addition to the fertility pill, she had procured something else, a tent that could be easily set up, requiring no effort to pitch, allowing for immediate use. After presenting the tent, she and Yueqing crawled inside, only to be struck by a dubious thought. This cunning old fox couldn't he possibly have timed his upgrade to coincide with this moment, could he? What a remarkable coincidence that he had a convenient tent for outdoor use prepared in the shop. Alas, regardless of whether the system was intentional or not, she had no opportunity to retreat. Yueqing's handsome visage loomed above her as he asked, Tang, are you truly willing? Sutong met his gaze earnestly. Do you wish to die? Yueqing shook his head earnestly. Who among the living would wish for death? After all, he had just battled a formidable beast for 300 rounds and now found himself in the embrace of a beautiful woman. His dreams were coming true. He had no desire to perish. Perhaps in the past, when his cultivation had felt empty, he might have been indifferent to life and death, but now he was utterly unwilling to let go. And what of you? Do you desire my demise? Sutong replied, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she smiled sweetly. Before she could speak further, a powerful hand caressed her temple, moving slowly and tenderly, imbued with an almost reverent affection. I, Yueqing, vow to remain loyal to Sutong for all eternity, never to part ways. As darkness fell, fatigue and drowsiness overcame her. Sutong paid no mind to anything else, even neglecting to eat, and succumbed to slumber. The system's tent was spacious and luxurious, effectively blocking out light. The following day, she was not awakened by the sun's harsh rays, but rather by the sound of Yueqing's stomach growling. Opening her eyes, she found him already awake, propping his head in a gentle manner as he admired her with tender eyes. It seemed he was oblivious to his own rumbling belly until Sutong playfully kicked him from beneath the covers, prompting an apologetic smile from him. Did I wake you? His voice was filled with restrained delight. With remarkable agility, he grasped Sutong's delicate ankle. Sutong thought, what the? Internally? Yet her body responded with undeniable honesty. A tingling sensation swept through her, leaving her both exhilarated and flustered. Was the aphrodisiac still in effect? Sutong swiftly withdrew her foot back beneath the covers, while Yueqing watched with a smile, his demeanor unperturbed. Have you recovered? And what of you? Such a direct inquiry was rather unconventional. It was akin to asking if she was enjoying herself. Tang shot him an annoyed glance, clutching the blanket as she rose. Given the abundance of pollen and thorns outside, it is best that we do not venture out recklessly. The marvel of the system tent lies in its ability to filter harmful substances from the air. Tang tugged at an inconspicuous rope by the bedside, causing the gray lining to unfurl automatically, allowing the sun's rays to flood in through the tent's transparent exterior. Glancing at the sky, she feared it was already noon, even when the gray lining was closed. The tent was not engulfed in darkness. Rather, it was shrouded in a dim light that did not impede her vision, enabling her to see Yuqing's face clearly. One cannot help but remark on Yuqing's earlier claim of not having seen her clearly. What exactly did he fail to see? Her internal organs, perhaps. If given the choice, she would gladly remain confined in this small space with Tang forever. Yuqing murmured softly, but unfortunately, Tang was lost in her thoughts and did not hear him. Holding the blanket upright, Tang instructed Yuqing to take it without looking. While she hastily donned her clothes, Yuqing assumed that her belongings had been retrieved from that powerful spirit ring, thus refraining from further inquiries. Once Tang had adorned herself in a black cotton nightgown, her petite and curvaceous figure wrapped in exquisite fabric, it inexplicably made Yuqing's nose twitch with a hint of itchiness. He mused to himself that hunger was trivial. If it meant being together with her, he would willingly starve. Yet, it was evident that Tang was more concerned with her appetite. She fetched several bottles of mineral water, pouring them into a large glass cup, and asked Yuqing, "Do you possess the ability to heat water?" Yuqing raised an eyebrow. "How hot?" "Boiling hot," she replied. "Not a problem." As he spoke, luminous circles emanated from his palm, silently encircling the outside of the glass cup. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the water inside began to bubble merrily. Tang exclaimed in delight. "I never imagined your light could achieve the same effect as fire. It's even more convenient. No sparks at all. Can light conduct heat? My goodness, it's like a microwave." Unable to contain her admiration, she cast a glance at Yuqing, which he interpreted as a flirtatious gesture, prompting him to step closer and embrace her from behind. Just as Tang reached out to test the water's temperature, she was suddenly enveloped in his arms, causing her to flinch and her fingers to inadvertently touch the glass cup, which burned her so fiercely that she cried out, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Yuqing quickly pulled her away, cradling her scalded fingers, blowing on them remorsefully. "I'm so sorry. I was too reckless." Tang, taken aback, shook her head, tears glistening in her eyes. Suddenly, Yuqing pressed her fingertips into his warm lips, murmuring, "This will help you heal faster." Having awakened the bloodline of a divine beast, his saliva possessed certain healing properties. In truth, his fifth-tier skill, infinite light therapy, also had restorative functions, yet he inexplicably preferred this traditional method. As Tang felt his warm lips enveloping her fingers, she was overwhelmed with sensation. I'm fine now. I'm so hungry. Let's prepare to eat." She surrendered first. Yuqing, still yearning for more playful interaction yet wary of overstepping, reluctantly released her. Casting her gaze around, she mused, "We can't leave, so what should we eat?" Only then did she recall, oh, there must be some convenient dried meat or fruit in the spirit ring. From the rewards she had received, Tang retrieved 2 tubs of instant noodles, one classic and the other spicy. The hot water she had prepared was for this very purpose. In less than 2 minutes, she had the noodles ready and turned to Yuqing, asking, "Do you want spicy or non-spicy?" Yuqing curiously eyed the aromatic curled noodles, pondering, "What does Tango prefer, spicy or non-spicy?" "I can eat either," she replied, but her gaze silently chose the spicy option. Although the system had not announced it, Tang was aware that she was now carrying a child. Sour for a girl, perhaps this baby would be a girl too. Lost in thought, she unconsciously touched her abdomen. As Yuqing took the spicy noodles from her, she appeared visibly disappointed. However, after he stirred the noodles with a fork and blew on them a few times without tasting, he smiled and handed them back to her, saying, "I blew on it to cool it down, so you won't get burned again." Tang's face lit up with joy, her round, sparkling eyes beaming. She nearly wanted to shout, "Family! What should I do? He is truly handsome, considerate, and gentle. Could this be the allure of an older man?" Chapter 65. Entangled. Slurping contentedly, the two immersed themselves in their noodles. The flavor of the instant noodles was exquisite, especially after such a long period of hunger. For a time, the tent resonated solely with the sounds of slurping noodles. Even Yuqing, usually so poised and reserved, indulged wholeheartedly, finishing the broth with a satisfied sweat. He genuinely praised Tang's culinary skills, exclaiming, "It's absolutely delicious. I dare say even the most exalted female in the realm would struggle to replicate such a delightful dish." exalted female. Tang nonchalantly disposed of the waste. The nursery bag contained designated bins for dry and wet waste, and anything discarded would vanish if not retrieved within 5 minutes. It was remarkably convenient, although the birthing system initially felt off-putting. Tang had come to appreciate its many advantages. The only minor annoyance was the incessant chatter from the system, which she had not heard in several days. Surprisingly, she found herself missing it. Having eaten their fill, the solitary man and woman sat cross-legged in the incredibly comfortable tent, basking in the warm sunlight and the beautiful floral scenery. For no apparent reason, Yuqing's gaze was fixed intently on Tang. Tanger, in the presence of such beauty, should we not seize the moment? He asked with a teasing smile. Tang scoffed lightly. Beautiful, you say? How about I toss you outside for another spin and see if you still find it beautiful? The poison of the blue petal flower was not particularly harmful, yet its potential for accidental injury was exceedingly high. At that moment, Tang felt a twinge of regret for having been so slow to realize the danger. She couldn't tell whether she should lament her own misfortune or not. Noticing her distress, Yuqing swiftly redirected her attention. Tanger, yesterday you used vines against the enchantress. You possess spiritual talent, do you not? Ah, Tang was taken aback, realizing she had indeed exposed herself. He hadn't asked yesterday, and she had thought she had managed to keep it under wraps. It turned out he had been too preoccupied with anecdotes to remember this detail. Yuqing had indeed been surprised yesterday, and now he broached the subject with ease. What level are you at? Tang bit her lip and answered honestly, elementary yellow rank. Wood element? You can summon and accelerate plant growth. It's quite evident you belong to the wood element, Yuqing deduced. Yet Tang was determined not to be guessed so easily, especially since they were now bound together. Henceforth, he would be the mate of their offspring. And she chose to trust this older man's integrity. Extending her right hand, she opened it for him to see. In Yuqing's slightly puzzled gaze, she extended her left hand as well, channeling her spiritual energy. Soon, both palms emitted different spiritual talents, a three-leafed grass from her left and a small orb of light from her right. Yuqing's pale eyes widened in astonishment. Wood and light dual elements. Indeed, Tang declared proudly. Meeting his gaze. I've answered your question. Now, what about the question you avoided? What? Yuqing genuinely couldn't recall. Tang reminded him. What about the exalted female? Having lived in the beast world for so long, she was certainly aware of some details regarding exalted females, though undoubtedly not as comprehensively as Yuqing. The mouse tribe had not produced an exalted female in many years, nor had they had the opportunity to participate in the sacred city's exalted female ceremony. In contrast, Yuqing had lived in the sacred city for an extended period, and the hunting dog tribe had sent exalted females to participate multiple times, giving them far more comprehensive information. Yet, Tang sensed Yuqing's reluctance to delve into this topic. For instance, upon hearing exalted female, his eyes flickered momentarily, and he said, That is a matter my brother, you must consider. Tanger, you need not trouble yourself with it. Upon hearing this, Tang feigned displeasure, pouting. Fine. So in your eyes, I am merely a tool for procreation, right? I shouldn't care about matters that don't concern me. I should simply stay at home and raise children. Discussing exalted females was somewhat akin to the ancient practice of selecting maidens for the royal court. The only difference was that in the beast world, the royal offspring did not concern themselves with the exalted female's purity. In fact, the more partners an exalted female had, the better, as it demonstrated her actual fertility rather than merely theoretical capability. Tang possessed a rough understanding of the principles and broader information surrounding this topic. But Yuqing's vague and hesitant demeanor left her feeling dissatisfied. Unable to restrain herself, she retorted, You should be more straightforward. Seeing Tang upset, Yuqing became anxious, quickly grasping her hand. All right. Ask me anything you wish to know, and I will tell you everything. Thus, Tang gleaned from Yuqing's words a deeper understanding of the selection process and criteria for the sacred females in the holy capital. She learned that the preliminary list of candidates for the sacred females would be submitted in approximately half a month. Scattered throughout the northeastern, southeastern, southwestern, and northwestern regions of the holy capital were dozens, if not hundreds, of tribes, regardless of beast type. Any sacred female whose fertility test rated at or above the 8th tier was eligible to participate. Naturally, there were exceptions, such as skunks, who inherently exuded an unpleasant odor. Even if they registered, they would likely be eliminated in the first round, rendering registration unnecessary. Aside from such naturally disadvantaged females, all others were welcome. Age also played a role, with candidates required to be between 28 and 58 years old. Those too aged, regardless of their fertility prowess, would struggle to bear offspring. Upon hearing the age requirement, Tang shook her head. Realizing it had no bearing on her, as she was already 118 years old. Although 118 was her true age, she was, in fact, only 58. However, her birth records were with the Mouse tribe, and everyone was aware that fabricating her age would lead to certain doom. The majesty of the Holy Capital's royal family was not to be trifled with. Of course, Tang harbored no desire to compete. Who would willingly serve as a mere bed warmer or breeding tool for the royal family? Yuli, believing Tang's detailed inquiries indicated her interest in participating, almost reprimanded himself for mentioning the sacred females. Yet, upon seeing her lack of enthusiasm, he felt unexpectedly pleased, warmly embracing Tang and praising her. "You are not old at all. Your skin is so vibrant, and your waist so slender. If you claimed to be 18, many would believe it." This was not entirely untrue, as Tang had consumed beauty-enhancing pills and had regained a number of years through childbirth. Men, it seemed, were the same. Cradling a youthful wife sparked a rapid yearning in their hearts. Yuli settled onto a soft cushion, half embracing the delicate Tang on his lap, kissing her left hand gently. His gaze intense as he said, "Tanger, how about I teach you to cultivate? Didn't you say you wanted to ask me for the secrets of cultivation?" Tang, recalling her daughter Mian, nodded eagerly. "Indeed. How could one swiftly ascend from a low tier to a higher tier?" Yuli's eyes sparkled as he suggested, "Let's start by having you stimulate 2 vines. I will guide you through it." Tang found this peculiar. Wasn't he a light attribute practitioner? Surely, it would be more prudent to impart his knowledge based on her understanding of light magic. Instead, he wanted her to conjure vines. How odd. Yet, she wondered if perhaps wood magic was simpler than light magic, prompting Yuli to begin with it. Resigned, she summoned 2 slender, resilient vines, about 1 meter long, and earnestly asked, "Does this suffice?" Yuli nodded slowly, delicately wrapping the vines around her wrists, his voice low. "Excellent. For our first lesson, we shall begin with how to free oneself from restraints." "What?" Tang was taken aback, untangling ropes. Moments later, as Yuli wore a mischievous smile, Tang realized he was a clever trickster. Chapter 66. The uncle truly knows how. This confirmed her initial impression upon meeting him. Indeed, the uncle was quite adept. However, Tang was unperturbed. As long as she initiated her spiritual cultivation, the available experience would be at her fingertips. In the spirit beast continent, 1 moment equated to an hour in modern times. Yuli, evidently invigorated by this session, aimed to elicit tears and pleas for mercy from Tang, only to be outsmarted by her. With a playful flick of her fingertip under his chin, she teased, "So, Yuli uncle, am I mastering the essence of wood magic cultivation better than you?" Yuli gaped, silently gasping, his feigned intimidation lacking any real force. That day, after a breakfast of instant noodles, Tang grew weary of them by evening. Generously, she shared a KFC bucket with Yuli, rewarding Mian with 3 buckets. Previously, she had consumed only a third of one. Today, however, the male's appetite far surpassed the female's. Thus, Yuli devoured 2 burgers, a chicken leg, and a portion of fries, still unsatisfied, and asked her for the instant noodles from the morning. Reluctantly, Tang provided him another bucket but instructed him to prepare it himself. Instant noodles were simple enough, and having lived alone for years, Yuli quickly managed to prepare his meal, sated in content. He could not help but praise Tang. "Tango, I speak sincerely. Your culinary skills are exceptional. Now I understand why the Mouse tribe's food city is renowned across 4 regions. It is all thanks to you." "Isn't it?" Indeed, the food city did offer fast food like fried chicken and fries, which many in the western region relished. Some even spent considerable sums hiring flying beasts to procure such delicacies. Inspired by Matewan, Tang had envisioned a plan for the tribe to raise a flock of flying beasts to deliver takeout once their cash flow improved. This would undoubtedly boost the business of the food city. However, before this plan could materialize, she found herself bound by the childbirth system, and had she not been unexpectedly tied to it, she might have already returned to her roots. Yuli's remarks rekindled Tang's desire to revive this plan. After all, she had amassed a considerable collection of crystal beads from the White Tiger tribe and the dowry from Yuli, a stark contrast to her previous life of frugality. "Tango, I can see you possess a remarkable talent for business. Why not accompany me to the Holy Capital?" In the past, Yuli had expressed trepidation about Tang's participation in the sacred female ceremony, fearing she might be taken away by other beasts. However, after their deepening connection and recognizing Tang's lack of ambition for the sacred female title, he found himself eager for her to join him in the Holy Capital. As for Yuli, he regrettably had not considered her much. The beast world operated on the principle of 1 female and many males, and as long as the males were amenable to serving the same female, it posed no issue. If Yuli was willing, he could invite her along as well. To the Holy Capital, Tang mused. In her 100-plus years of existence, the farthest she had ventured was to the uncharted sea of blue flowers. She certainly harbored aspirations to explore, to see, and to witness the splendor of the Eastern District. Unable to resist, she felt a twinge of excitement. Having lived nearly 200 years, Yuqing was adept at reading people's hearts and immediately said, "Is it that you cannot bear to part with Mian? Let me assure you, there is no need for concern. Since Mian's birth, I have envisioned bringing her to the holy capital to receive superior education and high-quality cultivation resources. She, like you, is a dual-attribute yellow-tier female. Do you know what that signifies? It means her future is boundless, and her eventual accomplishments will be beyond my estimation." Upon realizing that Su Tang possessed the dual attributes of wood and light, Yuqing reflected that it was no wonder she could give birth to such a prodigious child as Mian. It appeared to be a maternal inheritance. Nonetheless, it remained uncertain what talents Mian would ultimately possess. For Yuli was of the water attribute, while Su Tang was of both wood and light attributes. Barring unforeseen circumstances, she would likely inherit two of these three attributes. The more he pondered, the more Yuqing looked forward to their family's future in the holy capital. He did not mind in the least that Mian was the child of Su Tang and Yuli. He recognized that in matters of fortune and affection, there were always sequences, and who could blame Yuli for being fortunate enough to win Su Tang's heart first? He would not be content in a subordinate position. Sharing peacefully posed no issue. Seeing Su Tang fall silent, seemingly ensnared in a web of contemplation, Yuqing stepped aside to pour himself a drink, allowing her the clarity to think. Yet, Su Tang was not truly conflicted. Her uncertainty lay primarily with the system's arrangements. Regardless of her calls, the system showed no signs of returning. Alas, had it not been agreed upon that it would return in 7 days, then she would simply have to wait a little longer. Casting aside all her concerns, Su Tang observed her spiritual energy, which was on the verge of reaching the intermediate yellow tier, and with a smirk, approached Yuqing. "How about you accompany me to further discuss cultivation experiences?" Yuqing's fair and radiant face lit up with a smile. "Of course, as long as it is your request, whether reasonable or not, I shall never refuse." Su Tang shot him an amused glance. "You sly uncle, taking advantage and acting innocent, are you?" Suddenly, she leaped up, clinging to his neck like a kangaroo. "So tell me, is this reasonable or unreasonable?" "Reasonable, of course." Yuqing's usual aloof demeanor vanished in an instant, revealing a youthful exuberance, clearly overjoyed. That night, Su Tang successfully elevated her cultivation to the intermediate yellow tier. After Yuqing fell into a deep slumber, she opened her palms to examine her progress. Indeed, her left hand's 3 leaves were now a more vibrant green, and the edges of her small light sphere had become clearer. Once she reached the green tier, the 3 leaves of the wood attribute would transform into 4. And the small light sphere would also increase to a power level of approximately 4 watts. This was a hidden pattern she had discerned while advancing from the red tier to the yellow tier. Previously, she had not fully grasped the benefits of cultivation, but following her battle against the seductive beast, she had unexpectedly managed to subdue a powerful beast using her wood attribute. Creatures like that, in the past, she could have crushed with a mere finger. Su Tang raised an eyebrow and smiled. The sensation of becoming stronger was indeed delightful. Chapter 67. A strong return. What is the matter with you? On the 4th morning, as the two lingered in the tent, Yuqing awoke to find himself somewhat dazed, staring at his own hands. Su Tang turned over, shaking off the tail that had entwined around her waist. With sleepy eyes, she lazily inquired, while a hint of incredulity flickered in Yuqing's gaze. It seemed that she was on the verge of a promotion, after being stuck at the pinnacle of the blue tier for over 20 years. Was there finally a trend toward advancement? A flicker of joy spread across the corners of Yuqing's eyes, and though he was unsure why, he felt it might be related to the numerous discussions he had shared with the little female over the past few days. To put it mildly, in the 3 or 4 days they had spent together, aside from eating and addressing personal matters, they had been completely engrossed in each other's company, utterly oblivious to fatigue. Upon hearing this, Su Tang closed her eyes and curled her lips in a knowing smile, not surprised at all. She had expected something monumental, but a promotion was quite ordinary. After all, she had advanced from the initial yellow tier to the pinnacle of the yellow tier. Just look at her efforts. Wasn't it commendable? In response, Yuqing nestled closer against Su Tang's neck, shifting to encircle her delicate waist with his hand. Ordinary. Tanger, why do I feel like there is still some secret you have yet to share with me? As he spoke, his breath was warm and tantalizing, brushing against Su Tang's ear. Suddenly, she flung off the covers and slipped out of the masculine embrace filled with an inexplicable aura. Wait, I need to freshen up. Hurry and get dressed, she exclaimed. We can't indulge any longer. It's simply terrifying. In a flash, she entered the small restroom that came with the tent, her expression a mix of emotions as she hurried to zip it up. Indeed, the two had been attending to their personal hygiene in this little corner over the past few days. They utilized the water stored in the spiritual ring for bathing and for convenience. They would package it in small bags, each managing their own affairs. Fortunately, Tang had a magical trash can from the parenting pouch, making it quite hassle-free. As for Yuqing, she was curious about how he managed. Despite having lost one spiritual ring, how could a pinnacle blue tier being rely solely on one? The best aspect of this little restroom was that once the zipper was pulled shut, all sounds and odors were effectively isolated, leaving the outside unaffected. Once they were done, there was a special aroma to eliminate odors and humidity, which was extraordinarily effective, and it only cost 100 energy points, an absolute bargain. Ding, congratulations, host. You are pregnant again. The little one has successfully leveled up and returned with a vengeance. In light of the inconveniences caused during the upgrade period, the system has decided to unconditionally refund the energy points consumed during the upgrade. Okay, the refund is complete. Please check if the energy points are accurate. As the soft, melodious voice of the system concluded, a flurry of numbers scrolled across the screen, and the energy points in the upper right corner of the panel returned to 10,438. Tang couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is fantastic. Hee. I had mentioned to the host previously that this system upgrade would be more comprehensive and user-friendly. The refunding of energy points is just the first step, and there are many unexpected surprises awaiting you." Upon hearing this, Tang instinctively felt a swell of anticipation. Rubbing her hands together, she remarked, "You should have said so earlier. I'll definitely splurge on energy points since I can get them back." Right. Over the past few days, aside from essential purchases, she had been quite frugal, at least not wasting food. She had merely finished off the instant noodles and family bucket rewards from her previous endeavors. Too late now, host. Why not take a look at the new features of the system? All right. Tang still felt a tinge of pain, as if she had lost a fortune. The childbirth system should henceforth be renamed the stamp collection system. Tang raised an eyebrow. Why the sudden name change? It sounds more sophisticated. Tang replied, if it's a stamp collection, does that mean childbirth is no longer the primary task? That is a question the host can explore by reviewing the stamp collection albums for the beast husbands and the offspring. Stamp collection albums. Just as Tang voiced her question, she noticed two new sections beside the system's showcase, one labeled Beast Husband Stamp Collection and the other Offspring Stamp Collection. Upon clicking to examine, she was astounded to find it presented images of various male beast forms, annotated with a series of numbers below. In the top left corner indicating the corresponding numbers and descriptions. Point 3 were highlighted. 1. Purple tier Netherworld White Tiger, training potential. 2. Green tier Crimson Peak Hunting Dog, training potential. 3. Blue tier Divine Beast Celestial Dog, training potential. Even if Tang were a bit slow on the uptake, it was clear that these three highlighted beasts were indeed the male she had partnered with. So, the Beast Husband Stamp Collection was indeed what it implied. Instinctively, she scrolled over to the Offspring Stamp Collection, which bore a similar format, also highlighting 3. 1. Green tier Netherworld White Tiger Cub, genetic potential. 2. Red tier Agile Pink Pine Cub, genetic potential. 3. Yellow tier Crimson Peak Hunting Dog Cub, genetic potential. The remaining countless gray showcases were briefly scanned by Tang, essentially presenting various beast forms, with the distinction that the beast husbands were exclusively male while the cubs were both male and female. There were so many types that Tang could hardly reach the end. Her expression became increasingly bewildered. "Zatsa, are you not only asking me to give birth but also planning to exhaust me?" The system was indeed generous with its rewards for completing tasks, but Tang believed she might not be that reckless. Zatsa gleefully bounced into the center of the screen, waving dismissively, "It's all right, host, we'll do our best. After all, you're essentially working for yourself." However, observing the trend, was it possible that the host was a tad too lacking in self-confidence? Zatsa's round, sparkling eyes made a teasing expression, undoubtedly poking fun at Tang's recent interactions with Yuqing. Tang coughed twice. "Be quiet. You know nothing." Zatsa chuckled and obediently fell silent. After a moment, it began to summarize the updates of the system beyond just the name. In summary, the most significant changes were threefold. 1. Previously, only childbirth tasks could yield rewards. Now, both the Beast Husband and Offspring Stamp Collections offer rewards. The level and quality scoring system has been introduced, with levels being self-explanatory and quality reflecting the training potential of the Beast Husbands and genetic potential of the Offspring 5-star maximum. The higher the dual quality, the more substantial the rewards. 2. The Offspring Showcase differs from the Beast Husband Showcase in that it has special formations added, particularly for the already highlighted offspring, essentially functioning as a spatial teleportation array. Su Tang could not only send items to her children from afar, but could also summon them back into the parenting pouch at will, facilitating the nurturing of their mother-child bond. Moreover, for any highlighted offspring, Su Tang could choose to view their real-time videos at any time, akin to a remote monitoring system, an essential tool for any mother. Undoubtedly, Su Tang adored this feature. She immediately requested Zatsa to enable real-time monitoring for Gue Gue and Chong Chong. Eager to see how her first litter of cubs had grown. In the blink of an eye, they were already over 40 days old. She wondered how they had changed. Zatsa readily agreed. All right, consider it a trial for the host. The first time is free, but thereafter it will cost 1 energy point each. Su Tang waved her hand dismissively. Go ahead, just 1 energy point. That is practically free. Zatsa found it amusing, thinking to itself how much more extravagant its host had become. Moments later, the static showcase photos of Gue Gue and Chong Chong transformed into high-definition dynamic images reminiscent of a mother monitoring her child at kindergarten. The only difference was that the caregiver was remarkably handsome. He held the little girl in one arm while the other grasped the neck of the golden-haired little tiger. Who else could it be but Baisu? Chapter 68. Come up. I'll take you flying. The little tiger protested as it was unceremoniously lifted, its short limbs flailing in the air, lively and adorable, just as it had been at birth. In the image, only half of Baisu's face was visible. His sensuous lips slowly opened. Are you still unhappy? I told you that your sister has not been feeling well these past few days, suffering from diarrhea, and cannot eat anything indiscriminately, yet you still brought her food from the kitchen. How do you expect to care for your sister? If not you, then who else will be punished? The little girl was to follow her mother beast, with the beast form being a pink little squirrel, fond of gnawing on certain nuts and beans. However, the mother had mentioned that while she could eat, it was best not to overindulge. At this stage, she needed to consume meat and a small amount of fruit to supplement her nutrition, as too many nuts would be indigestible. Unfortunately, the little tiger son did not heed this, unconditionally spoiling his sister. Was this not the source of the problem? As he spoke, Baisu affectionately tightened his embrace around his daughter, even pressing her against his cheek, deeply concerned that she might continue to suffer. Oh no. This time, the little tiger seemed to genuinely understand, letting out a pitiful whimper. Baisu, with a gentle reprimand, then flipped him over into his palm. Seeing this, Gue Gue rubbed her lethargic little face and then chirped a few comforting sounds at her brother, as if to reassure him that she was all right. Chong Chong, feeling sympathetic towards his sister, was much larger and sturdier than her, with a higher level, making him less prone to illness. He had no idea what being sick felt like. Suddenly, Chong Chong extended his tongue to gently lick the bottom of his sister's feet, softly whining as if apologizing to her. After a moment, he abruptly turned his head, his round, golden eyes, resembling his father's, fixed on the direction of Su Tang. The sight of him, resembling a plump golden tabby, nearly melted Su Tang's heart. Gently, she touched the light screen and inquired, Zatsa, have they been doing well these past few days? Compared to admiring Baisu's countenance, Su Tang is far more concerned about her own offspring. If it weren't for her current insufficient strength and the fear of provoking trouble with the White Tiger clan by abruptly whisking away her 2 children, she would have already summoned them back into the nurturing pouch. The unreliability of the White Tiger clan is truly disheartening, as they have allowed her little girl, Gue Gue, to fall ill. As the host can see, the pet is doing well, but Gue Gue has suffered from an upset stomach due to eating the wrong food. And having been separated from her mother for such an extended period, the boy seems unfazed, while the girl, possessing a more sensitive disposition, appears somewhat listless. Upon hearing this, Su Tang instinctively feels a pang of sympathy and wonders if there is any way to assist her. Sending a can of formula would provide comprehensive nutrition and help improve her current suboptimal condition. So, what are we waiting for? Let us expedite the delivery. Formula milk costs 1 energy point, and the delivery fee is 10 energy points. Does the host confirm the delivery? Confirmed. Excellent. I shall arrange for the delivery when Baisu is not paying attention. Only then does Su Tang breathe a sigh of relief while gazing at the screen. Thank you. No need for thanks, host. It is our duty. Perhaps, when night falls and the world is quiet, I can arrange to bring Gue Gue over for you to comfort. Really? It can be done? Su Tang is immediately elated. She truly misses the children, including the little one born to Yuli a few days prior, but it is impossible to keep them all by her side. Certainly, Jaja assures her. Su Tang eagerly nods, her heart ablaze with anticipation for the night to come. Of course, she is still in the tent with Yuqing, and since the system has returned, she must find a way to leave the Blue Yin Flower Sea swiftly. Do not rush, host. This upgrade has provided more gas masks. Shortly, you can purchase 2. Are you clear about the upgrades to locations 1 and 2? Su Tang affirms, understanding. The child-rearing rewards have transformed into collection rewards, and the upgrade to the Cub Showcase is simply fantastic. While there are currently few children, once more arrive, it will be splendid. Yes. Now, for the third location. Please take a look at the nurturing pouch. Su Tang feels quite pleased with the first two upgrades, so she is filled with anticipation as she opens the nurturing pouch, which certainly does not disappoint. Previously, the nurturing pouch was merely a spacious area with several storage cabinets against the wall. Now, it resembles a large, comprehensive survival base, with lush greenery and flowers carpeting the ground, and 3 small houses lined up in rows. One is a treehouse, perfectly suited for a climbing rodent like Gue Gue. Another is a quaint wooden cottage complete with a wooden bridge and a pond, undoubtedly ideal for her pet. Lastly, there is a princess-themed dog villa. Soft and cozy, Su Tang scans the enchanting houses, her eyes brimming with warmth. As the host envisions, each cub will have a dedicated little house, and if there are flying beasts, nests can be arranged in the trees, alleviating any worries about the cubs fighting while sleeping together. Staring at those exquisitely beautiful houses, Su Tang's eyes well with tears, thinking that if Jia Jia had a physical form, she would surely capture it for a big kiss. Marvelous, Jia Jia. I promise to never call you a scoundrel again. Jia Jia responds, it dares not speak. In truth, the host is the ultimate seductress, is she not? Su Tang, of course, remains oblivious to Jia Jia's musings. Her spirits soaring as she purchases the gas masks and steps outside, calling for Yuqing to put one on before they dismantle the tent. After spending a few days alone with Su Tang, Yuqing has gained a deeper understanding of her character, and their interactions have become remarkably harmonious. Without much ado, he transforms into his beast form, unfurling his wings and gesturing for her to climb onto his back. Come up. I will take you flying. Su Tang chuckles softly, climbing on and resting just behind his neck. Yuqing smirks, his raccoon-like face both alluring and gallant, and he swiftly ascends into the sky. When Su Tang is out of sight, he discreetly plucks a blue yin flower and stows it in his spiritual ring. He wishes to express gratitude for this flower, which has facilitated the blossoming of his relationship with Tanger. Upon returning, he plans to secretly plant a vast expanse in their residence within the holy capital, hoping to reminisce about the beauty of this day with Tanger. Chapter 69. Tanger, say you like me. Shall we return to the hunting dog clan? Yuqing inquires amidst the clouds. Su Tang murmurs in agreement, her mood evidently subdued. This topic proves to be rather delicate, especially considering there is still Yuli to consider. The two of them are now in a bonded relationship, and Su Tang carries the seed of Yuqing within her, which will undoubtedly bloom into fruition in a month's time. The challenge lies in how to explain this to Yuli, which has become a thorny issue. After a moment of contemplation, Yuqing suddenly speaks. Tanger, I know you are worried about Yuli. He is young and innocent, but he may also struggle to cope with the situation. You fear that our affair might hurt him, do you not? Su Tang sighs, pondering that he may not be as fragile as they fear. After all, he was not ill before, and perhaps it would be better to wait a little longer? No, Yuqing firmly states, procrastination is less effective than decisive action. I am a man, and I understand this feeling. Su Tang actually agrees that this approach is preferable and responds with a quiet affirmation. Suddenly, Yuqing begins to descend rapidly, and the wind rushes past Su Tang, leaving her momentarily speechless. By the time she opens her eyes again, they have landed in a small valley, beneath the large rock where they stand. A mountain stream flows gently, its waters crystal clear. Su Tang looks down and can clearly see the flat, black fish swimming below. These are mudfish. You love eating them, right? Shall I catch some for you? Yuqing speaks in his human form. He possesses fair skin, a handsome and striking visage that leaves one in awe upon direct gaze, even after spending several days in his presence. Su Tang still feels her heart race inexplicably when he gazes at her with such tender eyes. She is acutely aware of Yuqing's formidable strength. Unconsciously, she bites her lip. Yuqing notices this and offers a subtle, enticing smile. He steps forward and gently wraps his arm around Su Tang's delicate neck. Leaning down to kiss her crimson lips, Su Tang closes her eyes, reciprocating his kiss. She is well aware of why Yuqing chose to pause here, because they are near the hunting dog clan. His affectionate and tender kisses trail from her lips to her cheeks, nibbling at her exquisite chin before moving to her ear. Tanger, say you like me, he implores. Su Tang's heart flutters, her lips parting to respond. I like Uncle Yuqing. Do not use that term. Su Tang, feeling helpless, concedes, all right, I like Yuqing. Suddenly, her earlobe is pinched, causing Su Tang to gasp and open her eyes wide. Unable to help herself, she reaches up to touch her ear. What have you done to me? Guess. Yuqing replies with a teasing smile, his gaze fixed on her ear as if admiring the most precious treasure in the world. Su Tang suddenly recalls the slight pain she felt when Yuli branded her wrist before, and she immediately realizes what Yu Qing is doing. She raises an eyebrow and glares at him. Why there? Because it is more conspicuous, and it makes you shy at the slightest touch. Su Tang feels utterly defeated by his cunning. No rush. We'll return after dark. Yu Qing's words leave Su Tang without a rebuttal. The two find a suitable spot nearby, starting a fire to cook the fish. Mudfish are notoriously difficult to catch, and Su Tang can see that they resemble modern-day axolotls, which are a nationally protected species. No wonder they are so delicious. The meat is tender and exceptionally flavorful, making her want to devour her own tongue. With Yu Qing's peak blue tier strength, ready to break into purple tier at any moment, catching a mudfish is a mere formality. The fish beasts, born to protect the mudfish, dare not approach Yu Qing in the slightest. Of course, he is considerate, only catching one and leaving no waste. After finishing their meal, gazing at the clear waters reflecting their figures, Yu Qing reaches out to pinch Su Tang's earlobe, the very spot he had just marked. Tang, I want. Su Tang opens her mouth to refuse, but just as she begins to speak, Zha interjects. Host, a short distance ahead, the body of Yuya has been discovered. Shall we collect it? This reminds Su Tang of Yuya being possessed by the seductive demon. Her fate unknown, she silently inquires of Zha. Is there still hope for her? Yuya has served her for quite some time. Their master-servant bond is significant enough for her to attempt a rescue. Her spiritual essence has been invaded by the demon, and now only an empty husk remains. However, she is fortunate. Her body has fallen in the vicinity of the best spiritual eye, so it has not decayed. With a little effort to restore her spiritual essence, resurrection should not be a problem. Su Tang, your tone suggests that you can restore her spiritual essence. Have you forgotten? Zha previously helped Yuli recover his soul. Just tell me directly, how many energy points will it cost? Zha, you're becoming increasingly difficult to fool. 20,000. Host, this is not a simple task. Su Tang rolls her eyes. You're dreaming. I have just over 10,000 energy points, and you expect me to part with 20,000. Not happening. Ultimately, she and you do not share such a profound bond as to justify spending 20,000 energy points for her revival. Seeing that Su Tang is unwilling to comply, Zha grows anxious. Host, you can quickly earn energy points, which would allow you to save Yuya without feeling guilty about the expenditure. Will you do it? Su Tang recalls that the reason Yuya was possessed by the demon is largely due to her own actions. With a heavy heart, she agrees to test the system's new pregnancy stick. As promised to Yu Qing. Su Tang cannot contain her shock. What? A pregnancy stick? Indeed, it is a new product from this upgrade. Within 3 days of the host's pregnancy, should she engage in intimate relations with the beast husband once more, there exists a possibility of conceiving again. Furthermore, the host's true form is that of a mouse naturally endowed with 2 uteruses. Thus, Su Tang interrupted the scoundrel, nearly on the verge of roaring, asserting, "Do you take me for merely a baby-making machine?" The host need not harbor such thoughts. After all, whether 1 child or 2, the act of bearing remains the same. Should the host consent, an additional vial of nurturing liquid shall be bestowed as a bonus. Su Tang blinked, inquiring, "What is this nurturing liquid?" It enhances the genetic potential of the offspring. By how much? A single vial can elevate it by 20%. Su Tang declared, 1 vial is insufficient. I require 5. 3 at most. This was initially to be purchased with energy points and is quite sought after. Su Tang replied, "It's a deal." The scoundrel mused, "Why does it feel as though I've fallen into a trap?" In the next moment, Su Tang decisively closed the system panel and, amidst Yu Qing's astonished expression, forcefully pushed him into the stream, splashing waves in abundance and startling the fish frolicking in the water. Yu Qing's eyes gleamed as he shielded Su Tang's head, seemingly fearful that the waves might injure her delicate skull. Su Tang, grinning with satisfaction, grasped his hand, moving closer, their eyes locking as she pressed her lips against his. "Did you not wish to play in the water, Uncle Yu Qing? What? Have you changed your mind?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's gaze darkened suddenly. He then took control, fervently claiming her lips, and moments later, pulled her beneath the water. Chapter 70. The old fellow by Mu Ting was taken aback. While Su Tang and Yu Qing reveled in the water, the scoundrel seized the opportunity to deliver the second-tier Beastman formula milk to Gui's side. At that moment, Bai Su had lulled his daughter to sleep and, not daring to leave, dozed off with his head propped on the bedside. Gui's crib had been crafted by Mu Ting in accordance with the habits of squirrels. Designed as a treehouse with upper and lower bunks, comprising 3 small beds, the 2 upper ones were slightly smaller, while the bottom one was as large as a basin. This was due to Chong Chong's aversion to sleeping in his own room. often sneaking into his sister's room to cuddle, which had caused some wear and tear on the bed. Presently, the sleek-furred little tiger, Chong, was sprawled out on the lower bunk, snoring away. Baisu, fearing he would disturb his daughter, opened his eyes and tapped his fingertip gently on Chong's forehead, casting a small soundproof barrier, thereby silencing any noise. Indeed, upon glancing back at his daughter, he noticed her rosy form nestled comfortably under the quilt. Her brow finally relaxing somewhat. Baisu then spotted the can of formula milk placed at the foot of the bed. He reached out to take it, wondering where it had come from. As it had not been there previously, Baisu narrowed his eyes suspiciously, scanning the surroundings, yet it was evident that he could discern nothing. The system's delivery was silent and unobtrusive, akin to the interspatial conveyance skill possessed only by those above the heavenly tier in the spirit beast continent. However, aside from a few reclusive ancestors, not even the heads of the 8 great families had reached the heavenly tier who could possess such capabilities. Confounded, Baisu recognized this item, recalling it was the milk the 2 children had consumed when they were newborns. Grandfather had said it was left behind by their mother beast. What? Has the spirit of the deceased come to bestow gifts upon his daughter? The seeds of doubt had already been sown in Baisu's heart, and now they took root and flourished. He beckoned an old wet nurse and a newly hired one to watch over the sleeping children while he took the milk to find Bai Mu Ting. At that moment, Bai Mu Ting was in the study, attending to family affairs with his son Bai Chi Shan. Upon seeing Baisu approach, his expression softened considerably. Su, how is our little Gui doing today? Is she any better? Much improved. She has just fallen asleep. The wet nurse advises that we must be meticulous with her diet during this period. If not, it could lead to permanent gastrointestinal issues. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu Ting's demeanor darkened. The kitchen needs to be reorganized. Although the food was pilfered by Chong, are we to claim that the adults could not supervise a single child? Chi Shan, I recall you recommended the head chef for the kitchen. Go, instruct him to pack his things. He need not return tomorrow. Bai Chi Shan, rendered speechless, thought, how can the little one's diarrhea be laid at my feet? In the Bai family, is there any blame that cannot be pinned on me? Previously, when Chong had snuck a bite, the head chef had reported it. Yet what had father said then? To not restrain the child, to let him take whatever he pleased. The Bai family lacked not for food, and now Bai Chi Shan felt a chill in his heart, wishing to scoff. Yet he dared not oppose his father. A deeply ingrained fear from childhood. Thus, he could only cast one last glance at Baisu as he departed, his heart unwilling. What a fortunate fate. The auction house had promised a poison potent enough to slay a giant ape. Yet it allowed him to salvage a life, and he is fortunate enough to have sired offspring with an ancient relic of a being. Why is it that such good fortune eludes me? Bai Chi Shan, if only I could have a child that would earn me father's favor, I would not even mind sharing a bed with that old relic. After all, once the lights are out, what difference does it make? What truly matters is the ability to give birth. With this thought, Bai Chi Shan's suppressed yearning for Su Tang resurfaced, bubbling forth uncontrollably. Naturally, Baisu paid no heed to Bai Chi Shan's sordid thoughts. He stepped forward, gently placing the formula milk on the table. Grandfather, do you recognize this item? Initially, Bai Mu Ting was oblivious, but soon his eyes narrowed dangerously. His lips trembled slightly. This. Baisu observed his expression and interjected. Grandfather, do you recognize it? This is the milk belonging to the children's mother beast. What exactly transpired for it to suddenly appear beside Gue? Bai Mu Ting's heart trembled at these words. A sense of unease taking hold. His first thought was that the mouse beast had come knocking at their door, but instinctively he felt that was impossible. After all, the Baihu clan's defenses were not so easily breached by those lowly mouse tribes. Yet how could one explain the presence of this milk? It had appeared with a purpose beside Gue rather than Chong. Did this not imply that she was aware of Gue's recent illness? This line of thought sent a shiver down Bai Mu Ting's spine, compelling him to raise his head and scan the surroundings, even activating his spiritual energy search with his peak purple tier spiritual energy. If anyone were spying on him or had breached the Baihu clan's restrictions, they would undoubtedly be detected. Alas, after a thorough sweep, he found nothing amiss. The milk appeared, as Baisu had said, as if it had simply materialized out of thin air. Seeing Bai Mu Ting at a loss for words, Baisu grew disinterested in pursuing the matter further, stating, Grandfather, I will investigate the origin of the milk later. But I must ask you to speak truthfully. Is the children's mother beast truly dead? Yes, Bai Mu Ting replied stubbornly, refusing to meet Baisu's gaze. When I took the 2 children, she had already lost her breath. As to whether she was fortunate enough to be rescued by someone else, that remains uncertain. Would he admit to lying? That was out of the question. Yet, the ability to send items across space left by Mu Ting feeling somewhat apprehensive. He speculated, could it be that the mouse beast had encountered some fortuitous event during this time? Or perhaps, like the 8 great families, there existed hidden heavenly tier ancestors among the mouse clan? This would mean she could still be alive. Baisu pressed his hand against the lid of the milk can, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly as he fell into a deep, inscrutable contemplation. Mu Ting, feeling somewhat guilty about the matter, pretended to focus on the account books instead. Time passed, and Baisu picked up the milk can once more, his expression lightening as he replied. Very well, grandfather, you may resume your duties. Su, how do you plan to handle the item in your possession? Baisu raised his hand, asking this milk. Indeed, privately, he wished to give it to Gui, but was reluctant. Not long ago, when the 2 children were emotionally unstable, Baisu had offered his own blood for them to drink, and he had contemplated sending someone to the mouse clan to procure more milk. However, as the children recovered and his own schedule became hectic, the plan fell through. Now, faced with this mysteriously appearing milk, Mu Ting was displeased he had had to concede that the children truly needed it. Especially the somewhat frail Gui. Was he to deny the children nourishment for his own selfish desires? Baisu responded, naturally, as long as the milk is safe, I will provide it to the children. Yet Mu Ting was deeply concerned. Baisu stepped outside, his countenance tranquil. Regardless of whether she was alive or deceased, as the children's mother beast, he believed she would not harm them. Mu Ting watched Baisu's retreating figure for a long while. Finally unable to suppress a sigh, this child is truly pure and open-hearted. If one day he were to discover his own actions, would he not blame himself? Host, the milk has been successfully delivered. At this moment, Su Tang and Yu Qing were basking in the afterglow of their intimacy. Upon hearing the scoundrel's voice, she leisurely traced circles on Yu Qing's chest with her finger, asking, did the members of the Baihu clan raise any suspicions? Chapter 71. 1 pregnancy, 3 treasures, a remarkable feat. Naturally, they must have suspicions, especially Baisu. He may have forgotten the events that transpired in the Western District, but upon receiving the milk, he will undoubtedly harbor doubts and take action. Su Tang's face broke into a radiant smile. Let him come. I am more worried he won T. If captured, she could give birth to another brood of offspring, whisking both the adults and children away. Driving that old coot Mu Ting to madness, the scoundrel could not help but commend Su Tang's exuberant spirit. Well done. Host, maintain this positive mindset. Don't be coy. Have my 2,000 energy points been credited? Wait a moment. I shall check if the pregnancy enhancement has taken effect. The duration was brief, merely a few seconds, yet Satsu was instantly elated. Congratulations, host. The pregnancy test has proven effective. Another embryo has successfully implanted in your uterus. And it is a singleton. How many do I have in total now? 3, dear host. What about my 3 bottles of nurturing liquid? I shall distribute them to you immediately. Would you prefer to store them for later or allocate them to your current unborn child? The nurturing liquid is a genetic agent for pregnancy, primarily designed to repair and enhance undesirable genes, thus it is exclusively for use during gestation. It cannot be administered to the child after birth. Su Tang shifted her right hand, gently caressing her abdomen, a faint glow of maternal love illuminating her face. 3 little ones, 1 bottle each, fair enough. Wouldn't you agree? Zatsa nodded in understanding. I shall make the arrangements. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that Yueya is on the verge of awakening. If you and Wuqing rise and walk a few hundred meters, you shall encounter her. Su Tang's eyes widened. Wait, did I not insist on rescuing her? It costs 20,000 energy points. That's quite a hefty price. Zatsa, this is a dedicated energy value, solely intended for restoring Yueya's spiritual essence. Do not harbor any other fantasies. These words. Su Tang rolled her eyes coldly. That cunning system, truly calculating. Suddenly, a medium-sized black bird swooped down and perched beside Yueqing's head. Wuqing, who had been blissfully resting with his eyes closed, was startled awake when the shadow of the bird's wings enveloped him. Initially, he felt no anxiety, but upon recognizing the bird as Yuexiao's, he became flustered, nearly jumping up from his spot. Yet, realizing Su Tang remained in his embrace, he steadied himself. After regaining composure, Wuqing stood and assisted Su Tang to her feet. Tanger, it seems my brother's messenger bird has something to convey. As he spoke, he removed a note from the bird's leg. Glancing it over, he exhaled in relief. It's nothing urgent. He merely inquired about the alluring spirit that exploded with essence and whether I managed to rescue you. Su Tang's expression momentarily froze before biting her lip. I think I shall still refer to him as clan leader Yue Xiao. After all, her age was not significantly different from Yue Xiao's, and she had occasionally called him that out of courtesy when she was with Yuli. But now, as she was bonded with Yue, it felt inappropriate to call him father or brother. Thus, she decided against any title, as her ability to rely on seniority was, in its own right, a form of strength. Upon hearing her words, Yue paused briefly before nodding in acknowledgement that acceptable. An inexplicable urge to laugh tugged at him, yet he restrained it. Tang, however, seized his hand. You're laughing at me, aren't you? No, how could I dare? Yue denied, wrapping his long arm around her, holding her tightly. Do not fear. If he truly wishes to blame someone, I shall take the responsibility. That's because you're the one pushing me, Tang playfully retorted, a smile dancing on her lips, feeling a hint of pride. This time, it's triplets, and each has consumed the nurturing liquid, given that their beast father is a peak blue-tier celestial dog lineage. Their innate talents are bound to be remarkable. When born, they will undoubtedly create a stir within the hunting dog clan and even the entire Western District. However, typically, within the initial days of pregnancy, even if the beast father possesses bloodline sensitivity, he would not be able to sense anything until the gestation period reaches its halfway mark. Suddenly, Tang's stomach growled, overwhelming her with a fierce hunger. It was evidently time to replenish energy. The first pregnancy had 2, the second one, 1, each with a voracious appetite. With this pregnancy, the energy requirement for 3 was unimaginable. You're quite right. The more children, the greater the energy consumption, especially since this time they've ingested the nurturing liquid. Without a substantial energy supplement, the efficacy of the liquid will significantly diminish. Not that it took such effort to acquire. Then we should hastily have your beast husband procure some food, high-tier birds and beasts, rare materials from heaven and earth. The more, the better. Yue, having heard Tang's stomach rumble, inquired, Tanger, are you hungry again? Tang nodded in affirmation. Yes, I desire heavenly materials and treasures as much as possible. Yue was momentarily taken aback, but all of my heavenly materials and treasures are in your storage ring. Have you consumed them all? Indeed, they're all gone. Tang felt like crying, regretting not having rationed her consumption. However, she suddenly recalled that the previous heavenly water demon Yam seemed to have some left, so she immediately retrieved a piece from her childcare pouch. Munching on it with both hands, Yue stared aghast. Is that delicious? Eat slowly. Do not bite your tongue. I'm still hungry. Should I catch a few salamander fish to eat? Noticing her once fair and plump complexion now appeared somewhat pallid and emaciated, Yue felt a pang of sympathy and promptly agreed. All right, wait here. I shall catch a few more. Once Yue had caught nearly 5 salamander fish and finished gutting them, Tang could hardly wait to cook them. She began devouring them raw like sashimi. Yue was once again flabbergasted, yet he showed no signs of disdain. Instead, his tone softened as he gently asked, How is it? Are you still hungry? Tang patted her stomach, wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and slowly replied with her now rosy lips, I'm no longer hungry, but to be on the safe side, let us also gather some heavenly materials and treasures to take back. Shall we? She had not decided when to inform Yue of her pregnancy, calculating that it would be best to wait until Yuli accepted her relationship with Yue. Otherwise, it might come off as a form of coercion. Yue, of course, was unaware that Tang's frantic energy replenishment was due to her pregnancy. Based on Zat's hints, Tang knew that the vicinity where Yue fell was a mountain spiritual eye, often naturally yielding abundant heavenly materials and treasures. She decisively pulled Yue along towards it, and they fortuitously collided with Yue's spiritual essence had already been restored, and upon spotting Tang, she was elated. Young mistress, what brings you here? I was serving you at the Yu residence. How is it that I find myself in the forest upon opening my eyes? Yue, have you forgotten? Tang exchanged glances with Yue before asking. Yue raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Had Yue not been possessed, the fact that she could awaken was nothing short of a miracle. Yue shook her head, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Yue, who had his arm around Tang's waist. Tang, eager for heavenly materials and treasures, stepped away from Yue's embrace. Oh dear Yue, you are unaware of the events that have transpired in the past few days. It's too much to explain at once. In short, we encountered unforeseen circumstances, and now we must swiftly gather the nearby heavenly materials and treasures before returning to the hunting dog clan. Once we are back, I will elaborate on everything that has transpired. Yue, not one to pry unnecessarily, nodded obediently. Very well. What would young mistress like to gather? I shall assist you. Let us first explore the area. This is a mountain spiritual eye, rich in spiritual energy, ideal for the growth of high-tier, heavenly materials and treasures. The two women conversed while using sticks to sift through the grass and thorns, momentarily forgetting about Yue. Yue, feeling somewhat helpless, tugged at the corner of his mouth and stepped forward. I sense a location nearby abundant in spiritual energy. Perhaps we may be fortunate enough to uncover something valuable. Where? Su Tang turned around, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wuqing could not help but smile as he adored Su Tang's secretly excited demeanor. He pointed toward a seemingly bottomless expanse of reeds, indicating it lies within those reeds. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Su Tang urged eagerly. Zatsa had indicated that there were valuable items nearby. And she had no doubt about it. Were it not for Yueqing's discerning nature, she would have even considered purchasing a treasure-finding butterfly. Host, please refrain from spending such unnecessary money. A peak blue-tier beastman's sense of heavenly materials and treasures is far more accurate than that of a treasure-finding butterfly. Su Tang's eyes brightened as she grasped Wuqing's hand. Then let us hurry. I feel my hunger returning. Yue trailed behind, seemingly oblivious to the unusual intimacy between the two. Su Tang was unbothered by such matters. Her priority was to find heavenly materials and treasures. The group trudged through the reeds, their already unappealing beast-hide boots muddied further, glancing down at her feet. Su Tang regretted not having changed into the quality marten boots rewarded by the system earlier. However, once they finished gathering food, it would not be too late to change into something cleaner. As Wuqing finally parted the last layer of reeds, a scene of unexpected beauty unfolded. Before them lay a golden lake, bordered by vibrant flowers swaying in the breeze, clearly not of ordinary ilk. Moreover, the golden lake was adorned with similarly hued lotus flowers, their roots intertwined and foliage flourishing, resembling a divine gift. Tanger. This is the earthly tier's spiritual material limitless golden lotus. There is so much. It is simply unbelievable. Even Wuqing, typically composed, could not help but express his astonishment. Limitless golden lotus? Su Tang echoed, tilting her head to inquire of Wuqing. Is it edible? Wuqing snapped back to reality, unable to suppress a chuckle as he raised his hand to affectionately ruffle her hair, playfully poking her rosy beauty. Do you wish to eat this? I shall fetch you a flower. Su Tang nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Gather more. I want them all for storage, with these golden lotuses and other seemingly high-grade spiritual plants nearby. Su Tang felt assured that the trio of babies in her womb would have ample nourishment. The thrill of harvesting a bounty of heavenly materials and treasures was simply exhilarating. Wuqing, quick to act, leaped gracefully, lightly landing on the leaves of the golden lotus, bending down to pluck a flower for Su Tang. However, in that very moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Su Tang, initially observing Wuqing, sensed something amiss as his hand suddenly halted midair. Instinctively, she called out to him, only to discover that her mouth felt as though it had been sealed, unable to part even a fraction to produce sound. Su Tang reacted swiftly, realizing that she might have been ensnared by something rather peculiar. She turned her gaze towards Yuya, who was originally dashing towards her with a purple flower in hand, but whose movement suddenly froze in an instant. A pang of anxiety struck Su Tang's heart as she called out, Zha, come out quickly. The place you've led us to is strange. Zha immediately manifested, reassuring her. Host, do not fret. I shall investigate at once. Moments later, Zha concluded, Host, it is insects that are causing the disturbance. Within this golden lake, there exists a kind of transparent insect invisible to the naked eye. When animals approach, these insects invade their bodies through the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, ultimately controlling their movements. How bizarre. But why haven't we seen any animal carcasses around? Su Tang questioned. Did you not notice the golden lake? It possesses a potent corrosive quality. Apart from the golden passion flower, anything that falls into it will instantly vanish without a trace. Just as Zha finished speaking, Su Tang felt as if she were being transported, her focus now on the lake. Yuli, who was also precariously stepping on the lotus leaves, was in no better situation. The once tightly clustered leaves began to shift rapidly, seemingly intent on removing all of Wuqing's footholds, threatening to plunge him into the lake to be vaporized. Zha, this is the place you guided us to. You must take responsibility. Su Tang's eyes widened with alarm as she anxiously looked towards Wuqing. Although they had only recently become partners, Su Tang harbored a profound and inexplicable affection for him. The connection between them surpassed that with any other beastly husband. At that moment, a blinding light erupted from Wuqing, radiating from his body like a miniature sun, dazzling and brilliant. Simultaneously, Su Tang heard Wuqing's steady voice in her ear. Holy light shines upon us. Holy light shines upon us. What is that? Su Tang exclaimed, both anxious and bewildered, only to feel something within her and the surrounding air seemingly melt away under the warmth of this radiant light. The air was filled with wisps of evaporating smoke. Suddenly, her previously heavy and unwieldy body became light. And in the next moment, both she and Yuya halted their steps towards the lake. Yuqing flew back from the center of the lake. Standing before Su Tang, gripping her shoulders tightly, his face pale with urgency. Tang, are you all right? Su Tang, startled by the sudden turn of events, momentarily lost her senses but managed to regain clarity and behold Yuqing's handsome visage. She dove into his embrace. Yuqing, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I thought I'd never see you again. The mere thought of losing him to the lake was unbearable. Tears flowed uncontrollably from Su Tang's eyes, a stark contrast to her usual composure. Yuqing held her tightly, feeling both pained and moved. He had never anticipated that Su Tang would care for him so deeply. He had assumed her affections were as casual as eating or drinking. However, it became evident that his Tanger possessed genuine feelings for him. This realization filled Yuqing with a sense of elation. And he gently embraced Su Tang, softly patting her back. It's all right. I'm fine. Tanger, do not fear. I am at the pinnacle of the blue tier and on the verge of breaking through to the purple tier. I am not so easily defeated. Though Su Tang understood this, the sudden outburst of tears left her perplexed and unable to stop. Perhaps it was the baby within her that stirred such emotions? After a while, she finally ceased her weeping. Her once beautiful eyes were now red and bloodshot, hardly a sight to behold. Yet, without hesitation, Yuqing lowered his head and tenderly kissed her eyelids as if cherishing the rarest treasure in the world. The kiss lingered for an eternity before he released her, whispering softly, Tanger, knowing that you care for me, I would willingly descend into the depths of hell if it meant being with you. Meanwhile, Yuya, who had just regained her composure, was left speechless, having just emerged from chaos only to stumble and fall clumsily without landing in the Golden Lake. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Su Tang came to her senses while Yuqing remained unfazed. Explaining the earlier events, having already learned from Jaja what had transpired, Su Tang was no longer alarmed. However, she did blink at Yuqing. Holy light shines upon us. What is it? Chapter 73. His back is meant only for his wife to ride upon. She had just heard him utter those 4 words. It is a skill that purges evil and wards off malevolence, cleansing anything sinister within its illuminated reach, hence why those insects perished upon contact. Though it was but a brief explanation, only those who had experienced it could truly grasp the heart-stopping ordeal they had just faced. They had come perilously close to losing their lives. Su Tang lowered her gaze, feeling a tinge of guilt. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for being too hasty and not checking for dangers before allowing you to act recklessly. This cannot be blamed on Tanger, Yuqing reassured her. Seeing her guilt only made his heart ache more. My strength far exceeds yours, and I failed to detect the danger. How could you have? Though his words were well-intentioned, Su Tang felt a surge of anger. This was the place Jaja had guided them to. How could it not have sensed the peril? Jaja felt a pang of sorrow. Host, generally speaking, for any rare treasures, especially those above the purple tier, there is always a certain degree of risk involved in harvesting them. You have spent ample time in the beast realm. Surely, you must have internalized this rule by now? Su Tang realized she was being unfairly blamed by Jaja, but found herself at a loss for words. Thus, she resolutely insisted that neither Yuya nor Yuqing should take any further action. Declaring that she would handle it herself, she first sent Yuya outside for a breather before summoning the vines from her left hand, using them to gather the lotus flowers and nearby spiritual plants. Swiftly depositing everything into her nurturing pouch for later organization, Yuqing, concerned she might overexert herself, reached to assist, but Su Tang halted him, threatening, Stop. Otherwise, I will ignore you completely, with no other option. Yuqing thought he should have activated the holy light skill sooner, considering how frightened his little female companion had become. Finally, after Su Tang had gathered all the lotus flowers and surrounding spiritual plants, she prepared to leave. Jaja chimed in again. Host, you might be overlooking something quite valuable. The finest treasures in this spiritual lake are neither the golden passion flower nor the surrounding spiritual plants, but rather the golden sap and the lotus roots of the golden passion flower. Su Tang gasped in disbelief. What are you joking about? Did you not say that the lake water is highly corrosive? How can the lotus roots, which grow in it, be devoid of toxicity? Fear not. Simply collect them. The system can purify them of impurities and toxins. I assure you, it is not gluttony but rather an unselective hunger on your part. Given Jaja's reassurances, Su Tang felt confident there must be a foolproof method. The thought of their near demise and the golden sap fueled her resentment towards it. However, if she could consume it instead, it would surely be satisfying. Without further hesitation, she took the gourd Jaja had provided and resolutely began collecting the golden sap, despite its modest size. The gourd proved quite capable of holding a great volume and autonomously absorbed the liquid. In no time, it had devoured nearly 100 square meters of golden sap. Yu watched in fascination, What an extraordinary gourd. Is it the Qian Kuan gourd? Yuqing recalled having seen one at an auction. Though he felt no envy, he couldn't help but admire Su Tang's fortune, concluding that the spatial ring she had acquired must belong to a mysterious and powerful individual, perhaps even a being of Earth or Heaven tier. In the Spirit Beast continent, those who reach the Earth tier and beyond rarely reveal themselves. They either venture into extreme territories or remain in solitary seclusion for years, making them elusive and enigmatic. Consequently, many powerful beings quietly pass away, leaving outsiders oblivious to their fate. Yuqing speculated that Su Tang's encounter might have been with such a formidable entity. Only Su Tang understood that her power lay within the system. After collecting the golden sap, the lotus roots in the muddy water posed a new dilemma. Given the deadly nature of the golden sap, it was wise not to meddle with the mud, which contained toxins. Seeing Su Tang struggling with her hands full of bags, Yuqing stepped forward, volunteering, "Allow me to handle this." Su Tang shot him a glare. Yuqing, shaking his head in resignation, reassured her. "It's all right. I can use the holy light skill again. While it may not purify all toxins, it will at least render it harmless to an ordinary person, since it was not a needless sacrifice." Su Tang reluctantly agreed. Moments later, the mud had completely dried, and all the lotus roots lay neatly on the lake bed. "Young lady, may I have a bag as well? I wish to help," Yi said. Somewhat embarrassed. It seemed odd that these tasks, meant for a servant, were now being performed by the young lady and Lord Yuqing. In an instant, she became fervently eager to assist, with the golden sap already drained. The potential danger had vanished, and Su Tang did not stop Yuya. However, as she only had one bag, she walked over, allowing Yuya to help her fill it with the lotus roots. The lotus roots, grown in the golden sap, were also golden in color, resembling exquisite golden pieces. After some time of filling the bag, it remained far from full. Yuqing approached, astonished, and gently felt the bag's opening. "Is this the Qian Kuan bag?" Su Tang exclaimed. "This is the Qian Kuan bag? I had no idea." Gazing upon the unremarkable and ordinary sack, indistinguishable from any other, Zatsa remained silent, entirely unaware of the situation. Zatsa, a product of the system, surely embodies excellence, and the host will eventually adapt. Yuya was momentarily taken aback before resuming her tasks, while the remaining Yuqing found himself increasingly perplexed. Initially, he believed he had merely partnered with an older female mouse. Yet he now sensed that matters were far more intricate. Firstly, this older female mouse could transform. Secondly, she possessed spiritual power, reaching the pinnacle of the yellow rank with dual affinities in wood and light. Furthermore, how is it that the items she casually produced were, astonishingly, supreme treasures exclusive to the 8 great families of the Eastern District? Additionally, her fertility was remarkably strong. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Tang, Yuqing's expression became particularly complex, inexplicably feeling a chaotic sensation of wanting to have her depend on him, only to find himself in a position of reliance instead. At last, they had finished their task, leaving no trace behind, and the trio departed. Due to the considerable distance remaining to the Hound tribe, Yuqing insisted on hastening their return. Su Tang, "How about you and Yuya ride on my back? Would that be all right?" Yuqing smiled, leaning closer to Su Tang and lowering his voice. "Little fool, do you not know that a male can only allow his one and only female partner to ride him?" The word ride carried a double entendre. Su Tang suspected that this older gentleman was being intentionally provocative, causing her to blush uncontrollably. "Speak properly," Su Tang retorted in indignation. "I am indeed speaking properly. Perhaps it is you who is overthinking it." Yuqing's handsome features bore a smile that was almost mischievous, prompting Su Tang to raise her hand as if to strike him. Yet, she quickly shifted her tone, saying, "All right, I also have a messenger bird that can transform into a mount. Let it carry Yuya, shall we?" Yuya, merely a servant, bore the consequences of her parents' mistakes, subjected to disdain. In response to Yuqing's politeness, she had no objections. Gratefully nodding, "It's perfectly fine. I can ride anything." Once arrangements were made, the trio and the bird hastened towards the Hound tribe at full speed. Meanwhile, Yuli was finally jolted awake by his daughter Mian, who, while bouncing on the bed, accidentally stepped on a sensitive area, resulting in a pained yelp. "Oh no, Mian, how long have I been sleeping?" Yuli's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled the events leading up to his fainting. Chapter 74. How could this be? We are all family.